Introduction. When Henry James wrote the reminiscences of his youth, he showed conclusively, what indeed could be doubtful to none who knew him, that it would be impossible for anyone else to write his life. His life was no mere succession of facts, such as could be compiled and recorded by another hand. It was a densely knit cluster of emotions and memories, each one steeped in lights and colors thrown out by the rest, the whole making up a picture that no one but himself could dream of undertaking to paint. Strictly speaking, this may be true of every human being. But in most lives, experience is taken as it comes and left to rest in the memory, where it happens to fall. Henry James never took anything as it came. The thing that happened to him was merely the point of departure for a deliberate, and as time went on, a more and more masterly, creative energy which could never leave a sight or sound of any kind until it had been looked at and listened to with absorbed attention, pondered in thought linked with its associations, and which did not spend itself until the remembrance had been crystallized in expression so that it could then be appropriated like a tangible object. To recall his habit of talk is to become aware that he never ceased creating his life in this way, as it was lived. He was always engaged in the poetic fashioning of experience, turning his share of impressions into rounded and lasting images from the beginning. This had been his only method of dealing with existence, and in later years it even meant a tax upon his strength with which he had consciously to reckon. Not long before his death, he confessed that at last he found himself too much exhausted for the wear and tear of discrimination, and the phrase indicates the strain upon him of the mere act of living. Looked at from without, his life was uneventful enough. The even career of a man of letters, singularly fortunate in all his circumstances. Within it was a cycle, a vivid and incessant adventure, known only to himself, except in so far as he himself put it into words. So much of it as he left unexpressed is lost, therefore, like a novel that he might have written, but of which there can now be no question, since its only possible writer is gone. Fortunately, a great part of it survives in his letters, and it is of these that his biography must be composed. The material is plentiful, for he was at all times a copious letter writer, overflowing into swift and easy improvisation to his family and to the many friends with whom he corresponded regularly. His letters have been widely preserved, and several thousands of them have passed through my hands, ranging from his 25th year until within a few days of his last illness. They give as complete a portrait of him as we can now hope to possess. His was a nature in which simplicity and complexity were very curiously contrasted, and it would need all his own power of fusing innumerable details into coherency to create a picture that would seem sufficient to those who knew him. Yet even his letters, varied as they are, give full expression to one side of his life, only the side that he showed to the world. He lived in and loved after all the prodigal display of mind that is given in these volumes, the free outpouring of curiosity and sympathy and power. A close reader must still be left with the sense that something the most essential and revealing strain is little more than suggested here, and there the daily drama of his work, with all the comfort and joy it brought him, does not very often appear as more than an undertone to the conversation of the letters. It was like a mystery to which he was dedicated, but of which he shrank from speaking quite openly, much as he always delighted in sociable communion. Citizen of the world, child of urbanity, as he was, all his friends must have felt that at heart he lived in solitude, and that few were ever admitted into the inner shrine of his labor. There it was nevertheless that he lived most intensely and most serenely in outward matters. He was constantly haunted by anxiety, and never looked forward with confidence. He was of those to whom the future is always ominous, who dread the treachery of apparent calm, even more than actual ill, whether it was very different in the presence of his work. There he never knew the least failure of assurance. He threw his full weight on the belief that supported him, and it was never shaken. That belief was in the sanctity and sufficiency of the life of art. It was a conviction that needed no reasoning, and he accepted it without question. It was absolute for him that the work of the imagination was the highest and most honorable calling conceivable, being, indeed, nothing less than the actual creation of life out of the void. He did not scruple to claim that except through art, there is no life that can be known or appraised. It is the artist who takes over the deed so called from the doer to give it back again in the form in which it can be seen and measured for the first time, without the brain that is able to close round the loose unappropriated fact and render all its aspects. The fact itself does not exist for us. This was the standard below which Henry James would never allow the conception of his office to drop, and he had the reward of complete exemption from any chill of misgiving. His life, as a creator of art alone. With his work was one of unclouded happiness, it might be hampered and hindered by external accidents, but none of them could touch the real core of his security, which was his faith in his vocation. And his knowledge of his genius, these certainties remained with him always, and he would never trifle with them in any mood. His impatience with argument on the whole aesthetic claim was equally great whether it was argument in defense of the sanctuary or in profanation of it. Silence, seclusion, concentration, he held to be the only fitting answer for an artist. He disliked the idea that the service of art should be questioned and debated in the open, still more to see it organized and paraded and publicly celebrated, as though the world could do it any acceptable honor. He had as little in common with those who would use the artistic profession to persuade and proselytize, as with those who would brandish it defiantly in the face of the vulgar. Thus it is that he is seldom to be heard, giving voice to the matters which most deeply occupied him. He preferred to dwell with them apart, and to leave them behind when he emerged. Sometimes he would drop a word that showed what was passing beneath, sometimes on a particular challenge, or to one in whom he felt an understanding sympathy. He would speak out with impressive authority, but generally, he liked to enter into other people's thought, and to meet them on their own ground. There, his natural kindliness and his keen dramatic interest were both satisfied at once. He enjoyed friendship. His letters show how freely and expansively, and with his steady and vigilant eye, he watched the play of character. He was insatiable for anything that others could give him from their personal lives. Whatever he could seize in this way was food for his own ruminating fancy. He welcomed any grain of reality, any speck of significance round which his imagination could pile its rings. It was very noticeable how promptly and eagerly he would reach out to such things as they floated by in talk. It was as though he feared to leave them to inexpert hands, and felt that other people could hardly be trusted with their own experience. He remembered how much of his time he had spent in exploring their consciousness when he spoke of himself as a confirmed spectator, one who looked on from the brink instead of plunging on his own account. But if this seemed a pale substitute for direct contact, he knew very well that it was a much richer and more adventurous life, really, than it is given to most people to lead. There is no life to the man who does not feel it, no adventure to the man who cannot see the whole of it. The greatest share goes to the man who can taste it most fully, however it reaches him. Henry James might sometimes look back, as he certainly did, with a touch of ruefulness, in reflecting on all the experience he had only enjoyed at second hand, but he could never doubt that what he possessed much more truly than any of those from whom he had taken it. There was no hour in which he was not alive with the whole of his sensibility. He could scarcely persuade himself that he might have had time for more, and indeed at other moments he would admit that he had lived in the way that was at any rate the right way for him. Even his very twinges of regret were not wasted. Like everything else, they helped to swell the sum of life, as they did to such purpose for Struther, the poor sensitive gentleman of the ambassadors, whose manner of living was very near his creator's. These letters, then, while they show at every point the abundant life he led in his surroundings, have to be read with the remembrance that the central fact of all, the fact that gave everything else its meaning to himself, is that of which least is told. The gap, moreover, cannot be filled from other sources. He seems to have taken pains to leave nothing behind him that should reveal this privacy. He put forth his finished work to speak for itself, and swept away all the traces of its origin. There was a high pride in his complete lack of tenderness towards the evidence of past labor. Notes, manuscripts, memoranda that a man of letters usually accumulates, and that show him in the company of his work. It is only to the stroke of chance, which left two of his novels unfinished, that we owe the outspoken colloquies with himself, since published over the germination of those stories, a door of entry into the presence of his imagination that would have been summarily closed if he had lived to carry out his plan. And though in the prefaces to the collected edition of his works, we have what is perhaps the most comprehensive statement ever made of the life of art, a biographia literaria without parallel for fullness and elaboration, he was there dealing with his books in retrospect as a critic, from without analyzing and reconstructing his own creations, or if he went further than this and touched on the actual circumstances of their production, it was because these had, for him, the charm of an old romance remote enough to be recalled without indiscretion. So it is that, while in a sense he was the most personal of writers, for he could not put three words together without marking them as his own, and giving them the very ring of his voice. Yet compared with other such deliberate craftsmen as Stevenson or Gustave Flaubert, he baffles and evades curiosity about the private affairs of his work. If curiosity were merely futile, it would be fitting to suppress the chance relic I shall offer in a moment, for it so happens that a single glimpse of unique clarity is open to us, revealing him as no one saw him in his life. But the attempt to picture the mind of an artist is only an intrusion if it is carried into trivial and inessential things. It can never be pushed too far, as Henry James would have been the first to maintain, into a real sharing of his aesthetic life. The relic in question consists of certain penciled pages found among his papers, in which he speaks with only himself for listener. They belong to the same order as the notes for the unfinished novels, but they are even more informal and confidential. Nothing else of the kind seems to have survived the schemes and motives that must have swarmed in his brain far too numerously for notation have all vanished. But this one at rise some years before the end, he began one night to feel his way towards a novel which he had in mind subject afterwards, abandoned in the form projected at first. The rough notes in which he casts about to clear the ground are mostly filled with the mere details of his planned division of the action. The characters required a tentative scenario. These I pass over in order to quote some passages where he suddenly breaks away, leaves his imaginary scene, and surrenders to the awe and wonder of finding himself again, where he has so often stood before, on the threshold and brink of creation. It is as though for once, at an hour of midnight silence and solitude, he opened the innermost chamber of his mind and stood face to face with his genius. There is no moment of all his days in which it is now possible to approach him more closely. Such a moment represented to himself the pith of life'th first tremor of inspiration, in which he might be almost afraid to stir or breathe for fear of breaking the spell, if it were not that he goes to meet it with a peculiar confidence. I take this up again, after an interruption. I, in fact, throw myself upon it, under the secos of its being brought home to me, even more than I expected, that my urgent material reasons for getting settled at productive work again are of the very most imperative mentens. I have had a discomfiture through a stupid misapprehension of my own, indeed, and I must now take up projected tasks thys long time and trevis, and brooded over with the firmest possible hand. I needn't expatiate on this'n the sharp consciousness of this hour of the dimly dawning new year. I simply make an appeal to all the powers and forces and divinities to whom I've ever been loyal and who haven't failed me yet after, all never never yet, infinitely interesting and yet somehow with a beautiful sharp poignancy in it that makes it strange and rather exquisitely formidable, as with an unspeakable deep agitation, the whole artistic question that comes up for me in the train of this idea of the Donny for a situation that I began here the other day to fumble out. I come back yet again and again to my only seeing it in the dramatic way as I can only see everything and anything now the way that filled my mind and floated and uplifted me when a fortnight ago I gave my few indications to Roman 10 momentary sidewinds, things of no real authority to break in every now and then to put their inferior little questions to me. But I come back, as I say, I all throbbingly and yearningly and passionately. O mon bon, come back to this way, that is clearly the only one in which I can do anything now, and that will open out to me more and more, and that has overwhelming reasons pleading all beautifully in its breast. What really happens is that the closer I get to the problem of the application of it in any particular case, the more I get into that application, so that the more doubts and torments fall away from me, the more I know where the more everything spreads and shines and draws me on, and I am justified of my logic and my passion cautions mon bon celestial soothing sanctifying process, with all the high sane forces of the sacred time fighting through it on my side. Let me fumble it gently and patiently out with fever and fidget laid to rest, as in all the old enchanted months it only looms, it only shines and shimmers too beautiful and too interesting, it only hangs there too rich and too full, and with too much to give and to pay. It only presents itself too admirably and too vividly, too straight and square and vivid as a little organic and effective action. Thus just these first little wavings of the so tremulously passionate little old wand now make for me, I feel a sort of promise of richness and beauty and variety, a sort of portent of the happy presence of the elements, the good days of last August, and even my broken September and my better October come back to me with their gauge of divine possibilities, and I welcome these to my arms. I press them with unutterable tenderness. I seem to emerge from these recent bad days the fruit of blind accident, and the prospect clears and flushes, and my poor blessed old genius pats me so admirably and lovingly on the back that I screw round and bend my lips to passionately in my gratitude kiss its hands. To the exaltation of this wonderful unbosoming, He had been brought by 50 years of devout and untiring service, where so little is heard of it, all the amount of patience and energy that he had consecrated to it might easily be mistaken his immense industry. All through his crowded London years passes, almost unnoticed, so little it seems to conflict with this life in the world, his share in which with the close friendships he formed, and the innumerable relations he cultivated, could have been no fuller if he had had nothing to do but to amuse himself with the spectacle in one way. However, it is possible to divine how heavily the weight of his work pressed on him, the change that divides the general tone and accent of his younger and middle age from that of his later years is too striking to be overlooked. The impression is unmistakable that for a long while indeed, until he was almost an old man, he felt the constant need of husbanding and economizing his resources, so that except to those who knew him intimately, he was apt to seem a little cold and cautious, hesitating to commit himself freely or to allow promiscuous claims. Later on, all this was very different. There were certain habits of reserve, perhaps, that he never threw off. All his friends remember, for example, how carefully he distinguished the different angles of his affection, so to call theme adjusting his various relations, as though in fear lest they should cross each other and form an embarrassing complexity. Yet any scruples or precautions of this sort that still hung about him only enhanced the large and genial authority of his presence. There seemed to have come a time when, after long preparation and cogitation, he was able to relax and to enjoy the fruit of his labor. Not indeed that his labor was over, it never was that while strength lasted, but he gave the effect of feeling himself to be at length completely the master of his situation, at ease and at home in his world. The new note is very perceptible in the letters, which broaden out with opulent vigor as time goes on, reaching their best comparatively late. That at last he felt at home was doubtless indeed the literal truth, and it was enough to account for this ample liberation of spirit. His decision to settle in Europe, the great step of his life, was inevitable, though it was not taken without long reflection. But it was none the less a decision for which he had to pay heavily, as he was himself very well aware, if he regarded his own part as that of an onlooker. The sense in which he understood observation was to the highest degree exacting. He watched indeed, but he watched with every faculty, and he intended that every thread of intelligence he could throw out to seize the truth of the old historic world should be as strong as instruction. Study, general indoctrination, could make it. It would be useless for him to live where the human drama most attracted him, unless he could grasp it with an assured hand, and he could never do this if he was to remain a stranger and a sojourner, merely feeding on the picturesque surface of appearances to justify his expatriation. He must work his own life completely into the texture of his new surroundings. And the story of his middle years is to be read as the most patient and laborious of attempts to do so. Its extraordinary success need hardly be insisted on, its failure necessary and foredoomed from certain points of view is perhaps not less obvious. But the great fact of interest is the sight of him taking up the task with eyes, it is needless to say, fully open to all its demands and never resting until he could be certain of having achieved all that was possible. So long as he was in the thick of it, the task occupied the whole of his attention. He took it with full seriousness. There never was a scholar more immersed in research than was Henry James in the study of his chosen world. There were times, indeed, when he might be thought to take it even more seriously than the case required. The world is not used to such deference from a rare critical talent, and it certainly has much less respect for its own standards than Henry James had, or seemed to have. His respect was, of course, very freely mingled with irony, and yet it would be rash to say that his irony preponderated. He probably felt that this in his condition was a luxury which he could only afford within limits. He could never forget that he had somehow to make up to himself for arriving as an alien from a totally different social climate. For his own satisfaction, he had to wake and toil, while others slept, keeping his ever-ready and rebellious criticism for an occasional hour of relief. The world with which he thus sought to identify himself was a small affair by most of our measurements. It was a circle of sensibilities that it might be easy to dismiss as hypertrophied and overcivilized, too deeply smothered in the veils of artificial life to repay so much patient attention. Yet the little world of urbane leisure satisfied him, because he found a livelier interest always in the results and effects and implications of things than in the groundwork itself, so that the field of study he desired was that in which initial forces had traveled furthest from their prime, passing step by step from their origin to the level where, diffused and transformed, they were still just discernible to acute perception. It is not through any shy timidity that so often in his books he requires us to infer the presence of naked emotion from the faintest stirrings of an all but unruffled surface. It is because these monitory signals transmitted from so far tell a story that would be weakened by a director method. The tiny movement that is the last expression of an act or a fact carries within it the history of all it has passed through on the way, a treasure of interest that the fact in itself, had not possessed. And so in the social scene, wherever its crude beginnings have been left furthest behind, wherever its forms have been most rubbed and toned by the hands of succeeding generations, there he found not an obliteration of sharp character, but a positive enhancement of it with the whole of its past, crowded into its bosom, the kind of life, therefore, that might have been thought too trifling to bear the weight of his grave and powerful scrutiny, was exactly the life that he pursued. For its expressive value he clung to civilization. He was faithful throughout to a few yards of town pavement, not because he was scared by the rough freedom of the wild, but rather because he was impatient of its insipidity. He is very often to be heard crying out against the tyrannous claims of his world when they interfere with his work, his leisure, his health, but at the moment of greatest revulsion, he never suggests that the claims may be fraudulent after all, or that this small corner of modernity is not the best and most fruitful that the age has to show. It must be a matter of pride to an English reader that this corner happened to be found among ourselves. Henry James came to London, however, more by a process of exhaustion than by deliberate choice, and plenty of chastening considerations for a Londoner will appear in his letters if he elected to live among thick English wits rather than in any nimbler atmosphere. It was at first largely because English ways and manners lay more open to an explorer than the closer, compacter societies of the mainland. Gradually, as we know well, his affection was kindled into devoted loyalty. It remained true nonetheless that, with much that is common ground among educated people of our time and place, he was never really in touch. One has only to think of the part played in the England he frequented by school and college, by country homes, by church and politics and professions, to understand how much of the ordinary consciousness was closed to him. Yet it is impossible to say that these limitations were imposed on him only because he was a stranger among strangers. They belonged to the conditions of his being from much further back. They were implied in his queer unanchored youth, in which he and his greatly gifted family had been able to grow in the free exercise of their talents. Without any of the foundations of settled life, Henry James' genius opened and flourished in the void. His ripe wisdom and culture seemed to have been able to dispense entirely with the mere training that most people require before they can feel secure in their critical outlook and sense of proportion. There could be no better proof of the fact that imagination, if only there is enough of it, will do the work of all the other faculties unaided, whatever were the gaps in his knowledge of life generally, and of the life of the mind in particular. His imagination covered them all, and so it was that without ever acquiring 1,000 things that go to the making of a full experience and a sound taste, he yet enjoyed and possessed everything that it was in them to give. His taste, indeed his judgment of quality, seems to have been bestowed upon him, in its essentials like a gift of nature. From the very first he was sure of his taste, and could account for it. His earliest writing shows, if anything too large, a portion of tact and composure. A critic might have said that such a perfect control of his means was not the most hopeful sign in a young author. Henry James reversed the usual procedure of a beginner, keeping warily to matter well within his power of management, and this is observable, too, in his early letter suntal. He was ready to deal with matter, more robust in his instinct for perfection. He never went wrong, never floundered into raw enthusiasms, never lost his way, never had painfully to recover himself. He traveled steadily forward with no need of guidance, enriching himself with new impressions. And wasting none of them, he accepted nothing that did not minister, in some way, to the use of his gifts. Whatever struck him as impossible to assimilate to these, he passed by without a glance. He could not be tempted by any interest unrelated to the central line of his work. He had enough, even so, he felt, to occupy a dozen lives, and he grudged every moment that did not leave its deposit of stuff, appropriate to his purpose. The play of his thought was so ample and ardent that it disguised his resolute concentration. He responded so lavishly, and to so much, that he seemed ready to take up and transform and adorn whatever was offered him. But this in truth was far from the fact, and by shifting the recollection one may see the impatient gesture with which he would sweep aside the distraction that made no appeal to him, It was natural that he should care nothing for any abstract speculation or inquiry. He was an artist throughout, desiring only the refracted light of human imperfection, never the purity of colorless reason. More surprising was his refusal for it was almost that of the appeal of musicand, not wordless music only, but even the song and melody of poetry. It cannot be by accident that poetry scarcely appears at all in such a picture of a literary life as is given by his letters. The purely lyrical ear seems to have been strangely sealed in him, often declared as much himself and poetry in general, though he could be deeply stirred by it. He inclined to put away from him, perhaps for the very reason that it meant too forcible a deflection from the right line of his energy. All this careful gathering up of his powers in any case, this determined deafness to irrelevant voices, gave a commanding warrant to the critical panoply of his later life. His certainty and consistency, his principle, his intellectual integrity, all these, the pitch of his opinions, wherever he delivered them, reached a height that was unforgettably impressive. I have tried to touch so far as possible on the different strains in Henry James' artistic experience, but to many who read these letters, it will be another aspect altogether that his name first recalls. They will remember how much of his life was lived in his relations with his countless friends, and how generously he poured out his best for them. But if, as I have suggested, much of his mind appears fitfully and obscurely in his letters, this side is fully irradiated from first to last. Never surely has any circle of friendship received so magnificent a tribute of expressed affection and sympathy. It was lavished from day to day, and all the resources of his art were drawn upon to present it with due honor. As time goes on, a kind of personal splendor shines through the correspondence, which only becomes more natural, more direct a communication of himself, as it is uttered with increasing mastery. The familiar form of the letter was changed under his hand into what may really be called a new province of art, a revelation of possibilities hitherto unexplored, perfect in expression. As they are, these letters are true extemporizations thrown off always at great speed, as though with a single sweep of the hand, for all their richness of texture and roundness of phrase. At their most characteristic, they are like free flights of virtuosity, flung out with enjoyment in the hours of a master's ease, and the abundance of his creative vigor is shewn by the fact that there should always be so much more of it to spare even after the exhausting strain of his regular work. But the greater wonder is that this liberal gesture never became mechanical, never a fixed manner displayed for any, and all alike without regard to the particular mind, addressed. Not for a moment does he forget to whom he is speaking. He writes in the thought of his correspondent, always perceptibly turning to that relation, singled out for the time from all the rest. Each received of his best, but some peculiar inalienable share in it. If anything can give to those who did not know him an impression of Henry James' talk, it will be some of the finest of these later letters. One difference, indeed, is immediately to be marked: his pondering hesitation, as he talked his search over the whole field of expression for the word that should do justice to the picture forming in his mind. Thighs gives place in the letters to a flow unchecked, one sonorous phrase, uncoiling itself after another without effort, pen in hand, or as he finally preferred dictating to his secretary. It was apparently easier for him to seize upon the images he sought to detach one by one from the clinging and populous background of his mind. In conversation, the effort seemed to be greater, and save in rare moments of exceptional fervor, no one who heard him will forget how these recurred more and more in the last year of his life, under the deep excitement of the war, liked to take his time in working out his thought with due deliberation. But apart from this, the letters exactly reflect the color and contour of his talk. His grandiose courtesy, his luxuriant phraseology, his relish for some extravagantly colloquial turn, embedded in a Ciceronian period, his humor at once so majestic, and so burly. Intercourse with him was not quite easy. Perhaps his style was too hieratic, too richly adorned and arrayed for that, but it was enough to surrender simply to the current of his thought. The listener felt himself gathered up and cared for, felt that Henry James assumed all the responsibility and would deal with the occasion in his own way. That way was never to give a mere impersonal display of his own, but to create and develop a reciprocal relation, to both sides of which he was more than capable of doing the fullest justice. No words seem satisfactory in describing the dominance he exerted over any scene in which he figured, it exerted by no overriding or ignoring of the presence of others, rather with the quickest, most apprehending susceptibility to it. But better than by any description is this memory imparted by the eloquent roll and ring of his letters. He grew old in the honor of a wide circle of friends of all ages, and of a public which, if small, was deeply devoted. He stood so completely outside the evolution of English literature that his position was special and unrelated. But it was a position at last unanimously acknowledged signs of the admiration and respect felt for him by all who held the belief in the art of letters, even by those whose line of development most diverged from Histhe's. He unaffectedly enjoyed, and many came to him. None the less he knew very well that in all he most cared for in what was to him the heart and essence of life, he was solitary to the end. However much his work might be applauded, the spirit of rapt and fervent faith, in which it was conceived, was a hermitage. So he undoubtedly felt that no one else had perceived or divined his story of the figure in the carpet, was told of himself. No one brought him what he could accept as true and final comprehension. He could never therefore feel that he had reached a time when his work was finished, and behind him old age only meant an imagination more crowded than ever, a denser throng of shapes straining to be released. Before it was too late, he bitterly resented the hindrances of ill health during some of his last years. As an interruption, a curtailment of the span of his activity, there were so many and so far better books that he still wished to write. His interest in life, growing rather than weakening, clashed against the artificial restraints. As they seemed of physical age, whenever these were relaxed, it leaped forward to work again. The challenge of the war with Germany roused him to a height of passion he had never touched before in the outer world, and if the strain of it exhausted his strength as well it might, it gave him one last year of the fullest and deepest experience, perhaps, that he had ever known. It wore out his body, which was too tired and spent to live longer, but he carried away the power of his spirit still in its prime. Note: the best thanks of the editor are due to Henry James' family, and particularly to his niece, Mrs. Bruce Porter, for much valuable help. Mrs. Porter undertook the collecting and copying of all the letters addressed to correspondents in America, and it is owing to her that the completion of these volumes, inevitably hindered by the war, has not been further delayed. I. First European years, 186,974. The letters in this section take up the story of Henry James' life at the exact point to which he brought it in the second installment of his Reminiscences, Notes of a Son and Brother. It will be remembered that the third volume, the middle years of which only a fragment was written, opens with his arrival in England in February 1869, and the first letter here printed is dated from London a few days later. But in evoking his youth, it was no part of Henry James' design to write a consecutive tale, and the order of dates and events is constantly obscured in the abundance of his memories. For convenience, therefore, a brief summary may be given of the course of his early years. Henry James was born on April 15, 1843, at 2 Washington Place, New York. He was the second child of his parents, the elder, by a year, being his brother William. The younger members of the family were Wilkinson, Wilkie Robertson, Bob, and Alice, their father Henry James. The elder was a man whose striking genius has never received full justice, except at the hands of his illustrious sons, though from them with profound and affectionate admiration. He was the most brilliant of a remarkable group of many brothers and sisters whose portraits, or some of them, are sketched in a small boy, and others originally of Irish descent. The James family had been settled for a couple of generations in the state of New York, and in particular at Albany. The founder of the American branch had been a prosperous man of business, whose successful career left him in a position to bequeath to his numerous descendants a fortune large enough to enable them all to live in complete independence of the commercial world. Henry James, the elder, has been sometimes described as the Reverend, but in fact, he never occupied any position but that of a detached philosopher, lecturer, man of letters. To his brothers and their extensive progeny, he was a trusted and untiring moral support of a kind that many of them distinctly needed. The bereavements of the family were many, their misfortunes various, and his genial charity and good faith were an inexhaustible resource. His wife was Mary Walsh. She too belonged to a substantial New York family of Scotch origin, several members of which are commemorated in a small boy. Her sister Catherine was for many years an inmate of the elder Henry's household, and to the end of her life the cherished friend of his children. The second Henry James has left so full and vivid a portrait of his father that it is unnecessary to dwell on the happy influences under which the family passed their youth. The ideas of the head of the house, as his remote speculations were familiarly known at home, lay outside the range of his second son, but in the preface to a collection of papers posthumously issued in 1884, they are sympathetically expounded and appraised by William James, whose adventurous mind, impatient of academic rules and forms, was more akin to his father's, though it developed on quite other lines. It is natural to speak of the father as a Swedenborgian, for the writings of Swedenborg had been the chief source of his inspiration, and supplied the tincture. Of his thought he did not, however, himself admit this description of his point of view, which indeed was original and unconventional to the last degree. It was directed towards an ideal, to use William James' words, of the true relation between mankind and its creator, elaborated and reaffirmed in book after book, and always in a style so peculiarly vivacious and attractive that it is difficult to explain the indifference with which they were received, and which has allowed them to fall completely forgotten to the memory of his father's courageous spirit, his serene simplicity, and luminous humor, none of which ever failed in the face of repeated disappointment. The younger Henry years later devoted his beautiful tribute of art and piety. His recollections of childhood began surprisingly enough when he was little more than a year old in the summer of 1840, for the parents carried their two infants, William and Henry, for a visit to Europe, an adventure not altogether lost upon the younger, for he actually retained an impression of Paris, a glimpse of the place Vendôme to be the foundation of all his European experience. His earliest American memories were of Albany. But the family were soon established in 14th Street, New York, which was their home for some 10 years, a settlement only broken by family visits and summer weeks by the sea. The children's extraordinarily haphazard and promiscuous education went forward under various teachers, their father's erratic rule having apparently but one principle, that they should stay nowhere long enough to receive any formal imprint. To Henry, at least, their schooling meant nothing whatever, but the opportunity of conducting his own education in his own way, and he made the utmost of the easy freedom they enjoyed. He was able to stare and brood to his heart's content, and thus to feed his imagination on the only pasturage it required. In 1855, the whole household migrated to Europe for a visit of 3 years. This, the grand event of Henry's childhood, was really the determination of his whole career, for he then absorbed once for all what he afterwards called the European virus, nostalgia for the old world, which made it impossible for him to rest in peace elsewhere. All this time was one long draught of romance, though indeed as an initiation into the ways of French and English life. It could hardly have been a more incoherent enterprise. True to his law, the head of the household planted the young family in one place, only to sweep them away as soon as they might begin to form associations there. The summer of 1855 was spent at Geneva, then the classic spot for the acquisition of the languages, according to the point of view of New York. But Geneva was abandoned before the end of the year, and the family settled in London for the winter, at first in Berkeley Street, afterwards in St. John's Wood, for any real contact with the place. This was a blank interlude, the tuition of a young Scotchman later. One of our Roman 50 Stevenson's masters seems to have been the solitary local tie provided for the children. By the middle of 1856, they were in Paris, and here they were able to use their opportunities a little more fully. Of these, one of the oddest was the educational institution Fezandi, which they attended for a time. But there was more for them to learn at the Louvre and the Luxembourg, and it was to this time that Henry James afterwards ascribed his first conscious perception of what might be meant by the life of art. In the course of the 2 following years, they twice spent some months at Boulogne-sur-Mer, returning each time to Paris again. During the second visit to Boulogne, Henry was laid low by the very serious attack of typhus that descends on the last page of a small boy. In 1858, the family was rushed back to America for a year at Newport, but they were once more at Geneva for the winter of 185,960. Here, Henry was at first put to the strangest of all his strange educational courses at the severely mathematical and commercial institution Richet. But presently, pleading for humaner studies, he was set free to attend lectures at the academy, where at 16 for the first time, and after so many arid experiences, he tasted instruction more or less adapted to his parts. Needless to say, it did not last long. In the following summer, the 3 elder boys were sent as private pupils to the houses of certain professors at Bonn. By this time, William's marked talent for painting had decided his ambition, and it was quite in line with the originality of the household that they should at once return to America, leaving Paris behind them for good, in order that William might study art. Henry alone of them, by his account, felt that their proceedings needed a great deal of explanation. The new experiment, as short-lived as all the rest, was entered upon with ardor, and the family was re-established at Newport in the autumn of 1860. The distinguished master William Hunt had his studio there, and for a time Henry himself haunted it tentatively, while his brother was working with a zeal that was soon spent. If we may trust his own report, Henry James had reached the age of 17, with a curiously vague understanding of his own talent. No doubt, it is possible to read the notes too literally, And indeed I have the fortunate opportunity of giving a sidelight upon this period of his youth, which proves as much. But if he was not quite the indeterminate brooder he depicts, he was far from rivaling the unusual precocity and decision of his brothers. And he was only now beginning to take real stock of his gifts. He had been provided with almost none of the sort of training by which he might have profited, and it is not to be supposed that his always indulgent parent would have neglected the taste of a literary son if it had shewn itself distinctly. He had been left to discover his line of progress as best he might, and his advance towards literature was slow and shy, yet it would seem that by this time he must have made up his mind more definitely than he suggests in Recalling the Newport Years. The sidelight I mentioned is thrown by some interesting notes sent me by Mr. Thomas Sargent Perry, who made the acquaintance of the family at Newport and was to remain their lifelong friend. His description shows that Henry James had now his own ambitions, even if he preferred to nurse them unobtrusively. The first time I saw the James boys, writes Mr. Perry, was at the end of June, or early in July 1858, shortly after their arrival in Newport for a year's stay. This year of their life is not recorded by H.J. in his notes of a son and brother, or rather, its memories are crowded into the chronicle of the longer stay of the family in America, beginning with 1860. Mr. Duncan Pell, who knew Mr. James the father, told his son and me that we ought to call on the boys, and we did, but they were out a day or two later. We called again, and found them, and we all went together to the Pell's house, and spent the evening in simple joys. I have often thought that the three brothers showed that evening some of their characteristic qualities. I remember walking with Wilkie hanging on my arm, talking to me, as if he had found an old friend after long absence when we got to the house, and the rest of us were chattering. H.J. sat on the windows reading Leslie's Life of Constable with a certain air of remoteness. William was full of merriment, and we were soon playing a simple and childish game in a small boy, and others. H.J. speaks of Wilkie's successful sociability, his instinct for intercourse, his genius for making friends, and these amiable traits showed themselves that evening as clearly as his other brothers' jollity. Very soon afterwards, H.J., with his two younger brothers, entered the school, where I was studying, that of the Rev. W. Roman 100 Leverett, who is mentioned in the notes. I recall H.J., as an uninterested scholar, part of one day in a week, was devoted to declaiming eloquent pieces from Sargent's standard speaker, and I have not forgotten his amusement at seeing in the Manual of English Literature that we were studying in the half-page, devoted to Mrs. Browning, that she had married R. Browning himself, no mean poet. This compact information gave him great delight, for we were reading Browning. It was then, too, that he read for the first time The Vicar of Wakefield, and with great pleasure. It was at that time that we began to take long walks together, almost every afternoon, along the cliffs, over the beaches, to the Paradise Rocks, to the Point, or inland. Wherever it might be, 1,000 scrappy recollections of the strolls still remain, fragments of talk, visions of the place. Thus it was near the Lily Pond that we long discussed Fourier's plan for regenerating the world. Harry had heard his father describe the great reformer's proposal to establish universal happiness, and like a good son, he tried to carry the good news further. At another time, he fell under the influence of Ruskin. He devoted himself to the conscientious copying of a leaf, and very faithfully drew a little rock that jutted above the surface of the lily pond. These artistic gropings, and those in Hunt's studio, where he copied casts, were not his main interest. His chief interest was literature. We read the English magazines and reviews, and the Revue des Deux Mondes with rapture. We fished in various waters, and I well remember when W.J. brought home a volume of Schopenhauer, and showed us with delight the ugly mug of the philosopher, and read us amusing specimens of his delightful pessimism. It was W.J., too, who told us about Renan one cool evening of February, when the twilight lingers till after 6. H.J. in his books speaks without enthusiasm of his school studies, but he and I read together at Mr. Leverett's school a very fair amount of Latin literature. Like Shakespeare, he had less Greek. The departure of the James family to Geneva in October 1859 was a grievous blow. They returned, however, with characteristic suddenness the next September, and came at once to Newport during their stay abroad. H.J. and I had kept up a lively correspondence. Most unfortunately, all his letters, which I had faithfully preserved, were destroyed during one of my absences in Europe, and among them a poem, probably the only thing of the kind. He ever tried a short narrative, in the manner of Tennyson's Dora. He had entirely forgotten it, very naturally, when he said in his notes, "The muse was of course the muse of prose fiction ever, for the briefest hour in my case, the presumable, not to say the presuming, the much taking for granted muse of rhyme, with whom I had never had even in thought the faintest flirtation. After his return to America in 1860, the question what he should do with his life became more urgent, of course. It was in literature that he took the greatest interest. One task that he set himself was translating Alfred de Musset's Lorenz Accio, and into this version he introduced some scenes of his own. Exactly what they were I do not recall, though I read them with an even intenser interest than I did the original text. He was continually writing stories, mainly of a romantic kind. The heroes were for the most part villains, but they were white lambs by the side of the sophisticated heroines, who seemed to have read all Balzac in the cradle, and to be positively dripping with lurid crimes. He began with these extravagant pictures, of course, in adoration of the great master, whom he always so warmly admired. H.J. seldom entrusted these early efforts to the criticism of his family, did not see all he wrote. They were too keen critics, too sharp-witted, to be allowed to handle every essay of this budding talent. Their judgments would have been too true, their comments would have been too merciless, and hence, for sheer self-preservation, he hid a good part of his work from them. Not that they were cruel, far from it. Their frequent solitude in foreign parts where they had no familiar companions had welded them together, in a way that would have been impossible in America, where each would have had separate distractions of his own. Their loneliness forced them to grow together, most harmoniously, but their long exercise in literary criticism would have made them possibly merciless judges of H.J.'s crude beginnings. The following anecdote will show what I mean. Mr. James the father was getting out a somewhat abstruse book called Substance and Shadow, or Morality and Religion, in their relation to life. W.J. amused himself and all the family by designing a small cut to be put on the title page, representing a man beating a dead horse. This will illustrate the joyous chaff that filled the James's house. There was no limit to it. There were always books to tell about and laugh over or to admire, and there was an abundance of good talk with no shadow of pedantry or priggishness. H.J.'s spirits were never so high as those of the others. If they had been, he still would have had but little chance in a conflict of wits with them, on account of his slow speech, his halting choice of words and phrases. But as a companion in our walks, he was delightful. He had plenty of humor, as his books show, and above all, he had a most affectionate heart. No one ever had more certain and more unobtrusive kindness than he. He had a certain air of aloofness, but he was not indifferent to those who had no claim upon him, and to his friends he was most tenderly devoted. Those who knew him will not need to be assured of that. The Civil War, which presently broke upon the leisurely life of Newport, went deep into the mind and character of Henry James, but his part in it could only be that of an onlooker, for about this time, an accidental strain developed results that gave him many years of uncertain health. He had to live much in the experience of his brothers, which he eagerly wrote. In 999, the two youngest fought in the war. Wilkie, receiving a grave wound of which he carried the mark for the rest of his life, died in 1883. Henry went to Harvard in 1862, where William, no longer a painter but a man of science, had preceded him the year before. By the beginning of 1864, the rest of the family had settled in Boston at Ashburton Place, whence they finally moved out to Cambridge in 1866. This was the end of their wanderings, for the remainder of his parents' lives. Cambridge was Henry's American home, and with the installment there of his brother William, the center of all the family associations. But the long connection with New England never superseded for Henry at least the native tie with New York, and he was gratified when his name was at last carried back there again, many years afterwards, by another generation. In Boston and Cambridge, Henry James at length touched a purely literary circle, the beginning of such fruitful friendships as those with Professor Roman 100 E. Norton and Mr. W. Roman 500 Howells meant his open and professed dedication to literature. The Harvard Law School left as little direct impression on him as any of his other exposures to ordinary teaching. But at last, he had finished with these makeshifts. His new friends helped him into his proper channel under their auspices. He made his way into publication and became a regular contributor of criticism and fiction to several journals and reviews. There followed some very uneventful and industrious years, disturbed to some extent by ill health, but broken by no long absences from Cambridge. His constant companion and literary confidant was Mr. Howells, who writes to me that people were very much struck with his work in the magazine of Atlantic Monthly, of which this friend was at that time assistant editor, but mostly not pleased with it. it was a common thing to hear them say, "Oh yes, we like Mr. James very much, but we cannot bear his stories." Mr. Howells adds, "I could scarcely exaggerate the intensity of our literary association. It included not only what he was doing and thinking himself in fiction, and criticism of whatever he was reading, but what other people were trying to do in our American magazines. Beneath these activities, we are to imagine the deep preoccupation, growing and growing of the idea of a possible return to Europe. It is not very clear why. The satisfaction of his wish was delayed for as long as it was. His doubtful health can hardly have amounted to a hindrance, and the authority of his parents was far too light and sympathetic to stand in his way. Yet it is only by the end of 1868, as I find, from a letter of that time, that a journey to Europe has ceased to look positively and aggressively impossible. Thereafter things move more quickly, and 3 months later, he arrives at the great moment memorable ever afterwards of his landing at Liverpool. From this point, the letters speak for themselves, and only the slenderest commentary is required. He went first to London, where the hospitable Nortons had been installed on a visit for some while. These good friends opened the way to many interesting impressions for him. But he was only briefly in London at this time for health's sake. He spent 3 weeks alone at Great Malvern, in some sort of hydropathic establishment. Among very British company, he writes of his great delight in the beauty of the place and how he is gluttonized on British commonplace indoors. After a tour which included Oxford and Cambridge and several English cathedrals, he had a few weeks more of London, and then passed on to Switzerland. He was at Geneva by the end of May, from where he writes that he is very well, which has ceased to be a wonder. The Nortons joined him at Vevey. He left them in July for a small Swiss tour, before making the great adventure of crossing the Alps for the first time by Venice and Florence. He reached Rome in November. He gave himself up there to rapturous and solitary wanderings. I see no people to speak of, or for that matter to speak to. In December, he was at Naples for a fortnight, and then returned northwards by Assisi, Perugia, Genoa, Avignon to Paris. Italy had made the deep and final impression on him, for which he was so well prepared already. He writes, "I feel my bows beneath her weight settle comfortably into the water out of Italy. You don't know how vulgar a world it is." Presently he was in England and at Malvern again, everywhere saturating himself in the sense of old history and romance, to make the most of an opportunity, which he did not then hope to prolong. It behoves me, he writes to Professor Norton, as a luckless American, diabolically tempted of the shallow and the superficial, really to catch the flavor of an old civilization, it hardly matters which, and to strive to raise myself for one brief moment, at least, in the attitude of observation. At the end of April 1870, he sailed for America. After a year of Europe, his hunger for the old world was greater than ever, but he had no present thought of settling there permanently for 2 years. He resumed the quiet life of his American Cambridge, busily engaged on a succession of sketches, reviews, and short stories, of which only one, A Passionate Pilgrim, survives in the collected edition. Of his works, I enjoy America, he says in a letter of 1870, with a poignancy that perpetually surprises me, but the wished absolute sense of need to see Italy again constantly increases. He spends a quiet Lowton sort of winter reading, somewhat writing a little, and going out occasionally. He wrote his first piece of fiction that was long enough to be called a novel, Watch and Ward, afterwards so completely disowned and ignored by him that he always named as his first novel Roderick Hudson of 4 years later. But the memory of Italy had fatally shaken his rest, and there began a long and anxious struggle with his sense of duty to his native land. In his letters of this time, the attitude of the good American remains resolute. However, it's a complex fate being an American, he writes early in 1872, and one of the responsibilities it entails is fighting against a superstitious valuation of Europe. It was still as a tourist and a pilgrim, only that he crossed the Atlantic again with his sister, and Aunt Miss Catherine Walsh, in May 1872. He came with a definite commission to contribute a series of transatlantic sketches to the American nation, and the first material was gathered in an English tour that ranged from Chester to North Devon. Still with his sister and aunt, he wandered for 3 months in Switzerland, North Italy, and Bavaria, settling upon Paris. Now alone, for the autumn, it was here that he began his intimacy with J.R. Lowell, in afternoon walks with him, between mornings of work and evenings, at the Theatre Francais. He declares that he saw no one else in Parisi's mind was firmly set upon Italy to Rome. He went for the first 6 months of 1873, where he was now at home enough among ancient solitudes to have time and thought for social novelty. 30 years later, in his Life of William Wetmore's story, he revived the American world of what was still a barely modernized Rome. the world into which he was plunged by acquaintance with the sculptor, and his circle now, and thenceforward. It was not so much the matter for sketches of travel that he was collecting as it was the matter for the greater part of his best-known fiction. The American in Europe was to be his own subject, and he began to make it so. The summer months were mainly spent at Hamburg, which was also to leave its mark on several of his tales. His elder brother joined him when he returned to Rome, but William contracted a malaria, and they moved to Florence early in 1874. Here Henry was soon left alone in rooms on Piazza Sta Maria Novella, for some months of close and happy concentration on Roderick Hudson. The novel had already been engaged by Mr. Howells for the Atlantic Monthly, and its composition marks the definite end of Henry James' literary apprenticeship. He had arrived at it by wary stages of the large amount of work behind him, though much of it was of slight value. Nothing had been wasted. Every page of his writing had been in the direct line towards the perfect literary manners of his matured skill. But hitherto, he had written experimentally, and to occasion, he was now an established novelist in his own right. He returned to America in the autumn of 1874, after some summer wanderings that are shewn by the transatlantic sketches to have taken him through Holland and Belgium. But it happens that, at this point, there is an almost empty gap of a year and more in his surviving correspondence, and it is not possible to follow him closely. He disappears with the still agitating question upon his handswear. Was he to Livhigh's American loyalty, still fighting it out with his European inclination? The steps are lost by which the doubt was determined in the course of another year at home. It is only certain that, when he next came to Europe 12 months later, it had been quieted forever. To Miss Alice James, H.J.S. lodging in Half Moon, St., and his landlord Mr. Lazarus Fox, are described. It will be remembered in the middle years. He had arrived in London from America, a few days before the date of the following letter, to his sister Professor Charles Norton. With his wife and sisters, was living at this time in Kensington. 7 Half Moon, St. W. March 10, 1869. Ma Sir Sherry, I have half an hour before dinner time. Why shouldn't I begin a letter for Saturday's steamer? I really feel as if I had lived, I don't say a lifetime but a year, in this murky metropolis. I actually believe that this feeling is owing to the singular permanence of the impressions of childhood, to which any present experience joins itself on without a broken link in the chain of sensation. Nevertheless, I may say that up to this time I have been crushed under a sense of the mere magnitude of London, its inconceivable immensity, in such a way as to paralyze my mind for any appreciation of details. This is gradually subsiding. But what does it leave behind it? An extraordinary intellectual depression, as I may say, and an indefinable flatness of mind. The place sits on you, broods on you, stamps on you, with the feet of its myriad bipeds and quadrupeds. In fine, it is anything but a cheerful or a charming city, yet it is a very splendid one. It gives you here at the West End, and in the city proper, a vast impression of opulence and prosperity. But you don't want a dissertation of commonplaces on London, and you would like me to touch on my own individual experience. Well, my dear, since last week, it has been sufficient, although by no means immense. On Saturday, I received a visit from Mr. Leslie Stephen, blessed man, who came unsolicited with the utmost civility in the world, and invited me to dine with him. The next day, this I did in company with Miss Jane Norton. His wife made me very welcome, and they both appear to much better effect in their own premises than they did in America. After dinner, he conducted us by the Underground Railway to see the beasts in the Regent's Park, to which, as a member of the Zoological Society, he has admittance Sundays. In the evening, I dined with the invaluable Nortons, and went with Chawes and Madame Miss S. and Miss Jane via Underground Railway to hear Ruskin lecture at University College on Greek myths. I enjoyed it much in spite of fatigue. But as I am to meet him some day through the Nortons, I shall reserve comments. On Wednesday evening, I dined at the N.S. Towger's Norton, you see, in company with Miss Dickens, only unmarried daughter, plain-faced, ladylike, in black silk and black lace, and the image of her father. I exchanged but 10 words with her. But yesterday, my dear old sister was my crowning dayseeing, as how I spent the greater part of it in the house of Mr. W.M. Morris, poet. Fitly to tell the tale, I should need a fresh pen, paper, and spirits. A few hints must suffice to begin with. I breakfasted, by way of a change, with the Nortons, along with Mr. Sam Ward, who has just arrived, and Mr. Aubrey de Vere too, sighs the Catholic poet, a pleasant, honest old man, and very much less high-flown than his name. He tells good stories in a light, natural way. After a space, I came home and remained until 412 p. Roman 1000, when I had given rendezvous to Roman 100 n, and ladies at Mr. Morris' door they going by appointment to see his shop, and Roman 100 having written to say he would bring me. Morris lives on the same premises as his shop in Queen's Square, Bloomsbury, an antiquated ex-fashionable region smelling strong of the last century, with a hoary effigy of Queen Anne in the middle. Morris poetry, you see, is only his subtrade to begin with. He is a manufacturer of stained glass windows tiles, ecclesiastical and medieval tapestry altar cloths, and in fine everything quaint, archaic, pre-Raphaelite and, I may add, exquisite. Of course his business is small, and may be carried on in his house. The things he makes are so handsome, rich, and expensive besides being articles of the very last luxury, that his fabrique can't be on a very large scale. But everything he has and does is superb and beautiful, but more curious than anything, is himself. He designs with his own head, and hands all the figures and patterns used in his glass and tapestry, and furthermore works the latter stitch by stitch with his own finger, setted by those of his wife and little girls. O ma cheer such a wife, G nen reviens pass haunts me still, a figure cut out of a missallout of one of Rossetti's or Hunt's picturesto. Say this gives but a faint idea of her, because when such an image puts on flesh and blood, it is an apparition of fearful and wonderful intensity. It's hard to say whether she's a grand synthesis of all the pre-Raphaelite pictures ever made, her they a keen analysis of her, whether she's an original or a copy. In either case, she is a wonder. Imagine a tall, lean woman in a long dress of some dead purple stuff, guiltless of hoops, or of anything else, I should say, with a mass of crisp black hair, heaped into great wavy projections on each of her temples, a thin pale face, a pair of strange, sad, deep dark Swinburnian eyes, with great thick black oblique brows joined in the middle, and tucking themselves away under her hair, a mouth like the Oriana in our illustrated Tennyson, a long neck without any collar, and in lieu thereof some dozen strings of outlandish beads. In fine, complete on the wall, was a large, nearly full-length portrait of her by Rossetti, so strange and unreal that if you hadn't seen her you'd pronounce it a distempered vision, but in fact an extremely good likeness. After dinner, we stayed to dinner. Miss Grace, Miss S.S., and I. Morris read us one of his unpublished poems from the second series of his Unearthly Paradise, and his wife, having a bad toothache, lay on the sofa with her handkerchief to her face. There was something very quaint and remote from our actual life, it seemed to me, in the whole scene. Morris reading in his flowing antique numbers a legend of prodigies and terrors, the story of Bellerophon. It was around us, all the picturesque bric-a-brac of the apartment, every article of furniture, literally a specimen of something or other. And in the corner, this dark, silent medieval woman with her medieval toothache. Morris himself is extremely pleasant and quite different from his wife. He impressed me most agreeably. He is short, burly, corpulent, very careless and unfinished in his dress, and looks a little like B.G. Hosmer, if you can imagine B.G. infinitely magnified and fortified. He has a very loud voice and a nervous, restless manner, and a perfectly unaffected and businesslike address. His talk, indeed, is wonderfully to the point and remarkable for clear good sense. He said no one thing that I remember, but I was struck with the very good judgment shown in everything he uttered. He's an extraordinary example, in short, of a delicate, sensitive genius and taste, saved by a perfectly healthy body and temper. All his designs are quite as good, or rather, nearly so, as his poetry altogether. It was a long, rich sort of visit, with a strong, peculiar flavor of its own. Oof, what a repulsively long letter. This sort of thing want do a few general reflections, a burst of affection, say another sheet. And I must close. Farewell, dear girl, and dear incomparable all. Your age. To his mother. 7 Half Moon, St. W. March 26, 1869. My dearest mother, this will have been my 5th weekly bundle since my arrival, and I can't promise you, rather I forbear to threaten, that it shall be as hugely copious as the others. But there's no telling where my pen may take me. You see, I am still in what my old landlord never speaks of, but as this great metropolis, and I hope you will believe me when I add, moreover, that I am in the best of health and spirits. During the last week I have been knocking about in a quiet way, and have deeply enjoyed my little adventures. The last few days in particular have been extremely pleasant. You have perhaps fancied that I have been rather stingy-minded towards this wondrous England, and that I was not taking things in quite the magnanimous intellectual manner that befits a youth of my birth and breeding. The truth is that the face of things here throws a sensitive American back on himself, back on his prejudices and national passions, and benumbs, for a while, the faculty of appreciation and the sense of justice. But with time, if he is worth a copper, the characteristic beauty of the land dawns upon him, just as certain vicious chilblains are now dawning upon my poor feet, and he feels that he would fain plant his restless feet into the rich old soil and absorb the burden of the misty air. If I were in anything like working order now, I should be very sorry to leave England, I should like to settle down for a year and expose my body to the English climate and my mind to English institutions, but a truce to this cheap discursive stuff. I date the moment from which my mind rose erect in impartial might to a little sail I took on the Thames the other day in one of the little penny steamers, which shoot along its dirty bosom. It was a grey, raw English day, and the banks of the river as far as I went hideous nevertheless. I enjoyed it. It was too cold to go up to Greenwich. The weather, by the way, since my arrival has been horribly damp and bleak, and no more like spring than in a Boston January. The next day I went with several of the Nortons to dine at Ruskin's out of town. This too was extremely pleasant. Ruskin himself is a very simple matter in face and manner and talk and mind. He is weakness pure and simple. I use the word not invidiously, but scientifically. He has the beauties of his defects. But to see him only confirms the impression given by his writing that he has been scared back by the grim face of reality into the world of unreason and illusion, and that he wanders there without a compass and a guide or any light save the fitful flashes of his beautiful genius. The dinner was very nice and easy owing, in a great manner, to Ruskin's two charming young nieces who live with him, a lovely young Irish girl, with a rich virginal brogia creature of a truly delightful British maidenly simplicity, and the other a nice Scotch lass, who keeps house for him, but I confess, cold-blooded villain, that I am that what I most enjoyed was a portrait by Titian in old Doge, a work of transcendent beauty and elegance, such as to give one a new sense of the meaning of art. But dearest mammy, I must pull up pile in scraps of news osculate my sister, most passionately likewise my aunt be assured of my sentiments, and present them to my father and brother. Thy Henry Jr. To his mother. Florence Hotel de l'Europe. October 13th, 1869. My darling mammy. For the past 6 weeks that I have been in Italy I've hardly, until within a day or two, exchanged 5 minutes' talk with anyone but the servants in the hotels and the custodians in the churches. As far as meeting people is concerned, I've not as yet had in Europe a very brilliant record. Yesterday I met at the Uffizi Miss Anna Vernon of Newport and her friend Mrs. Carter, with whom I had some discourse, and on the same morning I fell in with a somewhat seedy and sickly American who seemed to be doing the gallery with an awful minuteness, and who after some conversation proposed to come and see me. He called this morning, and has just left, but he seems a vague and feeble brother, and I anticipate no wondrous joy from his acquaintance. The hardly in the clause above is meant to admit 2 or 3 Englishmen with whom I have been thrown for a few hours, one, especially whom I met at Verona, won my affections so rapidly that I was really sad at losing him, but he has vanished, leaving only a delightful impression, and not even a name. A man of about 38 with a sort of quiet perfection of English virtue about him, such as I have rarely found in another. Willie asked me in one of his recent letters for an opinion of the English, which I haven't yet had time to give, though at times I have felt as if it were a theme on which I could write from a full mind. In fact, however, I have very little right to have any opinion on the matter. I've seen far too few specimens, and those too superficially. The only thing I'm certain about is that I like them heartily. W asked if as individuals they kill the individual American. To this I would say that the Englishmen I have met not only kill, but bury in unfathomable depths. The Americans I have met a set of people less framed to provoke national self-complacency than the latter. It would be hard to imagine there is but one word to use in regard to them: vulgar, vulgar, vulgar. Their ignorance, their stingy, defiant, grudging attitude towards everything European, their perpetual reference of all things to some American standard or precedent, which exists only in their own unscrupulous Winbigsand, then our unhappy poverty of voice, of speech, and of physiognomy. These things glare at you hideously. On the other hand, we seem a people of character. We seem to have energy, capacity, and intellectual stuff in ample measure. What I have pointed at as our vices are the elements of the modern man with culture quite left out. It's the absolute and incredible lack of culture that strikes you in common traveling Americans. The pleasantness of the English, on the other side, comes in a great measure from the fact of their each having been dipped into the crucible which gives them a sort of coating of comely varnish and color. They have been smoothed and polished by mutual social attrition. They have manners and a language we lack both, but particularly the latter I have seen very nasty Britons certainly. But as a rule they are such as to cause your heart to warm to them. The women are at once better and worse than the men occasionally. They are hard, flat, and greasy, and dowdy to downright repulsiveness, but frequently they have a modest matronly charm, which is the perfection of womanishness, and which makes Italian and French women, and to a certain extent, even our own, seem like a species of feverish, highly developed invalids. You see Englishmen here in Italy to a particularly good advantage, in the midst of these false and beautiful Italians. They glow with the light of the great fact that after all they love a bathtub and they hate a lie. Sunday I have seen some nice Americans, and I still love my country. I have called upon Mrs. Huntington and her two daughters Slade of Cambridge whom I met in Switzerland, and who have an apartment here. The daughters more than reconcile me to the shrill-voiced sirens of New England's rockbound coast. The youngest is delightfully beautiful, and Sweeten the elder delightfully sweet and plain with a plainness qui vaut bien disputes. Mammon de Moan, aim farewell. I have kept my letter 3 days, hoping for news from home. I hope you are not paying me back for that silence of 6 weeks ago. Blessings on your universal heads. Thy lone and loving exile. HJJR. To William James. Hotel d'Angleterre, Rome. Oct. 30th, 1869. My dearest W.M. The afternoon after I had posted those two letters, I took a walk out of Florence to an enchanting old Chartrusian ancient monastery, perched up on top of a hill, and turreted with little cells like a feudal castle. I attacked it, and carried it by storm. Roman 1e obtained admission, and when over it on coming out I swore to myself that while I had life in my body I wouldn't leave a country where adventures of that complexion are the common incidents of your daily constitutional, but that I would hurl myself upon Rome and fight it out on this line, at the peril of my existence. Here I am then in the eternal city. It was easy to leave Florence. The cold had become intolerable, and the rain perpetual. I started last night, and at 10:12 o'clock, and after a bleak and fatiguing journey of 12 hours found myself here with the morning light. There are several places on the route I should have been glad to see, but the weather and my own condition made a direct journey imperative. I rushed to this hotel, a very slow and obstructed rush it was, I confess, thanks to the longueurs and lentours of the papal dispensation, and after a wash and a breakfast let myself loose on the city from midday to dusk. I have been roaming the streets quevus and durage. At last for the first time I live. It beats everything. It leaves the Rome of your fancy or education her. It makes Venice, Florence, Oxford, London seem like little cities of pasteboard. I went reeling and moaning through the streets in a fever of enjoyment. In the course of 4 or 5 hours I traversed almost the whole of Rome, and got a glimpse of everything: the Forum, the Colosseum, Stupendissimo, the Pantheon, the Capitol, St. Peter's, the Column of Trajan, the Castle of St. Angelo, the piazzas and ruins, and monuments. The effect is something indescribable. For the first time I know what the picturesque is. In St. Peter's I stayed some time. It's even beyond its reputation. It was filled with foreign ecclesiastics, great armies, encamped in prayer on the marble plains of its pavement. An inexhaustible physiognomical study. To crown my day, on my way home, I met His Holiness in person, driving, in prodigious purple state, sitting dim within the shadows of his coach, with two uplifted benedictory fingers like some dusky Hindu idol in the depths of its shrine. Even if I should leave Rome tonight, I should feel that I have caught the keynote of its operation on the senses. I have looked along the grassy vista of the Appian Way, and seen the topmost stonework of the Colosseum sitting, shrouded in the light of heaven, like the edge of an alpine chain. I've trod the Forum, and I have scaled the Capitol. I've seen the Tiber hurrying along as swift and dirty as history from the high tribune of a great chapel of St. Peter's. I have heard in the papal choir a strange old man sing in a shrill, unpleasant soprano. I've seen troops of little tonsured neophytes clad in scarlet marching and countermarching and ducking and flopping, like poor little raw recruits for the heavenly host. In fine, I've seen Rome, and I shall go to bed a wiser man than I last rose yesterday morning. The toy. HJJR. To William James. Minnie Temple is the beloved young cousin commemorated in the last pages of Notes of a Son and Brother. The news of her death came to H.J. at Malvern almost immediately after the following letter was written. Great Malvern, March 8, 1870. Beloved Bill, you ask me in your last letter so cordially to write home every week, if it's only a line, that although I have very little to say on this windy March afternoon, I can't resist the homeward tendency of my thoughts. I wrote to Alice some 8 days, agoraving largely about the beauty of Malvern, in the absence of a better theme, so I haven't even that topic to make talk of. But as I say, my thoughts are facing squarely homeward, and that is enough. Now that I am in England, you'd rather have me talk of the present than of pluperfect Italy, but life furnishes so few incidents here that I cudgel my brains in vain. Plenty of gentle emotions from the scenery, etc. But only man is vile among my fellow patients here. I find no intellectual companionship, never from a single Englishman of them all have I heard the first word of appreciation and enjoyment of the things here, that I find delightful to a certain extent. This is natural, but not to the extent to which they carry it as. For the women, I give 'em up in advance. I am tired of their plainness and stiffness, and tastelessness their dowdy beads. And their linsey woolsey trains, nay, this is peevish and brutal, personally, with all their faults. They are well enough I revolt from their dreary deathly want. Off what shall I call it, Clover Hooper? Has it intellectual grace many temple? Has it moral spontaneity? They live wholly in the realm of the cut and dried. Have you ever been to Florence? Oh yes. Isn't it a most peculiarly interesting city? Oh yes. I think it's so very nice. Have you read Romola? Oh yes. I suppose you admire it. Oh yes, I think it so very clever. The English have such a mortal mistrust of anything like criticism or keen analysis, which they seem to regard as a kind of maudlin foreign flummery, that I rarely remember to have heard on English lips any other intellectual verdict, no matter under what provocation than this broad synthesiso. Immensely clever. What exasperates you is not that they can't say more, but that they wouldn't if they could. But they are a great people for all that. I recho with all my heart your impatience for the moment of our meeting again. I should despair of ever making you know how your conversation ma manque, or how, when regained, I shall enjoy it. All I ask for is that I may spend the interval to the best advantage, and you too, the more we shall have to say to each other, the better. Your last letter spoke of father and mother having shocking colds. I hope they have melted away among the things I have recently read. Is father's marriage paper in the Atlantic with great enjoyment of its manner and approval of its matter. I see he is becoming one of our prominent magazinists. He will send me the thing from old and new. A young Scotchman here gets the Nation sent him by his brother from NY. Whose are the three French papers on women? They are so very clever. Apropos, I retract all those brutalities about the Englanderinnen. They are the mellow mothers and daughters of a mighty race. But I must pull in. I have still lots of unsatisfied curiosity and unexpressed affection. But they must stand over. Farewell. Salute my parents and sister. And believe me, your brother of brothers. H. James Jr. To his father. Great Malvern. March 19th, 70. Dear Father, the other afternoon I trudged over to Worcester through a region so thick-sown with good old English effects, with elm-scattered meadows and sheep-cropped commons, and the ivy-smothered dwellings of small gentility and high-gabled heavy-timbered, broken-plastered farmhouses and stiles, leading to delicious meadow footpaths and lodge gates leading to Farof Manors, with all things suggestive of the opening chapters of half-remembered novels, devoured in infancy. That I felt as if I were pressing all England to my soul. As I neared the good old town, I saw the great cathedral tower high and square rise far into the cloud-appalled blue, and as I came nearer still I stopped on the bridge and viewed the great ecclesiastical pile cast downward into the yellow Severn, and going further yet I entered the town and lounged about the close, and gazed my fill at that most soul-sustaining sight. The waning afternoon, far aloft on the broad perpendicular field of the cathedral, spire tasted too as deeply of the peculiar stillness and repose of the close. So a ruddy English lad come out and locked the door of the old foundation school, which marries its heavy Gothic walls to the basement of the church, and carry the vast big key into one of the still canonical house, and stood wondering as to the effect on a man's mind of having in one's boyhood haunted the cathedral shade as a king's scholar, and yet kept ruddy with much cricket in misty meadows by the Severn. This is a sample of the meditations suggested in my daily walks. Envy Mafe. You can without hating. I wish I could describe them, all Calwell Green especially, where weather favoring I expect to drag myself this afternoon, where each square yard of ground lies verdantly brimming with the deepest British picturesque, and half begging, half deprecating a sketch. You should see how a certain style-broken footpath here winds through the meadows to a little grey rocounted church. Another region fertile in walks is the great line of hills. Half an hour's climb will bring you to the top of the beacon, the highest of the range. And here is a breezy world of bounding turf with 20 counties at your feet, and, when the mist is thick, something immensely English in the situation, as if you were wandering on some mighty seaward cliffs, or downs haunted by vague traditions of an early battle. You may wander for hours stellating in the great green landscape, as it responds forever to the cloudy movements of heaven, scaring the sheep, wishing horribly that your mother and sister were, I can't say, mounted, a couple of little white apron donkeys, climbing comfortably at your side. But at this rate, I shall tire you out with my walks as effectually as I sometimes tire myself. Kiss mother for her letter, and for that villainous cold, I enfold you all in an immense embrace. Your faithful son, Age. To Charles Eliot Norton. Professor Norton and his family were still at this time in Europe. Arthur Sedgwick was Mrs. Norton's brother. Cambridge, Mass. Jan 1671. My dear Charles, if I had needed any reminder and quickener of a very old-time intention to take some morning, and put into most indifferent words my frequent thoughts of you, I should have found one very much to the purpose in a letter from Grace, received some 10 days ago. But really, I needed no deeper consciousness of my great desire to punch a hole in the massive silence which has grown up between us. Cambridge and Boston society still rejoices in that imposing fixedness of outline, which is ever so inspiring to contemplate in Cambridge. I see Arthur Sedgwick and Howells, but little of anyone else. Arthur seems not perhaps an enthusiastic, but a well-occupied man, and talks much in a wholesome way of meaning to go abroad. Howells edits and observes and produces, latter in his own particular line with more and more perfection. His recent sketches in the Atlantic, collected into a volume, belong, I think, by the wondrous cunning of their manner, to very good literature. He seems to have resolved himself, however, into one who can write solely of what his fleshly eyes have seen. And for this reason I wish he were located where they would rest upon richer and fairer things than this immediate landscape. Looking about for myself, I conclude that the face of nature and civilization in this our country is to a certain point a very sufficient literary field, but it will yield its secrets only to a really grasping imagination. This I think Howells lacks, of course. I don't to write well and worthily of American things one need even more than elsewhere to be a master. But unfortunately, one is less. I myself have been scribbling some little tales, which in the course of time you will have a chance to read, to write a series of good little tales. I deem ample work. For a lifetime I dream that my lifetime shall have done it. It's at least a relief to have arranged one's lifetime. There is an immensity of stupid feeling and brutal writing prevalent here about recent English conduct, an attitude innocuous, to some extent I think from its very stupidity. But I confess there are now to my mind few things of more appealing interest than the various problems with which England finds herself confronted, and this owing to the fact that on the whole the country is so deeply so tragically charged with a consciousness of her responsibilities, dangers, and duties. She presents in this respect a wondrous contrast to ourselves, we retarding our healthy progress by all the gross weight of our maniac contempt of the refined idea, England striving vainly to compel her lumbersome carcass by the straining wings of conscience and desire. Of course I speak of the better spirits there, and the worst here. We have over here the high natural light of chance and space and prosperity. But at moments, dark things seem to be almost more blessed by the dimmer radiance shed by impassioned thought. But I must stay my gossiping hand. To his parents. This next visit to Europe had begun in the spring of 1872. He had reached Germany in the company of his sister, an aunt by way of England, Switzerland, and Italy. Heidelberg, Sept. 15th, 72. Dear Father and Mother, I think I should manifest an energy more becoming a child of yours, if I were to sustain my nodding head at least enough longer to scrawl the initial words of my usual letter. We are travelers in the midst of travel. You heard from me last at Innsbrucker, rather I think at Botzen, just before a place beautiful by nature, but most ugly by man. And we came by an admirable 5 hours' run through the remnant of the Tyrol to Munich, where we spent 2 rather busy days. It's a singular place, and one difficult to write of with a serious countenance. It has a fine lot of old pictures, but otherwise it is a nightmare of pretentious vacuity, a city of chalky stucco of Florence, and Athens in canvas and planks. To have come thither from Venice is a sensation. We found reality at last at Nuremberg, by which place combined with this, it seemed a vast pity not to proceed rather than by stupid Stuttgart. Nuremberg is excellent and comparisons are odious, but I would give 1,000 ns for one ray of Verona. We came on hither by a morning and noon of railway, which has not in the least prevented a goodly afternoon and evening at the castle. Here the castle, which I think you have all seen in your own travels, is an incomparable ruin, and holds its own against any Italian memories. The light, the weather, the time were all this evening most propitious to our visit. This rapid week in Germany has filled us with reflections and observations tossed from the railway windows on our course, and irrecoverable at this late hour to me. This hasty and most partial glimpse of Germany has been most satisfactory. It has cleared from my mind the last mists of uncertainty, and assured me that I can never hope to become an unworthiest adoptive grandchild of the fatherland. It is well to listen to the voice of the spirit, to cease hair-splitting, and treat one's self to a good square anapathuan. It is so very sympathetic I may cultivate mine away, but it has given me a week's wholesome nourishment. Strasbourg, we have seen Strasbourg, a palpably conquered city, and the cathedral, which beats everything we have ever seen externally. It amazed me, which somehow I hadn't expected it to do. Strasbourg is gloomy, battered, and painful, but apparently already much Germanized. We take tomorrow the formidable journey to Paris. Yours in hope and love. H. James Jr. To W. Roman 500 Howells. Mr. Howell's novel just published was a chance acquaintance. An allusion at the end of this letter recalls the Great Fire that had recently devastated the business quarter of Boston. Burn June 22 d. 1873. My veritably dear Howells, your letter of May 12th came to me a week ago after a journey to Florence and back, and gave me exquisite pleasure. I found it in the Montreux post office and wandered further, till I found the edge of an open vineyard by the lake, and there I sat down with my legs hanging over the azure flood, and broke the seal. Thank you for everything, for liking my writing, and for being glad I like yours. Your letter made me homesick, and when you told of the orchards by Fresh Pond, I hung my head for melancholy. What is the meaning of this destiny of desolate exile, this dreary necessity of having month after month to do, without our friends, for the sake of this arrogant old Europe, which so little befriends us? This is a hot Sunday afternoon. From my window I look out across the rushing Aar at some beautiful undivided meadows backed by black pine woods and blue mountains, but I would rather be taking up my hat and stick and going to invite myself to tea with you. I left Italy a couple of weeks since, and since then have been taking gloomy views of things. I feel as if I had left my genius behind in Rome, but I suppose I am well away from Rome just now. The Roman and even the Florentine lotus had become with the warm weather an indigestible diet. I heard from my mother a day or two since that your book is having a sale. It. I haven't yet seen the last part, and should like to get the volume as a whole. Would it trouble you to have it sent by post to Brown Shipley Co. London? Your fifth part. 1. Extremely relished, it was admirably touched. I wish the talk, in which the offer was made, had been given instead of the mere resume, but I suppose you had good and sufficient reasons for doing as you. Roman 999. But your work is a success. And Kitty a creation. I have envied you greatly, as I read the delight of feeling her grow so real and complete, so true and charming. I think in bringing her through, with such unerring felicity, your imagination has, fate says, proves. I should like to tell you a vast deal about myself, and I believe you would like to hear it, but as far as vastness goes, I should have to invent it, and it's too hot for such work. I send you another. And for the present, last traveling piece about Perugia, etc. It goes with this in another cover. A safe journey to it. I hope you may squeeze it in this year. It has numbers in pages more than you desire, but I think it is within bounds, as you will see there is an elision of several I have done in all these months, since I've been abroad. Less writing than I hoped. Rome, for direct working, was not good. Too many distractions and a languifying atmosphere. But for impressions it was priceless, and I've got a lot duskily garnered away somewhere under my waning. That's an N, not a V chevelure, which some day may make some figure. I shall make the coming year more productive, or retire from business altogether. Believe in me yet a while longer, and I shall reward your faith by dribblings somewhat less meager. I say nothing about the fire. I can't trouble you with ejaculations and inquiries, which my letters from home will probably already have answered. At this rate, apparently, the Lord loveth Boston immeasurably. But what a grim old Jehovah it is. My blessing, dear Howells, on all your affections, labors, and desires. Write me a word when you can be S. London, and believe me always faithfully yours. H. James Jr. To Miss Grace Norton. Florence, Jan. 1474. Dear Grace, I have been jerked away from Rome, where I had been expecting to spend this winter, just as I was warming to the feast, and Florence, though very well in itself, doesn't go so far as it might as a substitute for Rome. It's like having a great plum pudding set down on the table before you, and then seeing it whisked away, and finding yourself served with wholesome tapioca. My brother, after a month of great enjoyment and prosperity at Rome, had a stroke of malaria, happily quite light, which made it necessary for him to depart, and I am here charitably to keep him company. I ought to speak light words of Florence to you, who know it so well, and with reason love it so well, and they are really words from my pen's end, simply and not from my heart. I have an inextinguishable relish for Florence, and now that I have been back here a fortnight, this early love is beginning to shake off timidly the ponderous shadow of Rome. Just as I was leaving Rome came to me Charles' letter of Dec 5th, for which pray thank him warmly. I gather from it that he is in vulgar parlance taking America rather hard, and I suppose your feelings and Jane's on the matter resemble his own. But it's not for me to blame him, for I take it hard enough even here in Florence. And though I have a vague theory that there is a way of being contented there, I am afraid that when I go back, I shall need all my ingenuity to put it into practice. What Charles says about our civilization seems to me perfectly true, but practically I don't feel as if the facts were so melancholy. The great fact for us all there is that relish Europe as we may, we belong much more to that than to this, and stand in a much less factitious and artificial relation to it. I feel forever how Europe keeps holding one at arm's length and condemning one to a meager scraping of the surface. I have been nearly a year in Italy, and have hardly spoken to an Italian creature save washerwomen and waiters. This y'all say is my own stupidity, but granting this gladly, it proves that even a creature addicted as much to sentimentalizing as I am over the whole messy and scene of Italian life doesn't find an easy initiation into what lies behind it. Sometimes I am overwhelmed with the pitifulness of this absurd want of reciprocity between Italy itself and all my rhapsodies about it. There is certainly, however, terribly little doubt that practically for those who have been happy. In Europe, even Cambridge, the brilliant, is not an easy place to live in. When I saw you in London, plunged up to your necks in that full, rich, abundant, various London life, I knew that a day of reckoning was coming, and I heaved a secret prophetic sigh. I can well understand Charles saying that the memory of these and kindred things is a perpetual private pang. But pity our poor bare country, and don't revile England and Italy with their countless helps to life and pleasure are the lands for happiness and self-oblivion. It would seem that in our great unendowed, unfurnished, unentertained, and unentertaining continent, where we all sit sniffing, as it were the very earth of our foundations, we ought to have leisure to turn out something handsome from the very heart of simple human nature. But after I have been at home a couple of months, I will tell you what I think. Meanwhile, I aspire to linger on here in Italy and make the most of Itvin in poor little overshadowed Florence, and in a society limited to waiters and washerwomen. In your letter of last summer, you amiably reproach me with not giving you personal tidings, and warn me in my letters against mistaking you for the nation. Heaven forbid. But I have no nouvelles in times. And in this solitary way of life, I don't ever feel especially like a person. I write more or less in the mornings, walk about in the afternoons, and doze over a book in the evenings. You can do as well as that in Cambridge. To his mother, Florence, May 17th, 1874. Dearest Mother, the days pass evenly and rapidly here in my comfortable little dwelling on this lively and also dusty old Piazza Sta Maria Novella. The center of the square is not paved, and the dust hovers over it in clouds which compel one to live with closed windows. But I remove to my bedroom, which is on a side street and very cool and clean. Nothing particular happens to me, and my time is passed between sleeping and scribbling, both of which I do very well. Lunching and dining, walking and conversing with my small circle of acquaintance. Tell Willie I thank him greatly for setting before me so vividly the question of my going home or staying. I feel equally with him the importance of the decision. I have been meaning, as you know, for some time past to return in the autumn, and I see as yet no sufficient reason for changing my plan. I shall go with the full prevision that I shall not find life at home simpatico, but rather painfully, and as regards literary work obstructively the reverse, and not even with the expectation that time will make it easier, but simply on sternly practical grounds. Roman 1e, because I can find more abundant literary occupation by being on the premises and relieve you and father of your burdensome financial interposition. But I shrink from Willie's apparent assumption that going now is to pledge myself to stay forever. I feel as if my 3 years in Europe, with much of them so maladif, were a very moderate allowance for one who gets so much out of it as I do. And I don't think I could really hold up my head if I didn't hope to eat a bigger slice of the pudding with a few more social plums in it, especially at some future time, if at the end of a period at home, I don't feel an overwhelming desire to come back. It will be so much gained, but I should prepare myself for great deceptions if I didn't take the possibility of such desire into account. One ought, I suppose, to bother too much about the future, but arrange as best one can with the present, and the present bids me go home and try and get more things published. What makes the question particularly difficult to decide is that though I should make more money at home, American prices would devour it twice as fast. But even allowing for this, I should keep ahead of my expenses better than here. I know that when the time comes it will be unutterably hard to leave, and I shall be wondering whether, if I were to stay another year, I shouldn't propitiate the Minotaur and return more resignedly. But to this, I shall answer that a year wouldn't be a tenth part enough, and that besides, as things stand, I should be perplexed where to spend it. Florence, fond as I have grown of it, is worth far too little to me socially for me to think complacently of another winter here. have I been living in these rooms for 5 weeks and not a creature save Gryzanowski has crossed my threshold counting out my little Italian, who comes twice a week, and whom I have to pay for his conversation. If I knew anyone in England, I should be tempted to go there for a year for there. I could work to advantage in one, get hold of new books to review. But I can't face as it is a year of British solitude, what I desire now more than anything else, and what would do me more good is a regal of intelligent and suggestive society, especially male. But I don't know how or where to find it. It exists, I suppose, in Paris and London. But I can't get at it. I chiefly desire it because it would, I am sure, increase my powers of work. These are going very well, however, as it is, and I have for the present an absorbing task in my novel. Consider, then, that if nothing extremely unexpected turns up, I shall depart in the autumn. I have no present plans for the summer beyond ending my month in my room soon. The 11th of June. I hope, dearest mammy, that you will be able to devise some agreeable plan for your own summer, and will spend it in repose and comfort. Has the trunk reached Quincy? St. Pray guard jealously my few clothes, a summer suit, and a coat, and 2 white waistcoats that I would give much for here now, but don't let father and Willie wear them out, as they will serve me still. Farewell, sweet mother. I must close. I wrote last asking you to have my credit renewed. I suppose it has been done. Love abounding to all. I will write soon to Willie. I wrote lately to A. Yours ever, Lage. Roman 2. Paris and London. After another uneventful American year at Cambridge, 18,745, during which Roderick Hudson was running its course in the Atlantic monthly, Henry James came to Europe again, with the clear intention of staying for good. His first idea was to settle in Paris. There he would find the literary world with which he had the strongest affinity, and it does not seem to have occurred to him at the time to seek a European home anywhere else. His knowledge of England was still very slight, and he needed something more substantial to live and work upon than the romance of Italy and Paris. He settled, therefore, in the autumn of 1875, taking rooms at 29 Rue du Luxembourg. He began to write the American, to contribute Parisian letters to the New York Tribune, and to frequent the society of a few of his compatriots. He made the valued acquaintance of Ivan Turgenev, and through him of the group which surrounded Gustave Flaubert, Edmond de Goncourt, Alphonse Daudet, Guy de Maupassant, Zola, and others. But the letters which follow will show the kind of doubts that began to arise after a winter in Paris, doubts of the possibility of Paris as a place where an American imagination could really take root and flourish. He found the circle of literature tightly closed to outside influences. It seemed to exclude all culture, but its own, after a fashion that aroused his opposition. He speaks sarcastically on one occasion of having watched Turgenev and Flaubert seriously discussing Daudet's Jack, while he reflected that none of the three had read or knew English enough to read Daniel Deronda. During a summer stay at a traite, these doubts increased, and when he went back to Paris in the autumn of 1876, he had already begun to feel the tug of an inclination towards London. His brother William seems to have given the final impulse which sent him over, and before the end of the year he was in London at last. He took rooms at 3 Bolton Street, just off Piccadilly, and at first found the change from glittering, charming, civilized Paris rather rude. But within a few weeks, he was deep in London, with doors unnumbered opening to him, and a general welcome for the rising young novelist from America. Letter after letter was sent home, with accounts of the visits and dinner parties, which were soon his habitual round. He quickly discovered that this was his appointed home, and set himself deliberately to cultivate it. But his relief at finding a place of which he could really take possession was entirely compatible with candid criticism. Letter after letter, too, is filled with caustic reflections on the minds and manners of the English. And as the following pages contain not a few of these, so it should here be pointed out that his correspondence was the only outlet open to these irrepressible sentiments, and that they must be seen in due proportion, with the perfect courtesy of appreciation that he always showed to his well-meaning hosts. He was very much alone in his observing detachment during these years. I wish greatly, he writes to Miss Norton about this time, you and Charles were here so that I might have someone to say the things that are in me too. I mean the things about England, and the English feelings, impressions, judgments, emotions of every kind that are being perpetually generated, and that I can't utter to a single Briton of them, all with the smallest chance of being understood. The absence of a sympathetic, compatriotic, intelligent spirit like yours is my greatest deprivation here, and everything is corked up. But whatever the shortcomings of the English might be, London life closed round him and held him fast. He would break away for an occasional excursion abroad, or he would carry his work into seaside lodgings for the end of the summer. Otherwise, he clung to London with such country visits as sprang naturally from his numerous relations with the town, and were simply an extension of these during the years covered by the present section. He spent some weeks in Rome, towards the end of 1877, 3 months in Paris, in the autumn of 1879, and two, in Italy again at Florence and Naples in the following spring. By 1881 he was sufficiently acclimatized in London to feel the need of escaping from the season, then so much more organized and exacting an institution than it has since become. He went to Venice in March, and did not return till July, but these were the only variations from the life of a Cockney. Convaincu, as he admitted himself to be, the wonder is that he found time under such conditions to accomplish the large amount of work he still put forth year by year in spite of health that continued somewhat uncertain. He was able to concentrate upon his writing, in the midst of all distractions. Daisy Miller, The European's Confidence, Washington Square, and The Portrait of a Lady all belonged to the first 5 years of his London life, besides an unbroken stream of shorter pieces of fiction. Picturesque sketches, reviews of books contributed to several English and American periodicals. Time slipped by, and he began to wait upon the right opportunity for a long visit to his own country. It was not indeed that he felt himself to be losing touch with it. His appetite for American news was unassageable, and by means of a correspondence as copious as ever he jealously preserved and cherished every possible tie with his old home. But he turned to his own family, then as always afterwards, with an affection stimulated by his unfathered state in England. His parents were growing old. His elder brother, who had married in 1878, was beginning to enjoy and exhibit the maturity of his genius, and it was more than time for a renewal of associations on the spot. By the autumn of 1881, he had finished The Portrait of a Lady, the longest, and in every way the most important of his works hitherto, and he could also feel that his grounding in London, so to call it, was solid and secure after 6 years of absence. He then saw America again. To his father, 29 Rue du Luxembourg, April 11, 1876. Dear Father, the slender thread of my few personal relations hangs on without snapping, but it doesn't grow very stout. You crave chiefly news, I suppose, about Ivan Sergeyich Turgenev, whom I have lately seen several times. I spent a couple of hours with him at his room some time since, and I have seen him otherwise at Mme Viardot's. The latter has invited me to her musical parties Thursdays, and to her Sundays en famille. I have been to a couple of the former, and as yet only one of the latter. She herself is a most fascinating and interesting woman, ugly, yet also very handsome, or in the French sense, très belle. Her musical parties are rigidly musical, and to me therefore rigidly boresome, especially as she herself sings very little. I stood the other night on my legs for 3 hours, from 11 till 2, in a suffocating room, listening to an interminable fiddling, with the only consolation that Gustave Doré, standing beside me, seemed as bored as myself. But when Mme Viardot does sing, it is superb. She sang last time a scene from Gluck's Alcestis, which was the finest piece of musical declamation, of a grandly tragic sort, that I can conceive. Her Sundays seem rather dingy, and calculated to remind one of conquered historical games, etc. But it was both strange and sweet to see poor Turgenev acting charades of the most extravagant description, dressed out in old shawls and masks, going on all fours, etc. The charades are their usual Sunday evening occupation, and the good faith with which Turgenev at his age, and with his glories, can go into them, is a striking example of that spontaneity which Europeans have, and we have not. Fancy Longfellow, Lowell, or Charles Norton doing the like, and every Sunday evening I am likewise gorged with music at Mme de Bloqueville's, where I continue to meet Émile Montegut, whom I don't like so well as his writing, and don't forgive for having a Lavenir spoiled his writing a little for me. Calling the other day on Mme de B, I found with her Roman 1000, Caro the philosopher, a man in the expression of whose mouth you would discover depths of dishonesty, but a most witty and agreeable personage. I had also the other day a very pleasant call upon Flaubert, whom I like personally more and more each time I see him, but I think I easily more than easily see all round him intellectually. There is something wonderfully simple, honest, kindly, and touchingly inarticulate about him. He talked of many things, of Theo Gaudier among others, who was his intimate friend. He said nothing new or rare about him, except that he thought him, after the peer Hugo, the greatest of French poets, much above Alfred de Musset. But Gaudier in his extreme perfection was unique, and he recited some of his sonnets in a way to make them seem the most beautiful things in the world. Find in especial in the volume one left at home, one called Les Portraits Ovals. I went down to Chartres the other day, and had a charming time, but I won't speak of it, as I have done it in the Tribune, the American papers over here are accablance and the vulgarity and repulsiveness of the Tribune. Whenever I see it strikes me so violently that I feel tempted to stop my letter. But I shall not, though of late there has been a painful dearth of topics to write about. But soon comes the Salon. I am very glad indeed that Howells is pleased with my new tale. I am now actively at work upon it. I am well pleased that the Atlantic has obtained it, his own novel I have not read, but he is to send it to me. Your home news has all been duly digested. Tell Willie that I will answer his most interesting letter specifically, and say to my dearest sister that if she will tell me which black or whitish prefers, I will send her gratis a fichu of ecru lace, which I am told is the proper thing for her to have. Ever dearest Daddy, your loving son. H. James Jr. To W. Roman 500 Howells. The story was The American, which began to appear in the Atlantic Monthly in June 1876. 29 Rue du Luxembourg, Paris. May 28, 1876. Dear Howells, I have just received an hour ago your letter of May 14th. I shall be very glad to do my best to divide my story, so that it will make 12 numbers, and I think I shall probably succeed. Of course, 26 pp. Is an impossible installment for the magazine. I had no idea the second number would make so much, though I half expected your remonstrance. I shall endeavor to give you about 14 pp, and to keep doing it for 7 or 8 months more. I sent you the other day a fourth part, a portion of which I suppose you will allot to the fifth. My heart was touched by your regret that I hadn't given you a great deal of my news, though my reason suggested that I could not have given you what there was not to give. La plus belle fille du monde ni pute, donner que sequel. I turn out news in very small quantities. It is impossible to imagine an existence less pervaded with any sort of chiaroscuro. I am turning into an old and very contented Parisian. I feel as if I had struck roots into the Parisian soil, and were likely to let them grow tangled and tenacious there. It is a very comfortable and profitable place on the whole. I mean especially on its general and cosmopolitan side of pure Paranism. I see absolutely nothing. The great merit of the place is that one can arrange one's life here exactly as one please, that there are facilities for every kind of habit and taste, and that everything is accepted and understood. Paris itself, meanwhile, is a sort of painted background which keeps shifting and changing, and which is always there to be looked at when you please, and to be most easily and comfortably ignored when you don't. All this, if you were only here, you would feel much better than I can tell you. And you would write some happy piece of your prose about it, which would make me feel it better afresh. Ergo commuhin, you can. I shall probably be here still, of course. Every good thing is still better in spring. And in spite of much mean, whether I have been liking Paris these last weeks. More than ever, in fact, I have accepted destiny here under the vernal influence. If you sometimes read my poor letters in the Tribune, you get a notion of some of the things I see. And do I suppose, also you get some gossip about me from Quincy St. Besides this, there is not a great deal to tell. I have seen a certain number of people all winter who have helped to pass the time, but I have formed but one or two relations of permanent value, and which I desire to perpetuate. I have seen almost nothing of the literary fraternity, and there are 50 reasons why I should not become intimate with them. I don't like their wares, and they don't like any others. And besides, they are not Aculant's Turgenev is worth the whole heap of them, and yet he himself swallows them down in a manner that excites my extreme wonder. But he is the most lovable of men, and takes all things easily. He is so pure and strong a genius that he doesn't need to be on the defensive as regards his opinions and enjoyments. The mistakes he may make don't hurt him. His modesty and naivete are simply infantine. I gave him some time since the message you sent him, and he bade me to thank you very kindly, and to say that he had the most agreeable memory of your 2 books. He has just gone to Russia to bury himself for 2 or 3 months on his estate, and try and finish a long novel he has for 3 or 4 years been working upon. I hope to heaven he may. I suspect he works little here. I interrupted this a couple of hours since to go out and pay a visit to Gustave Flaubert, it being his time of receiving and his last Sunday in Paris. And I owing him a farewell. He is a very fine old fellow, and the most interesting man and strongest artist of his circle. I had him for an hour alone, and then came in his following, talking much of Émile Zola's catastrophe. Zola, having just had a serial novel for which he was handsomely paid, interrupted on account of protests from provincial subscribers against its indecency. The opinion apparently was that it was a bore, but that it could only do the book good on its appearance in a volume, among your tribulations. As editor, I take it that this particular one is not in store for you. On my way down from Flaubert's, I met poor Zola climbing the staircase looking very pale and somber. And I saluted him with the flourish natural to a contributor who has just been invited to make his novel last longer yet. Your inquiry why I don't go to Spain is sublimize what Philip van Aardevelde says of the Lake of Como, softly sublime, profusely fair. I shall spend my summer in the most tranquil and frugal hole I can unearth in France, and I have no prospect of traveling for some time to come. The Waverley Oaks seem strangely far away, yet I remember them well, and the day we went there I am sorry I am not to see your novel sooner, but I applaud your energy in proposing to change it. The printed thing always seems to me dead, and done with, I suppose. You will write something about Philadelphia, I hope so, as otherwise I am afraid I shall know nothing about it. I salute your wife and children 1,000 times, and wish you an easy and happy summer and abundant inspiration. Yours very faithfully, H. James Jr. To William James. We dread it. July 29th, 1876. Dear W.M., I have little to tell you of myself. I shall be here till August 1520, and shall then go and spend the rest of the month with the childs, near Orleans, an ugly country, I believe, and after that try to devise some frugal scheme for keeping out of Paris, till as late as possible in the autumn. The winter there always begins soon enough. I am much obliged to you for your literary encouragement and advice. Glad, especially you like my novel. I can't judge it. Your remarks on my French tricks in my letters are doubtless most just and shall be heeded. But it's an odd thing that such tricks should grow at a time when my last layers of resistance to a long-encroaching weariness and satiety with the French mind and its utterance has fallen from me like a garment. I have done with them forever, and am turning English all over. I desire only to feed on English life, and the contact of English minds I wish greatly. I knew some easy and smooth-flowing as life is in Paris. I would throw it over tomorrow for an even very small chance to plant myself for a while in England, if I had but a single good friend. In London, I would go thither. I have got nothing important out of Paris, nor am likely to my life. There makes a much more succulent figure in your letters my mention of its thin ingredients, as it comes back to me, than in my own consciousness. A good deal of boulevard and third-rate Americanism, few retributive relations. Otherwise, I know the theatre Francise by heart. Daniel Deronda Daniel himself is indeed a dead though amiable failure, but the book is a large affair. I shall write an article of some sort about it. All desire is dead within me to produce something on George Sand, though perhaps I shall all the same mercenarily and mechanically, though only if I am forced. Please make a point of mentioning, by the way, whether a letter of mine upon her exclusively did appear lately in the Tribune. I don't see the tea regularly, and have missed it. They misprint sadly. I never said, for example, in announcing her death that she was fearfully shy. I used no such vile adverb, but another I forget which. I am hoping from day to day for another letter from home. As the period has come round, I hope your own plans for the summer will prosper, and health and happiness be your portion. Give much love to father and to the ladies. Yours always, H. James Jr. To William James. H. J. had by this time been settled in London for some 3 months. Athenaeum Club, Pall Mall. March 29th, 77. Dear W.M., London life jogs along with me, pausing every now and then at some more or less succulent patch of herbage. I was almost ashamed to tell you through mother that I unworthy was seeing a bit of Huxley. I went to his house again last Sunday evening, a pleasant, easy Nodrescote sort of house in our old Marlborough Place. By the way, Huxley is a very genial, comfortable being, yet with none of the noisy and windy geniality of some folks here whom you find with their backs turned when you are responding to the remarks that they have made you. But of course my talk with him is mere amiable generalities. These, however, he likes to cultivate for recreation's sake of a Sunday evening. The thundering Spencer I have not lately seen here some mornings, since I breakfasted with Lord Houghton again, invites me most dotingly present. John Morley Goldwyn Smith pleasanter than my prejudice against him, Henry Cowper, Frederick Wedmore, and a monstrous cleverly agreeably talking Roman 1000 p. Mr. Otway. John Morley has a most agreeable face, but he hardly opened his mouth. He is like so many of the men who have done much here, very young-looking. Yesterday I dined with Lord Houghton, with Gladstone, Tennyson, Dr. Schliemann, the excavator of old Mycenae, etc., and half a dozen other men of high culture. I sat next but one to the bard, and heard most of his talk, which was all about port wine and tobacco. He seems to know much about them. and can drink a whole bottle of port at a sitting with no incommodity. He is very swarthy and scraggy and strikes one at first as much less handsome than his photos. But gradually, you see that it's a face of genius. He had I know not what simplicity, speaks with a strange rustic accent, and seemed altogether like a creature of some primordial English stock, 1,000 miles away from American manufacture. Behold me after dinner, conversing affably with Mr. Gladstone, not by my own seeking, but by the almost importunate affection of Lord H. But I was glad of a chance to feel the personality of a great political leaderer, as G is now thought here, even I think by his partisans ex-leader. That of Gladstone is very fascinating, his urbanity, extreme his eye that of a man of genius, and his apparent self-surrender to what he is talking of without a flaw. He made a great impression on me, greater than anyone I have seen here, though 'tis perhaps owing to my naivete and unfamiliarity with statesmen. Did I tell you that I had been to the Oxford and Cambridge boat race? But I have paragraphed it in the Nation, to which I refer you. It was for about 2 minutes, a supremely beautiful sight. But for those 2 minutes, I had to wait a horribly bleak hour and a half, shivering in mid-Thames, under the sour Marchwind. I can't think of any other adventures save that I dined 2 or 3 days since at Mrs. Godfrey Lushington's. They are very nice blushing people with a parcel of quiet folk. But next to a divine, little Miss Lushington, so pretty English girls can be, who told me that she lived in the depths of the city at Guy's Hospital, whereof her father is administrator, Guy's Hospitaloff, which I have read in all old English novels. So does one move all the while here on identified ground? This is the eve of Good Friday, a most lugubrious day here, and all the world, save 4 million or so, are out of London for the 10 days Easter holiday. I think of making 2 or 3 excursions of a few hours apiece to places near London, whence I can come back to sleep, Canterbury, Chichester, etc. But as I shall commemorate them for lucre, I won't talk of them thus. Farewell, dear brother, I won't prattle further. Encourage Alice to write to me. My blessings on yourself from your fraternal HJJR. To Miss Grace Norton. 3 Bolton, St. Piccadilly. August 7th, 1877. Dear Grace, I feel now more at home in London than anywhere else in the world, so much so that I am afraid my sense of peculiarities, my appreciation of people and things, as London people and things is losing its edge. I have taken a great fancy to the place, I want say to the people and things, and yet these must have a part in it. It makes a very interesting residence, at any rate, not the ideal and absolutely interesting, but the relative and comparative one. I have, however, formed no intimacies, not even any close acquaintances. I incline to believe that I have passed the age when one forms friendships, or that everyone else has. I have seen and talked a little with a considerable number of people, but I have become familiar with almost none. To tell the truth, I find myself a good deal more of a cosmopolitan, thanks to that combination of the continent and the USA which has formed my lot, than the average Briton of culture. And to be have become by force of circumstances a cosmopolitan, is of necessity to be a good deal alone. I don't think that London by itself does a very great deal for people, for its residents, and those of them who are not out of the general social herd, are potentially deadly provincial. I have become in all these years as little provincial as possible. I don't say it from fatuity, and I may say it to you. And yet to be so is, I think, necessary for forming here many close relations. So, my interest in London is chiefly that of an observer in a place where there is most in the world to observe. I see no essential reason, however, why I should not some day see much more of certain Britons, and think that I very possibly may, but I doubt if I should ever marry or want to marry an English wife. This is an extremely interesting time here, and indeed that is one reason why I have not been able to bring myself to go abroad, as I have been planning all this month to do. I can't give up the morning papers. I am not one of the outsiders who thinks that the greatness of England is now exploded, but there mingles with my interest in her prospects and doings in all this horrible Eastern question a sensible mortification and sadness. She has not resolutely played a part, even a wrong one. She has been weak and helpless, and above all unskillful. She has drifted and stumbled, and not walked like a great nation. One has a feeling that the affairs of Europe are really going to be settled without her. At any rate, the cynical, brutal, barbarous, pro-Turkish attitude of an immense mass of people here. I am no fanatic for Russia, but I think the Emperor of R might have been treated like a gentleman, has thrown into vivid relief the most discreditable side of the English character. I don't think it is the largest side by any means, but when one comes into contact with it, one is ready to give up the race. I saw the Lowells and can testify to their apparent good humor and prosperity. It was a great pleasure to talk with Lowell. But he is morbidly Anglophobic, though. When an Englishman asked me if he was not, I denied it. I envied him his residence in a land of color and warmth, of social freedom and personal picturesqueness. So many absent things here were the dusky misery and the famous hypocrisy, which foreign writers descant so much upon, seem sometimes to usurp the whole field of vision. But I shall in all probability go abroad myself, by sept first go straight to our blessed Italy. I hope to be a while at Siena, where you may be sure that I shall think of you. Yours always, dear Grace, in all tender affection. H. James Jr. To Miss Grace Norton. Paris, Dec. 15th, 1877. Dear Grace, I hoped after getting your letter of October 15th to write you from Siena, but I never got there. I only got to Rome, where your letter came to me. And in Rome, I spent the whole of the 7 weeks that I was able to give to Italy. I have just come back, and am on my way to London, whither I find I gravitate as toward the place in the world in which on the whole I feel most at home. I went directly to Rome some 7 weeks since and came directly back. But I spent a few days in Florence on my way down. Italy was still more her irresistible, ineffable old self than ever, and getting away from Rome was really no joke in spite of the change send. They are very perceptible. The old enchantment of Rome, taking its own good time, steals over you and possesses you till it becomes really almost a nuisance and an importunity. That is, it keeps you from working, from staying indoors, etc. To do those things in sufficient measure, one must live in an ugly country. And that is why, instead of lingering in that golden climate, I am going back to poor, smutty, dusky Philistine London. Florence had never seemed to me more lovely, empty, melancholy, bankrupt as I believe she is. She is turning into an old, sleeping, soundless city, like Pisa. This sensible sadness, with the glorious weather, gave the place a great charm. The Boots were there, staying in a villa at Belliscardo, and I spent many hours in their garden, sitting in the autumn sunshine and staring stupidly at that never to enough appreciated view of the little city and the mountains. I have had an autumn of things rather than of people, and have not much to relate in regard to human nature here in Paris. For a few days, I find I know really too many people, especially as they are for the most part acquaintances, retained for the sake of social decency, rather than of strong sentiment. They consume all my time, so that I can't even go to the theater. Franchise in Rome, I found the relics and fragments of the ancient American group, which has been much broken upper, rather broken down, but neither in its meridian nor in its decline has it had any very irresistible charms. The chief quality acquired by Americans who have lived 30 years in Europe seems to me a fierce susceptibility on the subject of omitted calls. Public matters here just now are more interesting than privatined in France, indeed, are as interesting as can be. Parliamentary government is really being put to the test, and bearing it, the poor foolish old marshal has at last succumbed to the liberal majority, and has apparently no stomach to renew his resistance. Plevna is taken by the Russians, and England is supposed to be dreadfully snubbed, but one is only snubbed if one feels it, and it remains to be seen how England will take the Russian success. But one has a feeling now, to me, it is a very painful one, that England will take anything that over-cautious and somewhat sordid counsels will always prevail on the continent. Certainly, her ancient prestige is gone, and I almost wish she would fight in a bad cause, if only to show that she still can, and that she is not one vast money-getting Birmingham. I really think we are assisting at the political decadence of our mighty motherland, when so mealy-mouthed an organ as the Times is correctly held to represent the sentiment of the majority. This must be, but I must say that even the decline of England seems to me a tremendous, and even almost an inspiring spectacle. And if the British Empire is once more to shrink up into that plethoric little island, the process will be the greatest drama in history. This will reach you about Xmas time, and I imagine you reading it at a window that looks out upon the snow-laden pines and hemlocks of Shady Hill. That white winter light that is sent up into a room from the deep snow is something that one quite loses the memory of here, and yet as I think of it now, it is associated in my mind with all kinds of pleasant and comfortable indoor scenes. I am afraid that for you the season will have no great animation, but you will, I suppose, see a good deal of infantine exhilaration about you. To William James, 8 Bolton, St. W. May 1st, 78. Dear William, there were many interesting allusions in your letter, which I should like to take up one by one. I should like to see the fair Hellenists of Baltimore, and I greatly regret that living over here my person cannot profit by my American reputation, it is a great loss to have one's person in one country, and one's glory in another, especially when there are lovely young women in the case, neither can one's glory then. Profit by one's personas, I flatter myself, even in your jealous teeth that mine might in Baltimore, also about my going to Washington, and its being my duty, etc. I think there is much in that, but I can't whisk about the world quite so actively, as you seem to recommend. It would be great folly for me a pain, established in London, and getting a footing here to break it all off for the sake of going to spend 4 or 5 months in Washington. I expect to spend many a year in London. I have submitted myself without reserve to that Londonizing process of which the effect is to convince you that having lived here, you may, if need be, abjure civilization and bury yourself in the country, but may not in pursuit of civilization live in any smaller town. I am still completely an outsider here, and my only chance for becoming a little of an insider in that limited sense, in which an American can ever do so, is to remain here for the present. Afterthought a couple of years hence I shall go home for a year, embrace you all and see everything of the country. I can, including Washington meanwhile. If one will take what comes, one is by no means cut off from getting impressions here. I know what I am about, and I have always my eyes on my native land. I am very glad that Howell's play seemed so pretty on the stage. Much of the dialogue, as it read, was certainly charming, but I should have been afraid of the slimness and unscenic quality of the plot for myself. In answer to your adjuration, it has long been my most earnest and definite intention to commence at playwriting as soon as I can. This will be soon, and then I shall astound the world. My inspection of the French theatre will fructify. I have thoroughly mastered Dumas, Augier, and Sardou, whom it is greatly lacking to. Howells be the Wado have studied, and I know all they know, and a great deal more besides. Seriously speaking, I have a great many ideas on this subject, and I sometimes feel tempted to retire to some frugal village for 12 months, where my current expenses being inconsiderable, I might have leisure to work them off. Even if I could only find some manager or publisher sufficiently devoted to believe in this, and make me an allowance for such a period, I would afterwards make a compact, and sign it with my blood to reimburse him in thousands, but I shall not have to come to this, or to depend upon it. I received a few days since your article on H. Spencer, but I have not yet had time to read it. I shall very presently attack. I want say understand it. Mother speaks to me of your articles in Renouvel's Magazine. Why have you not sent me those? I wish you would do so. Punctually, I met Herbert Spencer the other Sunday at George Eliot's, whither I had at last bent my steps. G.H. Lewes introduced me to him as an American, and it seemed to me that at this fact, coupled with my name, his attention was aroused, and he was on the point of asking me if I were related to you, but something instantly happened to separate me from him, and soon afterwards, he went away. The Lewises were very urbane and friendly, and I think that I shall have the right doornavant to consider myself a Sunday habitu. The great G herself is both sweet and superior, and has a delightful expression in her large, long, pale equine face. I had my turn at sitting beside her, and being conversed with in a low, but most harmonious tone, and bating a tendency to a border only the highest themes, I have no fault to find with her. We expect to hear at any hour that war has broken out, and yet it may not be. It will be a good deal of a scandal, if it does, especially if the English find themselves fighting side by side with the bloody, filthy Turks and their own Indian sepoys. And to think that a clever Jew should have juggled old England into it. The papers are full of the Paris exhibition which opens today, but it leaves me perfectly incurious. Blessings on all from yours fraternally. H. James Jr. To Miss Alice James. H.J. was at this time contributing a series of articles on English life and letters to the American nation. Tillaprony, Aberdeen. Sept. 15th, 1878. Dearest sister, on this howling stormy Sunday on a Scotch mountainside, I don't know what I can do better than give you a little old-world news. I have had none of yours in some time, but I venture to interpret that as a good sign, and to believe that peace and plenty hovers over Quincy Street. I shall continue in this happy faith, and in the belief that you are gently putting forth your strength again, until the contrary is proved. Behold me in Scotland, and very well pleased to be here. I am staying with the Clarks, of whom you have heard me speak, and than whom there could not be a more tenderly hospitable couple. Sir John caresses me like a brother, and her ladyship supervises me like a mother. I have been here for 4 or 5 days, and I feel that I have done a very good thing in coming to Scotland. Once you get the hang of it and apprehend the type, it is a most beautiful and admirable little country fit for distinction, etc. to make up a trio with Italy and Greece. There is a little very good company in the house, including my brilliant friend, Lady Hamilton Gordon, and every day has brought with it some pretty entertainment. I wish I could relate these episodes in detail, but I shall probably do a little of it in mercenary print on the first day. I went to some Highland sports given by Lord Huntley, and to a sumptuous lunch in a coquettish marquee, which formed an episode of the same the next day. I spent roaming over the moors and hills in company, with a remarkably nice young fellow, staying in the house Sidney Holland, grandson of the late Sir Henry. His father married a daughter of Sir Charles Trevelyan, sister of my friend, Mrs. Dugdale. Nothing can be more breezy and glorious than a ramble on these purple hills, and a lounge in the sun-warmed heather. The real way to enjoy them is of course supposed to be with an eye to the grouse and partridges. But this is happily little of a shooting house, though Holland keeps the table alone of the best in England, or rather in Scotland, which is saying more. Supplied with game the next day, I took part in a cavalcade across the hills to see ruined castle, and in the evening, if you please, stiff and sore as I was, and still with my exploits in the saddle which had been sufficiently honorable, I went to a ball 15 miles distant. The ball was given by a certain old Mr. Cunliffe Brooks, a great proprietor hereabouts, and possessor of a shooting lodge with a ballroom, a fact which sufficiently illustrates the luxury of these Anglo-Scotch arrangements. At the ball was the famous beauty Mrs. Langtry, who was staying in the house, and who is probably for the moment the most celebrated woman in England. She is in sooth divinely handsome, and it was extremely odd to see her dancing a Highland reel, which she had been practicing for 3 days with young Lord Huntley, who is a very handsome fellow and who in his kilt and tartan, leaping and hooting and romping, opposite to this London divinity, offered a vivid reminder of ancient Caledonian barbarism, and of the roughness which lurks in all British amusements, and only wants a pretext to explode. We came home from our ball, where I took out 2 young ladies who had gone with us for a polka apiece at 4 Roman 1000, and I found it difficult on that morning at breakfast to comply with that rigid punctuality, which is the custom of the house. Today our fine weather has come to an end, and we are closely involved in a ferocious wet tornado, but I am glad of the rest and quiet, and I have just bolted out of the library to escape the morning service, read by the worthy Nevin, the American Episcopal chaplain in Rome, who is staying here, to which the dumb and decent servants are trooping, and I am fast becoming a good enough Englishman to respect inveterately my own habits, and do, wherever I may be, only exactly what I want. This is the secret of prosperity here, provided, of course, one has a certain number of sociable and conformable habits and civil inclinations as a starting point. After that, the more positive your idiosyncrasies, the more positive the convenience. But it is drawing toward lunch, and I can't carry my personality quite so far as to be late for that. I have said enough, dear sister, to make you see that I continue to see the world with perhaps even enviable profit. But don't envy me too much, for the British country house has at moments for a cosmopolitanized American an insuperable flatness. On the other hand, to do it justice, there is no doubt of its being one of the ripest fruits of time, and here in Scotland, where you get the conveniences of Mayfair dovetailed into the last romanticism of nature, off the highest results of civilization, such as it is. At any rate, I shall probably have a little more of it. Scotland is decidedly a thing to see, and which it would have been idiocy to have foregone. Did I tell you I was now London correspondent of the Nation? Farewell, dearest child and sister. I wish I could blow you a little of the salubrity of bonny Scotland. The lunch bell is striking up, and I hurry off with comprehensive blessings. Ever your faithfulest, HJJR. To William James. The brief allusion at the end of this letter to 2 memorable visits will recall the picture he long afterwards made of them, and of the lady who inducted him in the middle years. The closing paragraph of Daisy Miller, it may be mentioned, gives a glance at the hero's subsequent history, and a hint that he became much interested in a clever foreign lady. The story about to appear in the Cornhill was an international episode. Devonshire Club, St. James SW. Nov. 1478. My dear William, I was much depressed on reading your letter by your painful reflections on the Europeans, but now, an hour having elapsed, I am beginning to hold up my head a little the more so, as I think I myself estimate the book very justly, and am aware of its extreme slightness. I think you take these things too rigidly and unimaginatively, do, much as if an artistic experiment were a piece of conduct to which one's life were somehow committed. But I think also that you're quite right in pronouncing the book thin and empty. I don't at all despair yet of doing something fat. Meanwhile, I hope you will continue to give me, when you can, your free impression of my performances. It is a great thing to have someone write to one of one's things as if one were a third person, and you are the only individual who will do this. I don't think, however, you are always right by any means, as for instance in your objection to the closing paragraph of Daisy Miller, which seems to me queer and narrow, and as regards which I don't seize your point of view gen appel to the sentiment of any other storyteller. Whatsoever I am sure none such would wish the paragraph away. You may say, ah, but other readers would, but that is the same for the teller, is but a more developed reader. I don't trust your judgment altogether, if you will permit me to say so, about details, but I think you are altogether right in returning always to the importance of subject. I hold to this strongly. And if I don't as yet seem to proceed upon it more, it is because, being very artistic, I have a constant impulse to try experiments of form, in which I wish to not run the risk of wasting or gratuitously using big situations. But to these I am coming now. It is something to have learned how to write, and when I look round me and see how few people doing my sort of work know how, to my sense, I don't regret my step-by-step evolution. I don't advise you, however, to read the two last things I have written on a thing in the deck, and Jan Cornhill, which I will send home, and the other a piece I am just sending to Howells. They are each quite in the same manner as the Europeans. I have written you a letter. After all, I am tired, and must stop. I went into the country the other day to stay with a friend, a couple of days, Mrs. Greville, and went with her to lunch with Tennyson, who after lunch read us Locksley Hall. The next day, we went to George Eliot's. Blessings on Alice Everure. H.J.J.R. To his mother. 3 Bolton St. W. January 18th, 1879. My dearest mother, I have before me your letter of December 30th, with its account of your Christmas festivities and other agreeable talk, and I endeavor on this beastly winter night before my carboniferous hearth to transport myself into the family circle. Mrs. Kemble has returned to town for the winter event in which I always take pleasure, as she is certainly one of the women I know, whom I like best. I confess, I find people, in general, very vulgar-minded and superficial, and it is only by a pious fiction, to keep myself going and keep on the social harness, that I succeed in postulating them as anything else or better. It is therefore a kind of rest and refreshment to see a woman who, extremely annoying as she sometimes is, gives one a positive sense of having a deep, rich human nature. And having cast off all vulgarities, the people of this world seem to me, for the most part, nothing but surface, and sometimes so, ye gods. Such desperately poor surface. Mrs. Kemble has no organized surface at all. She is like a straight, deep cistern, without a cover, or even sometimes a bucket into which, as a mode of intercourse, one must tumble with a splash. You mustn't judge her by her indifferent book, which is no more a part of her than a pudding she might make. Please tell William and Alice that I received a short time since their kind note written on the eve of their going to Newport, and complimenting me on the first part of the international episode. You will have read the second part by this time, and I hope that you won't, like many of my friends here, as I partly know and partly suspect, take it ill of me as against my British entertainers. It seems to me myself that I have been very delicate, but I shall keep off dangerous ground in future. It is an entirely new sensation for them, the people here, to be at all delicately ironized or satirized from the American point of view, and they don't at all relish it. Their conception of the normal in such a relation is that the satire should be all on their side against the Americans, and I suspect that if one were to push this a little further, one would find that they are extremely sensitive. But I like them too much and feel too kindly to them to go into the satire business, or even the light tyrannical, in any case in which it would wound Themeven. If in such a case I should see my way to it very clearly, Macmillan is just on the point of bringing out Daisy Miller, the international episode, and 4 meetings in 2 little big printed volumes like those of the Europeans. There is every reason to expect for them a very good success, as Daisy Roman 1000 has been, as I have told you before, a really quite extraordinary hit. I will send you the new volumes. Farewell, dearest mother. I send my filial duty to father, who, I hope, is worrying comfortably through the winter. I am afraid that since you wrote you have had severe weather, and looking and listening always for a letter, remain your very lovingest. H. James Jr. To Miss Grace Norton. The short novel he was now just finishing was Confidence. 3 Bolton St. W. Sunday, A. Roman 1000, June 8th, 1879. My dear Grace, it is difficult to talk to you about my impressions. It takes a great deal of space to generalize, and when one is talking of London, It takes even more to specify, I am afraid, also in truth, that I am living here too long to be an observer. I am sinking into dull British. Acceptance and conformity. The other day I was talking to a very clever foreigner, a German, if you can admit the clever, who had lived a long time in England, and of whom I had asked some opinion. Oh, I know nothing of the English, he said. I have lived here too long, 20 years. The first year I really knew a great deal, but I have lost it. That is getting to be my state of mind. And I am sometimes really appalled at the matter of course way of looking at the indigenous life and manners, into which I am gradually dropping. I am losing my standard, me charming little standard that I used to think so high, my standard of wit, of grace, of good manners, of vivacity, of urbanity, of intelligence, of what makes an easy and natural style of intercourse. And this, in consequence of my having dined out during the past winter 107 times when I come home. You will think me a sad barbarian. I may not even just at first appreciate your fine points. You must take that speech about my standard with a grain of salt, but excuse me, I am treating you a proof of the accusation I have brought against myself as if you were also a dull-eyed Briton. The truth is, I am so fond of London that I can afford to abuse it, and London is on the whole such a fine thing that it can afford to be abused. It has all sorts of superior qualities, but it has also an English life generally, and the English character have a certain number of great plump flourishing uglinesses and drearinesses, which offer themselves irresistibly as pincushions to criticism and irony. The British mind is so totally unironical in relation to itself that this is a perpetual temptation. You will know the things I mean, you will remember them. Let that suffice. Non ragionium delore. I don't suppose you will envy me for having dined out 107 times. You will simply wonder what can have induced me to perpetrate such a folly, and how I have survived to tell the tale. I admit that it is enough for the present, and for the rest of the summer I shall take in sail. When the warm weather comes, I find London evenings very detestable, and I marvel at the powers of endurance of my fellow factors, as it is now the fashion to call human beings actorspor, blundering, unapplauded comedians would be better name. Would you like a little gossip? I am afraid I have nothing very lively in hand, but I take what comes uppermost. I am to dine tonight at Sir Frederick Pollock's, to meet one or two of the more genteel members of the Comédie Francaise, who are here just now playing with immense success and supplying the London world with that invaluable boon. A topic, I mean, the whole comedy is here en masse for 6 weeks. I have been to see them 2 or 3 times, and I find their artistic perfection gives one an immense lift out of British air. I took with me one night Mrs. Kemble, who is a great friend of mine, and to my sense, one of the most interesting and delightful of women. I have a sort of notion you don't like her, but you would if you knew her better. She is, to my mind, the first woman in London, and is moreover one of the consolations of my life. Another night I had with me a person whom it would divert you to know, a certain Mrs. Greville, a cousin by marriage of the Greville papers, the queerest creature living, but a mixture of the ridiculous and the amiable, in which the amiable preponderates. She is crazy, stage-struck, scatterbrained, what the French call extravagante, but I can't praise her better than by saying that, though she is on the whole the greatest fool I have ever known, I like her very much, and get on with her most easily. I am just finishing a short novel, which will appear presently in 6 numbers of Scribner. This is to say, please don't read it in that puerile periodical, where its appearance is due tohat. You will be glad to hear large pecuniary inducements. But wait till it comes out as a book. It is worth being read in that shape. I have asked you no question. See it. I have finished my letter. Let my blessing, my tender good wishes, and affectionate assurances of every kind stand. Instead of them, divide these with Charles, with your mother, with the children, and believe me, dear Grace, always very faithfully yours. H. James Jr. To W. Roman 500 Howells. H.J.'s forthcoming story in the Cornhill was Washington Square, 3 Bolton Street, W. Jan 31st, 1880. My dear Howells, your letter of Jan 19th, and its enclosure your review of my Hawthorne, came to me last night, and I must thank you without delay for each of them. Your review of my book is very handsome and friendly, and commands my liveliest gratitude. Of course, your graceful strictures seem to yourself more valid than they do to me. The little book was a tolerably deliberate and meditated performance, and I should be prepared to do battle for most of the convictions expressed. It is quite true, I used the word provincial too many times. I hated myself for it, even while I did it just as I overdo the epithet dusky. But I don't at all agree with you in thinking that if it is not provincial for an Englishman to be English, a Frenchman French, etc., So it is not provincial for an American to be American. So it is not provincial for a Russian, an Australian, a Portuguese, a Dane, a Laplander to savor of their respective countries. That would be where the argument would land you. I think it is extremely provincial for a Russian to be very Russian, a Portuguese, very Portuguese, for the simple reason that certain national types are essentially and intrinsically provincial. I sympathize even less with your protest against the idea that it takes an old civilization to set a novelist in motion a proposition that seems to me so true as to be a truism. It is on manners, customs, usages, habits, forms, upon all these things matured, and established that a novelist's lives are the very stuff his work is made of, and in saying that in the absence of those dreary and worn-out paraphernalia, which I enumerate as being wanting in American society, we have simply the whole of human life left. You beg to my sense the question, I should say, we had just so much less of it as these same paraphernalia represent. And I think they represent an enormous quantity of it. I shall feel refuted only when we have produced setting the present high company yourself, and me for obvious reasons apart a gentleman, who strikes me as a novelistas, belonging to the company of Balzac and Thackeray, of course in the absence of this godsend it is but a harmless amusement that we should reason about it, and maintain that if right were right, he should already be here. I will freely admit that such a genius will get on only by agreeing with your view of the Casito. Do something great he must feel as you feel about it. But then I doubt whether such a genius, a man of the faculty of Balzac and Thackeray, could agree with you. When he does, I will lie flat on my stomach and do him homogene the very center of the Contributors Club, or on the threshold of the magazine, or in any public place. You may appoint, but I didn't mean to wrangle with you. I meant only to thank you, and to express my sense of how happily you turn those things. I am greatly amused at your picture of the contributing bloodhounds, whom you are holding in check. I wished immensely that you would let them fly at Metho. There is no reason, certainly, that the decent public should be bespattered periodically with my gore. However, my tender, or rather, my very tough flesh is prescient already of the Higginsonian fangs. Happy man, to be going like that to see your plays acted. It is a sensation. I am dying, though not as yet trying to cultivate what a tremendous quantity of work you must get through in these years. I am impatient for the next Atlantic. What is your Cornhill novel about? I am to precede it with a poorish story in 3 numbers a tale, purely American, the writing of which made me feel acutely the want of the paraphernalia. I must add, however, to return for a moment to this, that I applaud and esteem you highly for not feeling it Roman 1 the want. You are certainly right, magnificently and heroically right. Oh, do so. And on the day you make your readers, I mean the readers who know and appreciate the paraphernaliato, the same you will be the American Balzac. That's a great mission. Go in for it. Wherever you go, receive and distribute among your wife and children the blessing of yours ever. H. James Jr. To Charles Eliot Norton. 3 Bolton Street, W. Nov 13th, 1880. My dear Charles, I wish you could take a good holiday and spend it in these countries. I have got to feel like such an old European that I could almost pretend to help to do you the honors. I am, at least now, a thoroughly naturalized Londoner Cockney. Convaincu, I am attached to London, in spite of the long list of reasons why I should not be. I think it on the whole the best point of view in the world. There are times when the fog, the smoke, the universal uncleanness, the combined unwieldiness and flatness of much of the social life, these and many other matters overwhelm the spirit and fill it with a yearning for other climes. But nevertheless, one reverts, one sticks, one abides. One even cherishes, considering that I lose all patience with the English about 15 times a day, and vow that I renounce them forever. I get on with them beautifully, and love them well. Our dear Vasari, I fear, couldn't have made much of them, and they would have been improved by a slight infusion of the Florentine spirit. But for all that, they are for me the great race, even at this hour of their possible decline, taking them all together. They are more complete than other folk, more largely nourished, deeper, denser, stronger. I think it takes more to make an Englishman on the whole than to make anyone else, and I say this with a consciousness of all that often seems to me to have been left out of their composition. But the question is interminable and idle into the bargain. I am passing a quiet autumn. London has not yet waked up from the stagnation that belongs to this period. The only incident of consequence that has lately occurred to me was my dining a few days since at the Guildhall at the big scrambling banquet which the Lord Mayor gives on the 9th November to the Cabinet, foreign ministers, etc. It was uncomfortable, but amusing. You have probably done it yourself. I met Lowell there, whom I see besides with tolerable frequency. He is just back from a visit to Scotland, which he appears to have enjoyed, including a speech-making. At Edinburgh, he gets on here, I think, very smoothly and happily, for though he is critical in the gross, he is not in the detail. and takes things with a sort of boyish simplicity. He is universally liked and appreciated his talk, enjoyed as well it may be after some of their own. And his poor long-suffering wife is doing very well. I therefore hope he will be left undisturbed by Garfield to enjoy the fruition of the long period of discomfort he has passed through. It will be in the highest degree indecent to remove him, though I wish he had a pair of secretaries that ministered a little more to the idea of American brilliancy. Lowell has to do that quite by himself. Believe me always faithfully yours, H. James Jr. To his mother, Mentmore Leeton Buzzard. November 28th, 1880. Dearest Mammy, this is a pleasant Sunday, and I have been spending it from yesterday evening in a very pleasant place. Pleasant is indeed rather an odd term to apply to this gorgeous residence, and the manner of life which prevails in it, but it is that as well as other things beside Lady Rosebery. It is her enviable dwelling asked me down here a week ago, and I stop till tomorrow. A Roman 1000. There are several people here, but no one very important save John Bright and Lord Northbrook, the last Liberal Viceroy of India. Millay, the painter, has been here for a part of the day, and I took a walk with him this afternoon, back from the stables, where we had been to see 3 winners of the Derby trotted out in succession. This will give you an idea of the scale of Mentmore, where everything is magnificent. The house is a huge modern palace, filled with wonderful objects, accumulated by the late Sir Mayor de Rothschild. Lady R.S. father. All of them are precious, and many are exquisite, and their general Rothschildish splendor is only equaled by their profusion. I have spent a good part of the time in listening to the conversation of John Bright, whom, though I constantly see him at the Reform Club, I had never met before. He has the repute of being often grumpy, but on this occasion he has been in extremely good form and has discoursed uninterruptedly and pleasantly. He gives one an impression of sturdy, honest, vigorous English middle-class liberalism, accompanied by a certain infusion of genius, which helps one to understand how his name has become the great rallying point of that sentiment. He reminds me a good deal of a superior New Englander with a fatter, damper nature, however, than theirs. They are at afternoon tea downstairs, in a vast, gorgeous hall, where an upper gallery looks down like the colonnade in Paul Veronese's pictures, and the chairs are all golden thrones belonging to ancient doges of Venice. I have retired from the glittering scene to meditate by my bedroom fire on the fleeting character of earthly possessions, and to commune with my mammy, until a supreme being in the shape of a dumb footman arrives to ventilate my shirt and turn my stockings inside out, the beautiful red ones imparted by a Lysuhich he must admire so much, though he doesn't venture to show it preparatory to my dressing for dinner tomorrow. I return to London, and to my personal occupation, always doubly valued after 48 hours passed among ces Genski, whose chief effect upon me is to sharpen my desire to distinguish myself by personal achievement of however limited a character. It is the only answer one can make to their atrocious good fortune. Lord Rosebery, however, with youth, cleverness, a delightful face, a happy character, a Rothschild wife of numberless millions to distinguish and demoralize him, wears them with such tact and bonhomie that you almost forgive him. He is extremely nice with Bright, draws him out, defers to him, etc., with a delicacy rare in an Englishman. But after all, there is much to say, more than can be said in a letter about one's relations with these people. You may be interested, by the way, to know that Lord R said this morning at lunch that his ideal of the happy life was that of Cambridge, Mass, living like Longfellow. You may imagine that at this, the company looked awfully vague, and I thought of proposing to him to exchange Mentmore for 20 Quincy Street. I have little other personal news than this which I have given you in some detail. For entertainment's sake, I embrace you, dearest mother, and also your 2 companions. Ever your fondest, H. James Jr. To Mrs. Fanny Kemble. Hotel de la Ville, Milan. March 24th, 81. My dear Mrs. Kemble, your good letter of nearly 4 weeks ago lies before Muir. It has been lying for some days past, making me think of you so much that I ended by feeling as if I had answered it on reflection. I see that I haven't, however, that is not in any way that you will appreciate. Shall you appreciate a letter from Milan on a day blustering and hateful as any yourself can lately have been visited with? I have been spending the last 8 days at this place, but I take myself off for southern parts tomorrow, so that by waiting a little I might have sent you a little more of the genuine breath of Italy, but I can do that, and I shall do it at any rate, and meanwhile, Let my Milanese news go for what it is worth. You see, I travel very deliberately, as I started for Rome 6 weeks ago, and I have only got thus far. My slowness has had various causes, among others. My not being in a particular hurry to join the little nest of my compatriots and yours who cluster about the Piazza di Spagna. I have enjoyed the independence of lingering in places where I had no visits to pay, and this, indeed, has been the only charm of Milan, which has seemed prosaic and winterish as if it were on the wrong side of the Alps. I have written a good deal, not letters, and seen that mouldering old fresco of Leonardo, which is so magnificent in its ruin, and the lovely young Raphael in the Brera, the Sposalizio, which is still so fresh and juvenile, and Lucrezia Borgia's straw-colored lock of hair at the Ambrosian Library, and several other small and great curiosities. I have kept pretty well out of the cathedral, as the chill of Dante's frozen circle abides within it, and I have had a sore throat ever since I left soft San Remo. On the other hand, I have also been to the Scala, which is a mighty theater, and where I heard Der Freischutz done Italian, and sat through about an hour and three-quarters of a ballet, which was to last three. The Italians truly are eternal children. They paid infinitely more attention to the ballet than to the opera, and followed, with breathless attention and an air of the most serious credulity, the interminable adventures of a danseuse, who went through every possible alternation of human experience on the points of her toes. The more I see of them, the more struck I am with their having no sense of the ridiculous. It must have been at Marseille. I think that I wrote you before, so that there is an hiatus in my biography to fill up. I went from Marseille to Nice, which I found more than usually detestable, and pervaded to an intolerable pitch with a bad French carnival, which set me on the road again till I reached San Remo, which you may know, and which, if you don't, you ought to. I spent more than a fortnight there, among the olives and the oranges, between a big yellow sun and a bright blue sea. The walks and drives are lovely, and in the course of one of them, a drive, I called upon our friends, the George Howards, who have been wintering at Bordighera, a few miles away. But he was away in England getting himself elected to Parliament. You may have heard that he has just been returned for East Cumberland. And she was away with him, helping him the idea of leaving the oranges and olives. For that I saw, however, a most delightful little maid, their eldest daughter of about 15, who had a mixture of shyness and frankness, the softness of the papa, and the decision of the mother, with which I quite fell in love. I didn't fall in love with Mrs. William Morris, the strange, pale, livid, gaunt, silent, and yet in a manner graceful and picturesque wife of the poet and papermaker, who is spending the winter with the Howards, though doubtless she too has her merits. She has, for instance, wonderful aesthetic hair. From San Remo, I came along the rest of the coast to Genoa, not by carriage, however, as I might have done, for I was rather afraid of 3 days on end of my own society, that is not on end, but sitting down, when I am tired of myself in common situations. I can get up and walk away. So, in a word, I came in the train, and the train came in a tunnel, for it was almost all one for 5 or 6 hours. I have been going to Venice, but it is so cold and blustering that I think tomorrow, when I depart from this place, the idea of reaching the southernmost point will get the better of me, and I shall make straight for Rome. I will write you from there where I first beheld you. That is familiarity, if I may be allowed the expression. Enough meanwhile about myself, my intentions and delays. Let me hear, or at least let me ask, about your own circumstances and propensities. You must have felt spattered, like all the world, with the blood of the poor Russian Tsar. Aren't you glad you are not an empress, but you are, God save your majesty? Mrs. Greville sent me Swinburne's complicated dirge upon her poor simple mother, and I thought it wanting in all the qualities that one liked in Mrs. T. I should like very much to send a tender message to Mrs. Gordon indefinite, but very tender to you. I am both tender and definite, save when I cross. Ever very faithfully yours, H. James Jr. Romans 3. The Middle Years. After his long absence, Henry James had a few crowded months of American impressions during the winter of 18,812, in Boston, New York, and Washington. He was as sociable as usual wherever he went, and he used to the full the opportunity of reviving old memories and creating new. It will be seen that he confesses to having enjoyed a certain success since the publication of Daisy Miller 3 years before he had known what it was to be a well-known author in London, but it was a fresh sensation on his native ground. Unhappily, this interesting episode was cut short by the first great sorrow that had fallen upon his house. His mother died suddenly, in February 1882. To the end of his life, Henry James was to remember this loss as the deepest stroke he had ever received, though she appears but little in his reminiscences. there is no doubt that her presence, her completely selfless devotion to her husband and children had been the greatest of all facts in their lives, her care, her pride in them, the surrender of her whole nature, and will to her love for them, had accompanied and supported all their doings her husband, during the long years in which he poured out the strange fruits of his thought to a steadily indifferent world, had rested unreservedly on her true and gentle companionship. Her second son's letters to her from Europe will already have shown the easy and delightful relation that existed between her and her children. They confided in her and leaned on her, and rallied her with an intimacy deepened by the almost unbroken union of the whole household. Throughout their youth, Henry James stayed by his father for some months after her death, and would have stayed longer, but his father was anxious that he should return to his own work and life. He sailed for England accordingly in May 1882. A summer in London was followed by the autumn excursion to Touraine and Provence, portrayed in A Little Tour in France. At Tours, he had the company of Mrs. Fanny Kemble and her daughter, and as usual he spent a few weeks in Paris. Before going home, he arrived in London in December to receive almost at once a message, announcing that his father was seriously Roman 99. He started immediately for America, but it was already too late. His father had died, so they felt from mere cessation of the will, to live bereft of their mother nothing had enabled himself to make perfectly sure was in the least worth, while without her this attested, he passed away, or went out with entire simplicity, promptness, and ease for the definite reason that his support had failed. So Henry James wrote 30 years later in the notes of a son and brother, and his letters of the time confirm the impression there passes away with him. He says in one of them, a certain sense of inspiration and protection, which had, I think, accompanied each of us even to middle life thenceforward. It was to his elder brother that Henry James always looked for something of the same kind of support, and many letters will show how close the bond remained in the mere prose of business. William took complete charge of his brother's share in the family affairs, for which the younger never claimed the smallest aptitude, but during the months that followed their father's death William was in Europe, and it fell to Henry to be occupied with the details of their property, for perhaps the first and last time. The patrimony consisted mainly of certain houses in the town of Syracuse, NY, where their grandfather had had interests, and where James Street is still one of the principal thoroughfares. Henry was kept in America by the necessity of taking part in some rather complicated dispositions arising out of the terms of their father's will, and also by his care for the future of his sister Alice, the youngest of the family. Her health was very insecure, and he proposed that she should join him in Europe, but for the present she preferred to settle in Boston, where he helped her to install herself. He did not finally return to London until the following August 1883. This was his last visit to America. For more than 20 years, he now subsided once more into the life of London, with its incessant round of sociability, and its equally incessant accompaniment of creative work. Gradually his tone, in regard to his English setting, is modified and deepened in the correspondence of these middle years. It is no longer the interested but slightly rebellious immigrant who speaks it, is rather the old established colonist, now identified with his surroundings, a sharer in the general fortunes and responsibilities of the place. If he still regards himself as an observer from without, and is still capable, as he once says, of raging against British density in hours of irritation and disgust, it is none the less noticeable that English difficulties, English wars and politics and social troubles, of all of which these years were very full, begin to affect him as matters that concern his pride and solicitude for the country. There mingles with his exasperation an ardent desire that the English race may continue to stand high in the world, in spite of the many voices prophesying decadence and disaster. He writes as one who now has a stake in an old and honorable institution, and who feels a personal interest in its well-being and its good fame, not indeed that he took or ever for a moment wished to take any share in the common life of the place, but that of the most private fellowship. He resolutely avoided the least appearance of publicity, always refused to be drawn into popular functions, organizations, associations of any sort, and clung, more and more, in the midst of all distractions, to the secrecy and seclusion of his work. And for that inner life, these years were a very important turning point. He now reached a period of his development when an immensely enlarged world of art seemed to open before him, and at the same time, he made the discovery on that had a deep and special effect upon him, that he was not the kind of writer who is rewarded with a big audience. Both these matters are heard of in the letters of this time, but their consequences do not appear fully until somewhat later. They were various and far-reaching, and some of them can hardly be called fortunate. Meanwhile, the outward incidents of his life were as few and simple as ever. The stream of social engagements remained indeed at its height, notwithstanding his protests of withdrawal from the world. But otherwise, there is little to chronicle but the publication of his books and his yearly journeys abroad. Early in 1884, he spent some weeks in Paris, where the death of Turgenev had made a gap that he greatly felt for the rest of the year. He was occupied in writing the Bostonians, and went no further from London than to carry his manuscript into lodgings at Dover for August and September. A little later, his sister Alice arrived from America to make the experiment of life in Europe. For the benefit of her now confirmed ill health, her presence near at hand for the few years that remained to her was a source of much pleasure, and also of constant anxiety to her brother. She was a woman of rare talent and of strongly marked character, but the life of an invalid, which proved to be all she was capable of, prevented her from using her opportunities, and from taking the place that would have been open to her. She lived in great retirement at first in London, afterwards chiefly at Bournemouth and Leamington. Henry James was unwearied in his care for her. He visited her constantly, and never without keen delight in her company and her vigorous talk. His brotherly attention had yet a further reward in the summer of 1885, when she was at Bournemouth to be near her. He spent several weeks there, and was able at the same time to cultivate the society of another imprisoned invalid close by, with whom he had already had some acquaintance. This was Robert Louis Stevenson, and the intimacy that thus arose very fortunately still survives in many admirable letters of each to the other. Stevenson's side of the correspondence, edited by Sir Sidney Colvin, is well known, and Henry James can now be added to it. There could be no more illuminating interchange between two fine artists so unlike in everything but their common passion. By this time, the Bostonians was beginning to appear in an American magazine, and a little later again at Dover. The Princess Casamassima was finished for 2 years. Henry James now wrote nothing but shorter pieces, among them the Aspern papers, the Lesson of the Master, the Reverberator, with growing disconcertment as he found how tardily they seemed to appeal to editors, American or English. In the autumn of 1885, he spent his accustomed month in Paris, after which he scarcely stirred from London for another year. Early in 1886, he at last accomplished a move from his Bolton Street lodging, never a very cheerful or convenient abode, to a flat in Kensington 13 de Vere Mansions, presently known as 34 de Vere Gardens, close to the palace and the park, where he had much more agreeable conditions of light and air and quiet. He was planning, however, for another long absence in Italy, away from the interruptions of London, and this he secured during the first 7 months of 1887. For most of the time, he was at Florence, where he took rooms in a villa overhanging the view from Bellascardo, and he paid 2 lengthy visits to Venice, staying first with Mrs. Bronson in the apartment so often occupied by Browning, and later with Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Curtis in the splendid old Palazzo Barbaro, where years afterwards he placed the exquisite and stricken heroine of The Wings of the Dove. For the climax of her story, he returned to England late in the summer to settle down to the writing of the tragic muse. First time, as he mentions that he had attacked a purely English subject on a large scale. I am getting to know English life better than American, he writes in September 1888, when he was still working upon the book, and to understand the English character, or at least the mind, as well as if I had invented it, which, indeed, he adds lightly, I think I could have done without any very extraordinary expenditure of ingenuity. The end of the summer of 1888 was spent in an hotel at Torquay, which became one of his favorite retreats, and later, in the autumn, he was for a short while abroad at Geneva and Paris, with a flying dip into northern Italy. The letter to his brother, written from Geneva, with which this section closes, lucidly sums up the conclusions he had by now drawn from the experience of a dozen years of England. At the age of 4 to 5, he could feel that he had exhausted the study of the old international distinctions, English and American, that had engaged him for so long. He was indeed to return to them again later on, and to devote to them the final elaboration of his art, but that lay far ahead, and now, for many years, he faced in other directions. A vivid glimpse of Henry James at this time is given in the following note of reminiscence, kindly written for this page by Mr. Edmund Gosse. In the late summer of 1886, an experience more often imagined than enjoyed actually took place in the shape of a party of friends, independently dispersed in the hotel or in lodgings through the Worcestershire village of Broadway, but with the home of Frank Millet, the American painter, as their center Edwin Abbey John S. Sergeant Alfred Parsons. Barnard and I and others lived through 5 bright weeks of perfect, whether in boisterous intimacy. Early in September, Henry James joined us for a short visit the Millets possessed on their domain, a medieval ruin, a small ecclesiastical edifice, which was very roughly repaired so as to make a kind of refuge for us, and there, in the mornings, Henry James and I would write while Abbey and Millet painted on the floor below, and Sargent and Parsons tilted their easels just outside. We were all within shouting distance. And not much serious work was done, for we were in towering spirits, and everything was food for laughter. Henry James was the only sedate one of us, all benign, indulgent, but grave, and not often unbending beyond a genial chuckle. We all treated him with some involuntary respect. Though he asked for none, it is remembered with what affability he wore a garland of flowers at a birthday feast, and even nobly descending, took part one night in a cakewalk. But mostly, though not much our senior, he was serious, mildly avuncular, but very happy and unupbraiding. In those days Henry James wore a beard of vague darkish brown matching his hair, which had not yet withdrawn from his temples, and these bushy ornaments had the effect of making him in a sense shadowy. Almost every afternoon he took a walk with me, rarely with Sergeant, never with the sedentary rest. These walks were long in time, but not in distance, for Henry was inclined to saunter. He had not wholly recovered from that weakness of the muscles of his back which had so long troubled him, and I suppose that this was the cause of a curious stiffness in his progress, which proceeded rather slowly. He had certain preferences, in particular for the level road through the green landscape, to the ancient grey village of Aston Somerville. He always made the same remark, as if he had never noticed it before, that Aston was so Italian, so Tuscan. His talk, which flowed best with one of us alone, was enchanting with me largely. It concerned the craft of letters. I remember little definitely, but recall how most of us with the ladies spent one long rollicking day in rowing down the winding Avon from Evesham to Pershore. There was much singing in the English boat, as Marvell says, and Edwin Abbey obliged profusely on the banjo. Henry James I can still see sitting like a beneficent deity, a sort of bearded Buddha at the prow, manifestly a little afraid that some of us would tumble into the river. To Miss Henrietta Rubel, Metropolitan Club, Washington, Roman 500 Roman 100 Jan. 9th, 1882. My dear Miss Rubel, I have never yet thanked you for the amiable note in which you kindly invited me to write to you from the Americas, and the best way I can do so now is to simply respond to your invitation. I am in the Americas, indeed, and behold, I write. These countries are extremely pleasant, and I recommend you to come and see them. O plus tot, you would have a great career here, and would return if you should return at all, with a multitude of scalps at your slim girdle. There is a great demand for brilliant women, and I can promise you that you would be intimately appreciated. I shall return about the 1st of May, but without any blonde scalps, though with a great many happy impressions, though I should perhaps not linger upon the point myself. I believe I have had a certain success. As for CES Genski, they have had great success with me, and have been delightfully genial and hospitable. It is here that people treat you well. Venez y voir. You have had a great many things, I know, but you have not had a winter in the Americas. The people are extremely nice and humane. I didn't care for it much at first, but it improves immensely on acquaintance. And after you have got the right point of view and diapason, it is a wonderfully entertaining and amusing country. The skies are as blue as the blotting paper, as yet unspotted, on which this scrawl reposes, and the sunshine, which is deliciously warm, has always an air de fate. I have seen multitudes of people, and no one has been disagreeable. That is different from your pretentious old world of Washington. I can speak as yet but little, having come but 4 days ago, but it is like nothing else in the old world, or the new enormous spaces, hundreds of miles of asphalt, a charming climate, and the most entertaining society in America. I spent a month in Boston and another in New York, and have paid 3 or 4 visits in the country. All this was very jolly, and it is pleasant to be in one's native land, where one is someone, and something, if I were to abide by my vanity. Only I should never return to that Europe which ignores me, unfortunately. I love my Europe better than my vanity, and I appreciate you, if I may say so, better than either. Therefore, I shall return about the month of May. I am thinking tremendously about writing to Mrs. Boytconley. Tell her so. My very friendly regards to your dear mother. And your brother. A word to Cambridge, Mass. My father's will always reach me. It would be very charming of you to address one to yours very faithfully. H. James. To Charles Eliot Norton. 20 Quincy Street, Cambridge, Mass. Feb 7th, 1882. My dear Charles, only a word to thank you very heartily for your little note of friendship, and to send you a grateful message, as well from my father and sister. My mother's death is the greatest change that could befall us, but our lives are so full of her still, that we scarcely yet seem to have lost her. The long beneficence of her own life remains and survives. I shall see you after your return to Shady Hill, as I am to be for a good while in these regions. I wish to remain near my father, who is infirm and rather tottering, and I shall settle myself in Boston for the next 4 or 5 months. In other words, I shall be constantly in Cambridge, and will often look in at you. I hope you have enjoyed your pilgrimage. Ever faithfully yours, H. James Jr. To Mrs. John Roman 50 Gardner. The play referred to in this letter is doubtless the dramatic version of Daisy Miller. It remained unacted, but was published in America in 1883. 3 Bolton, St. Piccadilly, June 5th, 1882. My dear Mrs. Gardner, a little greeting across the sea. I meant to send it as soon as I touched the shore, but the huge gray mass of London has interposed. I experienced the need of proving to you that I missed seeing you before I left Americatho. I tried one day, the one before I quitted Boston, but you were still in New York, contributing the harmony of your presence and the melodies of your toilet to the din of Wagnerian fiddles and the crash of Teutonic cymbals. You must have passed me in the train that last Saturday, but you have never done anything but pass me to passer me, so it doesn't so much matter. That final interview, that supreme farewell will, however, always be one of the most fascinating incidents of life, incidents that didn't occur, and leave me to muse on what they might have done for us. I think with extraordinary tenderness of those 2 pretty little evenings. When I read you my play, they make a charming picturea perfect picture in my mind, and the memory of them appeals to all that is most raffined in my constitution. Drop a terra diminutive tear, as your tears must be small, but beautiful shaped pearls, upon the fact that my drama is not after all to be brought out in New York. At least for the present it is possible it may see the light. Here I am to read it to the people of the St. James Theatre next week, please. Don't speak of this. London seems big and black and horrible and delightful. Boston seems only the last named. You indeed could make it horrible for me if you chose, and you could also make it big. But I doubt if you could make it black. It would be a fair and glittering horror suggestive of icicles and white fur. I wonder if you are capable of writing me 3 words. Let one of them tell me you are well, the second what you please, the third that you sometimes bestow a friendly thought upon yours very faithfully. H. James Jr. To Miss Grace Norton, Hotel du Midi, Toulouse, Oct. 17th, 1882. My dear Grace, you shall have a letter this morning. Whatever happens, I am waiting for the train to Carcassonne, and you will perhaps ask yourself why you are thus sandwiched between these 2 moldy antiquities. It is precisely because they are moldy that I invoke your genial presence. Toulouse is dreary and not interesting, and I am afraid that Carcassonne will answer to the same description I heard, given a couple of weeks ago, by an English lady in Touraine of the charming Chateau d'Amboise. Rather curious, you know, but very, very dirty. Therefore, my spirit turns for comfort to what I have known best in life. I got your last excellent letter an abominable number of weeks ago, and I hereby propose as a rule of our future correspondence that I be graciously absolved from ever specifying the time that has elapsed since the arrival of the letter. I am supposed to be answering. This custom will ease me off immensely. Your last, however, is not so remote, but that the scolding you gave me for sending your previous letter to Mrs. Kemble is fearfully fresh in my mind. My dear Grace, I regret extremely having irritated you, but I would fain wrestle with you on this subject. I think you have a false code about the showing of letter sand. In calling it a breach of confidence, you surely confound the limits of things. Of course, there is always a particular discretion for the particular case. But what are letters but talk, and what is the showing them? But the repetition of talk. The same rules that govern that, of course, govern the other. But I don't see why they should be more stringent. It is indeed, I think, of the very essence of a good letter to be shown. It is wasted if it is kept for one. Was not Mme de Sévigne's last always handed about to 100 Pipluas, not Horace Walpole's, what was right for them? Is it seems to me right for you. However, I make this little protest, simply for the theory's sake, and promise you solemnly that in practice in future you shall be my own exclusive and peculiar Sévigné. Yet I don't at all insist on being your exclusive Walpole. I have indeed the sweet security of the conviction that you will never want, as they say, you don't in Cambridge, to exhibit my epistles. Only, I give you full leave to read them aloud at your soirees. Have your soirees recommenced, by the way, where are you, my dear Grace, and how are you? The question about your whereabouts will perhaps make you smile, if anything in this letter can, as I make no doubt you are enjoying the gorgeous charm. I speak, without irony, of a Cambridge October for myself. As you see, I am doing the south of France for literary purposes, into which I won't pretend to enter, as they are not of a very elevated character. I am trying to write some articles about these regions for an American illustrated Harper, but I don't foresee, as yet, any very brilliant results. I left England some 5 weeks ago, and after a few days in Paris, came down into Touraine for the sake of the chateaux of the Loire. At the hotel at Tours, where I spent 12 days, I had the advantage of the society of Mrs. Kemble and her daughter Mrs. Wister with the son of the latter. We made some excursions together, that is minus Mrs. K, a large void, who was too infirm to junket about, and then the ladies returned to Paris, and I took my way further afield. Touraine is charming, Chenonceau, Chambord, Blois, etc. Very interesting. And that episode was on the whole a success, enlivened too by my exciting company. But the rest of France, that is, those parts I have been through, is rather disappointing, though I suppose, when I recite my itinerary, you will feel that I ought to have found a world of picturesqueness. I mean at Bourges, Le Mans, Angers, Nantes, La Rochelle, Poitiers, etc. The Cathedral of Bourges is worth a long pilgrimage to see, but for the rest, France has preserved the physiognomy of the past much less than England. And then Italy. Besides, when I come into the south, I don't console myself for not being in the latter country. I don't care for these people, and in fine, I rather hate it. I return to Paris on November 1st and spend a month there. Then I return to England for the winter. When I am in that country, I want to get out of it. And when I am out of it, I languish for its heavy air. England is just now in a rather cocky mood and disposed to carry it high with her little Egyptian victories. It is such a satisfaction to me to see her again, counting for something in Europe, that I would give her carte blanche to go as far as she chooses or dares. But at the same time, I hope she won't exhibit a vulgar greed. It has a really dramatic interest for me to see how the great Gladstone will acquit himself of a situation in which all his high principles will be subjected to an extraordinary strain. He will be, I suspect, neither very lofty nor very base, but will compromise. I don't suppose, however, you care much about these faraway matters. I hope, my dear Grace, that your life is taking more and more a possible shape, that your summer has left you some pleasant memories, and your winter brings some cheerful hopes. I don't think I shall be so long agone. At any rate, my letters are no proof of my sentiments, be, which I mean that my silence is no disproof, for after all I wish to be believed when I tell you that I am most affectionately yours. Henry James, Jr. To William James, 130, Mt. Vernon St. Boston, Dec. 26th, 82. My dear William, you will already have heard the circumstances under which I arrived at New York on Thursday 21st at noon, after a very rapid and prosperous but painful passage. Letters from Alice and Catherine, Roman 50, were awaiting me at the dock, telling me that dear father was to be buried that morning. I reached Boston at 11 that night. There was so much delay in getting uptown. I found Bob at the station. Here he had come on for the funeral only, and returned to Milwaukee. The next morning, Alice, who was in bed, was very quiet, and Kay was perfect. They told me everythinger. At least they told me a great deal before we parted that night, and what they told me was deeply touching, and yet not at all literally painful. Father had been so tranquil, so painless, had died so easily, and as it were deliberately, and there had been not the least of that anguish and confusion which we imagined in London. He, simply after the improvement of which we were written before I sailed, had a sudden relapsy series of swoons after, which he took to his bed, not to rise again. He had no visible malady. Strange as it may seem, the softening of the brain was simply a gradual refusal of food, because he wished to die. There was no dementia, except a sort of exaltation of his belief that he had entered into the spiritual life. Nothing could persuade him to eat, and yet he never suffered or gave the least sign of suffering from inanition. All this will seem strange and incredible to you, but told with all the details as Aunt Kate has told it to me, it becomes real. Taking father as he was almost natural. He prayed and longed to die. He ebbed and faded away, though in spite of his strength becoming continually less, he was able to see people and talk. He wished to see as many people as he could, and he talked with them without effort. He saw F. Boot and talked much 2 or 3 days before he died. Alice says he said the most picturesque and humorous things. He knew I was coming and was glad, but not impatient. He was delighted when he was told that you would stay in my rooms in my absence, and seemed much interested in the idea. He had no belief, apparently, that he should live to see me, but was perfectly cheerful about it. He slept a great deal. And as Kay says, there was so little of the sick room about him, he lay facing the windows which he would never have darkened and never paned, by the light 27th A Roman 1000. We'll send this now, and write again tonight. All our wish here is that you should remain abroad the next 6 months. Ever your H. James. To George du Maurier. The article on George du Maurier was that reprinted in Partial Portraits, 1888. 115 East 25th Street, New York, April 17, 1883. My dear du Maurier, I send you by this post the sheets of that little tribute to your genius which I spoke of to you so many months ago, and which appears in the Century for May. The magazine is not yet out, or I would send you that. And the long delay makes my article so slight in itself, rather an impotent conclusion. Let me hasten to assure you that the London Society tacked to the title is none of my doing, but that of the editors of the magazine who put in an urgent plea for it, such as my poor remarks are. I hope you will find in them nothing disagreeable, but only the expression of an exceeding friendliness. May my blessing go with them, and a multitude of good wishes. I should have been to see you again long ago if I had not suddenly been called to America by the death of my father in December last. The autumn before that I spent altogether abroad, and have scarcely been in England. Since I bade you good-bye, after that very delightful walk and talk we had together last Julian episode, of which I have the happiest, tenderest memory. Romantic Hampstead seems very far away from East 25th St. Though East 25th St. has some good points. I have been spending the winter in Boston, and am here only on a visit to a friend, and though I am New Yorkized d'origin, I never return to this wonderful city without being entertained and impressed afresh. New York is full of types and figures and curious social idiosyncrasies, and I only wish we had some one here to hold up the mirror with a 15th part of your talent. It is altogether an extraordinary, growing, swarming, glittering, pushing, chattering, good-natured, cosmopolitan place, and perhaps in some ways the best imitation of Paris that can be found, yet with a great originality of its own. But I didn't mean to be so geographical. I only meant to shake hands, and to remind myself again that if my dear old London life is interrupted, it isn't, heaven be praised, finished, and that therefore there is a usia delightful and superior using keeping up my relations. I am talking a good deal like Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins, but when you reflect that you are not Sir Gorgias Midas, you will acquit me. I have a fair prospect of returning to England late in the summer, and that will be for a long day. I hope your winter has used you kindly, and that Mrs. du Maurier is well, and also the other ornaments of your home, including the great St. Bernard. I greet them all most kindly, and am ever very faithfully yours, Henry James. To Miss Grace Norton. 130, 1 Mount Vernon, St. Boston. July 28, 1883. My dear Grace, before the sufferings of others I am always utterly powerless, and your letter reveals such depths of suffering that I hardly know what to say to you. This, indeed, is not my last word, but it must be my first. You are not isolated, verily, in such states of feeling as this. That is in the sense that you appear to make all the misery of all mankind your own. Only, I have a terrible sense that you give all and receive nothing, that there is no reciprocity in your sympathy, that you have all the affliction of it, and none of the returns. However, I am determined not to speak to you, except with the voice of stoicism. I don't know why we live. The gift of life comes to us from I don't know what source, or for what purpose, but I believe we can go on living for the reason that always, of course, up to a certain point, life is the most valuable thing we know anything about, and it is therefore presumptively a great mistake to surrender it while there is any yet left in the cup. In other words, consciousness is an illimitable power, and though at times it may seem to be all consciousness of misery, yet in the way it propagates itself from wave to wave so that we never cease to feel, and though at moments we appear to try to pray to, there is something that holds one in one's place, makes it a standpoint in the universe which it is probably good not to forsake. You are right in your consciousness that we are all echoes and reverberations of the same, and you are noble when your interest and pity as to everything that surrounds you appears to have a sustaining and harmonizing power. Only don't, I beseech you, generalize too much in these sympathies and tendernesses. Remember that every life is a special problem which is not yours, but another's, and content yourself with the terrible algebra of your own. Don't melt too much into the universe, but be as solid and dense and fixed as you can. We all live together, and those of us who love and know live so most. We help each other, even unconsciously, each in our own effort. We lighten the effort of others, we contribute to the sum of success. Make it possible for others to live. Sorrow comes in great waves, no one can know that better than Yao, but it rolls over us. And though it may almost smother us, it leaves us on the spot. And we know that if it is strong, we are stronger inasmuch as it passes. And we remain, it wears us, uses us, but we wear it and use it in return. And it is blind, whereas we after a manner see. My dear Grace, you are passing through a darkness, in which I myself in my ignorance see nothing, but that you have been made wretchedly ill by it. But it is only a darkness, it is not an end, or the end. Don't think, don't feel, any more than you can help. Don't conclude or decide, don't do anything. But wait, everything will pass in serenity, and accepted mysteries and disillusionments, and the tenderness of a few good people, and new opportunities, and ever so much of life in a word, will remain. You will do all sorts of things yet, and I will help you. The only thing is not to melt in the meanwhile. I insist upon the necessity of a sort of mechanical condensation, so that however fast the horse may run away, there will, when he pulls up, be a somewhat agitated, but perfectly identical G. N left in the saddle. Try not to be ill. That is all, for in that there is a failure you are marked out for success. And you must not fail. You have my tenderest affection, and all my confidence, ever your faithful friend. Henry James. To William James. Hotel de Holland, Paris. Feb 20th, 84. My dear William, I owe you an answer to two letters, especially to the one, in which you announce to me the birth of your little Israelite. I bid him the most affectionate welcome into this world of care. And I hope that, by this time, he has begun to get used to it. I am too delighted to hear of Alice's well-being and trust it has now merged into complete recovery. Apropos of the babe, allow me to express an earnest hope that you will give him some handsome and pictorial name within discreet limits. Most of our names are rather colorless, cause Louis Dessus, therefore a little patch of brightness, and don't call him after any one, give him a name quite to himself. And let it be only one I have seen several times, the gifted sergeant, whose work I admire exceedingly, and who is a remarkably artistic nature and charming fellow. I have also spent an evening with a Daudet, and a morning at Auteuil with Ed de Goncourt. Seeing these people does me a world of good, and this intellectual vivacity and raffinement make an English mind seem like a sort of glue-pot. But their ignorance, corruption, and complacency are strange, full strange. I wish I had time to give you more of my impressions of them. They are at any rate very interesting, and Daudet, who has a remarkable personal charm, and is as beautiful as the day, was extremely nice to me. I saw also Zola at his house, and the whole group are of course intense pessimists. Daudet justified this to me, as regards himself, by the general sadness of life, and his fear, for instance, whenever he comes in, that his wife and children may have died while he was out. I hope you managed to keep free from this apprehension. I returned to London on the 27th to stick fast there. Till the summer I embrace Alice and the little Jew, and am ever your affectionate Henry. To W. Roman 500 Howells. Paris. Feb 21st, 1884. My dear Howells, your letter of the 2D last gives me great pleasure. A frozen Atlantic seemed to stretch between us, and I had had no news of you to speak of save an allusion in a late letter of T.B. A. to your having infant disease in your house. You give me a good account of this, and I hope your tax is paid this year at least. These are not things to make a hardened bachelor mend his ways. Hardened as I am, however, I am not proof against being delighted to hear that my Barberina tale entertained you. I am not prepared even to resent the malignity of your remark that the last third is not the best. It isn't, the last part is squeezed together. And Eckert, it is always the fault of my things that the head and trunk are too big, and the legs too short. I spread myself always at first from a nervous fear that I shall not have enough of my peculiar tap to go round. But I always, or generally, have, and therefore at the end, have to fill one of the cups to overflowing. My tendency to this disproportion remains incorrigible. I begin short tales, as if they were to be long novels, apropos of which ask Osgood to show you also the sheets of another thing. I lately sent him a New England Winter. It is not very good, on the contrary, but it will perhaps seem to you to put into form a certain impression of Boston. What you tell me of the success of S. last novel sickens and almost paralyses me. It seems to me the book so contemptibly bad and ignoble that the idea of people reading it in such numbers makes one return upon oneself and ask what is the use of trying to write anything decent or serious for a public so absolutely idiotic. It must be totally wasted. I would rather have produced the basest experiment in the naturalism that is being practiced here than such a piece of sixpenny humbug work, so shamelessly bad, seems to me to dishonor the novelist's art to a degree that is absolutely not to be forgiven, just as its success dishonors the people for whom one supposes oneself to write excuse my ferocities, which more discreetly and philosophically, I think you must share, and don't mention it please to anyone, as it will be set down to green-eyed jealousy. I came to this place 3 weeks since the principle that anything is quieter than London, but I returned to the British scramble in a few days. Paris speaks to me always for about such a time as this with many voices. But at the end of a month, I have learned all it has to say. I have been seeing something of Daudet, Goncourt, and Zola, and there is nothing more interesting to me now than the effort and experiment of this little group with its truly infernal intelligence of art form, manner, its intense artistic life. They do the only kind of work today that I respect, and in spite of their ferocious pessimism and their handling of unclean things, they are at least serious and honest. The floods of tepid soap and water, which under the name of novels are being vomited forth in England, seem to me by contrast to do little honor to our race. I say this to you because I regard you as the great American naturalist. I don't think you go far enough, and you are haunted with romantic phantoms and a tendency to factitious glosses. But you are in the right path, and I wish you repeated triumphs. They're beginning with your Americo Venetiento. I slightly fear from what you tell me that he will have a certain gloss. It isn't for me to reproach you with that, however, the said gloss being a constant defect of my characters. They have too much of it, do damnably much, but I am a failure. Comparatively, read Zola's Last Thing, La Joie de Vivre. This title, of course, has a desperate irony, but the work is admirably solid and serious. Adios, Benny. I wish you could send me anything you have in the way of advance sheets. It is rather hard that, as you are the only English novelist I read, except Miss Wilson, I should not have more comfort with you. Give my love to Winnie. I am sure she will dance herself well. Why doesn't Mrs. Howells try it too? Tout a vous, Henry James. To John Addington Symonds. 3 Bolton, St. Piccadilly W. Paris, Feb. 22nd, 1884. My dear J. A. Symonds, your good letter came to me just as I was leaving London for a month in this Placido. Return there in a few days, and the distractions and interruptions incidental to a short stay in Paris must account for my not having immediately answered it, as the spirit moved me to. Do I thank you for it very kindly, and am much touched by your telling me that a communication from me should in any degree, and for a moment have lighted up the horizon of the Alpine crevice, in which I can well believe you find it hard and even cruel to be condemned. To pass life to condole with you on a fate so stern must seem at the best, but a hollow business. I will therefore only wish you a continuance of the courage of which your abundant and delightful work gives such evidence, and take pleasure in thinking that there may be entertainment for you in any of my small effusions. I did send you the Century more than a year ago, with my paper on Venice, not having then the prevision of my reprinting it with some other things I sent it you, because it was a constructive way of expressing the good will I felt for you in consequence of what you have written about the land of Italy, and of intimating to you somewhat dumbly that I am an attentive and sympathetic reader. I nourish for the said Italy an unspeakably tender passion, and your pages always seem to say to me that you were one of a small number of people who love it as much as I do. In addition to your knowing it immeasurably better, I wanted to recognize this to your knowledge, for it seemed to me that the victims of a common passion should sometimes exchange a look, and I sent you off the magazine at a venture. I thank you very sincerely for the good-natured things you say of its companions. It is all very light work indeed, and the only merit I should dream of anyone finding in it would be that it is prettily turned. I thank you still further for your offer to send me the Tauchnitz volumes of your Italian local sketches. I know them already well, as I have said, and possess them in the English issue, but I shall welcome them warmly directly from you, especially as I gather that they have occasional retouchings. I lately spent a number of months in America, after a long absence, but I live in London, and have put my constant address at the top of my letter. I imagine that it is scarcely ever in your power to come to England, but do take note of my whereabouts for this happy and possibly, to you, ideal contingency. I should very much like to see you, but I go little nowadays to Switzerland in summer, though at one time I was there a good deal. I think it possible, moreover, that at that season you get out of your Alps. I certainly should in your place, for the Alps are easily too many for me. I can well imagine the innumerable things you miss at Davosier after year-end. I will say it, I think of you with exceeding sympathy. As a sign of that, I shall send you everything I publish. I shake hands with you, and am very truly yours, Henry James. To Alphonse Daudet, 3 Bolton, St. Piccadilly W. London 19 June 1884. Mon cher Alphonse. J'aurais du déjà vous remercier de tout le plaisir, que vous m'avez fait, en m'invent Sappho, je vous suis très reconnaissant de cette bonne et amicale pensée, qui s'ajoutera de sormais pour moi au souvenir du livre Genavis, pas attendu l'air de votre volume, pour le lire mais cela m'a donné l'occasion de m'y remettre encore et de tirer, un peu au clair les diverses impressions, que tant d'admirables. Pages mont laces, je n'essaierai pas de vous rapporter CS impressions, dans leur plénitude dans la crainte de n'y réussir, quoi de former ma pensée tout autant, quel avoir un nouveau livre de vous, mi fate passer par l'esprit une foule de belles idées. Que je vous confierais de vive voix de grande coursie, j'avais le bonheur de vous voir plus, souvent pour le moment, je vous dirai seulement que tout. Si qui vient de vous compter pour moi comme un grand événement, une jouissance, et fructus je vous aimia dans certains pages, que dans daughters mais vous mi charmes vous men leves taugers, et votre manière mi pénétre plus quoiqu'une, autre je trouve dans Sappho énormément de verite, et de vici nest pas du roman cesse de l'histoire, et de la plus complete, et de la mia éclair lorsqu'on. A fate unliver aussi solide, et aussi sérieux que celui-là, on ne besoin de très, recher par person si nest donc, que pour m'encourager moi-même que je constate dans Sappho encore une previa adjuter à celles que vous avez données tout si, que le roman pute, accomplir comme révélation de la vie et du drôle de mélange, que nous sommes la fil est étudié, avec une patience merveilleusest unda. CS portraits qui épuisant un type je vous, avouerai que je trouve, le jeune homme un peu sacrifié comme étude, et comme recherches a figure mi parasant moins, éclairing comparison de celle de la femiquil. Ni la faudrait pour alenter moral la valeur tragique j'aurais voulu que vous nous eussiez fait voir davantage, par il a passing matière d'expérience plus personnel, et plus in time encore. Quelles coucheries avec fanny en matière de ramollissement de volant, et de relâchement d'âme, en un molodrame ni si pas pudeter pas as dans l'âme, et dans la conscience de Jean, c'est de mesure que nous touchons a son character mime, que la situation devient intéressante si character vous mi fates, l'effet de l'avoir un peu négligé vous mi dires, que voilà un jugement bien anglais et que nous inventons des abstractions, comme nous descends, afin de nous dispenser de toucher aux grosses, realités just important quil, en y rien de plus real de plus positif de plus. A peindre quan character c'est la quan trouve bien la couleur, et la forme vous laves bien prouve du reste dans chacun de vos livres, et en vous descent que vous avez les lament de Sappho, un peu trop en blanc si nest. Quevic vos mime que je vous, compare mais je n'y voulais, que vous remercier et répondre à votre envoi je vous sauhait tout, le repose quil vous faudra pour recommencer encore je garde de cette soirée, que j'ai passé chez vous au mois de février une impression tout colorie, je vous prie de me rappeler au souvenir bienveillant de Madame Dodit, je vous serre la main et sois, votre bien devout confrère. Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. H.J.S. article on the art of fiction was reprinted in Partial Portrait. Stevenson's rejoinder was the essay called A Humble Remonstrance, included in Memories and Portraits. 3 Bolton St. W. Dec 5th, 1884. My dear Robert Louis Stevenson, I read only last night your paper in the December Longmans, in genial rejoinder to my article in the same periodical on Besant's lecture, and the result of that charming half-hour is a friendly desire to send you 3 words, not words of discussion, dissent, retort, or remonstrance, but of hearty sympathy charged with the assurance of my enjoyment of everything you write. It's a luxury in this immoral age to encounter someone who does write who is really acquainted with that lovely art. It wouldn't be fair to contend with you here. Besides, we agree, I think, much more than we disagree, and though there are points as to which a more irrepressible spirit than mine would like to try a fall, that is not what I want to say, but on the contrary, to thank you for so much that is suggestive and felicitous in your remarks justly felt, and brilliantly said. They are full of these things, and the current of your admirable style floats pearls and diamonds. Excellent are your closing words, and no one can assent more than I to your proposition that all art is a simplification. It is a pleasure to see that truth so neatly uttered. My pages in Longman were simply a plea for liberty. They were only half of what I had to say, and some day I shall try and express the remainder. Then I shall tickle you a little affectionately. As I pass you will say that my liberty is an obese divinity, requiring extra measures. But after one more go, I shall hold my tongue. The native gaiety of all that you write is delightful to me. And when I reflect that it proceeds from a man whom life has laid much of the time on his back, as I understand it, I find you a genius indeed. There must be pleasure in it for you too. I ask Colvin about you whenever I see him, and I shall have to send him this to forward to you. I am, with innumerable good wishes, yours very faithfully. Henry James. To William James. The literary remains of the late Henry James, with an introduction by William James, had just been published in America. 3 Bolton Street W. Jan 2d 1885. Dear William, I must give some response, however brief, to your letter of Dec 21st, enclosing the project of your house, and a long letter from our temple 3 days ago, too, came the 2 copies of Father's, and your book, which have given me great filial and fraternal joy. All I have had time to read as yet is the introductionary part, of which seems to me admirable. Perfect, it must have been very difficult to do, and you couldn't have done it better. And how beautiful and extraordinarily individual some of them, magnificent all the extracts from Father's writings, which you have selected so happily. It comes over me, as I read them more than ever before, how intensely original and personal his whole system was, and how indispensable it is that those who go in for religion should take some heed of it. I can't enter into it much myself. I can't be so theological, nor grant his extraordinary premises, nor throw myself into conceptions of heavens and hells, nor be sure that the keynote of nature is humanity, etc. But I can enjoy greatly the spirit, the feeling, and the manner of the whole thing, full as this last is of things that displease me too, and feel really that poor father struggling so alone all his life, and so destitute of every worldly or literary ambition, was yet a great writer. At any rate, your task is beautifully and honorably done. May it be as great or even half as great a service as it deserves to be to his memory. The book came at a bad time for Alice, as she has had an upset which I will tell you of, but though she has been able to have it in her hand, but for a moment it evidently gives her great pleasure, she burst into tears when I gave it to her, exclaiming how beautiful it is. That William should have done it. Isn't it beautiful, and how good? William is how good, how good. And we talked of poor Father's fading away into silence and darkness, the waves of the world closing over this system, which he tried to offer it, and of how we were touched by this act of yours, which will, I am sure, do so much to rescue him from oblivion. I have received no notice from Scribner of the arrival of the other volumes, and shall write to him in a day or two, if I don't hear, but I am rather embarrassed as to what to do with so many, wishing only to dispose of them in a manner which will entail some prospect of decent consideration and courtesy. I can give away 5 or 6 copies to persons who will probably have some attention and care for them, for example, Fred Harrison, Stopford Brooke, Burne Jones, Mrs. Orr, etc. But the newspapers and reviews are so grim and philistine and impenetrable and stupid that I can scarcely think of any to which it isn't almost an act of untenderness to send it. But I will go into the matter with Scribner. The project for your house is charming, very big it looks, and of a most pleasant type. Love to all. Ever your Henry. To Miss Grace Norton. 3 Bolton St. W. Jan 24th, 1885. My dear Grace, it is a feature of life in this place that the longer it lasts, the more one's liabilities of every kind accumulateth, more things there are to be done every hour of the day. I have so many to do that I am thinking of inventing some new day, with 40 or 50 hours, sir. Else some newer one still, with only half a dozen, as that would simplify a large proportion of one's diurnal duties out of existence. I am having a quieter winter than I have had for some years in London, and have seen very few new people, and not even many old friends. My quietness, comparative of course, is my solemn choice, and means that I have been dining out much less than at most former times, for the sacred purpose of getting my evenings to myself. I have been sitting at the festive British board for so many years now, that I feel as if I had earned the right to give it up, save in really seductive cases. You can guess the proportion of these. It is the only way to find any time to read, in my reading was going to the dogs. Therefore, I propose to become henceforth an occasional, and not a regular diner, with the well-funded hope that my mind, body, spirits, temper, and general view of the human understanding, and of the conversational powers of the English race, will be the gainers by it. Moreover, there is very little going on. The country is gloomy, anxious, and London reflects its gloom. Westminster Hall and the Tower were half blown up 2 days ago by Irish dynamiters. There is a catastrophe to the little British force in the Soudan in the air, rather an ominous want of news since Jen Stuart's victory at Aboukir a week ago, and a general sense of rocks ahead in the foreign relations of the country, combined with an exceeding want of confidence, indeed a deep disgust with the present ministry in regard to such relations. I find such a situation as this extremely interesting, and it makes me feel how much I am attached to this country, and on the whole to its sometimes exasperating people. The possible malhus reverses, dangers, embarrassments, the decline, in a word, of old England, go to my heart, And I can imagine no spectacle more touching, more thrilling, and even dramatic than to see this great precarious artificial empire, on behalf of which nevertheless, so much of the strongest and finest stuff of the greatest race, for such they are has been expended struggling with forces which perhaps in the long run will prove too many for it, if she only will struggle and not collapse and surrender, and give up a part which looking at Europe, as it is today still may be great the drama, will be well worth watching from such a good near standpoint as I have here. But I didn't mean to be so beastly political another drama. Interesting me is the question of poor dear J.R. Lowell's possible recall. After Cleveland mounts the throne, this to me is tragic pathetic his position here is in the highest degree honorable, useful, agreeable, in short, perfect. And to give it all up to return from one day to another to John Holmes and the Brattle Street horsecar, which is very much what it amounts to save. When he goes to see you seems to me to be the sport of a cruel, a barbaric fortune. I haven't asked you about yourself, the complexion of your winter, etc. But there are some things I know sufficiently, without asking so do yours, that I am always praying for you, though I don't pray in general, and don't understand it. I make this brilliant exception for you. Your very faithful friend, Henry James. To William James. The first number of the Bostonians appeared this month in the Century magazine, containing scenes in which the veteran philanthropist Miss Birdseye figured. 3 Bolton St. W. Feb 14th, 1885. Dear William, I am quite appalled by your note of the 2nd, in which you assault me on the subject of my having painted a portrait from life of Miss Peabody. I was in some measure prepared for it by Lowell's, as I found the other day, taking for granted that she had been my model, and an allusion to the same effect in a note from Aunt Kate. Still, I didn't expect the charge to come from you. I hold that I have done nothing to deserve it. I should be very sorry, in fact, deadly sick, or fatally ill if I thought Miss Peabody herself supposed I intended to represent her. I absolutely had no shadow of such an intention. I have not seen Miss P. For 20 years. I never had but the most casual observation of her. I didn't know whether she was alive or dead, and she was not in the smallest degree my starting point or example. Miss Birdseye was evolved entirely from my moral consciousness, like every other person I have ever drawn, and originated in my desire to make a figure who should embody in a sympathetic, pathetic, picturesque, and at the same time grotesque way the humanitarian and sidevent transcendental tendencies, which I thought it highly probable I should be accused of treating in a contemptuous manner, in so far as they were otherwise represented in the tale. I wished to make this figure a woman, because so it would be more touching, and an old, weary, battered, and simple-minded woman, because that deepened the same effect. I elaborated her in my mind's eye, and, after I had got going, reminded myself that my creation would perhaps be identified with Miss Peabody. That I freely admit, so I have in mind the sense of being careful at the same time that I didn't see what I could do, but go my way according to my own fancy, and make my image as living as I saw it. The one definite thing about which I had a scruple was some touch about Miss Birdseye's spectacles. I remembered that Miss Peabody's were always in the wrong place, but I didn't see really why I should deprive myself of an effect as regards this point, which is common to 1,000 old people. So I thought no more about Miss P at all, but simply strove to realize my vision. If I have made my old woman live, it is my misfortune, and the thing is doubtless a rendering, a vivid rendering of my idea. If it is at the same time a rendering of Miss P, I am absolutely, irresponsibly, and extremely sorry for the accident. If there is any chance of its being represented to her that I have undertaken to reproduce her in a novel, I will immediately write to her, in the most respectful manner, to say that I have done nothing of the kind, that an old survivor of the New England Reform period was an indispensable personage in my story, that my paucity of data, and not my repletion, is the faulty side of the whole picture, that as I went I had no sight or thought of her, but only of an imaginary figure which was much nearer to me, and that in short I have the vanity to claim that Miss Birdseye is a creation. You may think I protest too much, but I am alarmed by the sentence in your letter. It is really a pretty bad business, and haunted by the idea that this may apply to some rumor you have heard of Miss Peabody's feeling a taint. I can imagine no other reason why you should call the picture of Miss Birdseye a bad business, or indeed any business at all. I would write to Miss P on this chanceonly. I don't like to assume that she feels touched, when it is possible that she may not and knows nothing about the matter. If you can ascertain whether or no she does, and will let me know, I will, should there be need or fitness, immediately write to her. Miss Birdseye is a subordinate figure in the Bostonians, and after appearing in the first and second numbers vanishes till toward the end, where she re-enters briefly and pathetically and honorably dies. But though subordinate she is, I think, the best figure in the book. She is treated with respect throughout, and every virtue of heroism and disinterestedness is attributed to her. She is represented as the embodiment of the purest philanthropy. The story is, I think, the best fiction I have written, and I expected you, if you said anything about it, would intimate that you thought as much. So that I find this charge on the subject of Miss Peabody a very cold douche indeed. Ever yours, H. James. To James Russell Lowell. Lowell was now leaving London, after having held the post of American minister there since 1880. St. Albans Cliff. Bournemouth, May 29, 1885. My dear Lowell, my hope of coming up to town again has been defeated, and it comes over me that your departure is terribly near. Therefore, I write you a line of hearty and affectionate farewell, mitigated by the sense that after all it is only for a few months that we are to lose you. I trust serenely to your own conviction of this fact. But for extra safety, just remark that if you don't return to London next winter, I shall hurl myself across the ocean at you like a lasso. As I look back upon the years of your mission, my heart swells and almost breaks again, as it did when I heard you were superseded at the thought that anything so perfect should be gratuitously destroyed. But there is a part of your function which can go on again, indefinitely. Whenever you take it Upen, that I repeat I hope you will do soon rather than late. I think with the tenderest pleasure of the many fireside talks I have had with you from the first stand, with a pleasure dimmed with sadness of so many of our more recent ones. You are tied to London now by innumerable cords and fibers, and I should be glad to think that you ever felt me ever so lightly pulling at one of them. It is a great disappointment to me not to see you again, but I am kept here fast, and shall not be in town till the end of June. I give you my blessing, and every good wish for a happy voyage. I wish I could receive you over there and assist at your arrival. And impressions little as I want you to go back, don't forget that you have produced a relation between England and the US, which is really a gain to civilization, and that you must come back to look after your work. You can't look after it there. That is the function of an Englishman, and if you do it, there they will call you one. The only way you can be a good American is to return to our dear old stupid satisfactory London, and to yours ever affectionately and faithfully, Henry James. To William James. To prevent confusion of names, it should be mentioned that the Alice referred to at the end of this letter is H.J.'s sister-in-law, Mrs. William James. His sister, Miss Alice James, remained in England till her death 6 years later. 13 De Vere Mansions, W. March 9, 1886. My dear William, long before getting your most excellent letter of Feb 21st, I had been pricked with shame and remorse at my long silence. You may imagine, then, how this pang sharpened, when 3 or 4 days ago, that letter arrived. There were all sorts of reasons for my silence, which I won't take up time now with narrating further, than to say that they were not reasons of misfortune or discomfort, but only of other engagement and occupation, pressure connected with arrears of writing, consumption of time, in furnishing and preparing my new habitation, and the constant old story of London interruptions and distractions. Thank God I am out of them far more now than I have ever been before in my chaste and secluded Kensington. Quatrum. I moved in here definitely only 3 days ago, and am still rather upside down. The place is excellent in every respect, improves on acquaintance every hour, and is in particular flooded with light, like a photographer's studio. I commune with the unobstructed sky, and have an immense bird's-eye view of housetops and streets. My rooms are very pretty as well as very convenient, and will be more so when little by little I have got more things. When I have time, I will make you a diagram, and later when the drawing room or library, meantime I have a smaller sitting room in order, is furnished. I have nothing for it, yet I shall have the place photographed. I shall do far better work here than I have ever done before. Alice is going on the same very good way, and receiving visits almost daily. A great many people come to see her. She is highly appreciated, and might easily, if she were to stay here, getting sufficiently better to exert herself more. Roman 100, become a great success, and queen of society. Her vigor of mind, decision of character. Roman 100, wax daily, and her conversation is brilliant and semellant. She could easily, if she were to stay, beat the British female all round. She is also looking very well. The weather continues bitterly cold, and there will be no question of her going out for a long time to come. The two great public matters here have been the riot and the everlasting and most odious scandal. I mean, of course, putting the overshadowing Irish question aside. I was at Bournemouth seeing R. Roman 50 Stevenson the day of the Immute, and lost the spectacle to my infinite chagrin. I should have seen it well from my balcony, as I should have been at home when it passed, and it smashed the windows in the houses 3 doors from mine, on the corner of Bolton St. and Piccadilly. Alice was all unconscious of it till the morrow, and was not at all agitated. The wreck and ruin in Piccadilly, and some other places, I mean of windows, was on my return from Bournemouth sufficiently startling, as was also the manner in which the carriages of a number of ladies were stopped, and the occupants hustled, rifled, slapped, or kissed, as the case might be, and turned out the real unemployed. I believe, had very little share in all this. It was the work of the great army of roughs and thieves, who seized, owing to the very favorable nature of their opportunity, a day of license. It is difficult to know whether the real want of work is now, or not, so very much greater than usual in face of positive affirmations and negations. There is at any rate immense destitution. Every one here is growing poorer from causes, which I fear will continue all the same. What took place the other day is, I feel pretty sure, the worst that for a long time to come the British populace is likely to attempt. I can't talk about the Irish matter, partly because one is sick of it, partly because I know too little about it, and one is still more sick of all the vain words on the subject without knowledge or thought that fill the air here. I don't believe much in the Irish, and I believe still less in, consider with less complacency, the disruption of the British Empire. But I don't see how the management of their own affairs can be kept away from Themer. Why it should, I can't but think that, as they are a poor lot with great intrinsic sources of weakness, their power to injure and annoy England, if they were to get their own parliament, would be considerably less than is assumed. The Bostonians must be out in America by this time. I told them, of course, to send you a copy. It appears to be having a goodish success there. All your tidings about your own life, Bob Roman 100, were of the deepest interest. I wish I could assist at your researches, and see the children and commune with the Lycedo, whom I send much brotherly love. Ever your Henry. To Charles Eliot Norton. Professor Norton had sent H.J. the first installment of his edition of Carlyle's Correspondence. Milan, December 6, 1886. My dear Charles, I ought long ago to have thanked you for your very substantial present of Carlyle, but I waited, in the first place, till I should have read the book, which business was considerably delayed, and then till I had wound up a variety of little matters, mainly matters of writing, which pressed upon me in anticipation of my leaving England for 2 or 3 months now, when at last I seized the moment. I have left England, but you will be as glad of a letter from here as from out of the dense grey medium in which we had been living for a month before I quitted London. I came hither straight from Dover last night, through the hideous but convenient hole in the dear old St. Gothard, and I have been strolling about Milan all the morning, drinking in the delicious Italian sun, which fortunately shines, and giving myself up to the sweet sense of living once more after an interval of several years. In the adorable country it illumines. It is Sunday, and all the world is in the streets and squares, and the Italian type greets me in all its handsomeness and friendliness, and also, I fear I must add, not a little in its vulgarity. But its vulgarity is the exaggeration of a merit, and not, as in England and the US, of a defect. Churches and galleries have such a fatal chill that, being sore throatish and neuralgic, I have had to keep out of them. But the Duomo lifts all its pinnacles and statues into the faraway light, and looks across at the other white needles and spires of the Alps in the same bewildering cluster. I go to spend the remainder of this month in Florence, and afterwards, to, I hope, take a month between Rome, Naples, and Venice. But it will be as it will turn out. Once I am in Italy, it is about the same to me to be in one place as in another. All this takes me away from Carlyle, and from the Annandale view of life. I read the 2 volumes with exceeding interest, for my admiration of Carlyle as a letter writer is boundless, and it is curious to watch the first step and gradual amplification of his afterwards extraordinary style. Those addressed to his own family are most remarkable, as dedicated to a household of peasants by one of themselves. And in short, for the amateur of Carlyle, the book has a high value, but I doubt whether the general public will bite at it very eagerly. I don't know why I allude to this, though, for the general public has small sense and less taste, and its likes and dislikes, I think, must mostly make the judicious grieve. You seem to me a most perfect and ideal editor, and it is a great pleasure to me that so excellent and faultless a piece of editorial work should proceed from our rough and ready country. But at the same time, your demolitions of the unspeakable Froude don't persuade me that Carlyle was amiable. It seems to me he remains the most disagreeable in character of men of genius of equal magnificence in these youthful letters. It appears to me even striking how his disagreeableness comes out more and more in proportion as his talent develops. This doesn't prevent him, however, from being, in my opinion and doubtless in yours, son of the very greatest perhaps, the very greatest of letter writers. Only when one thinks of the other most distinguished masters of expression, the image evoked has, though sometimes it may be sad enough, a serenity, a general pleasantness when the vision of Carlyle comes to us. There comes with it the idea of harshness and discord. The difference between the man and the genius seems to me in other words greater than in any other case, for, if Voltaire was a rascal, he was eminently a social one. And Rousseau, to think of a great intellectual swell, who must have been odious, hadn't anything like Carlyle's parts. All the same, I shall devour the volumes. I am delighted to see you are still to publish. I ought to have plenty of London news for you, but somehow I feel as if I had not brought it to Italy with me. Much of it in these days is such as there must be little profit in carrying about with one. The subject of the moment as I came away was the hideous divorce case, which will besmirch exceedingly the already very damaged prestige of the English upper class. The condition of that body seems to me to be in many ways very much the same rotten and collapsible one as that of the French aristocracy before the revolution. Minus cleverness and conversation, or perhaps it's more like the heavy, congested, and depraved Roman world upon which the barbarians came down in England. The Huns and Vandals will have to come up from the black depths of the, in the people, enormous misery, though I don't think the Attila is quite yet found in the person of Mr. Hindman. At all events, much of English life is grossly materialistic and wants bloodletting. I had not been absent from London for a year before Thisave. For 2 or 3 days at a time, I remained in town all summer and autumnally, paying an occasional, or indeed a rather frequent country visita business, however, which I endeavor more and more to keep if possible within the compass of hours. The gilded bondage of the country house becomes onerous as one grows older, and then the waste of time in vain sitting and strolling about is a gruesome thought in the face of what one still wants to do with one's remnant of existence. I saw Matt Arnold the other night, and he spoke very genially of you and of his visit to Ashfieldbury, affectionately too of George Curtis, which I loudly echoed. Roman 1000 A said of Stockbridge, and the summer life thereabouts, etc., with his chin in the air. Yes, yes, it's a proof that it's attaching that one thinks of it again, thinks of it again. This was amiably sublime, and amiably characteristic. I see Burne-Jones from time to time, but not as often as I should like. I am always so afraid of breaking in on his work. Whenever he is at home, he is working. And when he isn't working, he's not at home. When I do see him, it is one of the best human pleasures that London has for me. But I don't understand his life. That is the manner and tenor of his production, a complete studio existence, with doors and windows closed, and no search for impressions outside, no open air, no real daylight, and no looking out for it. The things he does in these conditions have exceeding beauty, but they seem to me to grow colder and colder. Pictured abstractions, less and less observed. Such as he is, however, he is certainly the most distinguished artistic figure among Englishmen. Tadeth, only one who has escaped vulgarization, and on whom claptrap has no hold. Moreover, he is, as you know, exquisite in mind and talk, and we fraternize greatly. To Miss Grace Norton, 34 De Vere Gardens, W. July 23, 1887. My dear Grace, I am ashamed to find myself back in England without having fulfilled the inward vow I took when I received your last good and generous letter, that of writing to you before my long stay on the continent was over. But I almost don't fail of that vow, inasmuch as I returned only day before yesterday. My 8 months' escape into the happy immunities of foreign life is over, and the stern realities of London surround me in the shape of stuffy midsummer heat. That of this metropolis has a truly British ponderosity. It's as dull as an article in a quarterly smoke circular's invitations. Bill's the one sauce that Talleyrand commemorated, and reverberations of the grotesque. Jubilee, on the other hand, my small house seems most pleasant and peculiar, in the sense of being my own, and my servants are as punctual as they are prim, which is saying much. But I enjoyed my absence, and I shall endeavor to repeat it every year for the future on a smaller scale, that is, to leave London not at the beginning of the winter, but at the end by the mid-April, and take the period of the insufferable season regularly. In Italy, it was a great satisfaction to me to find that I am as fond of that dear country as I ever was, and that its infinite charm and interest are one of the things in life to be most relied upon. I was afraid that the dryness of age which drains us of so many sentiments had reduced my old tendresse to a mere memory. But Noit is really so much in my pocket as it were to feel that Italy is always there, It is rather rude, my dear Grace, to say all this to you for whom it is there to so little purpose. But if I should observe this scruple about all the places that you don't go to, or are not in, when I write to you, my writing would go very much on one leg. I was back again in Venice where I paid a second visit. Late in the season from the middle of May to July, one esti when I got your last letter. I was staying at the Palazzo Barbero, with the Daniel Curdice happy owners, today of that magnificent house, a place of which the full charm only sinks into your spirit, as you go on living there, seeing it in all its hours and phases. I went for 10 days, and they clinging to me. Stayed 5 weeks, the longest visit I ever paid a private family in the interval between my 2 visits to Venice. I took again some rooms at the Villa Brickery at Belliscardath 1, just below your old Omberlinoher. I had stayed for 3 December weeks on my arrival in Florence. The springtime there was enchanting, and you know what a thing that incomparable view is to live with. I really did live with it, and rejoiced in it, every minute holding it to be to my sensibilities, positively, the most beautiful and interesting in the world. Florence was given over to fetes during most of those weeks, fetes of the completion of the facade of the Duomo hitch. By the way, the new facade isn't half bad. It is of a very splendoriferous effect, and there is doubtless too much of it, but it does great honor to the contemporary as well as to the departed Italian, and I don't believe such work could have been produced elsewhere than in that country of the delicate hand and the insinuating chisel. I stepped down into the fetes from my hilltop end, even put on a crimson lucco and a beautiful black velvet headgear, and disported myself at the great ballo storico that was given at the Palazzo Vecchio to the king and queen. This had the defect of its class, a profusion of magnificent costumes, but a want of entrain, and the success of the whole episode was much more a certain really splendid procession of the old time with all the Strazis, Gixtardines, Rousselet, etc., mounted on magnificent horses, and wearing admirable dresses with the childlike gallantry and glee with which only Italians can wear them, riding through the brown old streets, and followed by an immense train of citizens, all in the carefulest Quattrocento garb. This was really a noble picture, and testified to the latent love of splendor which is still in those dear people, and which only asks for a favoring chance to shine out, even at the cost of ruining them, before leaving Italy. I spent a week with Mrs. Kemble at Lago Maggiore, having dipped over there in spite of torrid heat. She is a very, or at least a partly extinct volcano today, and very easy and delightful to dwell with in her aged resignation and adoucissements. But she did suggest to me on seeing her again, after so long an interval, that it is rather a melancholy mistake in this uncertain life of ours to have founded oneself on so many rigidities, and rule so many siftings and sortings. Mrs. Kemble is tout d'une piece more than anyone probably that ever lived. She moves in a mass, and if she does so little as to button her glove, it is the whole of her personality that does it. Let us be flexible, dear Grace. Let us be flexible. And even if we don't reach the sun, we shall at least have been up in a balloon. I left Stresa on the 15th of this month, had a glorious day on the Simplon amid mountain streams and mountain flowers, and came quickly home. I shall be here for the rest of the summer, save for little blotches of absence. I look forward to some quiet months of work. I am trying, not without success, to get out of society as hard as some people try to get in. I want to be dropped and cut, and consummately ignored. This only demands a little patience, and I hope eventually to elbow my way down to the bottom of the wave to achieve an obscurity. This would sound fatuous if I didn't add that success is easily within my grasp. I know it all that one sees by going out today as if I had made it. But if I had, I would have made it better. I think of you on your porch amid all your creepers and tendrils, and wherever you are, dear Grace, I am your very faithful and much remembering friend, Henry James. To Edmund Goss. Stevenson and his family sailed for America a few days after the date of this letter. Mr. Goss has described the episode in his recollections of R. Roman 50's critical Kit Kat. Stevenson's life in the South Seas began in the following year, and his friends in England saw him no more. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. August 17, 1887. Dear Goss, I went today to R. Roman 50 SS ship, which is at the Albert Dock, about 20 minutes in the train from Fenchurch Street. Its sailing has been put off till Monday forenoon, so there is more time to do something. I couldn't after all get on the Sheepas. She stood off from the dock without a convenient approach, and both the captain and the steward whom I wanted to see were not there, as I was told by a man on the dock, who was seeing some things being put on by a crane in which I couldn't be transferred. The appearance of the vessel was the reverse of attractive, though she is rather large than small. I write tonight to Mrs. Stevenson to ask if they are really coming up to Sailthet. is if nothing has interfered at the last moment, if there is nothing to be done to deter them, that I see I shall ask her to telegraph me an answer, I shall feel that I must go again to the ship. As I don't very well see how things are to be sent there, I will telegraph you what she telegraphs me, and what I decide to do. Ever yours, Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. HJS article on R Roman 50s appeared in the Century magazine April 1888 and was reprinted in partial portraits. 34 De Vere Gardens W. October 30th, 1887. My dear Louis, it is really a delight to get your charming letter from the undecipherable lake. Just this very blessed minute-long alienation has made my American geography vague. And not knowing what your lake is, I know still less where it is. Nevertheless, I roughly suspect it of being in the Adirondacks. If it isn't, may it excuse the injury, let me tell you quickly and crudely that I am quite exhilarated that you like the article. I thought, or rather I hoped that you would. And yet I feared you wouldn't. Roman 1 mightn't, and altogether, I was not so convinced, but that your expression of pleasure is a reassurance to me, as well as a gratification I felt. While I wrote that you served me well, you were really, my dear fellow, a capital subject. I will modestly grant you that, though it takes the bloom from my merit to be not only witty oneself, but the cause in others of a wit that is not at one's expense, that is a rare and high character, and altogether yours. I devoutly hope that it's in the November Century that the thing appears, and also that it was not too apparent to you in it, that I hadn't seen a proof of privation. I wrote to you some 3 weeks or so ago. Scribner's Wondrous seems to me the fate that leads you to the prospect of wintering at well. Wherever you are, the succession of incidents and places in your career is ever romantic. May you find what you need, white sunny winter hours, not too stoveated nor too pork-fed, with a crisp dry air, and a frequent leisure and no desperation of inanition, and may much good prose flow from it all. I wish I could see you in my mind's eye, but quid disce, I don't. The minutest particularities of your wooden bower rise before me. I see the clapboards and the piazza, and the doorstep and the door handle, and the road in front and the yard behind. Don't yearn to extinction for the trim little personality of Scaravore. I have great satisfaction in hearing from Mrs. Proctor, of course, that sweet house is Leto. Those Canadians, may they be punctual with their rent. Do tell your wife on her return from the Wild West that I supplicate her to write to me with items, details, specifications, and insistences. I am now collecting some papers into a volume, and the article par excellence in the midst. May the American air rest lightly on you, my dear friend. I wish it were mine to turn it on. Ever faithfully yours, Henry James. P.S. My love to your wife goes without saying, but I send a very explicit friendliness to your mother. I hope she returns the liking of America, and I bless the ticking Lloyd. To Robert Louis Stevenson. Stevenson's letter answered by the following of admiration of Roderick Hudson, and execration of the portrait of a lady, is included in the letters to his family and friends, edited by Sir Sidney Colvin. 34 De Vere Gardens W. December 5th, 1887. My dear Louis, I could almost hate poor Roderick H., in whom at best as in all my past, and shuffled off emanations and efforts my interest, is of the slenderest for making you write so much more about him than about a still more fascinating hero. If you had only given me a small installment of that romantic serial, The Mundane Situation of R. Roman 50. My dear fellow, you skip whole numbers at a time. Your correspondent wouldn't. I am really delighted you can find something at this late day in that work, in which my diminutive muse first tried to elongate her little legs. It is a book of considerable good faith, but I think of limited skill. Besides, directly my productions are finished, or at least thrust out to earn their living, they seem to me dead. They dwindle when weaned, removed from the parental breast, and only flourish a little while imbibing the milk of my plastic care. None the less am I touched by your excellent and friendly words. Perhaps I am touched even more by those you dedicate to the less favored portrait. My dear Louis, I don't think I follow you here. Does that work move you to such scorn, since you can put up with Roderick, or with any of the others as they are? So it is. And as it is, so they are. Upon my word, you are unfair to it, and I scratch my head bewildered. Tease surely a graceful, ingenious, elaborate work with too many pages, but with, I think, an interesting subject and a good deal of life and style there. All my works may be damnable, but I don't perceive the particular damnability of that one. However, I feel as if it were almost gross to defend myself, or even your censure pleases, and your restrictions refresh. I have this very day received from Mr. Bain your memories and portraits. And I lick my chops in advance. It is very delectable, I can see. And it has the prettiest coat and face of any. Of your volumes, London is settling to its winter pace. And the cool rich fogs curtain us, and I see Calvin, once in a while Dan's Le Monde, which however I frequent less and less. I miss you too. Sensibly my love to your wife and mother me. Greeting to the brave Lloyd. Ever yours very faithfully. H. James. P.S. I am unspeakably vexed at the centuries-long delay in printing my paper on you. It is quite sickening. But I am helpless and they tell me it won't come out till Marchton M. All I am also sorry for not to have any other prose specimens of my own genius to send you. I have really written a good deal lately but the beastly periodicals hold them back. I can't make out why, but I trust the dance will begin before long and that. Then you may glean some pleasure. I pray you do write something yourself for one who knows, and yet is famished for there isn't a morsel here that will keep one alive. I want question you or vain but I wish I knew more about you. I want to see Yao where you live and how on the complexion of your days. But I don't know even the name of your habitat, nor the date of your letter, neither were on the page. I bless you all the same. To W. Roman 500 Howells. 34 De Vere Gardens W. January 2nd, 1888. My dear Howells, your pretty read book that is a misprint for red, but it looks well better than it deserves, so I let it stand the neat and attractive volume with its coquettish inscription over its mystifying date, came into me exactly as a New Year's gift. I was delighted to get it, for I had not perused it in the pages of Harper, for reasons that you will understand, knowing, as you must, how little the habit of writing in the serial form encourages one to read in that odious way, which so many simple folk, thank heaven, think the best. I was on the point of getting April hopes to add to the brave array of its predecessors mine by purchase, almost all of them, when your graceful act saved me the almost equally graceful sacrifice. I can make out why you are at Buffalo, almost as little as I believe that you believe that I have long forgotten you. The intimation is worthy of the most tortuous feminine mind that you have represented, say, this wondrous lady, with the daughter, in the very first pages of April Hopes, with whom I shall make immediate and marveling acquaintance. Your literary prowess takes my breath away. You write so much, and so well. I seem to myself a small brown snail crawling after a glossy antelope. Let me hope that you enjoy your work as much as you ought, taught that the grind isn't greater than the inevitable from the moment one really tries to do anything. Certainly, one would never guess it from your abounding page. How much I wish I could keep this lovely new year by a long personal talk with you. I am troubled about many things, about many of which you could give me, I think, or rather, I am sure, advice and direction. I have entered upon evil days, but this is for your most private ear. It sounds portentous, but it only means that I am still staggering a good deal under the mysterious, and to me inexplicable injury, wrought apparently upon my situation, by my two last novels, The Bostonians and The Princess, from which I expected so much and derived so little. They have reduced the desire and the demand for my productions to zeroas. I judge from the fact that though I have for a good while past been writing a number of good short things, I remain irremediably unpublished. Editors keep them back for months and years, as if they were ashamed of them. And I am condemned apparently to eternal silence. You must be so widely versed in all the reasons of things of this sort today in the U.S., that if I could discourse with you a while, by the fireside, I should endeavor to draw from you some secret to break the spell. However, I don't despair, for I think I am now really in better form than I have ever been in my life, and I propose yet to do many things very likely to some day. All my buried prose will kick off its various tombstones at once, therefore don't betray me, till I myself have given up that won't be for a long time yet. If we could have that rich conversation, I should speak to you too of your monthly polemics in Harper, and tell you I think I should go as far as that of certain parts of the business, in which I am less with you than in others. It seems to me that, on occasions, you mix things up that don't go together, sometimes make mistakes of proportion, and in general incline to insist more upon the restrictions and limitations, the a priori formulas and interdictions of our common art, than upon that priceless freedom, which is to me the thing that makes it worth practicing. But at this distance, my dear Howells, such things are too delicate and complicated. Thee want stand so long a journey, therefore I want attempt them but only say how much I am struck with your energy, ingenuity, and courage, and your delightful interest in the charming questions. I don't care how much you dispute about them if you will only remember that a grain of example is worth a ton of precept, and that with the imbecility of babyish critics, the serious writer need absolutely not concern himself. I am surprised sometimes at the things you notice, and seem to care about one should move in a diviner air. I even confess that since the Bostonians, I find myself holding the critical world at large in a singular contempt. I go so far as to think that the literary sense is a distinctly waning quality. I can speak of your wife and children only interrogatively, which will tell you little and me, I fear, less. But let me at least be affirmative to the extent of wishing them all very affectionately. And to Mrs. H in particular, the happiest new year go on my dear Howells. And send me your books alwayses. I think I send you mine, continue to write only as your admirable ability moves you, and believe me. Ever faithfully yours, Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. The novel just begun was The Tragic Muse. 34 De Vere Gardens W. July 31st, 1888. My dear Louis, you are too far away, you are too absent, too invisible, inaudible, inconceivable. Life is too short a business, and friendship too delicate a matter, for such tricks, for cutting great gory masses out of 'em. By the year at a time, therefore, come back. Hang it all, sink it all, and come back a little more, and I shall cease to believe in you. I don't mean in the usual implied phrase in your veracity, but literally and more fatally, in your relevancy or objective reality. You have become a beautiful myth, a kind of unnatural, uncomfortable, unburied mort. You put forth a beautiful monthly voice with such happy notes in it, but it comes from too far away from the other side of the globe. While I vaguely know that you are crawling like a fly on the nether surface of my chair, your adventures, no doubt, are wonderful, but I don't successfully evoke them, understand them, believe in them. I do in those you write, heaven knows, but I don't in those you perform, though the latter, I know, are to lead to new revelations of the former. And your capacity for them is certainly wonderful enough. This is a selfish, personal cry. I wish you back, for literature is lonely, and Bournemouth is barren. Without you, your place in my affection has not been usurped by another, for there is not the least little scrap of another to usurp it. If there were, I would perversely try to care for him, but there isn't. I repeat, and I literally care for nothing but your return. I haven't even your novel to stay my stomach, with all the wan, wet months elapse, and I see no sign of it. The beautiful portrait of your wife shimmers at me from my chimneypiece brought some months ago by the natural McClure, but seems to refer to one as dim and distant and delightful, as a toast of the last century. I wish I could make you homesick. I wish I could spoil your fun. It is a very featureless time. The summer is rank with rheumatism, a dark, drowned, unprecedented season. The town is empty, but I am not going away. I have no money, but I have a little work. I have lately written several short fictions, but you may not see them unless you come home. I have just begun a novel which is to run through the Atlantic from January 1st, and which I aspire to finish by the end of this year. In reality, I suppose, I shall not be fully delivered of it before the middle of next. After that, with God's help, I propose for a longish period to do nothing but short lengths. I want to leave a multitude of pictures of my time, projecting my small circular frame upon as many different spots as possible, and going in for number as well as quality, so that the number may constitute a total having a certain value as observation and testimony. But there isn't so much as a creature here even to whisper such an intention to nothing. Lifts its hand in these islands, save blackguard party politics. Criticism is of an abject density and puerility. It doesn't exist. It writes the intellect of our race too low. Lang, in the Roman 500 and every morning, and I believe in 100 other places, uses his beautiful thin facility to write everything down to the lowest level of Philistine twaddled view of the old lady round the corner, or the clever person at the dinner party. The Incorporated Society of Authors, I belong to it. And so do you, I think, but I don't know what it is. Gave a dinner the other night to American literati, to thank them for praying for international copyright. I carefully forbore to go thinking the gratulation premature, and I see by this morning's Times that the banqueted boon is further off than ever. Edmund Gosse has sent me his clever little Life of Congreve just out, and I have read it, but it isn't so good as his Raleigh. But no more was the insufferable subject. Come, my dear Louis, grow not too thin. I can't question you because, as I say, I don't conjure you up. You have killed the imagination in that part of it which formed your element, and in which you sat vivid, and near your wife and mother and Mr. Lloyd suffer. Also I must confess it be this failure of breath of faith. Of course, I have your letter from Manasquan. Is that the idiotic name of Thane genuous me to think there was a date? It was terribly impersonal. It did me little good, a little more And I shan't believe in you enough to bless you take this therefore, as your last chance I follow all with an aching wing, an inadequate geography, and an ineradicable hope, ever my dear Louis yours to the last snub. Henry James. To William James. Hotel de l'Ecu Geneva. October 29th, 1888. My dear William, your beautiful and delightful letter of the 14th from your country home descended upon me 2 days ago, and after penetrating myself with it for 24 hours, I sent it back to England to Alice, on whom it will confer equal beatitude, not only because so copious but because so cheerful in tone, and appearing to show that the essentials of health and happiness are with you. I wish to delay no hour longer to write to you, though I am at this moment rather exhausted with the effort of a long letter completed 5 minutes since to Louis Stevenson in answer to one I lately received from his wife from some undecipherable cannibalisland. In the Pacific, they are such faraway, fantastic, bewildering people that there is a certain fatigue in the achievement of putting one's self in relation with them. I may mention in this connection that I have had in my hands the earlier sheets of The Master of Ballantrae, the new novel he is about to contribute to Scribner, and have been reading them with breathless admiration. They are wonderfully fine, and perfect is a rare, delightful genius. I am sitting in our old family salon in this place, and have sat here much of the time for the last fortnight in sociable converse with family ghosts, father and mother and Aunt Kate, and our juvenile selves. I became conscious suddenly, about Oct. 10th, that I wanted very much to get away from the stale, dingy London, which I had not quitted to speak of for 15 months, and notably not all summer, a detestable summer, in England of wet and cold. Alice, whom I went to see on arriving at this conclusion, assured me she could perfectly dispense for a few weeks with my presence on English soil, so I came straight here where I have a sufficient, though not importunate sense of being in a foreign country, with a desired quietness for getting on with work. I have had 16 days of extraordinarily beautiful weather, full of autumn color, as vivid as yours at Chicorua, and with the Mt. Blanc range perpetually visible, literally hanging day after day over the blue lake. Have treated myself, as I say, to the apartments, or a portion of them, in which we spent the winter of 5960, and in which nothing is changed save that the hotel seems to have gone down in the world a little before the multiplication of rivals, a descent, however, which has the agreement of unimpaired cleanliness and applies, apparently, to the prices as well. It is very good, and not at all dear. Geneva seems both duller and smarter, a good deal bigger, yet emptier too. The Academy is now the University, a large winged building in the old public garden below the tray, but all the old smells and tastes are here, and the sensation is pleasant. I expect in 3 or 4 days to go to Paris for about 3 weeks and back to London. After that, I shall be very busy for the next 3 or 4 months with the long thing I am doing for the Atlantic, and which is to run no less than 15, though in shorter installments than my previous fictions, so that I have no time for wanton traveling, but I enjoy the easier, lighter feeling of being out of England. I suppose, if one lived in one of these countries, one would take its problems to oneself also, or be oppressed and darkened by Themavin, as I am more or less by those which hang over me in London. But as it is, the continent gives one a refreshing sense of getting away from Whitechapel and Parnell, and 100 other constantly thickening heavinesses. It is always a great misfortune, I think, when one has reached a certain age, that if one is living in a country not one's own, and one is of anything of an ironic or critical disposition, one mistakes the inevitable reflections and criticisms that one makes more and more as one grows older upon life and human nature, etc., for a judgment of that particular country, its natives, peculiarities, etc., to which really one has grown exceedingly accustomed. For myself, at any rate, I am deadly weary of the whole international state of mind, so that I ache at times with fatigue at the way it is constantly forced upon me, as a sort of virtue or obligation. I can't look at the English-American world, or feel about them, any more save as a big Anglo-Saxon total, destined to such an amount of melting together, that an insistence on their differences becomes more and more idle and pedantic, and that melting together will come the faster, the more one takes it for granted, and treats the life of the two countries as continuous, or more or less convertible, or at any rate as simply different chapters of the same general subject. Literature fiction, in particular, affords a magnificent arm for such taking for granted, and one may so do an excellent work with it. I have not the least hesitation in saying that I aspire to write in such a way that it would be impossible to an outsider to say whether I am, at a given moment, an American writing about England, or an Englishman writing about America dealing, as I do with both countries, and so far from being ashamed of such an ambiguity, I should be exceedingly proud of it, for it would be highly civilized. You are right in surmising that it must often be a grief to me, not to get more time for reading though, not in supposing that I am hollowed out inside by the limitations my existence has too obstinately attached to that exercise, combined with the fact that I produce a great deal at times. I do read almost as much as my wretched little stomach for it literally will allow, and on the whole I get much more time for it. As the months and years go by, I touched bottom in the way of missing time during the first half of my long residence in London, and traversed then a sandy desert in that respect, where, however, I took on board such an amount of human and social information that if the same necessary alternatives were presented to me again, I should make the same choice. One can read when one is middle-aged or old, but one can mingle in the world with fresh perceptions only when one is young. The great thing is to be saturated with something that is in one way or another with life. And I chose the form of my saturation. Moreover, you exaggerate the degree to which my writing takes it out of my mind, for I try to spend only the interest of my capital. I haven't told you how I found Alice when I last saw her. She is now in very good form still. Going out, I hear from her in the mild moments, and feeling very easy and even jolly about her Leamington winter. My being away is a sign of her really good symptoms. She was wathened after the London police in connection with the Whitechapel murders to a degree that almost constituted robust health. I have seen a great many, that is more than usual, Frenchmen in London this year. They bring me notes of introduction, and the other day, the night before coming away, I entertained at dinner at a club the French ambassador at Madrid, Paul Cambon, Xavier Charmes of the French Foreign Office, G. du Maurier, and the wonderful little Jusserand, the charge d'affaires in London, who is a great friend of mine, and to oblige and relieve whom it was that I invited the two other diplomatists, his friends, whom he had rather helplessly on his hands. There is the real differentia gulf from the English or the American to the Frenchman, and vice versa, still more, and not from the Englishman to the American. The Frenchman I see all seemed to me wonderful the first time, but not so much at all the second. But I must finish this without having touched any of the sympathetic things I meant to say to you about your place, your work on it, Alice's prowesses as a country lady, the children's vichampeter, etc. Aunt Kate, after her visit to you, praised all these things to us with profusion and evident sincerity. I wish I could see them, but the day seems far. I haven't lain on the ground for so many years that I feel as if I had spent them up in a balloon. Next summer I shall come here, I mean to Switzerland, for which my taste has revived. I am full of gratulation on your enlarged classes, chances of reading, etc., and on your prospect of keeping the invalid child this winter. Give my tender love to Alice. You are entering the period of keen suspense about Cleveland, and I share it even here. I have lately begun to receive and read The Nation, after a long interval, and it seems to me very rough. Was it ever so? Ever your affectionate Henry James. Roman 4. Later London years. For the next 5 years, when once the tragic muse was off his hands, Henry James gave himself up with persevering determination to the writing of plays. He speaks very plainly in his letters of the time concerning the motives which urged him to the theatre, and there is no doubt that the chief of them was the desire for a kind of success, which his fiction failed to achieve. He puts it simply that he wished to make money that his books did not sell, and that he regarded the theatre solely as a much-needed pecuniary resource. But such belittling of his own motives out of a feeling that was partly pride and partly shyness was not unusual with him, and it seems impossible to take this language quite literally for a man of letters with moderate tastes and no family. Henry James's circumstances were more than easy, even if his writings should earn him nothing at all, and he had no reason to doubt that his future was sufficiently assured. Moreover, though his work might have no great popular vogue, had had a measure of that too. At the time of Daisy Miller it still never wanted its own attentive circle, so that he had not to complain of the utter indifference that may wear upon the nerves of even the most disinterested artist. The sense of solitude that began to weigh upon him was perhaps more a matter of temperament than of fact. It never for a moment meant that he had lost faith in himself and his powers, but there mingled with it his inveterate habit of forecasting the future. In the most ominous light, as he looked forward, he saw the undoubted decline of his popularity carrying him further and further away from recognition and its rewards, and the prospect, once the thought of it had taken root in his imagination, distressed and dismayed him. All would be righted, he felt, by the successful conquest of the theatre, there lay the way not only to solid gains, but to the reassurance of vaguer, less formulated anxieties. With such a tangible gauge of having made his impression, he would be relieved forever from the fear of working in vain and alone. But from the moment when he began to write plays, instead of novels, the task laid hold upon him with other attractions. And it was these, no doubt, which kept him at it through so many troubles and disappointments. The dramatic form itself, in the first place, delighted, and tormented him with its difficulty, the artistic riddle of lucidity in extreme compression, what he once characteristically described as the passionate economy of the play, as he wrote it, appealed to him, and drew him on to constantly renewed attempts. He admits that, but for this perpetual challenge to his ingenuity, he could never have supported the annoyances and irritations entailed by practical commerce with the theater. And yet it is easy to see that these two had a certain fascination for him. He could not have been so eloquent in his denunciation of all theatrical conditions, the sawdust and orange apple of the trade, if he had not been enjoyably stimulated by them. And indeed, from his earliest youth, his interest in the stage had been keenly professional. The tragic muse herself, outcome of innumerable sessions at the theater franchise, shows how intently he had studied the art of acting not as a spectacle only, but as a business and a life, the world behind the theatrical scene, though in the end he broke away from it with relief, closely occupied his mind during these few years, and with his gift for turning all experience to imaginative account, he could scarcely look back on it afterwards. As time wasted little, as his heavy expenditure of spirit and toil had to show for it, his hope of finding fame and fortune in this direction failed utterly, and failed, which was much to the good, with clearness and precision at a given moment, so that he was able to make a clean cut and return at once to his right line. But he took with him treasures of observation, lodged in a memory that to the end of his life always dwelt upon the theater with a curious mixture of exasperation and delight. Of all the plays, 7 or 8 in number, that he wrote between 1889 and 1894, only 2 were actually seen upon the stage. The first of these was a dramatic version of the American produced by Edward Compton, who played the principal part at Southport in January 1891. The piece had a fairly successful provincial life, but it failed to make good its hold upon London, where it was given for the first time on September 26, 1891, at the Opera Comique. By the same company, it ran for about 2 months, after which it was seen no more in London, though it continued for some while longer to figure in Compton's provincial repertory in its later life. It was played with a rewritten last act, in which, much against his will, Henry James conceded to popular taste a happy ending for his hero and heroine. The other, and much more elaborate production, was that of Guy Domville at the St. James Theatre on January 5, 1895, with George Alexander and Miss Marion Terry in the chief parts. The story of this unfortunate venture is to be read in the letters that follow. The play, which has never been published, was enthusiastically received by the few and roughly rejected by the many. It ran for exactly a month and then disappeared for good. It was the most ambitious, and no doubt the best piece of dramatic work that Henry James had produced, and he immediately accepted its failure as the end, for the present, of his playwriting. The first night of Guy Domville had been marked by an incident which wounded him so deeply that he could never afterwards bear the least reference to it. After the fall of the curtain, he had been exposed, apparently, by a misunderstanding, to the hostility of the grosser part of the audience, and the affront, the shock to his sensitive taste, was extreme and enduring. There had been various plans and projects in connection with his other plays, but by this time they had all come to nothing to the relief of those friends who knew what an intolerable strain the whole agitated time had thrown upon his nerves. He went back to the work and the life which were so evidently the right scope for his genius. But before doing so, he published 4 of his plays in 2 volumes of theatricals, 1894, 1895, to the second of which he prefixed an introduction which sums up with great candor and dignity a part of the lesson he had learnt from his discouraging experience. Outside the theater, his life proceeded as usual, and his yearly visits to Paris or Italy are almost the only events to be recorded. He was in Paris in the autumn of 1889, and in Italy, chiefly at Florence and Venice, for the following summer. But both these centers of attraction were beginning to lose their hold on him, a little, though for different reasons. Paris, for something in its artistic self-sufficiency that he found increasingly unsympathetic, and Italy, as it became more and more a field of social claims, English and American, irresistible on the spot, but destructive of quiet work. He began to feel the need of some settled country home of his own in England, though for some years yet he took no practical steps to find one. He was in Paris again, early in 1891, at the end of the same year, he was called to Dresden by the sudden death in hospital there of a gifted young American friend with whom he had latterly been much associated, Walcott Balestier, whose short but remarkable career as a writer, and still more as a literary agent for other writers, including Henry James, has been commemorated by Mr. Gosse in his portraits and sketches. From this distressing excursion, Henry James returned home to face another and greater sorrow, which had begun to threaten him for some time past. For 2 years. His sister had been growing steadily weaker. She had moved to London and lived near her brother in Kensington, but her seclusion was so rigid that only those who knew him well understood how great a part she played in his life. Her vigor of mind and imagination was as keen as ever, and though the number of people she was able to see and know in England was very small, she lived ardently in the interest, highly critical for the most part, that she took in public affairs. Her death in March 1892 meant for Henry James not only the end of a companionship that was very dear to him, but the breaking of the only family tie that he had had or was ever to have in England so long as his sister was near him. There was one person who shared his old memories, and with whom he was in his own home, and when it is recalled how intensely he always clung to his distant kindred, and what a sense of support he drew from them, even in his long separation, it is possible to measure the loss that befell him no exactly at a time when such familiar and natural sympathy was most precious to him. He spent the summer of 1892 again in Italy, avoiding the tourist stream by settling at Siena after it had subsided in the company of Roman 1000 and MME Paul Birgit. By this time, his intimate friends William James and his family were now in Europe for a year of Switzerland, and Italy, and Henry joined them at Lausanne on his way home. The next 2 years of London were given up almost without intermission to the hopes and anxieties of his theatrical affairs, in which he was now completely immersed, said so much so indeed as to test his very remarkable powers of physical endurance, which seem in middle life to have thrown off the early troubles of his health. When this time of fevered agitation was over, he was able to compose himself at once to happier work, without apparently feeling even the need of a day's holiday. In 1893, he was in Paris in the spring, and again, for a short while, in Switzerland with his brother. But these excursions were never real holidays. Was quickly uneasy, if he had not work of some kind on hand. He projected another summer in Italy for the following year and spent it chiefly in Venice and Rome. This was the last of Italy, however, for some time. There were too many friends everywhere. The most disastrous attempt I have ever made, he writes, to come abroad for privacy and quiet still. The only alternative seemed to be seaside lodgings in England. And for the summer of 1895, escaping from the London season, as usual, he went to Torquay. By this time, Guy Domville had failed, and he was free again. He had the happiest winter of work in London that he had known for 5 years. After finishing some short stories, he began The Spoils of Poynton, and with it the series of his works that belonged definitely to his later manner. At last, in 1896, instead of his usual esplanade, he settled for a while upon an English countryside, making an accidental choice that was to prove momentous. He took a small house for the summer on the hill of Playdon in Sussex, where for the first time in his life, and after 20 years of England, he enjoyed a solitude of his own among trees and fields. From his terrace, where he sat under an ash tree working at his novel, he looked across a wide valley to the beautiful old red-roofed town of Rye, climbing the opposite hill and crowned with its church tower. The charm and tranquility of the place were perfect, and when he had to give up the house at Playdon, he moved for the autumn into the old Rye vicarage. Exploring the steep cobbled streets round the church, he came upon a singularly delightful old house of the early 18th century, with a large walled garden behind it, which attracted him to the point of inquiring whether he might hope to possess it. There appeared to be no prospect of this, but he went back to London with a vivid sense that Lamb House was exactly the place he needed if it should ever fall to him. He had already finished The Spoils of Poynton, and had immediately set to work on what Macy knew, deeply reconciled now to the indifference of the general public, which indeed became more and more confirmed. The only question, by this time, was whether London was any longer the right place for the determined concentration upon fiction that he decided was to fill the rest of his life. The country would hardly have drawn him thither for its own sake. There could not have been such a lack of it in his existence for more than 50 years if it had strongly appealed to him in itself. But London had long ago given him all it could, and his great desire now was for peace and quiet and freedom from interruption. In 1897, after a summer of the usual kind at Bournemouth and Dunwich, he suddenly learned that a tenant was being sought for Lamb House, and he signed the lease within a few days. It was the most punctual and appropriate stroke of fortune that could have been devised. To Robert Louis Stevenson, 34 De Vere Gardens W. April 29, 1889. This is really dreadful news, my dear Louis, odious news, to one who had neatly arranged that his coming August should be spent gobbling down your Yarnsby, some garden window of Scaravoria's. The Neapolitan Lazarone puts away the lubricating filaments of the vermicelli, and yet with my hideous capacity to understand it, I am strong enough, superior enough to say anything for conversation later. It's, in the light of unlimited conversation, that I see the future years and my honored chair by the Ingleside will require. Succession of new cushions. I miss you, shocking Gliffer, my dear fellow. There is no one, literally, no one, and I don't in the least follow you. I can't go with you, I mean in conceptive faculty and the realizing sense. And you are for the time absolutely as if you were dead too. Me, I mean to my imagination, of course not to my affection or my prayers. And so I shall keep humble that you may pump into me and make me stare and sigh and look simple and be quite out of it for ever and ever. It's the best thing that can happen to one to see it written in your very hand that you have been so uplifted in health and cheer. And if another year will screw you up so tight that you won't come undone again, I will try and hold on through the barren months. I will go to Mrs. Sitwell to hear what has made you blush. It must be something very radical. Your chieftains are dim to Muhi, shouldn't they be, when you yourself are va for another year? But don't stay away longer, for we should really for self-defense have to outlive you. I myself do little but sit at home and write little tales. Send even long once you shall see them when you come back. Nothing would induce me, by sending them to you, to expose myself to damaging Polynesian comparisons. For the rest, there is nothing in this land, but the eternal Irish strifeth place is all gashed and gory with it. I can't tell you of it. I am too sick of it more than to say that 2 or 3 of the most interesting days I ever passed were lately in the crowded, throbbing, thrilling little court of the Special Commission over the astounding drama of the forged Times letters. I have a hope, a dream, that your mother may be coming home, and that one may go and drink deep of her narrations. But it's idle and improbable. A wonderful, beautiful letter from your wife to Colvin seemed a few months ago to make it clear that she has no quarrel with your wild and wayward life. I hope it agrees with her a little too. I mean, that it renews her youth and strength. It is a woeful time to wait for your prose, as for your person especially, as the prose can't be better though the person may. You're very faithful, Henry James. To William James, Hotel de Holland, Paris, Nov 28th, 89. My dear William, I send you this from Paris, where I have been for the last 5 weeks. Toward the end, I relented in regard to the exhibition, and came over in time for the last fortnight of it. It was despoiled of its freshness, and invaded by hordes of furious Franks and fiery huntsbutt. It was a great impression, and I'm glad I sacrificed to it. So I've remained on. I go back deck first. It happens that I have been working very hard all this month, almost harder than ever in my life, before having on top of other pressing and unfinished tasks undertaken for the bribe of large lucre to translate its new Tartarin novel for the Harpers. I had a talk of 1 hour and a half with him the other day about our work, and his own queer, deplorable condition, which he intensely converts into art profession success, copy taking. Perpetual notes about his constant suffering, terrible in degree, which are to make a book called La Douleur, the most detailed and pessimistic notation of pain. Qui fut jamais he is doing in the midst of this, his new gay, lovely Tartarin for the Harpers and Premier Lou, that is, they are to publish it serially with wonderfully processed drawings before it comes out as a book in Francine. I am to represent him in English. A difficult but with ingenuity a pleasant and amusing task. While this serial period lasts, I have seen a good deal of Birgit, and as I have breakfasted with Copy and twice dined in company with Mailhack Sarcy, Albert Wolf, Goncourt, Gandarax, Blovitz, etc., you will judge that I am pretty well saturated, and ought to have the last word about CES Gens Roman 101. That last word has to grain of subjection or of mystery left in it. It is simply Chinese, Chinese, Chinese. They are finished besotted mandarins, and their Paris is their celestial empire. With that, such a Paris, as it sometimes seems, nevertheless I've enjoyed it, and though I am very tired, too tired to write to you properly, I shall have been much refreshed by my stay here, and have taken aboard some light and heat for the black London winter. I hope that above house and college and life, and everything, you still hold up an undemented head, and are not in a seedy way. Ever your affectionate Henry. To Robert Louis Stevenson. Stevenson was now beginning to break to his friends at home the possibility that he might settle permanently in the South Seas, but he still projected a preliminary visit to England, or at least to Europe. 34 De Vere Gardens W. March 21st, 1890. My dear Louis and my dear Mrs. Louis. It comes over me with horror and shame that, within the next very few months, your return to England may become such a reality that I shall before long stand face to face with you branded with the almost blood guilt of my long silence. Let me break that silence. Then, before the bliss of meeting you again, heaven speed. The day is qualified in prospect by the apprehension of your disdain. I dispatch these incoherent words to Sydney in the hope they may catch you before you embark for our palpitating England. My despicable dumbness has been a vile accidenti. Needn't assure you that it doesn't pretend to the smallest backbone of system or sense. I have simply had the busiest year of my life, and have been so drained of the fluid of expression, so tapped into the public picture that my whole correspondence has dried up and died of thirst. Then somehow you had become inaccessible to the mind, as well as to the body, and I had the feeling that in the midst of such desperate larks any news of mine would be mere irrelevant drivel to you now. However you must take it, such as it won't of course be news to you at all, that the idea of your return has become altogether the question of the day. The other two questions the eternal Irish and Rudyard Kipling errant. In it well tell you all about Rudyard Kipling, your nascent rival. He has killed one immortal writer, Haggard the star of the hour, aged 24, an author of remarkable Anglo-Indian, and extraordinarily observed bear life. Tommy Atkinsdale's What I am pledged to do at the present moment, pledged to Colvin, is to plead with you passionately on the question of Samoa and expatriation. But somehow when it comes to the point I can't do it, partly because I can't really believe in anything so dreadful. A long howl of horror has gone up from all your friends, and partly because before any step so fatal is irretrievably taken, we are to have a chance to see you and bind you with flowery chains when you tell me with your own melodious lips that you're a committed ill. See what's to be done. But I won't take a single plank of the house, or a single hour of the flight for granted. Colvin has given me instantly all your recent unspeakable news. I mean the voyage to Samoa and everything preceding, and your mother has kindly communicated to me her own wonderful documents. Therefore my silence has been filled with sound infinitely fearful sometimes. But the joy of your health, my dear Louis, has been to me as an imparted sensation, making me far more glad than anything that I could originate with myself. I shall never be as well as I am glad that you are well. We are poor tame terrified products of the tailor and the parlor maid, but we have a fine sentiment or two. All the same, I thank God am in better form than when you first took ship. I have lately finished the longest and most careful novel I have ever written. It has gone 16 months in a periodical, and the last in that form I shall ever doit will come out as a book in May. Also other things too flat to be bawled through an Australasian tube. But the intensest throb of my literary life, as of that of many others, has been the Master of Ballantrae, pure hard crystal, my boy, a work of ineffable and exquisite art. It makes us all as proud of you as you can possibly be of it. Lead him on blushing, lead him back blooming by the hand, dear Mrs. Louis. And we will talk over everything, as we used to lang syne at Scaravore, when we have talked over everything, and when all your tales are told, then you may paddle back to Samoa. But we shall call time. My heartiest greeting to the young Lloyd Grizzled, I fear, before his day. I have been very sorry to hear of your son-in-law's bad case. May all that tension be over now. Do receive this before you sail. Don't sail till you get it, but then bound straight across I send a volume of the Rising Star, to goad you all hither with jealousy. He has quite done for your neglected, even though neglectful friend, Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. 34 De Vere Gardens W. April 28th, 90. My dear Louis, I didn't for two reasons answer your delightful letter, or rather exquisite note from the Sydney Club. But I must thank you for it now, before the gulfs have washed you down, or at least have washed away from you all aftertastes of brineless thinks that stay-at-home works of lubberly friends. One of the reasons just mentioned was that I had written to you at Sydney Co. the Mystic Towns only a few days before your note arrived. The other is that, until a few days ago, I hugged the soft illusion that by the time anything else would reach you, you would already have started for England. This fondest of hopes of all of us has been shattered in a manner to which history furnishes a parallel only in the behavior of its most famous coquettes and courtesans. You are indeed the male Cleopatra, or buccaneering pompadour of the deep, the wandering wanton of the Pacific. You swim into our ken with every provocation and prospect, and we have only time to open our arms to receive you when your immortal back is turned to us in the act of still more provoking flight. The moral is that we have to be virtuous whether we like it or no. Seriously, it was a real heartbreak to have September substituted for June, but I have a general faith in the fascinated Providence, who watches over you to the neglect of all other human affairs. I believe that even he has an idea that you know what you are about, and even what he is, though he, by this time, doesn't in the least know himself. Moreover, I have selfish grounds of resignation in the fact that I shall be in England in September, whereas to my almost intolerable torment, I should probably not have been in June. Therefore, when you come, if you ever do, which in my heart of hearts I doubt, I shall see you in all your strange exotic bloom, in all your paint and beads and feathers. May you grow a magnificent extra crop of all such things, as they will bring you a fortune here in this much grudged extra summer. Charming and delightful to me, to see you with a palate for my plain domestic pudding, after all the wild cannibal smacks that you have learned to know. I think the better of the poor little study in the painfully familiar, since hearing that it could bear such voyages, and resist such tests, you have fed a presumption that vaguely stirs within method of trying to get at you in June or July, with a fearfully long-winded but very highly finished novel, which I am putting forth in probably the last days of May. If I were sure it would overtake you on some coral strand, I shouldn't hesitate, for seriously and selfishly speaking, I can't spiritually afford not to put the book under the eye of the sole and single Anglo-Saxon, capable of perceiving, though he may care for little else in it how well it is written. So I shall probably cast it upon the waters and pray for it, as I suppose you are coming back to Sydney. It may meet you there, and you can read it on the voyage home in that box. Y'all have to, I don't say it to bribe you in advance to unnatural tolerance, but I have an impression that I didn't make copious or clear to you in my last, what a grand literary life your master of B has been leading here. Somehow a miracle has been wrought for you they are, and the fine old featherbed of English taste has thrilled with preternatural recognitions. The most unlikely number of people have discerned that the master is well written. It has had the highest success of honor that the English reading public can now confer. Where it has failed, the success, save that it hasn't failed at all, it has done so through the constitutional incapacity of the umpire, infected by vulgar intercourses as with some unnameable disease. We have lost our statusness navans plus qualito, conferred degrees. Nevertheless, last year, you woke us up at night for an hour and we scrambled down in our shirt and climbed a garden wall and stole a laurel, which we have been brandishing ever since over your absent head. I tell you this because I think Calvin, at least it was probably he, is visibly better, or else Mrs. Sitwell mentioned to me the other day that you had asked in touching virginal ignorance for news of the fate of the book. Its fate, my dear fellow, has been glittering gloriously, and I ween that, as I hope you will find, the glitter has chinked as well. I sent you a new Zola the other day at a venture, but I have no confidence that I gratified a curiosity. I haven't read The Human Beast. Knows him. Without that end, I am told Zola's account of him is dull and imperfect. I would read anything new about him, but this is old. I hope your pen this summer will cleave the deeps of art, even as your prow or your keel, or whatever's the knowing name for it, furrows the Pacific flood into what strange and wondrous dyes. You must be now qualified to dip it. Roast yourself, I beseech you, on the sharp spit of perfection, that you may give out your aromas and essences. Tell your wife, please, to read between the lines of this, and between the words and the letters, all that I miss the occasion to write directly to her. I hope she has continued to distill to your mother the honey of those impressions, of which a few months ago the latter lent me for a day or two a taste on its long yellow foolscap combs. They will make, of course, a deliciously sweet book. I hope Lloyd, whom I greet and bless, is living up to the height of his young privilege in secreting honey too. According to the mild discipline of the hive, there are lots of things more to tell you, no doubt. But if I go on, they will all take the shape of questions, and that won't be fair. The supreme thing to say is don't simply ruin our nerves and our tempers for the rest of life by not throwing the rope in September to him who will for once in his life not muff his catch. Bates J. To William James. The project guardedly referred to in this letter was that of writing a series of plays. He had already finished the dramatization of The American. Hotel de la Ville, Milan, May 16, 1890. My dear William, I have been both very busy and very bent on getting away this year without fail for a miracle from the oppressive London season. I have just accomplished it. I passed the St. Gothard day before yesterday, and I hope to find it possible to remain absent till August 1st. After that, I am ready to pay cheerfully and cheaply for my journey by staying quietly in town for August and September. In the conditions in which you saw me last year, I shall take as much as possible of a holiday, for I have been working carefully, consecutively, and unbrokenly, For a very long time, past turning out one thing always highly finished after another, however, I like to work, thank heaven, and at the end of a month's privation of it, I sink into gloom and discomfort so that I shall probably not wholly neglect my pen. I hope you will have received promptly a copy of the Tragic Muse, though I am afraid I sent my list to the publishers a little late. I don't in the least know, however, when the book is supposed to come out. I have no opinion or feeling about it. Now, though, I took long and patient and careful trouble, which no creature will recognize with it, at the time too much no doubt for my mind, is now a muddled, wearied blank on the subject. I have shed and ejected it its void, and deadened my feeling as to what may become of it is reduced to the sordid hope it will make a little money, which it want the matter you expressed a friendly hope about the success of, and which for all sorts of reasons I desire to be extremely secret, silent, and mysterious, about I mean, the enterprise I covertly mentioned to you, as conceived by me, with a religious and deliberate view of gain over a greater scale than the book my books at least can ever approach bringing into me. This matter is on a good and promising footing, but it is too soon to say anything about it save that I am embarked in it seriously, and with rather remarkably good omens, by which I mean that it is not to depend on a single attempt, but on half dozen of the most resolute and scientific character, which I find I am abundantly capable of making, but which, alas, in the light of this discovery, I become conscious that I ought to have made 10 years ago. I was then discouraged all round, while a single word of encouragement would have made the difference. Now it is late, but on the other hand, the thing would have been then only an experiment more or less like another, whereas now it's an absolute necessity, imposing itself without choice. If I wish a loaf on the shelf for my old age, fortunately, as far as it's gone, it announces itself. Well, but I can't tell you yet how far that is. The only thing is to do a great lot. By the time this reaches you, I suppose your wife and children will have gone to recline under the greenwood tree. I hope their gentle outlawry will be full of comfort for them. It's poor work to me writing about them, without ever seeing them, but my interest in them is deep and large. And please never omit to give my great love to them, to Alice first in the lump to be broken up, and distributed by her may you squeeze with a whole skin through the tight weeks of the last of the term. May you live to rest, and may you rest to live. I shall not, I think, soon again write to you so rarely. As for the last year, this will be partly because the Tragic Muse is to be my last long novel for the rest of my life. I hope to do lots of short things with irresponsible spaces between. I see even a great future 10 years of such. But they won't make money excuse. You probably rather will esteem the sordid tone of your affectionate Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. Hotel de la Ville, Milan. May 17th, 1890. My dear Howells, I have been not writing to you at a tremendous and infamous rate for a long time past, but I should indeed be sunk in baseness if I were to keep this pace, after what has just happened, for what has just happened is that I have been reading The Hazard of New Fortunes. I confess I should have liked to change the name for you, and that it has filled me with communicable rapture. I remember that the last time I came to Italy, or almost, I brought your Lemuel Barker, which had just come out, to read in the train, and let it divert an intense professional eye from the most clamorous beauties of the wayrating to you afternoons from this very place. I think all the good and all the wonder I thought of it. So I have a decent precedent for insisting to you now under circumstances exactly similar, save that the present book is a much bigger feat, that to my charmed and gratified sense, The Hazard is simply prodigious. I should think it would make you as happy as poor happiness will let us be to turn off from one year to the other, and from a reservoir in daily domestic use, such a free full rich flood. In fact, your reservoir deluges me altogether with surprise, as well as other sorts of effusion, by which I mean that, though you do much to empty it, you keep it remarkably full. I seem to myself, in comparison, to fill mine with a teaspoon and obtain but a trickle. However, I don't mean to compare myself with you, or to compare you in the particular case with anything but life. When I do that with the life you see and represent, your faculty for representing it seems to me extraordinary, and to shave the truth, general truth, you aim at several degrees closer than anyone else begins to do. You are less big than Zola, but you are ever so much less clumsy, and more really various, and moreover, you and he don't see the same things. You have a wholly different consciousness. You see a totally different side of a different race. Man isn't at all one. After all, it takes so much of him to be American, to be French. Roman 100. I won't even compare you with something I have a sort of dim, stupid sense you might be, and are not, for I don't in the least know that you might be it. after all, or whether, if you were you, wouldn't cease to be that something you are which makes me write to you. Thus, we don't know what people might give us that they don't. The only thing is to take them on what they do, and to allow them absolutely and utterly their conditions. This alone for the tastes secures freedom of enjoyment. I apply the rule to you, and it represents a perfect triumph of appreciation, because it makes me accept largely all your material from you on absolute gain. When I consider that I should never take it from myself, I note certain things which make me wonder at your form and your fortune egas. I have told you before at fatal color, in which they let you because you live at home's it paint American life. And the fact that there's a whole quarter of the heaven, upon which, in the matter of composition, you seem consciously is it. Conscious little have turned your back, but these things have no relevancy, whatever as grounds of dislike simply. Because you communicate so completely, what you undertake to communicate the novelist is a particular window absolutely and of worth, in so far as he is one, and it's because you open so well and are hung so close over the street that I could hang out of it all day long. Your very value is that you choose your own street. Heaven forbid I should have to choose it for you. If I should say I mortally dislike the people who pass in it, I should seem to be taking on myself that intolerable responsibility of selection, which it is exactly such a luxury to be relieved of. Indeed, I am convinced that no readers above the rank of an idiot this number is moderate. I admittedly fail to take any view that is really shown theme any gift of subject that's really given. The usual imbecility of the novel is that the showing and giving simply don't come off. Reader never touches the subject, and the subject never touches the reader. The window is no window at all, but only childish finta like the ornaments of our beloved Italy. This is why, as a triumph of communication, I hold the hazard so rare and strong. You communicate in touches, so close, so fine, so true, so droll, so frequent. I am writing too much. You will think me demented with chatter, so that I can't go into specifications of success. I continue to scribble, though with relaxed continuity, while abroad, but I can't talk to you about it. One thing only is clear, that henceforth I must do or half do England in fiction is the place I see most today, and in a sort of way, know best. I have at last more acquired notions of it on the whole than of any other world, and it will serve as well as any other. It has been growing distincter that America fades from me, and as she never trusted me at best, I can trust her for effect no longer. Besides, I can't be doing to chic from here, when you on the spot are doing so brilliantly. The Veku. To Miss Alice James. The play which H.J. had given his sister to read was the dramatic version of the American. It had now been accepted for production by Edward Compton, who was to play the part of Christopher Newman. Some intentional and humorous exaggeration, it ought perhaps to be mentioned, enters into H.J.'s constant appeal for discreet silence in these matters. As for the projected excursion with Mr. and Mrs. Curtis, he eventually went with them the whole way, and saw the Passion play at Oberammergau. Palazzo Barbero, Venice, June 6, 1890. Dearest sister, I am ravished by your letter after reading the play. Keep it locked up safe and secret, though there are 3 or 4 copies in existence, which makes me feel as if there had been a triumphant premiere, and I had received overtures from every managerial quarter, and had only to count my gold. At any rate, I am delighted that you have been struck with it exactly as I have tried to strike, and that the pure practical character of the effort has worked its calculated spell upon you. For what encourages me in the whole business is that, as the piece stands, there is not in its felicitous form the ghost of a fluke or a mere chance. It is all art, and an absolute address of means, to the end viz. Of meeting exactly the immediate, actual, intense British conditions, both subjective and objective, and of acting into a minute, including entr'acte is 2 hours and 34. Ergo, I can do a dozen more infinitely better. And I am excited to think how much, since the writing of this one piece, has been an education to me. A little further experience will do for me. Also, I am sustained by the sense on the whole that, though really superior acting would help it immensely, yet mediocrity of handling, which is all at the best, I am pretty sure that it will get want and can't kill it, and that there may be even something sufficiently general and human about it to make it, given its eminent actability, keep the stage, even after any first vogue it may have had has passed away. That fatting the poverty-stricken condition of the English repertory would mean profit indeed, and an income to my descendants. But one mustn't talk of this kind of thing yet. However, since you have been already so deeply initiated, I think I will enclose, keep it sacredly for me, an admirable letter I have just received from the precious Balestier, in whose hands, as I wrote you, I placed the settlement of the money question. The terms of the writing agreement with Compton, Saw him on Monday last and I send the letter mainly to illustrate the capital intelligence and competence of Balestier, and show you in what good hands I am. He will probably strike you as he strikes me as the perfection of an agent, especially when you consider that he has undertaken this particular job out of pure friendship. Everything evidently will be well settled in the basis, of course, which can't be helped, of production in London only about the middle of next year. But by that time, I hope to have done a good bit more work, and I shall be beguiled by beginning to follow in the autumn the rehearsals for the country production. Keep Balestier's letter till I come back. I shall get another one from him in a day or two, with the agreement to sign. These castles in Spain are at least exhilarating in a certain sense. I should like you very much to communicate to William your good impression of the drama, but on the whole, I think you had better not, for the simple reason that it is very important it shouldn't be talked about, especially so long in advancing. It wouldn't be safe, inasmuch as every whisper gets into the paper sand in some fearfully vulgarized and perverted form. You might hint to William that you have read the piece under seal of secrecy to me, and think so-and-so of it, but are so bound to me not to give a sign that he must bury what you tell him in tenfold mystery. But I doubt if even this would be securate would be in the transcript the next week. Venice continues adorable, and the Curtises the soul of benevolence, their upstairs apartment empty, and still unoffered at £40 a year to anyone but me. Beckons me so as a foot on theatre here, that if my dramatic ship had begun to come in, I should probably be tempted to take it at a venture refer. All it would matter, but for the present I resist. Perfectly, especially as Venice isn't all advantageous. The great charm of such an idea is the having in Italy a little cheap and private refuge independent of hotels, etc., which every year grow more disagreeable and German and tiresome to face, not to say dearer too. But it won't be for this year end. The Curtises won't let it. What Penn Browning has done here with the splendid Palazzo Razzonico transcends description for the beauty, and as Ruskin would say, wisdom and rightness of it. It is altogether royal and imperial, but Penn isn't kingly. And the train de vie remains to be seen. Gondoliers ushering in friends from pensions won't fill it out. I am thinking, after all, of joining the Curtises in the evidently most beautiful drive of upwards of a week, with rests they are starting upon on the 14th, from a place called Vittorio in the Venetian Alps, 2 hours' rail from here, through Cador-Titians, country, the Dolomites, etc., toward Oberammergau. They offer me pressingly the fourth seat in the carriage that awaits them when they leave the train, and also an extra ticket they have taken for the play at Oberammergau. If I choose to go so far, this I shall scarcely do, but I shall probably leave with them, drive 4 or 5 days, and come back via Verona, by rail, leaving my luggage here. Continue to address here unless before that I give you one other address. While I am gone, I shall find all letters here on my return, if I do go in the keeping of the excellent Maestro di Casse, Venetian Smith. I should be back at the latest by the 25th, probably by the 20th in this case. I shall presumably go back to Florence to spend 4 or 5 days, with Baldwin going to Siena or Perugia, after which I have a dream of going to Vallombrosa, nearly 4,000 feet above the seabed, of a softness for 2 or 3 weeks. Still, I have to leave Italy. On my way home, I am writing to Edith Peruzzi, who has got a summer lodge there, and is already there, for information about the inn. If I don't go there, I shall perhaps try Camaldoli or San Marcello High in the Violet Apennines within 3 or 4 hours, and mainly by a little carriage of Florence. But I want to compass Vallombrosa, which I have never seen and have always dreamed of, and which I am assured is divine, infinitely salubrious, and softly cool. The idea of lingering in Italy a few weeks longer on these terms is very delightful to mate. Does me as yet nothing but good, but I shall see. I put B.S. letter in another envelope. I rejoiced in your 8 gallops. They may be the dozen now. Ever your Henry. To William James. Paradisino, Vallombrosa, Tuscany. July 23rd, 1890. My dear brother, I had from you some 10 days ago a most delightful letter, written just after the heroic perusal of my interminable novel, which, according to your request, I sent off almost too precipitately to Alice, so that I haven't it here to refer to. But I don't need to refer to it, inasmuch as it has plunged me into a glow of satisfaction, which is far as yet from having faded. I can only thank you tenderly for seeing so much good in the clumsy thingas. I thanked your Alice, who wrote me a most lovely letter a week or two ago. I have no illusions of any kind about the book, and least of all about its circulation and popularity. From these things, I am quite divorced, and never was happier than since the dissolution has been consecrated by what seems to me the highest authorities. One must go one's way, and know what one's about, and have a general plan, and a private religion in short, have made up one's mind. As to si qui en est with a public the draggling after which simply leads one in the gutter, one has always a public enough if one has an audible vibration even. If it should only come from oneself, I shall never make my fortune or anything like it, but I know what I shall do, and it won't be bad. I am lingering on late in Italy, as you see, so as to keep away from London. Till August 1st, or thereabouts I stay in this exquisite spot. Till that date, I shall then returning to my normal occupations, have had the best and clearest and pleasantest holiday of 3 months that I have had for many a day. I have been accompanied on this occasion by a literary irresponsibility, which has caused me to enjoy Italy perhaps more than ever before, let alone that I have never before been perched more than 3,000 feet in the air, in so perfect a paradise as this unspeakable Vallombrosa. It is Milton's Vallombrosa, the original of his famous line, the site of the old mountain monastery which he visited, and which stands still a few hundred feet below me, as I write, suppressed and appropriated some time ago by the Italian government, who have converted it to the State School of Forestry. This little inn Paradisino, as it is called on a pedestal of rock overhanging the violet abysses like the prow of a ship, is the hermitage, a very comfortable one. Of the old convent, the place is extraordinarily beautiful and sympathetic, the most romantic mountains, and most admirable woodchestnut and beech and magnificent pine forests. The densest, coolest shade the freshest, sweetest air, and the most enchanting views. It is full 20 years since I have done anything like so much wandering through dusky woods, and lying with a book on warm, breezy hillsides. It has given me a sense of summer which I had lost in so many London Julys, given me almost the summer of one's childhood back again. I shall certainly come back here for other Julys and other Augusts, and I hate to go away now. May you, and all of you, these weeks have as sweet or half as sweet an impression of the natural universe as yours affectionately, Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. The Ordeal was the first night of the American produced by Edward Compton and his company at Southport, in anticipation of its eventual appearance in London. Prince of Wales Hotel, Southport, Jan 3, 1891. My dear Gosse, I am touched by your petty mot de gros. Mots seem to me to be so much more applicable to my fallen state. The only thing that can be said for it is that it is not so low as it may perhaps be tomorrow after the vulgar ordeal of tonight. Let me therefore profit by the few remaining hours of a recognizable status to pretend to an affectionate reciprocity. I am yours and your wife's, while yet I may be after 11 o'clock. Tonight I may be the world's, you know, and I may be the undertaker's. I count upon you both to spend this evening in fasting silence and supplication. I will send you a word in the morning. Wire you, if I can. If there is anything at all to boast of, my hopes rest solely on intrinsic charms. Adventitious graces of art are not in it. I am so nervous that I miswrite and misspell. Pity your infatuated, but not presumptuous friend, Henry James. P.S. It would have been delightful and terrible if you had been able to come. I believe Archer is to come. P.P.S. I don't return straight to London. Don't get there till Tuesday or Wednesday. I shall have to wait and telegraph you which evening I can come in. To Mrs. Hugh Bell, 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Jan 8, 1891. Dear Mrs. Bell, your most kind gratulatory note deserved an answer more gratefully prompt than this, but I extended my absence from town to a short visit at Cheltenham, and the whole thing was virtually, till yesterday, a complete extinction of leisure. Delightful of you to want details. I think, if I were to inflict them on you, they would all be illustrative of the cheering and rewarding side of our feverish profession, the passage from knock-kneed nervousness, the night of the premiere as one clings in the wing to the curtain rod, as to the pied des Audels to a simmering serenity, is especially life-saving in its effect. I flung myself upon Compton after the first act. In heaven's name, is it going rather? You could hear a pin drop. Then, after that, one felt iton heard iton blessed it, and at the end of all, one, after a decent and discreet delay, simpered and gave oneself up to curvets before the curtain, while the applausive house emitted agreeable sounds from a kind of gas-flaring indistinguishable dimness, and the gratified Compton publicly pressed one's hand, and one felt that really, as far as Southport could testify to the circumstance, the stake was one. Of course, it's only Southport, but I have larger hopes, inasmuch as it was just the meager provincial conditions and the limited provincial interpretation that deprived the performance of all adventitious aid. And when my hero and heroine and another friend supped with me at the inn, after the battle, I felt that they were really as radiant as if we were carousing among the slain. they seem indeed wondrous content. The great feature of the evening was the way Compton came out beyond what he had done or promised at rehearsal, and acted really most interestingly and admirably if, not a revelation at any rate, a very jolly surprise his part is one in which I surmise he really counts upon making a large success and, though I say it who shouldn't it is one of incontestable opportunities. However all this is to commend we stumble in judgment, amen. Voila ma chère Amy, you have been through all this and more, and will tolerate my ingenuities. All merriment to your full house. Yours most truly, Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. 34 De Vere Gardens W. January 12, 1891. My dear Louis, I have owed you a letter too shamefully longed now, that I have taken my pen in hand. As we used to say, I feel how much I burn to communicate with you, as your magnanimity will probably have forgotten how long ago it was that you addressed me from Sydney. The tragic statement of your permanent secession, I want remind you of. So detested a date that statement indeed smote me to the silence I have so long preserved. I didn't protest, I even mechanically and grimly assented. But I couldn't talk about Itvin to you, and your wife missing you is always a perpetual ache and aches are disqualifying for gymnastic feats. In short, we forgive you the muses and the soft passions forgive us, but we can't quite treat you as if we Roman 999. However, all this while, I have many things to thank you for in the first place for Lloyd. He was delightful, we loved hymnus Nuslara James. He is a most sympathetic youth, and we reveled in his rich conversation, and exclaimed on his courtly manners how vulgar y'all think us all when you come back. There is malice in that, when then for the beautiful strange things you sent me, and which make forever in my sky parlor, a sort of dim rumble as of the Pacific surf, my heart beats over themi imagination, throbs me eyes fill, I have covered a blank wall of my bedroom with an acre of painted cloth and feel as if I lived in a Samoan tent and I have placed the sad sepia drawing, just where 50 times a day it most transports, and reminds me today what I am grateful for, is your new ballad book which has just reached me by your command. I have had time only to read the first few things, but I shall absorb the rest and give you my impression of them before I close this. As I turn the pages, I seem to see that they are full of charm and of your protean imaginative life, but above all of your terrible far-offness. My state of mind about that is of the strangest a sort of delight at having you poised there in the inconceivable, and a miserable feeling at the same time that I am in too wretched a back seat to assist properly at the performance. I don't want to lose any of your vibrations, and as it is I feel that I only catch a few of theme and that is a constant woe. I read with unrestrictive relish the first chapters of your prose volume kindly vouchsafed me in the little copyright-catching red volume, and I loved them and blessed them quite. But I did make one restriction. I missed the visible in them, I mean, as regards people, things, objects, faces, bodies, costumes, features, gestures, manners, the introductory, the personal painter touch. It struck me that you either didn't feel through some accidential responsibility on this article quite enough, or on some theory of your own had declined it. No theory is kind to us that cheats us of seeing, however, no doubt. We shall rub our eyes for satiety, before we have done, of course. The pictures Lloyd's blessed photographs y sont pour beaucoup. But I wanted more the note of portraiture. Doubtless, I am greedy, but one is when one dines at the Mason door, I have an idea you take, but a qualified interest in Beau Austiner. I should tell you how religiously I was present at that memorable premiere, Lloyd, and your wonderful and delightful mother will have given you the agreeable facts of the occasion. I found it not the occasion so much, but the work full of quality, and stamped with a charm, but on the other hand seeming to shrug its shoulders a little too much at scenic precautions. I have an idea, however you don't care about the matter, and I won't bore you with it further than to say that the piece has been repeatedly played, that it has been the only honorable affair transacted dans notre sail tripot for many a day, and that W.M. Archer and Raffle periodically in the world. Don't despise me too much if I confess that Anch I.O. son Peter G. Fais aussi du theatre moi, and am doing it to begin with for reasons too numerous to burden you with, but all excellent and practical in the provinces. I had the other night at Southport, Lancashire, with the dramatization of an early novel, the Americana success. Don't G. Rauge's encore. This thing is to be played in London only after several months and to make the tour of the British Islands. First, don't be hard on me. Simplifying and chastening necessity has laid its brutal hand on me, and I have had to try to make somehow or other the money I don't make by literature. My books don't sell, and it looks as if my plays might. Therefore, I am going with a brazen front to write half a dozen. I have in fact already written two others than the one just performed, and the success of the latter pronounced will probably precipitate them. I am glad for all this that you are not here. Literature is out of it. I miss no occasion of talking of you, Calvin. I tolerably often see. I expect to do so, for instance, tonight, at a decidedly too-starched dinning club, to which we both belong, of which Lord Coleridge is president, and too many persons of the type of Sir Theodore Martin are members. Happy Islanders with no Sir Theodore Martin on Mrs. Sitwell. I called the other day, in a charming new habitat, all clean paint and fresh chintz. We always go on at a great rate about celebrate rites, as faithful as the early Christians in the catacombs. January 13th. I met Calvin last night. After writing the above in the company of Sir James, Stephen, Sir Theo Martin, Sir Douglas Galton, Sir James Paget, Sir Alfred Lyall, Canon Anger, and George du Maurier. How this will make you lick your chops over Ori and Rahiro and Tamasia, and Tehegor, whatever CES messieurs, et CES dames, your present visiting list, are called. He told me of a copious diarilator he has just got from you, bless you, and we are discussing a day on which I shall soon come to meet or drink with him, and listen to the same since yesterday. I have also read the ballad book with the admiration that I always feel as a helplessly verseless creature. It's a sentiment worth nothing as a testimony for all performances in rhyme, and meter especially, on the part of producers of fine prose. January 19th. I stopped this more than a week ago, and since then I have lacked time to go on with it, having been out of town for several days on a base theatrical erranto. See my tribute to the vulgarest of the muses, a little further on its way over the provincial circuit, and re-rehearse two or three portions of it that want more effective playing. Thank heaven, I shall have now no more direct contact with it, till it is produced in London next October. I broke off in the act of speaking to you about your ballad book. The production of ringing and lilting verse by a superior proser always does bribe me a little, and I envy you in that degree yours. But apart from this, I grudge your writing the like of these ballads. They show your cleverness, but they don't show your genius. I should say more if it were not odious to a man of my refinement to write to you so expectantly far away in remonstrance. I don't find either that the cannibalism, the savagery see preat, as it where one wants either less of it on the ground of gestioner, more on the ground of statement, and one wants more of the high impeccable as distinguished from the awfully jolly, on the ground of poetry. Behold, I am launching across the black seas a page that may turn nasty, but my dear Louis, it's only because I love so your divine prose, and want the comfort of it. Things are various, because we mustn't do because there are various. The only news in literature here such is the virtuous vacancy of our consciousness continues to be the infant monster. Kipling. I enclose in this for your entertainment a few pages I have lately written about him, to serve as the preface to an of course authorized American recueil of some of his tales. I may add that he has just put forth his longest story yet, a thing in Lippincott, which I also send you herewith, which cuts the ground somewhat from under my feet, inasmuch as I find it the most youthfully infirm of his productions, in spite of great life, much wanting in composition, and in narrative and explicative or even implicative art. Please tell your wife with my love that all this is constantly addressed to her. Also, I try to see you all in what I fear is your absence of habits, as you live grouped around what I also fear is in no sense the domestic hearth. Where do you go when you want to be cozier? What at least do you think a little, I hope, of the faithful forsaken, on whose powers of evocation as well as of attachment you impose such a strain. I wish I could send a man from Fortnum and Mason's out to you with a chunk of mortadella. I am trying to do a series of short things, and will send you the least bad. I mean to write to Lloyd. Please congratulate your heroic mother for me very cordially when she leaps upon your strand, and believe that I hold you all in the tenderest remembrance of yours ever, my dear Louis. Henry James. To William James. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Feb 6, 1891. My dear William, bear with me that I haven't written to you since my last, in which I promised you a better immediate sequel, till the receipt of your note of the 21st. This A Roman 1000 recalls me to decency. Bear with me indeed in this and other ways, so long as I am in the fever of dramatic production, with which I am very sanely and practically trying to make up for my late start, and all the years during which I have not dramatically produced, and further to get well ahead with the demand which and others for Medjed still very sanely and sensibly to be certain to be made upon me, from the moment I have a London as distinguished from a provincial success. You can form no idea, Otsidioff, how a provincial success is confined to the provinces now that I have tasted blood cessed une rage of determination to do and triumph on my part for I feel at last as if I had found my real form, which I am capable of carrying far, and for which the pale little art of fiction as I have practiced. It has been for me but a limited and restricted substitute. The strange thing is that I always universally knew this was my more characteristic form but was kept away from it by a half-modest, half-exaggerated sense of the difficulty that is, I mean, the practical odiousness of the conditions. But now that I have accepted them, and met them, I see that one isn't at all needfully their victim, but is from the moment one is anything one's self-worth speaking of their master, and may use them. Command them, squeeze them, lift them up, and better them as for the form itself, its honor and inspiration, are a devout daughter's in its difficulty. If it were easy to write a good play, I couldn't and wouldn't think of it. But it is in fact damnably hard to this truth the paucity of the articline the English-speaking world testifies, and that constitutes a solid respectability ability, one's intellectual self-respect. At any rate, I am working hard and constantly and I'm just attacking my fourth. No four has a destination which it would be premature to disclose, and in general please, breathe no word of these confidences, as publicity blows on such matters, in an injurious and deflowering way, and interests too great to be hurt are at stake. I make them the confidences because it isn't fair to myself not to let you know that I may be absorbed for some months to come as long as my present fit of the rage lasts to a degree which may be apparent in my correspondence, I mean in its intermittence, and in my apparent lapse of attention, to, or appreciation of other things. For instance, I blush to say that I haven't had freedom of mind or cerebral freshness. I find the drama much more upsetting than the novel to tackle more than dipping in just here and there your mighty and magnificent book, which requires a stretch of leisure and an absence of crisis in one's own egotistical little existence. As this is essentially a year of crisis, or of epoch-making for me, I shall probably save up the great volumes till I can recline upon roses the fruits of my production fever, and imbibe them like sips of sherbet, giving meanwhile all my cerebration to the condensation of masterpieces. Farewell, dear William, and bear with my sawdust and orange apple phase, till the returns begin to flow. In the only hitch in the prospect is that it takes so long to realize the American in the country, played only on Friday nights, with the very low country prices, gives me nothing as yet to speak off me royalty, making only about 500 for each performance later. All this may be thoroughly counted upon to be different. Ever your Henry. To Robert Louis Stevenson. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Feb 18, 1891. My dear Louis, your letter of December 29th is a most touching appeal. I am glad my own last had been posted to you 2 or 3 weeks before it reached me. Whether mine Hasser will have been guided to your coral strand is a matter as to which your disclosures touching the state of the Samoan post inspire me with the worst apprehensions. At any rate, I did dispatch you supposedly via San Francisco, really pretty long screed about a month ago. I ought to write to you all the while, but though I seem to myself to live with my pen in my hand, I achieve nothing capable of connecting me so with glory. I am going to Paris tomorrow morning for a month, but I have vowed that I will miss my train sooner than depart without scrawling you and your wife a few words tonight. I shall probably see little or nothing there that will interest you much or even interest myself hugely. But having neither a yacht, an island, and heroic nature, gallant wife, mother, and son, nor a sea stomach, I have to seek adventure in the humblest forms. In writing the other day, I told you more or less what I was doing, am doing in these elderly days, and the same general description will serve. I am doing what I can to launch myself in the dramatic direction, and the strange part of the matter is that I am doing it more or less seriously, as if we had the scene anglaise, which we haven't, and I secretly dream of supplying the vile want pas memined. My zeal in the affair is only matched by my indifference. What is serious in it is that having begun to work in this sense some months ago, to give my little ones bread, I find the form opens out before me, as if there were a kingdom to conquer, a kingdom forsooth of ignorant brutes of managers and dense cabotins of actors. All the same, I feel as if I had at last found my formy real one, that, for which pale fiction is an ineffectual substitute. God grant this unholy truth may not abide with me more than 2 or 3 years' time, to dig out 8 or 10 rounded masterpieces, and make withal enough money to enable me to retire in peace and plenty for the unmolested business of a little supreme writing, as distinguished from gouging, which is the form above mentioned. Your loneliness and your foodlessness, my dear Louis, bring tears to my eyes. If there were only a parcels post to Samoa, I would set Fortnum and Mason to work at you at this end of the line. But if they intercept the hieroglyphics at Sydney, what would they do to the sausage? Surely there is some cure for your emptiness. If nothing else, why not coming away? Don't eat up, Mrs. Louis. Whatever you do, you are precious to literatura, but she is precious to the affections, which are larger yet in a still worse way. I shall certainly do my utmost to get to Egypt to see you, if as is hinted to me by dear Colvin you turn up there, after the fitful fever of Samoa. Your being there would give me wings especially. If plays should give me gold, this is an exquisitely blissful dream, don't fail to do your part of it. I almost joy in your lack of the tragic muse, as proving to me I mean that you are curious enough to have missed it nevertheless. I have just posted to you registered the first copy I have received of the one-vol edition, but this moment out I wanted to send you the 3 volumes by Lloyd, but he seemed clear you would have received it. And I didn't insist, as I knew he was charged with innumerable parcels and bales. I will presently send another muse. And one at least must reach you, Colvin, is really better. I think if anyone can be better who is so absolutely good, I hope to God my last long letter will have reached you. I promise to write soon again. I enfold you all in my sympathy, and am ever your faithfulest. Henry James. To Charles Eliot Norton. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Aug. 28, 1891. My dear Charles, it is only the conspiracy of hindrances, so perpetually characteristic of life in this place, even when it is theoretically not alive, as in the mid-August that has stayed my hand for days past, when it has most longed to write to you, dear Lowells. Death, the words are almost as difficult as they are odious to write, has made me think almost as much of you as of him. I imagine that you are the person in the world to whom it makes the most complete and constant difference that he is no longer here, just as you must have been the one most closely associated with the too vain watching of his last struggle with the monster. It is a dim satisfaction to me, therefore, to say to you how fond I was of him, and how I shall miss him and miss him and miss him during these last strange English years of his life. It would take me long to tell you why I call them strange. I had seen a great deal of him, and all with the effect of confirming my affection for him. London is bestrewn to my sense with reminders of his happy career here and his company, and his talk. He was kind and delightful and gratifying to me, and all sorts of occasions in which he will ever be vivid swarm before me. As I think of him, strange was his double existence as American, and the English sides of his metal, which had yet so much in common. That is, I don't know how English he was at home, but he was conspicuously American. Here, however, I am not trying to characterize him, to you least of all who had known him well so much longer, and seen all or most of the chapters of his history, but only letting you see how much I wish we might talk of him together some day. We will, though it's a date that seems unfixable now. I am taking for granted that you inherit the greatest of literary responsibilities to his memory. I think of this as a very high interest, but also a very arduous labor. It's a blessing, however, to feel that such an office is in such hands as yours. The posthumous vulgarities of our day add another grimness to death. Here again is another matter as to which I really miss not having the opportunity to talk with you. This is a brief communication, my dear Charles, for I am literally catching a train. I go down to the Isle of Wight half an hour hence. To Edmund Goss. This refers to the recent production of The American in London. 34 De Vere Gardens W. October 2nd, 1891. My dear Goss, your good and charming letter should have been answered on the spot, but my days are abnormal, and perspective and relation are blurred. I shall come to see you the moment you return, and then I shall be able to tell you more in 5 minutes than in 15 of such hurried scrawls as this. Meanwhile, many thanks for your sympathy and curiosity and suspensial. Thanks indeed, and in return, all eagerness for your entry here. My own suspense has been, and still is great, though the voices of the air rightly heard seem to whisper prosperity. The papers have been on the whole quite awful, but the audiences are altogether different. The only thing is that these first 3 or 4 weeks must be uphill. London is still empty. The whole enterprise is wholly new. Elements must assemble, the strain, the anxiety, the peculiar form and color of such an ordeal not to be divined the least in advance have sickened me to death, but I am getting better. I forecast nothing, however. I only wait, come back and wait with mate will be easier. Your picture of your existence and circumstance is like the flicker of the open door of heaven to those recumbent in the purgatory of yours, not yet damned to know. Henry James. To Mrs. Mahlon Sands. Hotel de l'Europe. Dresden. Dec 12th, 1891. Dear Mrs. Sands, just a word in answer to your note of sympathito. Say that I am working through my dreary errand and service here as smoothly as 3 stricken women, a mother, and 2 sisters permit. They are, however, very temperate and discreet, and one of the sisters, a little person of extraordinary capacity who will float them all successfully home Walcott Balestier, the young American friend, beside whose grave I stood with but 3 or 4 others here on Thursday, was a very remarkable creature who had been living in London for some 3 years, had an intimate business relation with literature, and was on the way to have a really artistic and creative one. He had made himself a peculiar international place which it would take long to describe, and was full of capacities, possibilities, and really big inventions and ideas. He had rendered me admirable services, become in a manner a part of my life, and I was exceedingly attached to him. And now at 30, he decent a weekend, a faraway German hospital. His mother and sisters were in Paris off a damnable vicious typhoid, contracted in his London office, the picturesqueness of which he loved, as it was in Dean's Yard, Westminster, just under the Abbey Towers, and in a corner like that of a peaceful cathedral. Close many things, many enterprises, interests, visions, originalities perish with him. Oh, the ironies of fate, the ugly tricks, the hideous practical jokes of life. I start for London some time next week, and shall very soon come and see you. I hope all is well with you. Yours always, Henry James. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. The following was written a few days after the death of Miss Alice James. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. March 10, 1892. Dear Mrs. Ward, many, many thanks for your friendly remembrance of meth flowers, are full of spring and life, and the universe as it were, and besides this, are very close and charming company to me, as I sit scribbling writing many notes among other things in still indoor days that are grateful to me. You were one of the very few persons in England who had seen my sister even a little, and I am very glad of that. She was a rare and remarkable being, and her death makes a great difference in my existence. But for her, it is only blessed. I hope you are happy in the good reasons you have for being so. If one is happy, strictly certainly, one isn't the reverse for reasons. Believe me, yours always, Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. Stevenson, it will be recalled, dedicated across the plains to Roman 1000 Paul Burgett, as an expression of his delight in that author's sensations. Italy sent him by H.J. Mr. Kipling, did not, as it turned out, pay his projected visit to Samoa referred to in this letter. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. March 19, 1892. My dear Louis, I send you today by book post, registered, a little volume of tales which I lately put forth, most of which, however, you may have seen in magazines. Please accept at any rate the modest offering. Accept too my thanks for your sweet and dateless letter, which I received a month ago, one in which you speak with such charming appreciation and felicity of Paul Burgett. I echo your admiration. I think the Italian book one of the most exquisite things of our time. I am in only very occasional correspondence with him and have not written since I heard from you, but I shall have an early chance now probably to repeat your words to him, and they will touch him in a tender place. He is living much now in Italy, and I may go there for May or June, though indeed I fear it is little probable. Colvin tells me of the volume of some of your Inedite's beauties that is on the point of appearing, and the news is a bright spot in a vulgar world. The vulgarity of literature in these islands at the present time is not to be said, and I shall clutch at you, as one turns one's ear to music in the clatter of the marketplace. Yet paradoxical, as it may appear, O Louis, I have still had the refinement not to read the wrecker in the periodical page. This is an enlightened and judicious heroism, and I do as I would be done by. Trust me, however, to taste you in long draughts as soon as I can hold the book. Then will I write to you again. You tell me nothing of yourself, so I have nothing to take up or take hold of save, indeed, the cherished superstition that you enjoy some measure of health and cheer. You are, however, too far away for my imagination, and were it not for dear Colvin's friendly magic, which puts in a pin here and there, I shouldn't be able to catch and arrest at all the opaline iridescence of your legend. Yet even when he speaks of intending wars and the clash of arms, it all passes over me like an old-time song. You see how much I need you close at hand to stand successfully on the tiptoe of emulation. You fatigue, in short, my credulity, though not my affection. We lately clubbed together all to dispatch to you an eyewitness in the person of the genius, or the genus in himself, Rudyard, for the concussion of whose extraordinary personality with your own we are beginning soon to strain the listening ear. We devoutly hope that this time he will really be washed upon your shore. With him goes a new little wife whose brother Walcott Balestier, lately dead in much youthful promise and performance. I don't allude in saying that especially to the literary part of it was a very valued young friend of mine. the main thing that has lately happened to myself is the death of my sister a fortnight after years of suffering, which, however, had not made her any less rare and remarkable a person, or diminished the effect of the event when it should occur in making an extreme difference in my life of my occupation. What shall I tell you? I have of late years left London less and less, but I am thinking sooner or later, in a near present, of making a long foreign though not distant absence. I am busy with the short I have forsworn, the long I hammer at the horrid little theatrical problem, with delays and intermissions, but horrible to relate, no failure of purpose. I shall soon publish another small storybook, which I will incontinently send you. I have done many brief fictions within the last year. The good little Thomas Hardy has scored a great success with Tess of the D'Urbervilles, which is chock full of faults and falsity, and yet has a singular beauty and charm. What we most talk of here, however, is the day when it may be believed that you will come to meet us on some attainable southern shore. We will all go to the Mediterranean for Hewlett that not nail you to Samoa. I send every greeting to your playfellow fellow phantoms. The wife phantom knows my sentiments, the ghost of a mother, has my heartiest regard, the long Lloyd Spectre laughs, an eerie laugh doubtless, at my word illegible embrace. Yet I feel, my dear Louis, that I do hold you just long enough to press you to the heart of your very faithful old friend. Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. April 15th, 1892. My dear Louis, I send you by this post the magnificent Memoirs de Marbot, which should have gone to you sooner by my hand, if I had sooner read them, and sooner thereby grasped the idea of how much they would probably beguile for you the shimmering tropical noon. The 3 volumes go to you in 3 separate registered book-post parcels, and all my prayers for an escape from the queer perils of the way attend and hover about them. Some people, I believe, consider this fascinating warrior a by condition Munchausen, but perish the injurious, thought me he not only charms, but convinces. I can't manage a letter, my dear Louis. Today I wrote you a longish one, via San Francisco, like this, just about a month ago, but I mustn't fail to tell you that I have just read the last page of the sweet collection of some of your happiest lucubrations put forth by the care of dear Colvin. They make a most desirable, and moreover a very honorable volume. It was indispensable to bring them together, and they altogether justify it. The first one, and the lantern bearers and 2 last are of course the best. These last are all made up of high and admirable pages, and do you the greatest credit. You have never felt thought said more finely and happily than in many a passage here, and are in them altogether at your best. I don't see reviews or meet newspapers, now beside which the work is scarcely in the market, so I don't know what fortune the book encounters, but it is enough for me, I admit. It can hardly be enough for you, Set. I love it. I pant for the completion of the Wrecker-Off, which Colvin unwove the other night to my rapturous ear, the weird and wondrous tangle. I hope I don't give him away if I tell you he even read me a very interesting letter from Eutho, studded with critical stardust, in which I a little lost my wheedling of a project of a dashing Roman demurs, all about a wicked woman. For this you may imagine how I yearned, though not to the point of wanting it, before the sequel of Kidnapped. For God's sake, let me have them both. I marvel at the liberality of your production and rejoice in this high meridian of your genius. I leave London presently for 3 or 4 months. I wish it were, with everything required for leaping on your strand. Sometimes I think I have got through the worst of missing you, and then I find I haven't. I pine for you as I pen these words, for I am more and more companionless in my old age, more and more shut up to the solitude, inevitably the portion in these islands of him who would really try, even in so small a way as mine, to do it. I am often on the point of taking the train down to Scaravore to serenade your ghosts, get them to throw a fellow a word. Consider this, at any rate, a plaintive invocation. Again. I greet your wife, that lady of the closed lips, and I am yours, my dear Louis, and Lloyd's, and your mother's undiscourageably. Henry James. To the Countess of Jersey. The little story is the lesson of the master, the opening scenes of which take place at Summersoft. Lord Jersey was at this time governor of New South Wales. Hotel de Siena, June 11th, 1892. Dear Lady Jersey, your kind letter finds me in a foreign land, the land in the world I suppose least like New South Wales, and gives me very great pleasure. It is charming to hear your voice so distinctly round so many corners of the globe. Yes, Summersoft did venture, in a timorous and hesitating manner, to be an affectionate and yet respectful reminiscence of Austerley, the exquisity of whose folded and deserted charms I can't bear to think But I beg you to believe yas, indeed you will have perceived, if you were so good as to look at the little story that the attempted resemblance was only a matter of the dear old cubic sofa cushions and objects of the same delightful order, and not of the human furniture of the house. I take the liberty of being in your absence so homesick for Austerley that I can scarcely conceive of the pangs by which you and your children and Lord Jersey, your much greater right to indulge in them must sometimes be visited. I am delighted, however, to gather from your letter that you have occupations and interests which drop a kindly veil over that dreamland. It must indeed, I can imagine, be a satisfaction to be really lending a hand in such a great young growing world, doing something in it. And with it, and for it may the sense of all this make the years roll smoothly till they roll you back into our ken, please. Give my very friendliest remembrance to Lord Jersey, whom I wishes to all of you, and indeed to myself, that you may serve your term with an appearance of rapidity. And please believe, dear Lady Jersey, that when it is over no one will more heartily rejoice than yours most faithfully, Henry James. To Charles Eliot Norton. Hotel de Siena, July 4, 1892. My dear Charles, too long have I owed you a letter, and too many times have your generosities made me blush for my silence. I have received beautiful books from you, and they have given me almost more pleasure as signs of your remembrance than as symbols of your wisdom and worth. The Purgatorio reached me just before I came abroad, or a short time, and I was delighted to know that you continue to find time and strength for labors so various and so arduous. Great glory is yours for making something else come out of America than railway smashes and young ladies for lords during a singularly charming month that I have been spending in this most lovable old city. I have often thought of you and wished I had a small fraction of your power to put the soul of history into Italian things, but I believe I shouldn't love Siena any better even if I knew it better. I am very happy indeed to feel thought as I grow older many things come and go, but Italy remains. I have been here many times regularly, every year or almost for many years now. But the spell, the charm, the magic is still in the air. Always try between May and August to give London a wide berth, and I find these parts far and away most pleasant when the summer has begun, and the barbarians have fled as one stays and stays on here. I mean, on this spot one feels how untouched Siena really is by the modern hand. Yesterday was the Palio of the Ten Contrada, and though I believe it is not so intense a festival as the second one off Aug 15th, you have probably or certain licensed them. Both it was a most curious and characteristic of an uninterrupted tradition spectacle. The Marchese Chigi asked me, and a couple of friends rather asked them and me, with them to see it from the balcony of his extraordinarily fine old palace, where by the way he has a large collection of Etruscan and Tarentine treasures, a collection to break the heart of envy. My friends were Paul Burget, the French essayist and novelist, some of whose work you probably know, and his very remarkably charming, cultivated, and interesting young wife. They have been living in Italy these 2 years ever since their marriage, and I have been living much with them here. Burget is a very interesting mind and figure, Altoj Thuran the first easily to my sense of all the talkers I have ever encountered. But it would take me much too far to begin to give you a portrait of such a complicated cosmopolitan Frenchman as he, but they departed alas this morning for the Piedmontese Alps, and I take my way in a couple of hours to Venice, where I spend but a few days, with perhaps a few more at a salope for, joining my brother William and his wife for a month in Switzerland. After that I expect to return to London for the last of the summer, and the early autumn season I prefer there above all others. But before I do this, I wish I could talk to you more about this sweet old Siena. I have been talking for a month about it with Birgit, but how much better it would have been for both of us if you could have broken in and taken up the tale. But you did sometimes, very happily for MME. Paul knows you by heart. She is the Madonna of cosmopolitan culture, and cites you with great effect. Have you read P.B.S. Sensations di Italy? If you haven't, Doit is one of the most exquisite of books. Have you read any of his novels? If you haven't, don't, though they have remarkable parts. Make an exception, however, for Terre Promise, which is to appear a few months hence, and which I have been reading in proof here. If on trial, indeed you find you can stand so suffocating an analysis, it is perhaps psychology gone mad, but it is an extraordinary production. A fortnight ago, on a singularly lovely Sunday, we drove to San Gimignano and back. I had never been there before, and the whole day was a delight. There are of course 4 Americans living at San Gon, of whom proved afterwards to have been an American lady newspaper correspondent furious at having missed 2 such birds as Burgett and Mewham. A single stone from that rugged old quarry would have brought down, but she didn't know us until we had departed, and we fortunately didn't suspect her. Till a suppliant card reached us 2 days later at Siena. We were in the hands of the good old Canonicoth Proposito, as they call him, and he put us gently through you. Remember well enough, of course, though, to such a faraway world your Siena summer must seem to belong the rich loveliness at this moment of this exquisite old Tuscany. One can't say enough about it. And the way the great sea of growing thinks, corn, and the vines, and the olives breaks in green surges, at the very foot of the old golden brown ramparts, is one of the most enchanting features of Siena. There is still never a suburb to speak of save in the quarter of the railway station, and everywhere you look out of back windows and back doors, and off terraces and over parapets straight down into the golden grain and the tangled podri. Every evening we have gone to walk in the Lizza and hang over the bastions of the Casello, where the near views and the far and the late afternoons and the sunsets and the mountains have made us say again and again that we could never go away. But we are coming back, and I greatly wished you were. We went the other day to the Archivio, which I had never seen before, and where I was amazed and fascinated. It is a great luxury to be. Italy with a French celebrity is so tremendously known and well treated, as the likes of us can never be, and one comes in for some of his privileges. You, of course, probably know, however, what the fullness, detail, continuity, and curiosity of the records of this place, era filling with their visible, palpable medievalism, the great upper chamber of Pal Piccolomini. Bast I have my trunk to pack, and my reckoning to pay. I am very glad to have shaken hands with you. Before I go, I saw dear Burne-Jones, tolerably often this spring, often unwell, but almost always stippling away. He is the most lovable of men, and the most disinterested of artists. But sometimes I wish that he set himself a different order of tasks painting as. I feel it most, it is true, I have ceased to feel it very much as with him more. And more out of it, there remains, however, a beautiful poetry. I want to ask you 20 questions about Lowell's papers, but I feel it isn't fair, and I must wait and see. I hope this work and your masses of other work don't take all your holiday. I shall send this to Ashfield. And if you are there, will you give for me a very cordial greeting to that mythical man, George Curtis? I embrace all your house, and am, my dear Charles, very affectionately yours. Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Jan 29th, 1893. My dear Howells, 2 beneficent notes have I had from you since last I wrote you a word. One, in regard to looking effectively after some cosmopolitan business. In the autumn, the other, a heavenly remark, or two, still further sublimated by Mildred's lovely photograph. In lately forwarding meweth a courtesy, worthy of a better causia, particularly shameless. Autograph seeker's letter for such, and all of these good gifts, I am more thankful than the hurrying days have left me much of a chance to tell you. Most especially am I grateful for the portrait of the beautiful, beautiful maiden. Please thank her for me, if not for sending it, at least for so felicitously sitting for it. It makes me jump the torrent of the years and reconstruct from her fine features the mythological pasta, still tenderer youth than her present youth. I ought to be able to mean my own, but I can't manage either profile. Want help me to that. I envy you and your wife her company, and I rejoice for you in her presence. I rejoice for myself, my dear Howells, about your so delicate words to me in regard to a bit of recent work. They go to my heart, they go perhaps still straighter to my head. I am so utterly lonely here on the literary planet that it is the strangest as well as the sweetest sensation to be conscious in the boundless void, the dim desert sans off any human approach at all or any kindly speech. Therefore please be very affectionately thanked. All this while I never see anything that you yourself have lately flowered with, I mean the volumes that you freehandedly scatter. I console myself with believing that 1 or 2 of your last serial fictions are not volumes, yet please hold them not back from soon becoming. So I see you are drawing a longish bow in the cosmopolitan, but I only read you when I can sit down to a continuous feast, and all the courses you asked me in your penultimati. Am talking now of your early enthuenter letter riff. I should object to being made a feature of your composed reminiscences, to which I reply that I only wish that I could enrich them. Better, I won't pretend that I like being written about. The sight of my own name on a printed page makes me as ill, and the sensibility increases strangely with time, as that of one of my creations makes me well. I have a morbid passion for personal privacy, and a standing quarrel with the blundering publicities of the age. I wince even at eulogy, and I wither for exactly 2 minutes and 12 at any qualification of adulation. But on the other hand, I love to be remembered by you, and I surrender myself to your discretion. I hope your Winter and Mrs. Howells, and the fairest of daughters, is rich and full and sane, How you must miss the boy. I go abroad soon and hope to see him in Paris. When do you do the same? Yours always, my dear Howells. Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Feb 17th, 1893. My dear distant Louis. The charmingest thing that had happened to me for a year was the advent of your reassuring note of Dec 5th, not 1891, my dear time-deluded islander. It is enviable to see you so luxuriously out when you indulge in the eccentricity of a date you make it. Eccentric indeed, I call your good letter, reassuring simply on the general ground of its making you credible for an hour you are otherwise wholly of the stuff that dreams are made of. I think this is why I don't keep writing to you, don't talk to you, as it were in my sleep. Please don't think I forget you, or am indifferent to anything that concerns you. The mere thought of you is better company than almost any that is tangible to me here. And London is more peopled to me by your living in Samoa than by the residence of almost anybody else in Kensington or Chelsea. I fix my curiosity on you all the while and try to understand your politics and your perils and your public life. If in these efforts I make a poor figure, it is only because you are so wantonly away. Then I think I envy you too much, your climate, your thrill of life, your magnificent facility. You judge well that I have far too little of this last. You can't judge how much more and more difficult I find it every day to write. Nonetheless, I am presently putting forth, almost with exact simultaneity, 3 little distinct books, 2 volumes of penny fiction, and 1 of little essays, all material, gathered no doubt from sources, in which you may already have encountered some of it. However this may be, the matter shall again be. Roman 500 Roman 5, deposited on your coral strand, most refreshing even while not wholly convincing was the cool trade wind, is the trade wind cool of your criticism, of some of C.E.S. Messieurs. I grant you hearty with all my heart I am meek and ashamed where the public clatter is deafening, so I bowed my head and let Tess of the Roman 500s pass. But oh yes, dear Louis, she is vile. The pretense of sexuality is only equaled by the absence of it, and the abomination of the language by the author's reputation for style. There are indeed some pretty smells and sights and sounds, but you have better ones in Polynesia. On the other hand, I can't go with you 3 yards in your toleration, either of, or of. Let me add that I can't read them, so I don't know anything about them. All the same, I make no bones to pronounce them shameless industrials, and their works only glories of Birmingham. You will have gathered that I delight in your year of literary prowess. None, the less I haven't read a word of you, since the brave and beautiful wrecker I want. Touch you till I can feel that I embrace you in the embracing cover. So it is that I languish till the things now announced appear. Colvin makes me impatient for David Balfour, but doesn't yet stay my stomach with the beach of Filsa, Mrs. Sitwell, me fate part of every savory scrap she gets from you. I know what you all magnificently eat, and what dear Mrs. Louis splendidly, but not somewhat transparent lino. Whereas please assure that intensely remembered lady of my dumb fidelity. I am told your mother nears our shores, and I promise myself joy on seeing her and pumping her. I don't know, however, alas, how long this ceremony may be delayed, as I go to Italy for all the blessed spring next week. I have been in London, without an hour's absence, since the middle of August last. I hear you utter some island objurgation, and go splashing to banish the stuffy image into the sapphire sea. Is it all a fable that you will come some month to the Mediterranean? I would go to the Pillars of Hercules to greet you. Give my love to the lusty and literary Lloyd. I am very glad to observe him spreading his wings. There is absolutely nothing to send you. The muses are dumb, and in France as well of Burget's big 7 franc Cosmopolis. I have alas purchased 3 copices and given them away. But even if I were to send you one, you would find it too round, and round the subject which, heaven knows, it is for your taste. I will try and dispatch you the charming little Etui de Nacre of Anatole Francia, real master Valage. Yours, my dear Louis, in a kind of hopeful despair and a clinging alienation. Henry James. To Mrs. Edmund Gosse. Hotel Westminster, Paris. March 21st, 1893. Dear Mrs. Gosse, many thanks for your better news, and especially for the good news that Gosse is coming to Paris. I shall be very glad to see him, and shall rejoice to take him gently by that injured butt. I trust soon to be reanimate member. Please express this to him with all my sympathy and impatience. Want he or want you, though indeed I shall cull the precious date from Harland. Give me a hint in advance of the particular moment at which one may look for him. Please tell him confidently to expect that Paris will create within him afresh all the finest pulses of life. It is mild, sunny, splendid, blonde, and fair, all in order for his approach. I allude, of course, to the specious allurements of its exterior. The state is odorously rotten, but everything else is charming. And then it's such a blessing after long grief and pain to find the arms of a climate around us once again hasten, my dear Edmund, to be healed. Thank heaven my allusion to my own manual distress was mainly a florid figure. My hand is infirm, but I am not yet thinking of the knife Mill chooses to the terrace. Yours and Goss's always. Henry James. To Edmund Goss, the seductive queen of the Golconda and of the Boulevard St. Michel, appears in Mr. Goss's anecdote of Paul Verlaine French, profiles the passage of Lodi's Matelot to which H.J. refers, is the following donc, ils en venient, a samer d'une également pure tendresse tous, lest you el ignorante, des choses, dameret licent chaque soir sa Bible el destiny a restur. Inutilement fresh at June encore pendant quelques, printemps pales comme celluis, puis a viliret si feiner, dans l'enseignement monotone de ces memes, ruse et de ces memes mers, lui gate déjà par les baisers, et les étreintes, ayant le monde pour habitation changeante, appel à partir peut-être demain pour n'y revenir jamais, et laisser son cor oxmers lointains. Hotel Westminster, Paris. Monday, May 1st, 1893. My dear Goss, I have delayed too long to thank you for your genial last, which please attribute to the misery of my boulevard-baffled aspirations, Paris nest, plus possible from any point of view, and I leave it tomorrow, or next day when my address will become Hotel National Lucerne. I join my brother there for a short time. This place continues to rengorger with sunshine and sauces, not to mention other appeals to the senses and pitfalls to the pocket. I am not alluding in particular to the Queen of Golconda. I have read Matelot more or less over again for the extreme penury of the idea in Lodi, and the almost puerile thinness of this particular Donny, wean me not a jot from the irresistible charm the rascal's very limitations have for me. I drink him down as he is like a filter or a baser, and the coloration of his moinder mots has a peculiar magic for me. Read aloud to yourself the passage ending section, Roman 35, the upper part of page 165, and perhaps you will find in it something of the same strange eloquence, suggestion and rhythm as I do, which is what literature gives when it is most exquisite, and which constitutes its sovereign value, and its resistance to devouring time. And yet what Niaiseries Paris continues gorgeous and rainless, but less torrid I have become inured to fear as careless of penalties. There are no new books but old papiers de famille et derrière dished up. Poor Harlan came and spent 2 or 3 hours with me the other afternoon at a cave front, and on chairs in the Champs-Élysées. He looked better than the time previous, but not well, and I am afraid things are not too well with him. One would like to help him, and I try toin talk, but he is not too helpable, for there is a chasm too deep to bridge, I fear, in the pitfall of his literary longings, unaccompanied by the faculty apropos of such things. I am very glad to see your faculty is reflowering. I shall return to England for the volume. Are you writing about Symonds, Valley specially in the manual part, and Vaylet your Dame Compagnie? Yours, my dear Goss, always. Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. Stevenson, writing to H.J. from Vailima, June 17, 1893, announced that he was sending a photograph of his wife. It reminds me of a friend of my grandmother's, who used to say when talking to younger women, Awil, when I was young I wasney, just exactly what ye wad call bonny. But I was pale penetratin and interest in letters to his family and friends. 34 De Vere Gardens W. August 5, 1893. My dear Louis, I have a most charming and interesting letter, and a photographic representation of your fine head, which I cannot so unrestrictedly commend to thank you, for the portrait has its points as a memento, but they are not fine points as a likeness. I remember you. I think of you, I evoke you much more plastically. But it was none the less liberal and faithful of you to include me in the list of fond recipients. Your letter contained all sorts of good things, but best of all the happy news of your wife's better condition. I rejoice in that almost obstreperously, and beg you to tell her so. With my love, the Sydney photograph that you kindly announce of her hasn't come, but I impatiently desire it. Meanwhile its place is gracefully occupied by your delightful anecdote of your mother's retrospective Scotch friend, the pale penetratin, an interest in one. Perhaps you will permit me to say that it is exquisitely Scotch. At any rate, it moves altogether in the highest walks of anecdote. I get habitually the sympathetic infection from Colvin of so much general uneasiness, and even alarm about you, that it is reassuring to find you apparently incommoded by nothing worse than the privation of liquor and tobacco. Nothing worse, I hear you echo, while you ask to what more refined savagery of torture. I can imagine you subjected you, would rather perhaps send small. Blame to you perish by the sword than by famine. But you want perish, my dear Louis? And I am here to tell you so I should have perished long ago. It were mortal no liquor to speak off passes my wasted lips. And yet they are capable of the hypocrisy of the sigh of resignation. I am very, very sorry for you for. I remember the genial tray, which in the far-off fabulous time used to be placed. As the evening waxed under the social lamp at Scaravore, the evenings wax at Valema, but the tray I gather has waned, may this heavy trial be lightened. And as you missionaries say be even blessed to you, it wounds I repeat, but it doesn't kill more's the pity the tobacco's another question. I have smoked a cigarette at Scaravore, and I shall probably smoke one again, but I don't look forward to it. However, you will think me objectionably destitute of temperament. What depresses me much more is the sad sense that you receive scarcely anything I send you. This, however, doesn't deter me from posting you today registered via San Francisco. It is post day a volume of thin trifles lately put forth by me, and entitled Essays in London and Elsewhere. It contains some pretty writing not addressed to the fishes, my last letter to you, to which yours of June 17th was a reply, only dated one dear Louis. I ever got from you was intended to accompany two other volumes of mine, which were dispatched to you registered via San F at the same moment, The Real Thing and The Private Life. Yet neither of these works evidently had reached you when you ask me not to send you the former, though my letter mentioned that it had started as you had ordered it. It is all a mystery, which the fishes only will have sounded. I also post to you, herewith Paul Burget's last little tale, Unscruple, as to which nothing will induce me to utter the faintest rudiments of an opinion. It is full of talent. I don't call that a rudiment, but the French are passing strange. I am very glad to be able to send you herewith, enclosed a petit mot from the said Paul Burget, in response to your sense of outrage at his too continuous silence. His intentions, I can answer for it, had been the best, but he leads so migratory a life that I don't see how any intention can ever well fructify. He has spent the winter in the Holy Land and jumps thence. In 3 weeks from Beirut to his queer American expedition, a year Agamor earnestly asked me at Siena for your address. I as eagerly gave it to Himpar, ecrit but the acknowledgement that he was then full of the desire to make to you, succumb to complex frustrations now, that at last here it is I wish you to be able to read it, but you want my hand, is the hand of Apollo to it. I have been at the seaside for 6 weeks, and am back in the empty town, mainly because it is empty. My seaside is the sordid sands of Ramsgate. I see your coral reefs blush pink at the vulgarity of the name. The place has for me an unutterable advantage in the press of working weeks, which the beach of Filsa would fortunately not have it, that of being full of everyone I don't know. The beach of Filsa would enthrall, but sterilize me, I mean. The social muse would disjoint the classic nose of the other. You will certainly think me barren enough as I am really less desiccated than I seem, however, for I am working with patient subterraneity at a trade which it is dishonor enough to practice, without talking about it, a trade supremely dangerous and heroically difficult. That credit at least belongs to it. The case is simplified for me by the direst necessity, the book as my limitations compel me to produce. It doesn't bring me in a penny, tell it not in Samor, at least not in Tahiti. But I don't sell 10 copasand, neither editors nor publishers will have anything whatever to say to me, but I never mention it nearer home. Politics, dear politician, I rejoice that you are getting over them when you say that you always believed them beastly. I am tempted to become superior and say that I always knew them so. At least I don't see how one can have glanced, however cursorily, at the contemporary newspapers, I mean the journal of one's whole time, and had any doubt of it. The morals, the manners, the materials of all those gentlemen are writ there more large than any record is elsewhere writ, and the impudence of their airs and pretensions in the presence of it revolts even the meekness of a spirit as resigned to everything as mine. The sordid fight in the House of Commons the other night seemed to me only a momentary intermission of hypocrisy. The hypocrisy comes back, with the pretended confusion over it. The lives of the Stevensons, with every respect to them, isn't what I want you most to write, but I would rather you should publish 10 volumes of them than another letter to the Times. Meanwhile, I am languishing for Catrianon. The weeks follow, and I must live without you. It isn't life, but I am still amicably yours and your wife's and the insidious Lloyd's. Henry James. To Robert Louis Stevenson. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. October 21st, 1893. My dear Louis, the postal guide tells me disobligingly that there is no mail to you via San Francisco this month, and that I must confide my few lines to the precarious and perfidious Hamburg. I do so then, for the plain reason that I can no longer repress the enthusiasm that has surged within me ever since I read Catriona. I missed just after doing so last month's post, and I was infinitely vexed that it should not have conveyed to you the freshness of my rapture, for the said Catriona so reeks and hums with genius that there is no refuge for the desperate reader. But in straightforward prostration, I am not sure that it's magnanimous of you to succeed so inconsiderately is a modesty and easy triumph, which your flushed muse perhaps a little neglects, but forgive that lumbering image I want attempt to carry it out. Let me only say that I don't dispatch these ineffectual words on their too watery way to do anything, but thank you for an exquisite pleasure I hold. That when a book has the high beauty of that one, there's a poor indelicacy in what simple folk call criticism. The work lives by so absolute a law that it's grotesque to prattle about what might have been. I shall express to you the one point in which my sense was conscious of an unsatisfied desire, but only after saying, first, how rare an achievement, I think the whole personality and tone of David, and with how supremely happy a hand you have colored the palpable women, they are quite too lovely. And everyone is running after them in David, not an error, not a false note, ever he is all of an exasperating truth, and rightness. The one thing I miss in the book is the note of visibility at subjects, my visual sense, my seeing imagination, to an almost painful underfeeding the hearing imagination, as it were is nourished like an alderman. And the loud audibility seems a slight the more on the baffled lust of the ISO, that I seem to myself, I am speaking of course only from the point of view of the way, as I read my impression longs to complete itself, in the presence of voices in the darkness voices, the more distinct and vivid the more brave and sonorous, as voices always err but also the more tormenting and confounding be reason of these bandaged eyes, I utter a pleading moan when you for example transport your characters toward the end in a line or two from Leyden to Dunkirk, without the glint of a hint of all the ambient picture of the 18th century road. However, stick to your own system of evocation, so long as what you positively achieve is so big. Life and letters and art all take joy in you. I am rejoiced to hear that your wife is less disturbed in health, and that your anxieties are somewhat appeased. I don't know how sufficiently to renew to both of you the assurance of all my friendliest sympathy. You live in conditions so unimaginable, and to the tune of experience so great and so strange that you must forgive me if I am altogether out of step with your events. I know you're surrounded with the din of battle, and yet the beauty you produce has the Gerdian calm, even like the beauty distilled at Weimar, when the smoke was over Jena. Let me touch you at least on your bookish side, and the others may bristle with heroics. I pray you be made accessible some day in a talkative armchair, by the fire. If it hadn't been for Catriona, we couldn't this year have held up our head. It had been long before that since any decent sentence was turned in English. We grow systematically vulgarer. And Baser, the only blur of light, is that your books are tasted. I shall try to see Colvin before I post this. Otherwise, I haven't seen him for 3 months. I've had a summer of the British seaside, the bathing machine, and the German band. I met Zola at luncheon the day before he left London, and found him very sane and common, and inexperienced. Nothing, literally nothing, has ever happened to him. But to write the Raugon Macwort, it makes that series, I admit, still more curious. Your tour de force is of the opposite kind. Renew the miracle, my dear Louis, and believe me yours, already gaping, Henry James. P.S. I have had to keep my poor notes several days, finding that after all there is, thank heaven, a near post by San Francisco. Meanwhile, I have seen Colvin, and made discreetly, though so eagerly, free of some of your projects and gyrations, trapezist in the Pacific void. Catriona is more and more beautiful, there's the rub. J. To William James. The incident referred to in the following letter was the unexpected miscarriage of one of H.J.'s theatrical schemes. Meanwhile, Guy Domville had been accepted for future production at the St. James Theatre. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Dec 29th, 1893. I rejoice greatly in Alice's announcement, which you, William, coyly don't mention, of the presidency of the Society for Psychical Research. I hope it's all honor and kudos and pleasantness, without a tax of botherations. I wish I could give you some correspondingly good tidings of my own sensory movement. But I had a faller, rather took a jump the other day, a month ago, of which the direction was not vulgarly, I mean theatrically, and financially upward. You are so sympathetic about the whole sordid development that I make a point of mentioning the incident. It was none the less, for a while, a lively disgust and disappointmenta, waste of patient and ingenious labor. and a sacrifice of coin much counted on, but a la guerra comme à la guerra? I mean to wage this war ferociously for 1 year more 1894, and then, unless the victory and the spoils have by that become more proportionate than hitherto to the humiliations and vulgarities, and disgusts all the dishonor and chronic insult, incurred to chuck the whole intolerable experiment, and return to more elevated and more independent courses. The whole odiousness of the thing lies in the connection between the drama and the theater. The one is admirable in its interest and difficulty, the other loathsome in its conditions. If the drama could only be theoretically or hypothetically acted, the fascination resident in its all but unconquerable circumspect form would be unimpaired, and one would be able to have the exquisite exercise without the horrid sacrifice. However, Alexander's preparations of my play are going on sedulously. As to which situation and circumstances are all essentially different, he will produce me at no distant date, infallibly. But meanwhile I am working heroically, though it every month becomes more difficult to give time to things of which the pecuniary fruit is remote. Excuse these vulgar confidences. I have come to hate the whole theatrical subject. Don't write to condole with me about the business. I don't in the least require it. May the new year not have too many twists and turns for you, but lie straight and smooth before you. Evermore your Henry. To Julian R. Sturgis. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Sunday, 1893. My dear Julian, I wish I had your gift of facile and fascinating rhyme. I would turn it to account to thank you for your note. And your sympathy. Yes, Ibsen is ugly, common, hard, prosaic, bottomlessly Burgii-sand, with his distinctions so far in, as it were so behind doors and beyond vestibules, that one is excusable for not pushing one's way to it. And yet of his art he's a master, and I feel in him to the pitch of almost intolerable boredom the presence, and the insistence of life. On the other hand, his mastery, so bare and lean, as it is, wouldn't count nearly as much in any medium, in which the genus was otherwise represented in our sandy desert. Even this translated octopus, excuse my confusion of habitat, sits alone, and isn't kept in his place by relativity. Thanks awfully for having retained an impression from the few tales. My intentions are mostly good. I hope to knock at your door this Pyroman 1000. Yours always, Henry James. To George du Maurier. An article by H.J. on George du Maurier had appeared in Harper's Weekly April 14, 1894. Casa Biondetti, San Via 715. Venice, Thursday, May 1894. Only see, my dear Cacaxio, to what my thick and thin espousal of your genius exposes me at the hands of an unknown American female, guileless, stupid, muddled, distracted, well-meaning, but slightly hypocritical American female. Don't return, of course. The letter. I haven't seen the little cachonery I wrote about you, bothered, preoccupied with other work, more and more incapable of writing that sort of thing gracefully and properly in the muddle and confusion of my coming abroad. And I hope you haven't by the trop bon soins of McIlvain seen it either. But I bless it in that, through arousing the American female, my clumsy critique has given me the occasion to salutar vituti. Are you on the hill or in the vale? I give it up, only pressing you all to my bosom, wherever you are. Trilby goes on with a life and charm and lovability that gild the whole day one reads her. It's most delightfully and vividly talked. And then Drano, it isn't farewell. I am in Venice. And you're not so, you've not got quite everything. It has been cold and wet. But Italy is always Italy, and the only thing really to be depended on. Quan meme. I hope you have not returned to Hampstead. If you have returned without tying your legs somewhere or other to Bayswater, I hope that everything has been well with you. Algue yourself, most well. It makes me homesick to write to you, but it is the only thing that does. I trust fame and flattery and flowers flow in upon you. With the revolving Harpers, write me a word, tell me you don't hate me. I seem to remember rather disagreeably what I wrote about you. Yours, caro mio, always, Henry James. To William James. H.J. had just received from his brother the diary which their sister had kept during her last years in England. Grand Hotel, Rome, May 28, 1894. My dear Williamy, dear Alice, I wrote you a scrabbly note from Ravenna a few days since, but I must follow it up without delay with something better. I came on here an hour afterwards, and shall remain till June 1st or 2nd. I find Rome deliriously cool and empty, and still very pleasing in spite of the ruining which has been going on so long, and of which one has heard so much. Roman 1e. The redemption and cognification of the ruins This changes immensely as everyone says, but I find myself, I am afraid, so much more changed since I first knew and rhapsodized over it, that I am bound in justice to hold Rome the less criminal of the two. I am thinking a little about going down if the coolness lasts for 3 or 4 days to Naples, but I haven't decided. I feel rather hard and heartless to be prattling about these touristries to you with the sad picture. I have had these last weeks of your William state of suffering. But it is only a way of saying that that state makes one feel it to be the greater duty for me to be as well as I can absit omen your so interesting letter of the 6th. Dictated to Alice speaks of the possibility of your abscess, continuing not to heal, but I trust the event has long ere this reassured, comforted, and liberated you meanwhile. May Alice have smoothed your pillow, as even she has never smoothed it before as regards the life, the power, the temper, the humor and beauty, and expressiveness of the diary in itself. These things were partly discounted to me in advance by so much of Alice's talk during her last year send, my constant association with her which led me often to reflect about her extraordinary force of mind and character, her whole way of taking life and death in very much the manner in which the book does I find in its pages. For instance, many things I heard her say, none the less I have been immensely impressed with the thing as a revelation of a moral and personal picture. It is heroic in its individuality, its independence, its face to face with the universe. For, and by Herschel fan the beauty and eloquence with which she often expresses this, let alone the rich irony and humor constitute, I wholly agree with you. A new claim for the family renown this last elementher, style her power to write air, indeed to me a delight for. I have had many letters from her also. It brings back to me all sorts of things. I am glad to keep. I mean things that happened, hours, occasions, conversations brings them back with a strange living richness. But it also puts before me what I was tremendously conscious of in her lifetime, that the extraordinary intensity of her will and personality really would have made the equal the reciprocal life of a well personen, the usual world almost impossible to her, so that her disastrous, her tragic health was in a manner the only solution for her of the practical problem of life is, it suppressed the element of equality, reciprocity, etc., the violence of her reaction against her British ambient, against everything English engenders, some of her most admirable and delightful passages, but I feel in reading them, as I always felt in talking with her, that inevitably she simplified too much, shut up in her sick room, exercised her wondrous vigor of judgment on too small a scrap of what really surrounded her. It would have been modified in many ways if she had lived with them, the English more seen, more of the men, etc. But doubtless, it is fortunate for the fun and humor of the thing that it wasn't modifietas. Surely the critical emotion about them, the essence of much of their nature, was never more beautifully expressed. As for her allusions to H, they fill me with tears and cover me with blushes. I find an immense eloquence in her passionate radicalism, most distinguishing feature almost, which in her was absolutely direct and original, like everything that was in her unreflected, uncaught from entourage or example. It would really have made her, had she lived in the world, a feminine political force. But had she lived in the world and seen things nearer, she would have had disgusts and disillusions. However, what comes out in the book is, it came out to me in facties that she was really an Irishwoman transplanted, transfigured, it, none the less fundamentally national in spite of her, so much larger and finer than Irish intelligence. She felt the Home Rule question absolutely, as only an Irishwoman not anglicized could. It was a tremendous emotion with hair inexplicable in any other way but perfectly explicable by atavism. What a pity she wasn't born there, and had her health for it, she would have been, if always she had not fallen a victim to disgust, a large, if a national glory. But I am writing too much, and my late hindrances have left me with tremendous arrears of correspondence. I thank you, dear Alice Caramette, for your sweet letter, received 2 or 3 weeks before William's. I crudely hope you won't let your house so as to have it to go to in the summer, otherwise what will become of you? I dig my nose into the fleshiest parts of the young Francis. Tell Peggy I cling to Heron, to Harry too, and Billy not less. I haven't sent you the yellow book on purpose. And indeed I have been weeks and weeks receiving a copy of it myself, I say on purpose. Because, although my little tale which ushers it in the death of the lion appears to have had for a thing of mine an unusual success, I hate too much the horrid aspect and company of the whole publication. And yet I am again to be intimately conspicuously associated with the 2D number. It is for gold, and to oblige the worshipful Harland, the editor, wait and read the 2 tales in a volume with 2 or 3 others. Above all, be devout, and forgive the long reticence of your affectionate Henry. To Edmund Goss. Mr. Goss and his family with Mr. A Roman 100 Benson were at this time spending a holiday in Switzerland, apparently not without mischance Stevenson's offending letter, is to be found among his published correspondence, dated from Vailima, July 7, 1894 H.J., misrepresents the phrase he quotes. I decline any longer to give you examples of how not to write are Stevenson's words. Dregena Castle Hotel, St. Ives, August 22, 1894. My dear Goss, I should have been very glad to hear from you yesterday, if only for the sweet opportunity it gives me of crying out that I told you so. It gives me more than this, and I didn't tell you so, but I wanted to awfully, and I only smothered my wisdom under my waistcoat. Tell Arthur Benson that I wanted to tell him so too that guileless morning at Victoria. I knew so well both then and at Delamere Terrace, with my half-century of experience, straight into what a purgatory you were all running the high Swiss mountain in the crowd. The cold, the heat, the rain, the Germans, the scramble, the impossible rooms, and the still more impossible everything else with hope. Deferred, the money misspent, the weather accursed, these things I saw written on your azure brows, even while I perfidiously prattled. With your prattle, the only thing was to let you do it for one. Can no more come between a lady and her Swiss hotel than between a gentleman and his wife meanwhile? I sit here looking out at my nice, domestic, inexpensive English rain, in my nice, bad, stuffy insular inn, and thanking God that I am not as Gosses and Bensons, or I am pretty bad, I recognize, but I am not so bad as you. I am so bad that I am fleeing in a day or two. I hope you will have been doing, if your ineluctable fate doesn't spare you. I stopped on my way down here to spend 3 days with W.E. Norris, which were rendered charming by the urbanity of my host and the peerless beauty of Torquay, with which I fell quite in love here. I go out for long walks on wet moors, with the silent Stephen, the almost speechless Leslie. The morning I improve the alas not shining hours in a little black sitting-room, which looks out into the strange area like unto that of the London milkman with which this Sidevant castle is encompassed, and which sends up strange scullery odors into my nose. I am very sorry to hear of any friends of yours suffering by the Saturday Review, but I know nothing whatever of the Cataclysm. It's a journal which, in spite of the luster you add to it, I haven't so much as seen for 15 years, and no echoes of its fortunes ever reach me. RD, I broke off yesterday to take a long walk over bogs and brambles, and this morning my windows are lashed by a wet hurricane. It makes me wish I could settle down to a luxurious, irresponsible day, with the lure of your appreciation, which lies there on my table still uncut, but my holiday is no holiday, and I must drive the mechanic pen. Moreover, I have vowed not to open lured, till I shall have closed with a final furious bang, the unspeakable Lord Ormont, which I have been reading at the maximum rate of 10 insufferable and unprofitable pages a day. It fills me with a critical rage and artistic fury, utterly blighting in me the indispensable principle of respect. I have finished at this rate, but the first volume you hurry off, I am moved to declare that I doubt if any equal quantity of extravagant verbiage of airs and graces of phrases and attitudes of obscurities and alembications ever started less their subject, ever contributed less of a statement told the reader, less of what the reader needs to know, all elaborate predicates of exposition, without the ghost of a nominative to hook themselves to, and not a difficulty met, not a figure presented, not a scene constituted, not a dim shadow, condensing once either into audible or into visible reality making. You hear for an instant the tap of its feet on the earth, of course. There are pretty things, but for what they are they come so much too dear, and so many of the profundities and tortuosities prove, when threshed out, to be only pretentious statements of the very simplest propositions enough. And forgive me, above all, don't send this to the P. Roman 1000 G. There is another side, of course, which one will utter another day. I have a dictated letter from R. Roman 50 S. sent me through Colvin, who is at Schwalbach with the horsey Duchess of Montrose. A disappointing letter, in which the too apt pupil of Meredith tells me nothing that I want to know, nothing save that his spirits are low, which I would fain ignore, and that he has been on an excursion on an English man-of-war. The devilish letter is wholly about the man-of-war, not a word else. And at the end, he says I decline to tell you any more about it, as if I had prescribed the usurping subject. You shall see the rather melancholy pages. When you return, I must keep them to answer them. Burgett and his wife are in England, Agan at Oxford, with Provost at Buxton, H. LaRue at Wimbledon, etc. It is the Norman conquest beginning afresh. What will be the end, or the effect of it? P.B. has sent me some of the sheets 100 pp of his Outremer, which are singularly agreeable and lively. It will be much the prettiest. and I should judge kindest socio-psychological book written about the US that is. Saying little it is very living and interesting Provost's fetid etude on the little girls, represents a perfect bound from his earlier things, in the way of hard firm, knowing ability so clever and so common no ability to imagine his queenly girl, made to dominate the world do anything finally by way of illustrating her superiority, but become a professional cocotte like a Phil de Portier. Pities akin to love so, I send that to Mrs. Nellie and Tessa, and to a Benson. Yours ever, Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. This refers to an essay by Mr. Gosse on the Norwegian novelist Bjornson, prefixed to an English translation of his Sin of Solbecken. 34 De Veer Gardens W. Nov 9th, 1894. My dear Gosse, many thanks for the study of the Roaring Norseman, which I read attentively last night without having time claimed by more in time's perusals for reading his lusty fable Bjornson, has always been, I frankly confess, an untended prejudicia hostile one of mine, and the effect of your lively and interesting monograph has been, I fear, to validate the hardly more than instinctive mistrust. I don't think you justify him, rank him, enough hardly quite enough for the attention you give him, at any rate he sounds in your picturito. Say nothing of looking in his own like, the sort of literary fountain from which I am ever least eager to drink the big splashing blundering genius of the hit or miss, the pew prees family without perfection, or the effort toward it without the exquisite the love of selection, a big superabundant and promiscuous democrat on the other hand, the impossibly named Novelle, would perhaps win me over, but the human subject matter in these fellows is so rebarbative. Mrs. Bang, tanned what a Romeo and Juliet. Have you seen Maurice Barrés' last volume, Du sang de la volupté et de la mort? That is exquisite in its fearfully intelligent impertinence. And its diabolical renanization. We will talk of these things all. Thanks meanwhile for the book. Yours ever, Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. Mr. Gosse's study of Walter Pater is included in his critical Kit Kats. 34 De Veer Gardens W. Dec 13th, 1894. My dear Gosse, I return with much appreciation the vivid pages on Pater. They fill up substantially the void of one's ignorance of his personal history, and they are of a manner graceful and luminous, though I should perhaps have relished a little more insistence, own a little more of an inside view off the nature of his mind itself, much as they tell, however, how curiously negative and faintly he after all telling remains. I think he will have had the most exquisite literary fortune Roman one, to have taken it out all wholly exclusively with the pen, the style, the genius, and absolutely not at all with the person. He is the mask. Without the face, and there isn't in his total superficies a tiny point of vantage for the newspaper to flap his wings on you, have been lively about him, but about whom wouldn't you be lively? I think you'd be lively about me. Well, faint, pale, embarrassed, exquisite Pater. He reminds me in the disturbed midnight of our actual literature of one of those lucent matchboxes, which you place on going to bed near the candle, to show you in the darkness, where you can strike a light. He shines in the uneasy gloom vaguely, and has a phosphorescence, not a flame, but I quite agree with you that he is not of the little day but of the longer time. Will you kindly ask Tessa if I may still come on Saturday? My visit to the country has been put off by a debt hand. If there is a little corner for me, ill appear, if there isn't so Latino matter, I dare say I ought to write to Miss Wetton? Or will Tessa amiably inquire? Yours always, Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. The news of Stevenson's death in Samoa reached London at this moment, when H.J. was deeply occupied with the rehearsals of Guy Domville at the St. James Theatre. Jan 5th was to be the first night of the play. 34 De Veer Gardens W. Dec 17th, 1894. My dear Gosse, I meant to write you tonight on another matter, but of what can one think, or utter, or dream save of this ghastly extinction of the beloved Roman 50? It is too miserable for cold wordsits and absolute desolation. It makes me cold and sickened with the absolute, almost alarmed sense of the visible material quenching of an indispensable light. That he's silent forever will be a fact hard for a long time to live with today, at any rate. It's a cruel ringing emotion. One feels how one cared for him, what a place he took, and as if suddenly into that place there had descended a great avalanche of ice. I am not sure that it's not for him a great and happy fate, but for us the loss of charm, of suspense, of fun, is unutterable, and how confusedly and pityingly one's thought turns to those faraway stricken women, with their whole principle of existence suddenly quenched, and yet all the monstrosity of the rest of their situation left on their hands. I saw poor Calvin Tade is overwhelmed. He is touching, but I can't write of this, we must talk of it, yet these words have been a relief. And I can't write either of the matter. I had intended Taviz, that you are to rest secure about the question of Jan 5th. I will do everything for you, that business becomes for the hour tawdry and heartless to me. Yours always, Henry James. To Sidney Colvin. H.J. unexpectedly found himself named by Stevenson as one of his executors, but this charge he felt it impossible to undertake on account of his complete inexperience in matters of business. The last paragraph of this letter refers to a suggestion that the cabled news of Stevenson's death might prove to be mistaken. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Dec 20th 94. My dear Colvin, I didn't come as I threatened to see you this A Roman 1000, because up to the time I was forced early to absent myself from home for several hours. No sign had come from Edinburgh. On coming home at 4 o'clock, however, I found both a telegram and a letter from Mr. Mitchell. The telegram asked for a telegraphic yea or nay that might instantly be cabled. To Baxter at Port said, I immediately wired a profoundly regretful but unconditional and insurmountable refusal. The absolute necessity of doing this has gathered still more overwhelming force. Since I saw you yesterday, if indeed there could have been any still more, when the maximum had been so promptly reached to ease still more at all events my conscience, though God knows it was, and is easy. I conferred last P. Roman 1000 with a sage friend about the matter, and if I had been in the smallest degree unsettled, some words he dropped about the pecuniary liability of executors under certain new regulations in regard to the revenue Roman 100 would sufficiently have fixed me. But in truth, the question was not even one to talk of at a leave-in to the extent of asking for confirmations. I wish the thing could have been otherwise. But that is idle, so I have answered Mr. Mitchell's letter by this evening's post in a manner that leaves no doubt either of my decision or my sorrow. There may be something legal for me to do to be exonerated. I have inquired. And meanwhile comes the torture of such phenomena as Dr. Balfour's letter in today's P. Roman 1000 ga torture, doubtless only meant by a perverse providence to deepen the final pain. At any rate, it is unsettling to the point of nervous anguish or a pew prise. But to whom do I say this? I don't like to think of your horrible worrier, all but damnable suspense. Don't answer Thizer. Write me, unless you particularly want to. I ache in sympathy, under the letters, telegrams, complications of every sort you have to meet, that you may find strength to bear, which is the hearty wish of yours, my dear Colvin, more than ever. Henry James. To Miss Henrietta Rubel. 34 De Vere Gardens W. December 31st, 1894. Dear Miss Etta, this is to wish you a brand new year, and to wish it very affectionately, and to wish it of not more than usual length, but of more than usual fullness. I have had an unacknowledged letter from you longer than is decorous, but I have shown you ere this that epistolary decorum is a virtue I have ceased to pretend to, and during the last month I have not pretended to any other virtue, either save an endless patience and an heroic resignation, as I have been and still am, alas, in the sorry position of having in rehearsal a little play 3 acts which is to be produced on Saturday next at the St. James Theatre, as to which I beg you heartily to indulge for me about 8 o'clock on that evening, in very fervent prayer. It is a little romantic play of which the action is laid in England in the middle of the last century, and it will be exquisitely mounted, dressed Roman 100, and very creditably acted, as things go here, but rehearsal is an eckerment, is the right spelling, and one's need of heroic virtues infinite. I have been in the breach daily for 4 weeks, and am utterly exhausted. Tonight, the theatre being closed for the week on purpose, is the first dress rehearsal, which is here of course not a public as in Paris, but an intensely private functional for Mimi Prolassant Dan's Mon fauteuil alone, like the King of Bavaria at the opera. There are to be 3 nights more of this to give them ease in the wearing of their clothes of a past time, and that after the grind of the earlier work is rather amusingas amusing as anything can be for a man of taste and sensibility in the odious process of practical dramatic production. I may have been meant for the drama, God knows, but I certainly wasn't meant for the theatre. Cest pour vous dire that I am much pressed, and am only sending you mes vox très sincères in a shabbily brief little letter, There are a number of interesting things in your last to which I want to respond. I send you also by post 3 or 4 miserable little old views of Tunbridge Wells, which I have picked up in looking at rare leisure moments. For one good one for you, I haven't alas found that, but I think I am on the track of it, and you shall have it as soon as it turns up. Accept these meanwhile as a little stopgap, and a symbol of my New Year's greeting. I hope you are in good case and good hope. We are having here an excellent winter, almost fogless and generally creditable. Write me a little word of hope and help for the 5th. I shall regard it as a happy influence for yours forever. Henry James. To William James. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Jan 9th, 1895. My dear William, I never cabled to you on Sunday 6th about the first night of my play, because as I dare say, you will have gathered from some dispatches, or newspapers if there have been any, and you have seen them, the case was too complicated even now. It's a sore trial to me to have to write about it, weary, bruised, sickened, disgusted, as one is left by the intense, the cruel ordeal of a first night that after, the immense labor of preparation, and the unspeakable tension of suspense has, in a few brutal moments, not gone well. In 3 words, the delicate, picturesque, extremely human, and extremely artistic little play was taken profanely by a brutal and ill-disposed gallery, which had shown signs of malice prepense from the first, and which held in hand, till the end, kicked up an infernal row at the fall of the curtain. There followed an abominable quarter of an hour, during which all the forces of civilization in the house waged a battle of the most gallant, prolonged, and sustained applause, with the hoots and jeers and catcalls of the roughs, whose roars, like those of a cage of beasts at some infernal zoo, were only exacerbated, as it were, by the conflict. It was a cheering scene, as you may imagine, for a nervous, sensitive, exhausted author to face, and you must spare my going over again the horrid hour, or those of disappointment and depression that have followed it, from which last, however, I am rapidly and resolutely, thank God, emerging. The papers have into the bargain been mainly ill-natured and densely stupid and vulgar, but the only 2 dramatic critics who count W. Archer and Clement Scott have done me more justice. Meanwhile, all private opinion is apparently one of extreme admiration. I have been flooded with letters of the warmest protest and assurance. Everyone who was there has either written to me or come to see me. I mean, every one I know, and many people I don't. Obviously, the little play which I strove to make as broad, as simple, as clear, as British in a word as possible, is over the heads of the usual vulgar theatre-going London publican. The chance of its going for a while, which it is too early to measure, will depend wholly on its holding on long enough to attract the unusual. I was there the second night, Monday 7th, when before a full house, a remarkably good money house, Alexander told mate, went singularly well. But it's soon to see or to say, and I am prepared for the worst. The thing fills me with horror for the abysmal vulgarity and brutality of the theatre and its regular public, which, God knows, I have had intensely, even when working from motives as pure as pecuniary motives can be against it. And I feel as if the simple freedom of mind, thus begot to return to one's legitimate form, would be simply by itself a divine solace for everything. Don't worry about me. I'm a rock. If the play has no life on the stage, I shall publish it. It's altogether the best thing I've done. You would understand better the elements of the case if you had seen the thing. It followed the masqueraders, and the thing that is now succeeding at the Haymarket, the thing of Oscar Wilde's, on the basis of there being plays or successes. My thing is necessarily neither. Doubtless, moreover, the want of a roaring actuality, simplified to a few big familiar effects in my subject and episode. The history of an old English Catholic family in the last century militates against it, with all usual theatrical people who don't want plays from variety and nimbleness of fancy of different kinds, like books and stories, but only of one kind which their stiff, rudimentary, clumsily working vision recognizes as the kind they've had before, and yet I had tried so to meet them. But you can't make a sow's ear out of a silk purse. I can't write more, and don't ask for more details. This week will probably determine the fate of the piece. If there is increased advance booking, it will go on. If there isn't, it will be withdrawn. And with it, all my little hope of profit. The time one has given to such an affair from the very first to the very last represents, and also inconceivably great to the uninitiated, is the amount of pitiful bankruptcy of hours that might have been rendered retroactively golden. But I am not Plangentone, must take the thick with the thin end. I have such possibilities of another and better sort before me. I am only sorry for your and Alice's having to be so sorry for yours forever. Henry. To George Henschel. answering a suggestion that H.J. should write a libretto to be set to music by Sir George Henschel. 34 De Vere Gardens W. January 22, D. 1895. My dear Henschel, your flattering dream is beautiful, but I fear, alas, delusive. When I say I fear it, I mean, I only too completely feel it. It is a charming idea. But the root of the libretto is not in me. We will talk of it, eyes, because I will talk with you with joy of anything, will even play to myself, that I have convictions I haven't for that privilege. But I am unlyrical, unmusical, unrhythmical, unmanageable. And I hate old new England stories which are lean and pale and poor and ugly. But let us by all means talk, and the more the better. I am touched by your thinking so much good of me, and I embrace you, my dear Henschel, for such rich practical friendship and confidence. I congratulate you afresh on your glorious wife. I await you with impatience. And I stretch out to you across the wintry wastes the very grateful hand of yours always. Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. 34 De Vere Gardens W. January 22, D. 1895. My dear Howells, I am indebted to you for your most benignant letter of December last. It lies open before me, and I read it again, and am soothed and cheered and comforted again. You put your finger sympathetically on the place and spoke of what I wanted you to speak of. I have felt for a long time past that I have fallen upon evil days, every sign or symbol of one's being in the least wanted anywhere, or by anyone having so utterly failed a new generation that I know not, and mainly prize not, has taken universal possession. The sense of being utterly out of it weighed me down, and I asked myself what the future would be. All these melancholies were qualified, indeed, by one redeeming reflection sense of how little for a good while past, for reasons very logical but accidental and temporary, I had been producing. I did say to myself, produce ag and produce better than ever, and all will yet be well, and there was sustenance in that so far as it went, but it has meant much more to me since you have said it, for it is practically what you admirably say. It is exactly, moreover, what I meant to admirably don't have meant all along about this time. To get into the motion of the whole thing, however, represents a great change in my life, inasmuch as what is clear is that periodical publication is practically closed to me in the last hand, that the magazines in this country or in the U.S. seem to want to afflict you with the now accumulated during all these past years evidence, on which this induction rests, and I have spoken of it to no creature, till at this late day. I speak of it to you. All this, I needn't say, is for your segretissimo ear. What it means is that production for me, as aforesaid, means production of the little book, pure and simple, independent of any antecedent appearance, and truth to tell, now that I wholly see that and have at last accepted it, I am incongruously not at all sorry. I am, indeed, very serene. I have always hated the magazine form, magazine conditions and manners, and much of the magazine company. I hate the hurried little subordinate part that one plays in the catchpenny picture book, and the negation of all literature, that the insolence of the picture book imposes. The money difference will be great, but not so great after a bit as at first, and the other differences will be so all to the good that, even from the economic point of view, they will tend to make up for that, and perhaps finally even completely do. So, it is about the distinctness of one's book position that you have so substantially reassured me, and I mean to do far better work than ever I have done before. I have potentially improved immensely, and am bursting with ideas and subjects, though the act of composition is with me more and more slow, painful, and difficult. I shall never again write a long novel, but I hope to write 6 immortal short ones, and some tales of the same quality. Forgive, my dear Howells, the cynical egotism of these remarks, the fault of which is in your own sympathy. Don't fail me this summer. I shall probably not, as usual, absent myself from these islands, not be beyond the Alps, as I was when you were here last. That way Boston lies, which is the deadliest form of madness. I sent you only last night messages of affection by dear little Ned Abbey, who presently sails for NY laden with the beautiful work he has been doing for the new Boston Public Library. I hope you will see him, will speak of me competently and kindly. I wish all power to your elbow. Let me hear as soon as there is a sound of packing. Tell Mildred I rejoice in the memory of her. Give my love to your wife, and believe me, my dear Howells, yours in all constancy. Henry James. To William James. 34 De Vere Gardens W. February 2nd, 1895. The poor little play seems already, thank God, ancient history, though I have lived through in its company. The horridest 4 weeks of my life produce a play, and you will know better than I can tell you how such an ordilodious in its essences, only made tolerable and palatable by great success, and in how many ways accordingly non-success may be tormenting and tragic, a bitterness of every hour ramifying into every throb of one's consciousness. Tonight the thing will have lived the whole of its troubled little life of 31 performances, and will be taken off to be followed on Feb 5th by a piece by Oscar Wilde that will have probably a very different fate on the night of the 5th. Too nervous to do anything else, I had the ingenious thought of going to some other theater and seeing some other play as a means of being coerced into quietness from 8 till 10. I went accordingly to the Haymarket to a new piece by the said Ow that had just been produced. An Ideal Husband. I sat through it and saw it played with every appearance so far as the crowded house was an appearance of complete success. And that gave me the most fearful apprehension. The thing seemed to me so helpless, so crude, so bad, so clumsy, feeble, and vulgar that, as I walked away across St. James's Square, to learn my own fate, the prosperity of what I had seen, seemed to me to constitute a dreadful presumption of the shipwreck of Jerome 500. And I stopped in the middle of the square, paralyzed by the terror of this probability, afraid to go on and learn more. How can my piece do anything with a public with whom that is a success? It couldn't. But even then, the full truth was mercifully not revealed to me, the truth that in a short month my piece would be whisked away to make room for the triumphant Oscar. If, as I say, this episode has by this time become ancient history to me, it is, thank heaven, because when a thing for me, a piece of work, is done, it's done. I get quickly detached and away from it, and am wholly given up to the better and fresher life of the next thing to come. This is particularly the case now, with my literary way blocked so long, and my production smothered by these theatrical lures. I have such arrears on hand, and so many things seem to wait for me, that I want far more, and that it will be nobler to doth that I am looking in a very different direction than in that of the sacrificed little play. Partly for this reason, this receiving from you all the retarded echo of my reverse, and having to live over it with you, you must excuse me if I don't do so much, is the thing in the whole business that has been most of an anguish, and that I dreaded most in advance. As for the play, in 3 words, it has been, I think I may say, a rare and distinguished private success, and scarcely anything at all of a public one. By a private success, I mean with the even moderately cultivated, civilized, and intelligent individual, with people of taste, in short, of almost any kind, as distinguished from the vast English Philistine mob, the regular theatrical public of London, which of all the vulgar publics London contains is the most brutishly and densely vulgar. This congregation, the things they do like sufficiently judge. I no sooner found myself in the presence of those yelling barbarians of the first night, and learned what could be the savagery of their disappointment that one wasn't perfectly the same as everything else they had ever seen, than the dream and delusion of my having made a successful appeal to the cozy, childlike, naif, domestic British imagination, which was what I had calculated, dropped from me in the twinkling of an eye. I saw they couldn't care one straw for a damned young last-century English Catholic who lived in an old-tune Catholic world, and acted with everyone else in the play from remote and romantic Catholic motives. The whole thing was for them remote, and all the intensity of one's ingenuity couldn't make it anything else. It has made it something else for the few, but that is all. Such is the bare history of poor Jerome 500, which I beg you to believe throws no light on my technical skill, which isn't a light that mystery ought to rejoice to have thrown. The newspaper people muddle things up with the most foredoomed crudity, and I am capable of analyzing the whole thing far more scientifically and drawing from it lessons far more pertinent and practical than all of them put together. It is perfectly true that the novelist has a fearful long row to hoe to get into any practical relation to the groveling stage, and his difficulty is precisely double. It bears on one side upon the question of method, and on the other upon the question of subject. If he is really in earnest, as I have been, he surmounts the former difficulty. Before he surmounts the latter, I have worked like a horse far harder than anyone will ever know over the whole stiff mystery of technique. I have run it to earth, and I don't in the least hesitate to say that, for the comparatively poor and meager, the piteously simplified purposes of the English stage, I have made it absolutely my own, put it into my pocket. The question of realizing how different is the attitude of the theatergoer toward the quality of thing, which might be a story in a book, from his attitude toward the quality of thing that is given to him as a story in a play, is another matter altogether. That difficulty is portentous for any writer who doesn't approach it naively, as only a very limited and simple-minded writer can. One has to make oneself so limited and simple to conceive a subject, see a subject simply enough, and that, in a nutshell, is where I have stumbled. And yet, if you were to have seen my play, I haven't been near the theater since the second night, but I shall go down there late this evening to see it buried and bid goodbye to the actors. I am very sorry for Marion Terry, who has delighted in her part and made the great hit of her career, I should suppose, in it, and who has to give it up thus untimely. Her charming acting has done much for the little run. The money disappointment is of course Keena's. It was wholly for money I had ventured. But the poor 4 weeks have brought me 1100, which shows what a tidy sum many times 4 weeks would have brought without my lifting, as they say, after the first performance, a finger. I have written you so long-windedly on this matter that I have left neither time nor space for anything else. I must catch the post, and will write more sociably something by the next one. One's time in the whole history has gone like water, and still it pours out. Please, don't send me anything out of newspapers. Always your Henry. To Sidney Colvin. The first of Stevenson's letters to be published, it will be remembered, were the Vailima letters to Sir Sidney Colvin. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Feb. 19th, 1895. My dear Colvin, I shall send you all the Vailima letters back tomorrow, or next day by hand. I have completely read them, I can't say, and I don't want to say anything of them, but publish them. Thigh make the man so lovable it's on that I should take my stand. I think your estimate of them, as ranking high in their class epistolary, is perhaps, if I remember what you seem to express of it, a larger one than I should concur in, but I think still more that that makes little difference, for they will assuredly be liked immensely. And that is mainly what one is concerned to ask for him. They are charming, living, touching, absolutely natural. And I think better toward the end than at the beginning. What they suffer from is want of interest and want of clearness as to the subject matter of much of them, Samoan personalities. Politics see all to me almost squalidand, the irritating effect of one's sense of his clearing, the very ground to be able to do his daily work. Want also to a certain extent of generalization about all these matters, and some other cinto the dreary specifics of which the reader perhaps finds himself plunged too much to owe a certain tormenting effect in his literary confidences, to you glimpses, promises, revelations, Roman 100, arising from his so seldom telling the subject the idea of the thing what he sees what he wants to do. Cass. Against his pouring forth titles, chapters, divisions, names, Roman 100, in such magnificent abundance on the other hand, the personality shines out so beautiful. And there are so many charming things passages page that, not to publish them, would seem to me like the burial of something alive. I see but little in what you have left in these copies, to excise on grounds of discretion, unless it be many of those reports of the state of public affairs and allusions to public personages, which are primarily excisable by reason of obscurity. Failure to appeal to readers' interest, Roman 100. But I should like to see you and talk about the matter with you better than thus, and shall take the earliest occasion. The hideous sadness of them tow us to readers at Largino, but I feel as though I had been sitting with him for hours. Yours always, Henry James. To Mrs. John, Roman 50 Gardner. Royal Hospital, Dublin. March 23, D. 1895. Dear Isabella Gardner, yes, I have delayed hideously to write to you, since receiving your note of many days ago, but I always delay hideously, and my shamelessness is rapidly becoming in the matter of letter writing more disgraceful even than my procrastination. I brought your letter with me to Ireland more than a fortnight ago, with every intention of answering it on the morrow of my arrival, but I have been leading here a strange and monstrous life of demoralization and frivolity, and the fleeting hour has mocked, till today, at my languid effort to stay it, to clutch it in its passage. I have been paying 3 monstrous visits in a row, and if I needed any further demonstration of the havoc such things make in my life, I should find it in this sense of infidelity to a charming friendship of so many years. I returned to England to enter a monastery for the rest of my days and crave your forgiveness. Before I take this step, I have been staying in this queer, shabby, sinister, sordid place, I mean Dublin, with the Lord Lieutenant, poor young Lord Houghton, for what is called a fragment that is of what is called the castle season, and now I am domesticated, with very kind and valued old friends, the Walsallys, Lord W being commander of the forces here, that is head of the little English army of occupation, in Arlanda 5 years appointment, and domiciled in this delightfully quaint and picturesque old structure of Charles II's Timea, kind of Irish invalids, or Chelsea hospitala, retreat for superannuated veterans, out of which a commodious and stately residence has been carved. We live side by side, with the 140 old red-coated cocked-hatted pensioners, but with a splendid great rococo hall, separating us, in which Lady Walsally gave the other night the most beautiful ball I have ever seen, a fancy ball, in which all the ladies were Sir Joshuas, Gainsboroughs or Romneys, and all the men in uniform court dress or evening hunt dress. I went Asgus, Watalas, nothing smarter than the one black coat in the room. It is a world of generals, aides-de-camps, and colonels of military color and sentiment, which amuses for the moment, and makes one reflect afresh that in England, those who have a good time have it with a vengeance. The episode at the tarnished and ghost-haunted castle was little to my taste, and was a very queer episode indeed, thanks to the incongruity of a viceregal court, for that's what it considers itself, utterly boycotted by Irish landlord society, the present viceroy being the nominee of a home rule government, and reduced to dreary importation from England to fill its gilded halls. There was a ball every night, etc. But too much standing on one's hindlegs, too much pomp, and state for nothing and nobody. On my return, 2 days hence, to my humble fireside, I get away again as quickly as possible into the contrito, a cot, beside a rill, the address of which no man knoweth. There I remain for the next 6 months to come, and nothing of any sort whatever is to happen to me. This is all arranged, save that you are to come down and stay a day or two with me when you come to England. There is alas to be no abroad for me. This year I rejoice with you in your Rome, but my Rome is in the buried past. I spent, however, last June there, and was less excruciated than I feared. Have you seen my old friend Giuseppe Promolia? Great friend. In particular of the Burgets, I dare say you have breakfasted deep with him. May this find you perched on new conquests. It's vain to ask you to write me, or tell me anything. Let me only ask you, therefore, to believe me, your very affectionate old friend, Henry James. To Arthur Christopher Benson. The excursion to Windsor was one of several on which H.J. conducted Alphonse Daudet and his family during their visit to England. This spring, the adorable cottage was the house then occupied by Mr. Benson, as a master at Eton. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. May 11, 1895. My dear Arthur B. A quelques chose malheur est bon, my very natural failure to find you brought me your engaging letter strike. But hear me, I knew but too well that it would not seem felicitous to you that I should leave a mere card at your ravishing bower. But please believe that I had no alternative. I weighed the question of notifying you. In advance you weighed it anxiously, but the scale against it was pressed down by overwhelming considerations. Daudet is so unwell and fatigable, and unable to walk or to mount steps or stairs. He could do Windsor Castle only from the carriage, that I didn't know he would pull through the excursion at Alland. I thought it unfair to inflict on you the awkward problem of his getting or not getting into your house off. His getting over to Eton at Alland, of the 5 other members of his family being hurled upon you. We had in fact only just time to catch our return train. Still, I had a sneaking romantic hope of you. I should have liked them hungry for the great show to behold you as I turned sadly from your adorable cottage and got back into the carriage. A Roman 500 said to me, having waited contemplatively during my conference with your domestic aussi vous savez, comme ces petits coins d'Angleterre. M'amusant, a Roman 100b would have amused him still more. Content yourself for the hour, my dear Arthur Benson, with amusing a humbler master of Dichtingand, an equal one perhaps of Warrate. I am delighted. You have been thinking of me, and beg you to be sure that whenever you happen to do so, telepathy, as you say, will happen to be in it this time. For example, it was intensely in it, for you had been peculiarly present to me all these last days in connection with my alternations of writing to you or not writing to you about the projected Thursday at Windsor. I wanted to confine myself to the pure feasible for Daudet, and yet I wanted still more to write to you anyway, as they say in the U.S., and I am writing to Yauk Roman 500, so there we are. I rejoice in a certain air of happiness in your letter. Dine with you some day de grand cure after, a little after, the very lively practical preoccupation of the presence of my helpless and bewildered Gauls has abated. There is a late train from Windsor that would put me back after dinner runless. Your mother has kindly invited me to a party on the 16th, and I shall certainly go if I survive and return from the process of taking Daudet down to see G. Meredith at Box Hill, which has been fixed for that day. You won't be there at Lambeth, I ween, but if you were what possibilities of the order hinted at above, we might discuss in a Gothic embrasure. Respond, if ever so briefly, to yours, my dear Arthur Benson, forever. Henry James. To W. E. Norris. The American outbreak was the trouble over the question of the Venezuelan frontier. The articles in the Times, by the late G. W. Smalley, correspondent for the Journal in New York, did much in H.J.'s view to preserve the relations between England and the United States during this difficult time. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Feb 4th, 1896. My dear Norris, your letter is as good as the chair by your studiable betwixt it as it were, and the tea-stand used to be, and as that luxurious piece of furniture, shall Roman 500 Roman 5 be again? Your news, your hand, your voice sprinkle memost refreshingly with the deep calm of Torquay, it is in short in every way good to hear from you, so that behold, for your sweet sake, I perpetrate that intensest of my favorite immoralities. I snatch the epistolary, the disinterested pen, before at 10 a Roman 1000 squaring, my poor old shoulders, over the painful instrument that I fondly try to believe to be lucrative. It isn't, but one must keep up the foolish fable to the end. I am having in these difficult conditions a very decent winter. It is mild, and it isn't wet, not here and now, and it is for methinks to more than Machiavellian cunning, more dinnerless than it has really ever been. My fireside really knows me. On some evenings I forsake it too often, but a little less and less, so you bloom and smack your lips, while I shrivel and tighten my waistband. In spite of my gain of private quiet, I have suffered acutely by my loss of public. The American outbreak has darkened all my sky and made me feel, among many other things, how long I have lived away from my native land, how long I shall Roman 500 Roman 5 live away from it, and how little I understand it today. The explosion of jingoism, there is the result of all sorts of more or less domestic and internal conditions, and what is most indicated on the whole as coming out of it is a vast new split or cleavage in American national feeling, politics, and partiessa split, almost roughly speaking, between the West and the East. There are really two civilizations there, side by siding, one yoke, or rather one civilization, and a barbarism. All the expressions of feeling I have received from the U.S. since this hideous row have been intensely, of course, from the former. It is on the whole the stronger force, but only on condition of its fighting hard. But I think it will fight hard meanwhile. The whole thing sickens me, that unfortunately, however, is not a reason for its not being obviously there. It's there all the while. But let it not be any more here. I mean, in this scribblement, my admiration of Smalley is boundless, and my appreciation and comfort and gratitude. He has really done something, and will do more for peace and decency. I went yesterday to Leighton's funeral, a wonderful and slightly curious public demonstration. Streets all cleared and lined with police, the day magnificent, his characteristic good fortune to the end, and St. Paul's very fine to the eye, and crammed with the whole London world. The music was fine and severe, but I thought wanting in volume and forceth in, and meagre for the vast space. But what do I know? No, my dear Norris, I don't go abroad. I go on May 1st into the depths somewhere of old England. A response to that proposal I spoke to you of from Rome is utterly impossible to me. Now, I've two novels to write before I can dream of anything else, and to go abroad is to plunge into the fiery furnace of people. So either Devonshire or some other place will be my 6 months' lot. I must take a house this time, a small and cheap one, and I must deride me not be somewhere where I can without disaster bicycle also. I must be a little nearer town than last year. I am afraid these things rather menace Torquay, but it's soon to say. I must wait. I shall decide in April or by mid-March only. Meanwhile, things will clear up. I am intensely, thank heaven, busy. I will, I think, send you the little magazine tale, over which I mean over whose number of words infinite, and awful I struggled so in sept and oct last. Under your pitying eye, and with your sane and helpful advice, it comes into me this a Roman 1000. I hope your daughter is laying up treasure corporeal in Ireland. I like your dinner, 7, I mean, in the houses of the other hill people, and I beg you to feel yourself clung to forever by yours irrepressibly, Henry James. To William James, Point Hill, Pleydon Rye, July 24th, 1896. My dear William, I wrote you at some length not very long since, and my life has been here so peaceful that nothing has happened to me since, save an incident terminated this a Roman 1000 a charming little visit of 24 hours from Wendell Holmes, who was in admirable youth, spirits, health, and form, and whose presence I greatly enjoyed. He either has been having his usual social triumphs in London, was as vivid and beautiful as ever about Themelso, seems to enjoy much this humble but picturesque little place, and sails for the U.S. on Aug. 22nd. Save that he seems to see you rarely and precariously, he will carry you good news of me. I have only 5 days more of Point Hill, alas, but I have solved the problem of not returning on Aug. 1st to the stifling London. We are having a summer of transcendent droughts and heat, like last, only more so, and not, on the other hand, sacrificing precious days to hunting up another. Refuge solved it by taking for 2 months the vicarage at Rye, which is shabby fusty a sad drop from PH, but close at hand to this 15 minutes walk, and has much of the same picturesque view from a small terrace garden behind a garden to sit in, and more or less is here to eat in, and almost the same very moderate lawyer, it has also more room and more tumblers and saucepans. And above all, at a moment when I am intensely busy, saves me a wasteful research, so I shall be there from the 29th of this month till the last week in September. The Vicarage, Rye, Sussex, is my address. The place, unfortunately, isn't quite up to the pretty suggestion of the name, but this little corner of the land endears itself to mean the peace of the country, is a balm it is all about. Here most mild and mellow and lovable to relaxing. But that is partly the exceptional summer I have been able every evening for 3 months to dine at 8 on my little terrace. So the climate of England is literally not always to be sneezed at, but the absence of rain threatens a water famine, and the tub is a short allowance with. Chikorua, let I am at a loss to place you all, and only hope you are succeeding better in placing yourselves. It would delight me to hear that Alice is boarding somewhere with Peggy, and the afflicted infant, whom I refuse to denominate Tweety, I hope at any rate, she is getting rest and refreshment of some sort. There would be room for 2 or 3 of you at my vicarage. I wish you were here to feel the repose of it. May your summer be merciful. And your lectures on ni pute plus suivis? I say nothing about the political bear garden, I fear. I pusillanimously keep out of it. I am well obsit omen and interested in what I am anand. I embrace you all ever your affectionate Henry. To Edmund de Goss. The Spoils of Poynton, under the title of The Old Things, had begun to appear in the Atlantic Monthly in April 1896. The Vicarage. Rye, August 28, 1896. My dear Edmund, don't think me a finished brute or a heartless fiend or a soulless one or any other unhappy thing with a happy name. I have pressed your letter to my bosom again and again, and if I've not sooner expressed to you how I've prized it, the reason has simply been that for the last month there has been no congruity between my nature and my manners, between my affections, and my lame right hand. A crisis overtook me some 3 weeks ago from which I emerge only to hurl myself on this sheet of paper and consecrate it to you. I will reserve detailsify it that, in an evil hour, I began to pay the penalty of having arranged to let a current serial begin when I was too little ahead of it, and when it proved a much slower and more difficult job than I expected. The printers and illustrators overtook and denounced me. The fear of breaking down paralyzed me. The combination of rheumatism and fatigue rendered my hand and arm a torturine. The total situation made my existence a nightmare, in which I answered not a single note, letting correspondence go to smash in order, barely to save my honor. I've finished day before yesterday, but I fear my honor with Yowley's buried in the ruin of all the rest. You will soon be coming home, and this will meet or reach you God only knows, when let it take you the assurance that the most lurid thing in my dreams has been the glitter of your sarcastic spectacles. It was charming of you to write to me from dear little old devastated Vevez, to which, indeed, you make me feel in a few vivid touches a faint nostalgic pang. I don't want to think of you as still in your horrid ice world, for it is cold even here and I scribble by a morning fire. And yet it's in my interest to suppose you still feeling so all abroad that these embarrassed lines will have for you some of the charm of the bloated English post, that makes me at the same time doubly conscious that I've nothing to tell you, that you will most languish for news of the world, and the devil no throbs nor thrills from the great beating heart of the thick of things. I went to town for a week on the 15th to be nearer the devouring maw into which I had to pour belated copy. But I spent the whole time shut up in De Vere Gardens, with an ink pot and a charwoman. The only thing that befell me was that I dined one night at the Savoy with F. Ortmans, and the P. Burgetsan, that the said Burgets but 2 days in London dined with me one night at the Grosvenor Club. But these occasions were not as rich in incident and emotion as poetic. Justice demanded, and your veal table d'hote will have nourished your intelligence quite as much. The only other thing I did was to read in the Revue de Paris of the 15th the wonderful article of a Daudet on Goncourt's death, a little miracle of art, adroitness, demoniac, tact, and skill, and taste, so abysmal judged by our fish-like sense, that there is no getting alongside of it at all. But I grieve to say I can't send you the magazine. I saw it only at a club. Doubtless you will have come across it. I have this ugly house till the end of September, and don't expect to move from Rye even for a day. Till then the date of your return is vague to me, but if it should be early in the month, I wonder if you couldn't come down for another Sunday. I fear you will be too blasé. Much for comfort. My vicarage is distinctly superior to my eagle's nest, but alas, beauty isn't in it. The peace and prettiness of the whole land here, however, has been good to me, and I stay on with unabated relish, but I stay in solitude, I don't see. Creature that too dreadful to relate I like you will have been living in a crowd, and I expect you to return all garlanded and odorous with anecdote and reminiscence. Mrs. Nellies will all bear I trust on miraculous healings and feelings, I feel far from all. Access to the French volume, you recommend are you crawling over the Dorn, or only standing at the bottom to catch Philip and Lady Edmund, as they drop pardon my poverty, and my paucity, it is your absence that makes them yours, my dear Edmund, not inconstantly. Henry James. To Jonathan Sturges. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Thursday, Nov 5, 1896. My dear Jonathan, I spill over this A Roman 1000 in a certain amount of jubilational the more that I have your little letter of the other day, to thank you for one breathes, I supposeth alarmed, anxious, prudent part of one. But I don't feel that McKinley is the end of anything least of all of big provincial iniquities and abuses and bloody billionaires. However, he's more decent than the alternativing your fortune, will flow in more regularly, and mine will permit me to say I am delighted you accept, and shall see that the cold mutton is not too much snowed under. Before you come, only give me a few 3 or 4, if possible, days' notice. Then we will talk of many things, and among them of Rudyard Kipling's 7 Seas, which he has just sent me, and which I will send you tomorrow or next day. Kindly guard it on the assumption that you won't have seen it. I am laid low by the absolutely uncanny talent, prodigious special faculty of it. It's all violent without a dream of a nuance or a hint of distinction. All prose trumpets and castanets, and such with never a touch of the fiddle string or a note of the nightingale. But it's magnificent and masterly in its way, and full of the most insidious art. He's a rum, and one of the very few first talents of the time. There's a vilely idiotic reference to his coarseness in this. A Roman 1000s chronicle the coarseness of the merry Gloucester is absolutely one of the most triumphant values of that triumphant thing. How lovely in these sweet days your Haslemere hermitage must be. I hope you've still the society of your young friend. It eases the mind of your old one. What you said about Howell's most true is very touching, and I feel so remote from him. The little red book is extremely charming. Write to me, tout of vus. Henry James. To W. E. Norris. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Dec 23rd, 1896. My dear Norris, I respond with joy to your suggestion. In your beautiful letter of 2 days, Agathat, I shall enable you to find a word from me on your table on the darkest, a Roman 1000 of the year in the first place, because I am much touched by your attaching to any word of mine any power to comfort or charm, and in the second, because I can well measure be my own your sense of a melancholy, from which you must appeal. It is indeed a lugubrious feast and a miserable merriment, but it is something to spend the evil season by one's own poor hearthstone, save that yours is opulent, crouching over the embers, and chuckling low over all the dreadful places where one is not. I've been literally pressed to go to 2 or 3 of them in Northumberland, the cheek of some people, and the reflection that I might be there. And yet, by heaven's mercy, not does give a faint blush, as of the rose, to my otherwise deep depression. It is a mild, gray, rainless, sunless, inoffensive sort of Christmas here, and the shop fronts look rather prettily pink and green and golden in the dear dirty old London streets, and I have ventured into 3 or 4, but I do it, bless you, for 9 and 7 pence. Halfpenny all told. No wonder you want epistolary balm, if you're already in the 50s. Do you give them diamond necklaces and Arab horses, all round? But Torquay, I too, intensely felt, has gorgeous ways of its own. Really, it isn't bad here, for almost everyone has left town. I have yet had nothing worse to suffer than a first night at the Lyceum. 2 great Irvingism of Witchmanley in Ellen Terry's box had been the same day pleasantly mitigated in advance by Tessa Goss in Sheridan's critic. Tessa had a play and acted Mr. Puff better than any of her blushing fellow nymphs acted anything else, and on New Year's Eve I go to her parents for a carouse of some sort, and until then, thank God, I don't dine out save on Christmas Day, nor in 1897. By all that's holy, ever again, I have been quite smothered with it these 2 months, and it's getting far beyond a joke. I see no literary fry and languish in incorrigible obscurity. I had a fevered dream that the other house might reach a second edition, but it declines to do anything of the sort, and the pauper's grave continues to yawn nevertheless. It is assured anyway I may go to Italy on April 1st. Meanwhile, my dear Norris, I think of you with a degree of envy, which even the manners of Topper scarce avail to diminish. I mean, because you have a beautiful home, and are so many miles nearer than I am to nature. You are also nearer to Miss Norris, and that is another advantage, even though it does make a hole in 50. I have nothing better to offer her on Christmas A Roman 1000 than the very friendly handshake of yours, and hers, my dear Norris, affectionately and always. Henry James. To Arthur Christopher Benson. 34 De Vere Gardens W. December 28, 1896. My dear Arthur, your generous letter has this wild, mild, soft, somber morning made me feel as if I were standing beside you with my hand on your shoulder, in an embrasure of one of the windows at that fine old Farnham castle that I have seen years Agatha look out on the noble things you speak of. And the communication in question is worthy exactly of the things in question, and grave, and handsome, and interesting, and touching, even as they are. Burn it quod it wouldn't have burnt, I would have you know it would have flown straight up the chimney, and taken unscathed as marble its invulnerable way to the individual, for whom it had just been so admirably winged. You say to me exactly the right things, and you say them to exactly the right person. I can't tell you how glad I am for you that you have all that highest sanity and soundness, though it isn't as if I doubted it, of emotion full frank and deep. If there be a wisdom in not feeling to the last throb the great things that happen to us, it is a wisdom I shall never either know or esteem. Let your soul live, it's the only life that isn't on the whole a cell. You have evidently been magnificent, and as I have my hand on your shoulder, I take the opportunity of patting you very tenderly on the back. That back will evidently carry its load and be all the straighter for Thea's, it seems to merely quite massive experience. I rejoice that the waters have held you up the dew, always I think when they are only deep enough. And all your missings and memories and contrasts and tendernesses are a part the essence of, the very force that is in you to live and to feel agonand, yet again and again, when at last to have so felt will be the thing in the world y'all be gladdest to have done. I don't know, in spite of your compliment, whether I am much like Gray Save in The Devil of a Time. It takes me to do a thing. What keeps me incommunicative, however, is not indifference, but almost a kind of suspense, a fear to break bespeaking spell of some other spectacly author than that of my own fonctionment. But I respond to the lightest touch of a friendly hand, I think I may say, and I haven't the slightest fear of breaking any spell in saying to you that I seem to myself, just now obsit omen to functioner pretty well. I am as occupied and preoccupied with work as even my technical temper can desire, and out of it, something not irremediably nauseating will not improbably spring. I never had more intentions. What do I say, more ferocities? I am sitting in my boat, and my oars rhythmically creak. In short, I propose to win my little battle and, even believe more than hitherto, that I may annex my little province. It will be as small as the Grand Duchy of Pumpernickel, but there will be room to put up a friend, therefore you must come and stay with me there. In fact, I give you rendezvous on the battlefield itself. The moment the day is declared, I mix my metaphors, but it all means that it's all a fight, and that the only thing that changes is our fighting train. Let us then fight side by side, never too far out of sight. How I congratulate you on the value of your friends. I mean the particular Davidsons. I don't know them, but I like them for liking you. I think I have a strong sense, too, of the beauty and charm of many of the conditions in which you are engaged, and which have a really decorative effect, so that the aesthetic sense, too, is pleased on everything that makes you minister to the confidence, my dear Arthur, of yours very constantly. Henry James. To the Viscountess Walsily. The reference in the following letter is to a visit paid by H.J. with Lady Walsily to the elaborately beautiful old house of the late Roman 100 E. Kemp, the well-known artist of church decoration at Linfield, Sussex. Dictated 34 De Vere Gardens W. 8th March 1897. Dear Lady Walsily, I was so deprived yesterday for all those beautiful hours of a word, with you away from our host, that I felt as if I didn't say to you a tenth of what I wanted, which however will make it all the better for our next meeting when I shall overflow like a river fed by melting snows. Let these few words, therefore, not anticipate the deluge at them, only express to you afresh my grateful sense of the interest and success of our excursion. The whole wonder of it was the greater through my wholly unprepared state. My antecedent inward blank, which blank is now overscored with images and emotions as thick as any page of any of your hospitable house books ever was with visitors' names. The man himself made the place more wonderful, and the place the man. I was greatly affected by his courtesy and charm, and I got afterwards in the evening a little of the light that I couldn't snatch from you under his nose. What struck me most about the whole thing was the consummate cleverness that was the note. It sounded for me more than any one of the notes more imposing, more deep, that an artistic creation may throw out. Don't for the world and for my ruin verbreathed to him. I have said it, but the whole thing and his taste are far too Germanic, too Teutonic a business, to make a medium in which I could ever sink down in final peace or take, as the domestic and decorative last word the element of France, and Italy are too much out of it, and they to me are the real secret of style. But we will talk of these. Thingsheven speed the day do have a little of France and a great deal of Italy at South Wraxall, but do have also a great deal of the cunning Kemp, and of the candid too candid companion of your pilgrimage. Don't imagine the companion didn't have a most sweet and glorious day from, which the light even in London dusk again, has not yet wholly faded. I hope your security was complete to the end, and I am in earnest hope also of a speedy reunion. Yours, dear Lady Walsilly, more gratefully, if possible, than ever. Henry James. To Miss Frances R. Morse. H.J.S. admiration for St. Gaudens's memorial, to call R.G. Shaw, when he afterwards saw it at Boston, found expression. It will be remembered in the American scene. Dictated. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. June 7, 1897. My dear Fanny, I have as usual endless unacknowledged benefits to thank you, for after too many days the last is your letter of the end of March, full of interesting substance, as always, and of things that no one else has the imagination or the inspiration to tell me. My allusion to the imagination, there is not, believe me, an imputation on your exactitude. The light of truth, of good solid vivid Boston truth, shines in each of your pages. Especially are you interesting and welcome, as I have told you before. I think on the young generations, and full-blown though new existences, that are in possession of a scene I knew, as otherwise occupied all the old name, sir. Most of theme appear to be represented by the remote posterity of my old acquaintance. In this remote posterity, however, I take an interest, and scraps and specimens of it even here occasionally flash past me. I have stayed on in town later than for some years past, and though I had at the end of March all my plans made to go to Italy, have put it off till so late that in a few days I shall have to be content with simply crossing to Paris, and seeing then what is to be further done. London is given up to carpenters and seatmongers, being prepared on an enormous scale, and a rather unsightly way for the circus of the 22nd. The circus is already amid the bare benches, and the mere bousculade of the preparations, a thing to fly from, in spite of the good young George Vanderbilt's having offered me an ample share of a beautiful balcony in Pall Mall, to see it from. I shall spend the next few weeks in some place or places north of the Alps, as yet utterly undefined, and be back in England before the summer is over. The voice of Venice all this time has called very loud, but it has been drowned a good deal in the click of the typewriter to which I dictate, and which some months ago crept into my existence through the crevice of a lame hand, and now occupies in it a place too big to be left vacant for long periods of hotel and railway life. All this time, I am not coming to the great point, which is my hope, that you may have been able to be present. I believe with all my heart, of course, you were at the revelation of the Shaw Memorial in Charity, my dear Fanny. If this be the case, do write me a frank word about it. I heard from William and Alice more or less on the eve, but I fear they will have afterwards, just now, be having too much to do to be able to send me many echoes. I dare say that you will, for that matter, already have sent me one. I receive, as it happens only this morning, a copy of Harper's Weekly with a big reproduction of St. Gaudens bas-relief, which strikes me as extraordinarily beautiful and noble. How I rejoice that something really fine is to stand there forever for R.G. Sand. For all the rest of them, this thing of St. G.S. strikes me as a real perfection, and I have appealed to William to send me the finest and biggest photograph of it that can be found, for such surely have been taken. How your spiritual lungs must over it all have filled themselves with the air of the old wartime. Even here I means simply in the depths of one's own being. I myself, for an hour, seemed to breathe it again. But the strange thing is that, however much in memory and imagination it may live for one again, with all its dim figures and ghosts and reverberations and emotions, it appears to belong yet to some faraway other world and state of being. I talked of this the other day with Sarah Darwin, whose memories are so much identical with my own, and it was a relief to do so in the absence of all other communications, that absence produced by the upgrowth, since, of a whole generation which began after the end, and for which the whole history is as alien as the battles of Alexander. But I am writing you a long letter when I only meant to wave you a hand of greeting and gratitude. Correspondence is rather heavy to me, for I can tackle it only in the margin of time left over after the other matters that my machine has to grind. I hope your summer promises, and in the midst of a peculiar degree, at the present moment of smoky London stuffiness, I envy you, for I see you in the mind's eye at Beverlythe element of wide verandas, cut peaches, I mean peaches, and cream, you know, white frocks and Atlantic airs. You make me, my dear Fanny, in these high, lights quite incredibly homesick yours very constantly. Henry James. To Mrs. George Hunter. Instead of going abroad for the summer, as he had proposed, H.J. went first to Bournemouth, and from there to join his cousin Mrs. George Hunter and her daughters at Dunwich near Saxmundham. Bath Hotel, Bournemouth. Saturday, July 3, 1897. Dearest Ellie, it is an immense satisfaction to get your news and, no figure of speech, to say that it has found me literally on the point of reaching out for it into the thick twilight of your whereabouts. I have had my general silence, much on my conscience, especially my dumbness and darkness to Rossina and Bay, for whom my movements must have been enveloped in a perfidious mystery that has caused me, I fear, to forfeit all their esteem. But let me tell you first of all how I rejoice in your good conditions, and in your having found your feet. It was borne in upon me on general grounds that Southwold would never do for long, and it is charming that you have found so near and so nice a substitute. I especially delight, without wanting to sacrifice the rest of you in such a letting down easy of the art daughters, please. Give them my tender love, and tell them that, preposterous as it sounds, I have never all this time, and in spite of the rosiest asseverations, crossed the channel at all the nearest I have come to it, is to have early last month come down here to the edge of the sea, and collapsed into the peace and obscurity of this convenient corner, long familiar to me, which, having a winter season, is practically empty at present. I will tell R and B, when I see them, just how it was that I happened to be so falsate. Is too long a story now. Suffice it, that my reasons for continuing to hug this fat country were overwhelming, and my regrets at not tasting of their brave Bohemia of the sharpest. Moreover, all's well that ends well. If I had gone abroad, I should be abroad now, and the rest of the summer, and therefore unable to join you on your Suffolk shore, at least alight upon you there, which is what I shall be enchanted to do you describe a little paradise whereas, and all, and I beseech you to keep a divan for me. There the only thing is that I fear I shan't be able to come till toward the endor by the end of the month. I have more or less engaged myself to a pair of friends who are coming down here next week for Mistrain, as it may seem sweet sake to remain on this spot till toward the 25th, but I will come then and stay as long as you will let me. If you can bespeak any quarters for me at the inn in advance, I will take it very kindly of you. Can they give me a little sitting room as well as a bedroom? If you can achieve any effective word illegible at them to do so, I shall be very grateful. I always need some small literary bower other than the British bedroom, and in this case, I would of course meal there, as that makes them always more zealous. I don't know the East Coast to speak of at Alland. I can imagine no more winsome introduction to it. I quite yearn to commune with the young Parisians. Bravo McMonnies, bravo everybody, especially Grenville. How I shall joy to frolic with him. In the sand have they seen the art daughter's image of the St. Gaudens Shaw? It is altogether great. William's oration was a first-class success. I encircle you all and will write again. Ever my dear Ellie, so constantly yours, Henry James. P.S. The oddest trio of coincidences. Yesterday afternoon, I was reading the delightful letters of that peculiarly Suffolk genius of Woodbridge, Edward Fitz, Gerald Omar Khayyam, and just finishing a story in one of them about his relations with a boatman of Saxmundham, a name seen for the first time that struck maybe its strangeness and handsomeness, laid down the book, and went a long walk 5 miles along this coast, to where in a very picturesque and lonely spot, I met a seafaring man with whom I fraternized. Do you belong to this place? Oh no, I've been here 5 years, but I come from the Suffolk coast, Saxmundham. Did you know Mr. Fitzgerald? Know him, my brother was his boatman, and he tells me the story. Then I walk home, and coming in find your letter on my table. I tear it open, and the first word I see in it in your daddy's Saxmundham tableau, it never rains but it pours. To Edward Warren. On returning from Dunwich, it was there that he had been bicycling with Mr. Warren. H.J. heard that Lamb House, which he had seen and admired at Rye the year before, was unexpectedly vacant. He at once appealed to Mr. Warren for professional advice with regard to the condition of the house, and as this proved satisfactory, secured it without delay. Dictated. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Th. September 1897. My dear Edward, very kindly read for me, the enclosed, which throws an odd coincidental light on the very house we talked of day before yesterday, or was it yesterday, as we bumped and bounced and vainly shifted sides. The place in question is none other than the mansion with the garden house perched on the wall, and though to be fairly confronted with the possibility, and so brought to the point, is a little like a blow in the stomach. What I am minded to say to you is that perhaps you may have a chance to tell me on Friday that you will be able to take some day next week to give me the pleasure of going down there with me for a look. I feel as if I couldn't think on the subject at all without seeing it subject tag in. And there would be no such seeing it as seeing it in your company perhaps. I shall have speech of you long enough on Friday to enable us to settle a day. Should be capable of Monday. I hope you slid gently home and are fairly on all force that is on hands and feet again. What a day we should have had again. Also, I mean this one if we had kept it up. But Basta does beautifully for your journey. 1,000 friendships to Margaret, always yours. Henry James. To Arthur Christopher Benson. The following refers to a manuscript diary of Mr. Benson's and to the privately printed letters and journals of William Corey, author of Ionica. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. September 25, 1897. My dear Arthur, send me by all means the diary to which you so kindly allude. Nothing could give me greater pleasure than to feel I might freely and, yet so responsibly handle it. I hope it contains a record of your Howarden talk off which you speak. I shall be very glad indeed of a talk with you about W. Coramy, impression of whom, on the book you deepen whenever anything so utterly unlikely as articulate speech between us miraculously comes to pass. I am just drawing a long breath from having signet a few moments since most portentous parchment, the lease of a smallish, charming, cheap old house in the country down at Ryafer, 21 years. One would think I was your age. But it is exactly what I want and secretly and hopelessly coveted. Since knowing it without dreaming, it would ever fall, but it has fallen and has a beautiful room for you, the King's Room, George. Isu slept there together with every promise of yielding me an indispensable retreat from May to October. I hope you are not more sorry to take up the load of life that awaits these days the hunch of one's shoulders than I am. Y'all ask me what I mean by life. Come down to Lamb House and I'll tell you, and open the private page, my dear Arthur, to yours very eagerly. Henry James. To Mrs. William James. Dictated. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. 1st December 1897. Dearest Alice, it's too hideous and horrible this long time that I have not written you, and that your last beautiful letter placed for reminder well within sight has converted all my emotion on the subject into a constant chronic blush. The reason has been that I have been driving very hard for another purpose this inestimable aid to expression, and that as I have a greater loathing than ever for the mere manual act, I haven't, on the one side, seen my way to inflict on you a written letter, or on the other, had the virtue to divert, till I should have finished my little book to another stream, any of the valued and expensive industry of my amanuensis. I have at last finished my little book that is a little book, and so have 2 or 3 mornings of breathing time before I begin another Le Plus Claire of this small interval I consecrate to thee. I am settled in London these several weeks, and making the most of that part of the London yearth mild, quiet grey stretch from the mid-October to Christmas that I always find the pleasantest, with the single defect of its only not being long enough. We are having moreover a most creditable autumn, no cold to speak of, and almost no rain, and a morning-room window at which this December 1st I sit with my scribe, admitting a radiance as adequate as that in which you must be actually bathed, and probably more mildly golden. I have no positive plan, save that of just ticking the winter swiftly away on this most secure basis. There are however little doors ajar into a possible brief absence. I fear I have just closed one of them, rather ungraciously indeed, in pleading a non-possumus, to a most genial invitation from John Hay to accompany him and his family shortly after the New Year upon a run to Egypt, and a month up the Nile, he having a boat for that same, I mean for the Nile part, in which he offers me the said month's entertainment. It is a very charming opportunity, and I almost blush at not coming up to the scratch, especially as I shall probably never have the like again. But it isn't so simple as it sounds. One has on one's hands the journey to Cairo and back, with whatever seeing and doing by the way, 2 or 3 irresistible other things to which one would feel one might never again be so near would amount to, I mean, of course, then or never on the return, Athens, Corfu, Sicily, the never seen, etc., etc. It would all amount to too much this year, by reason of a particular little complication most pleasant in itself. I hasten to add that I haven't all this time mentioned to you. Don't be scared, I haven't accepted an offer. I have only taken a couple of months ago a little old house in the country for the rest of my days in, which this winter, though it is for such a commodity in exceptionally good condition, I shall have to spend money enough to make me quite concentrate my resources. the little old house you will at no distant day, I hope see for yourself and inhabit, and even I trust temporarily and gratuitously possess for half the fun of it in the coming years, will be occasionally to lend it to you. I marked it for my own 2 years ago at Raiso, perfectly did it the first instant I beheld it offer the solution of my longish wage desire for a calm retreat between May and November. It is the very calmest and yet cheerfulest that I could have dreamed in the little old cobblestoned grass-grown redroofed town on the summit of its mildly pyramidal hill, and close to its noble old church chimes, of which will sound sweet in my goodly old red-walled garden. The little place is so rural and tranquil, and yet discreetly animated that its being within the town is for convenience and immediate accessibility purely to the good, and the house itself, though modest and unelaborate, full of a charming little stamp and dignity of its period about 1705, without as well as within the next time I go down to see to its doing up. I will try to have a photograph taken of the pleasant little old-world town angle, into which its nice old red-bricked front, its high old Georgian doorway, and a most delightful little architectural garden house perched alongside of it on its high brick garden wall into, which all these pleasant features together, so happily composed 2 years ago, after I had lost my heart to it walking over from Point Hill, to make sheep's eyes at it, the more so that it is called Lamb House. There was no appearance whatever that one could ever have it either, that its fond proprietor would give it up, or that if he did it would come at all within one's means, so I simply sighed and renounced tried to think no more about it, till at last out of the blue a note from the good local ironmonger, to whom I had whispered at the time, my hopeless passion informed me that by the sudden death of the owner, and the preference literal of his son for Klondike, it might perhaps drop into my lap. Well, to make a long story short, it did immediately drop, and more miraculous still to say on terms for a long lease well within one's means terms, quite deliciously moderate. The result of these is naturally that they will do nothing to it. But on the other hand, it has been so well lived in and taken care of that the doing off one's own baddies, reduced mainly to sanitation and furnishing, which latter includes the peeling off of old papers from several roomfuls of pleasant old top-to-toe wood paneling. There are 2 rooms of complete old oaken of them, a delightful little parlor opening by one side into the little vista churchward of the small old world street, where not one of the half-dozen wheeled vehicles of Rye ever passes, and on the other straight into the garden, and the approach from that quarter to the garden house aforesaid, which is simply the making of a most commodious and picturesque detached study and workroom. 10 days ago Alfred Parsons, best of men, as well as best of landscape painter sand-gardeners, went down with me, and revealed to me the most charming possibilities for the treatment of the tiny outofter part. It amounts to about an acre of garden and lawn, all shut in by the peaceful old red wall aforesaid, on which the most flourishing old espaliers, apricots, pears, plums, and figs assiduously grow. It appears that it's a glorious little growing exposure air, and soiland all the things that were still flourishing out of doors. November 20th, were a joy to behold. There went with me also a good friend of mine, Edward Warren, a very distinct architect and loyal spirit, who is taking charge of whatever is to be done, so I hope to get in comfortably enough early in May. In the meantime, one must pick up a sufficient quantity of ancient mahogany and brass odds and ends, task really the more amusing here, where the resources are great for having to be thriftily and cannily performed. The house is really quite charming enough in its particular character, and as to the stamp of its period, not to do violence to by rash modernities, and I am developing under its influence, and its inspiration, the most avid and gluttonous eye, and most infernal watching patience, in respect of lurking occasions in not too delusive Chippendale and Sheraton. The King's Room will be especially treated with a preoccupation of the comfort and aesthetic sense of cherished sister-in-law King's Room, so called by reason of George II, having passed a couple of nights there, and so stamped it for ever he was forced ashore at Rye on a progress somewhere with some of his ships by a tempest, and accommodated at Lamb House as at the place in the town, then most consonant with his grandeur. It would, for that matter, quite correspond to this description. Still likewise, the mayors of Rye have usually lived there, or the persons usually living there have usually become mayors. That was conspicuously the case with the late handsome old Mr. Bellingham, whose son is my landlord, so you see the ineluctable dignity in store for me. But enough of this swagger. I have been copious to copiously amuse you. Your beautiful letter, which I have just read over again, is full of interest about you, all causing me special joy, as to what it says of William's present and prospective easier conditions of work relinquishment, of laboratory refusal, of outside lectures, etc., and of the general fine performance and promise, all round of the children. What you say of each makes me want to see that particular one most. I had a very great pleasure the other day, in a visit far too, shortly 6 hours from dear old Howells, who did me a lot of good in an illuminating professional Roman, one e-commercial way, and came in fact at quite a psychological moment. I hope you may happen to see him soon enough to get from him also some echo of message, as it may be, but my dear Alice, I must be less interminable. Please tell William that I have two Syracuse advices, as yet gracelessly unacknowledged. I mean to him to thank him, for it's a joy to find these particular months less barren than they used to be. I embrace you tenderly all round, and am yours very constantly. Henry James. To Miss Grace Norton. Dictated. 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Christmas Day, 1897. My dear Grace, is it really a year? I have been acutely conscious of its getting to be a horrible time, but it hadn't come home to me that it was taking on quite that insolence. Well, you see what the year since years ill why are making of me. I don't write to you for a hideous age. And then, when at last I do, I take the romantic occasion of this particular day to write in this unsympathetic ink. But that is exactly what, as I say, the horrid time has made of me. The use of my hand, always difficult, has become impossible to me. And since I am reduced to dictation, this form of dictation is the best. May its distinctness make up for its indirectness. I dare say that from time to time you hear something of me from William, and you know by that flickering light that my life has had for a long time past a very jog-trot sort of rhythm. I have ceased completely to travel. It is going on into 4 years since I have crossed the Channel, and the day is not yet. This will give you a ghastly sense of the insular object that I must have become. However, I shall break out yet perhaps, and surprise you meanwhile. None the less I was unable these last days to break the spell of immobility, even to the extent of going over to Paris to poor Daudet's funeral. I felt that Labasby, which I mean in the immediate house, a certain expectation, rested on me, but I looked it straight in the face, and cynically budged. Not I dislike more and more the terrific organized exploitation in Paris, on the occasion of death and burial, of every kind of personal privacy, and every kind of personal hysterics. It is newspaperism and professionalism, gone mad in a way all its own, and I felt as if I should go mad if I even once more, let alone 20 times more, heard Daudet personally compared, more especially facially compared, eyeglass, and all to Jesus Christ. Not a French notice of him that I have seen, but has plumped it coquettishly out. I had not seen him, thanks to my extreme recalcitrance, since the month he spent more than 2 years ago in London. His death was not unhappy, was indeed too long delayed for all his later time. Has been sadly by disease borne with wonderful patience, and subtlety blighted and sterilized. Yet it is a wonderful proof of what a success his life had been, that it had remained a success. In spite of that, it was the most worked thing that ever was. I mean his whole career. His talent was so great that I feel as to his work that the best of it will quite intensely remain. But he was a queer combination of a great talent with an absence of the greater mind, as it were the greater feeling. Well, my dear Grace, I can't tell you the comfort and charm it is to be talking with you, even by this horrid machinery, and to squeeze the little round golden orange of your note dry of every testimony to your honored tranquility that I can gouge out of it. My metaphors are mixed, but my fidelity is pure. How is the mighty Montaigne? I don't read him a millionth part as much as I ought, for of all the horrors of London, almost the worst horror is the way it conspires against the evening book under the evening lamp. I don't go out, and yet far too much of the time I am out. The main part of the rest I devote to wondering how I got there, apropos of which, as much as anything, do you read Morris Barr's? If you do, his last thing, Les Damascenes, is very curious and serious, but a gruesome picture of young France. If it didn't sound British and Pharisaic, I would almost risk saying that on all the more and more showing young and old France, both seem to me to be in a strange state of moral and intellectual decomposition. But this isn't worth saying without going into the detail of the evidencing. That would take me too far. Then there is Leslie Stephen, and the little Kiplings. Leslie seems to be out weathering his woes in the most extraordinary way. His health is literally better than it was in his wife's lifetime, and is perhaps more almost than anything else a proof of what a life preserver in even the wildest waves is. The perfect possession of a meteor, his admirable habit and knowledge of work have saved him Rudyard, and his wife and offspring depart presently for South Africa. They have settled upon a small propriet at Roddingdean, near the Burn Jonas, and the South Africa is but a parenthetic family picnic. It would do as well as anything else perhaps if one still felt as one used. To that everything is grist to his Roman 1099. I don't, however, think that everything is as the affair is turning out at all. I mean, as to the general complexity of life. His ballad future may still be big, but my view of his prose future has much shrunken in the light of one's, increasingly observing how little of life he can make use of almost nothing civilized. Save steam and patriotism, the latter, only in verse where I hate it so especially mixed up with God and goodness, that half spoils my enjoyment of his great talent, almost nothing of the complicated soul, or of the female form, or of any question of shades which latter constitute to my sense the real formative literary discipline in his earliest time. I thought he perhaps contained the seeds of an English Balzac, but I have quite given that up in proportion, as he has come steadily from the less simple in subject to the more simple from the Anglo-Indians, to the natives from the natives, to the Tommies from the Tommies, to the quadrupeds from the quadrupeds to the fish, and from the fish to the engines and screws. Goodbye, my dear Grace. Believe that through all fallacious appearances of ebb and flow of sound, and silence of presence and absence, I am always constantly yours. Henry James. V. Rye. The first 5 years that Henry James spent at Rye were the least eventful and the most serenely occupied of his life. Even at the height of his London activities, he had always clung fast to his daily work, and now that his whole time was his own, free from all interruptions save those invited by his own hospitality, he lived in his writing with a greater concentration than ever before. His letters show, indeed, that he could still be haunted occasionally by the thought of the silence with which his books were received by the public at large, and indifference, it must be said, which he was always inclined to exaggerate. But these misgivings were superficial, in comparison with the deep joy of surrender to his own genius. Now, at the climax of its power, he was satisfied at length with his mastery of his instrument. He knew perfectly what he wished to do, and knew that he could do it, and the long mornings of summer in the pleasant old garden room of Lamb House, or of winter in his small southern study indoors, were perhaps the best, the most intimately contenting hours he had ever passed. He was now confirmed in the habit of dictation, and never again wrote his books with his own hand, except under special stress at Rye or in London. His secretary would be installed at the typewriter by 10 o'clock in the morning, and for 3 or 4 hours he would pace the room, pausing, hesitating, gradually massing and controlling the stream of his imagination, till at a favoring moment it rolled forward without a check. So in these 5 years, the most characteristic works of his later maturity were produced. They began with The Awkward Age, The Sacred Fount, and many short stories presently collected in The Soft Side, and The Better Sort, and they culminated, still within the limit of this short period, with the great triad of novels that were to crown the long tale of his fiction, The Ambassadors, The Wings of the Dove, The Golden Bowl. With his life at Rye, too, his correspondence with his family and his friends began to spread out in an amplitude of which the following selection can give at the best a very imperfect idea. The rich apologies for silence and backwardness that preface so many of his letters must be interpreted in the light, partly, indeed, of his natural luxuriance of phraseology, but much more of his generous conception of the humblest correspondent's claim on him. For response, he could not answer a brief note of friendliness, but with pages of abounding eloquence. He never dealt in the mere small change of intercourse, the postcard, and the half-sheet did not exist for him. A few lines of inquiry would bring from him a bulging packet of manuscript, overwhelming in its disproportion. No wonder that, with this standard of the meaning of a letter, he often groaned under his postal burden. He discharged himself of it in general very late at night. The morning's work left him too much exhausted for more composition. Until then, at midnight, he would sit down to his letter writing and cover sheet after sheet, sometimes for hours, with his dashing and not very readable script. Occasionally, he would give up a day to the working off of arrears by dictation, seldom omitting to excuse himself to each correspondent in turn for the infliction of the fierce legibility of type. The number of his letters was in fact enormous, and even within the limits of the present selection, they form a picture of his life at Rye, to which there is little to add. He had intended Lamb House to be a retreat from the pressure of the world, but it need hardly be said that from the first it was thrown open to his friends with hospitable freedom in the matter of entertainment. His standard again was munificently high, and the consequences it entailed were sometimes weightier than he found to his liking. But once more it is necessary to read his laments over his violated hermitage with many reserves. Lonely as he was in his work, he was not made for any other kind of solitude. He needed companionship, and soon missed it when it was withdrawn. After a few experiments, he discovered that the isolation of the winter at Rye by no means agreed with him. For the short days and long evenings, he preferred Pall Mall, where, after letting his flat in Kensington, He engaged a permanent lodging at the Reform Club. He could thus divide the year as he chose between London and Rye, and the arrangement was so much to his liking that in 5 years he made only one long absence from home in 1899. He returned again to Italy for the summer, paying a visit on the way to Roman 1000, and Mme. Birgit at Hyers at Rome. Many associations were recalled for him by a suggestion that he should write the life of William Wetmore Story, his friend and host of 20 years, before a suggestion, carried out somewhat later, in a book filled, as he said, with the old Roman gold dust of the 70s. He brought back new impressions also from a visit to Mrs. Humphrey Ward at Castle Gandolfauer. She and her family were spending some weeks at the Villa Barberini, on the ridge between the Roman Campagna and the Alban lake end, another to Marion Crawford at Sorrento. He stayed briefly at Florence and Venice, and returned home to find a special reason awaiting him for renewed application to work. He had taken Lamb House on a lease, but the death of its owner now made it necessary to decide whether he should purchase it outright. He paid the price without hesitation. He was by this time deeply attached to the place, and he seized the chance of making it his own. The earnings of his work would not go far towards paying for it, but he felt it all the more urgent to concentrate upon production for some time to come. He did not leave England again till 4 years later, nor his own roof for more than a few days now and then. By far the greatest of all his interests outside his work was the opportunity he now had of seeing more than hitherto of his elder brother and his household. In the autumn of 1899, Professor and Mrs. William James came to Europe for a visit of 2 years, and during that time the brothers were together in London, or at Lamb House as often as possible. Unfortunately, it was the state of his health that had made a long holiday desirable for William James, and most of the time had to be spent by him in a southern climate in Italy or on the Riviera. Nevertheless, it was a deep delight to the younger brother to feel able to share the life of the elder at nearer range. They were curiously unlike in their whole cast of mind. Nothing could have been further from Henry James's massive and ruminatory imagination than his brother's quick-footed, freely-ranging experimental genius, but their devotion to each other grew only the closer as their intellectual lives diverged. And as they approached old age together, there was still something protective in William James's attitude, and in Henry something that appealed to his brother, and to his brother only for moral support and reassurance. The next generation, moreover, were by this time growing up and were beginning to take a place in Henry James's life that was a source of ever-increasing pride and pleasure to him from now onward. There was nothing he so welcomed as the recurring visits to Lamb House of one or other of his elder brother's children. William James was again in Europe in 1902, delivering at Edinburgh the lectures that presently appeared as the Varieties of Religious Experience. It was now all but 20 years since Henry had last seen America, and the desire once more to visit his country began to stir obscurely in his mind. The idea was long pondered and circuitously approached, but it will be seen from one of the following letters that it had become definite in 1903. Long absence had made a return seem a formidable adventure, and it was not in his nature to undertake it without many scruples and debates. In the midst of these his mind was gradually made up, and the journey determined upon for 1904. To W. Roman 500 Howells. 34 De Vere Gardens W. January 28, 1898. My dear Howells, too long have I delayed to thank you for your last good letter. Yet if I've been thus guilty, the fault is it were the deep responsibilities largely your own. It all comes from that wonderful and still in Mere's reverberating little talk we had that morning here in the soft lap, and under the motherly apron of the dear old muffling fog which will have kept everyone else from hearing ever and only let me hear, and have been heard. I mean that the effect of your admirable counsel and comfort was from that moment to give me the sense of being somehow suddenly, preposterously, renewingly, and refreshingly, at a kind of practical high pressure, which has simply, my dear Howells, made all the difference there. It is the absurd, dizzy consciousness of this difference that has constituted, failing other things, an exciting, absorbing feeling of occupation and preoccupation, and thereby paralyzed the mere personal activity of my pen. I hope you have by this time roared and, not wholly with rage and despair, through the tunnel of your dark consciousness of return. I dare say you are now quite out on the flowery meads of almost doubting of having been away. This makes me fear your promise to come back right soon next summer may even now have developed an element of base alloy. I rushed off to see Mrs. Harland the instant I heard she was back, and got hold of Yuan of Mildred for 5 minutes, and of all the handsomest parts of both of you in her talk she had left a dying mother. However, and her general situation has I fear its pressure, and pinch what an interest indeed your boy's outlook must be to you. But as you say seeing them commence well they never commenced before, and the pain is all in us not out of us. The thing is to keep it in but this. Scrawler sprawlies about all my poor hand can now sustainedly perpetrate. If I continue, I shall have to clamor for a mount to lift me brave boy of the alphabetic hoofs. But I spare you those caracoles, I greet you each again affectionately, and am yours my dear Howells intensely. Henry James. To Arthur Christopher Benson. The origin of the turn of the screw, in an anecdote told him by Archbishop Benson, is described in the preface that H.J. wrote for it when it appeared in the collected edition of his works. 34 De Vere Gardens W. March 11, 1898. My dear Arthur, I suppose that in the mysterious scheme of Providence, and fate such an inspiration as your charming note out of the blue off, a couple of days ago is intended somehow to make up to me for the terror with which my earlier in fact, all my past productions inspire me, and for the insurmountable aversion I feel to looking at them again, or to considering them in any way. This morbid state of mind is really a blessing in disguise for it has for happy consequences, that such an incident as your letter becomes thereby extravagantly pleasant, and gives me a genial glow. All thanks and benedictions I shake your hand very hard or would do so, if I could attribute to you anything so palpable, personal, and actual as a hand. Yet I shall never write a sequel to the P of an Roman 50 admire my euphonic indefinite article. It's all too faint and far away to ghostly. And ghastly, and I have bloodier things and teat I can do better than that. But apropos precisely of the ghostly and ghastly, I have a little confession to make to you that has been on my conscience these 3 months, and that I hope will excite in your generous breast nothing but tender memories and friendly sympathies. On one of those too memorable never to be obliterate winter nights that I spent at the sweet Addington your father in the drawing room, by the fire, where we were talking a little in the spirit of recreation of such things, repeated to me the few meager elements of a small and gruesome spectral story that had been told him years before and that he could only give the dimmest account off partly, because he had forgotten details and partly and much more because there had been no details and no coherency in the tale, as he received it from a person who also but half knew it the vaguest essence only was there some dead servants, and some children this essence struck me, and I made a note of it of a most scrappy kind. On going home there the note remained till this autumn when struck with it afresh, I wrought it into a fantastic fiction, which first intended to be of the briefest, finally became a thing of some length, and is now being serialized in an American periodical. It will appear late in the spring Shea Heinemann, in a volume with one other story, and then I will send it to you. In the meanwhile, please think of the doing of the thing on my part, as having sprung from that kind old evening at Addington quite gruesomely, as my unbridled imagination caused me to see the inevitable development of the subject. It was all worth mentioning to you. I am very busy and very decently fit, and very much yours always, my dear Arthur. Henry James. To William James. The following letter was written immediately before the outbreak of war between Spain and the United States. Dictated. 34 De Vere Gardens W. 20 April 1898. My dear William, there are all sorts of in times and confidential things I want to say to you in acknowledgement of your so deeply interesting letter off April 10, received yesterday. But I must break the back of my response at least with this mechanical energy, not having much of any other be which I mean. Simply too many odd moments at my disposal. Just now, I do answer you alas almost to the foul music of the cannon. It is this morning precisely that one feels the fat to be at last fairly in the fire. I confess that the blaze about to come leaves me woefully cold, thrilling with no glorious thrill or holy bloodthirst, whatever I see nothing but the madness, the passion, the hideous clumsiness of rage of mechanical reverberation. And I echo with all my heart your denouncement of the foul criminality of the screeching newspapers. They have long since become for me the danger that overtops all others that became clear to one even here 2 years ago in the Venezuela time, when one felt that, with a week of simple enforced silence, everything could be saved. If things were then saved without it, it is simply that they hadn't at that time got so bad as they are now in the U.S. My sympathy with you all is intense. Whole horror must so mix itself with all your consciousness. I am near enough to hate it without being, as you are near enough in some degree perhaps, to understand I am leading at present so quiet a life that I don't measure much the sentiment. The general attitude around me, much of it can't possibly help being Spanish, and from the European standpoint in general, Spain must appear savagely assaulted. She is so quiet publicly, and politically so decent and picturesque and harmless, a member of the European family, that I am bound to say it. Argues an extraordinary illumination and a very predetermined radicalism, not to admire her pluck and pride. But publicly, of course, England will do nothing whatever that is not more or less negatively for our benefit. I scarcely know what the newspapers say beyond the Times which I look at. All for Smalley's cables so systematic is my moral and intellectual need of ignoring them. One must save one's life if one can. The next weeks will, however, in this particular, probably not a little break me down. I must at least read the bombardment of Boston, may you, but scantly suffer from it. I rejoice with intense rejoicing in everything you tell me of your own situation, plans, arrangements, honors, prospects, Cinto, all of which I enter with an intimacy of participation. Your election to the Institut has for me a surpassing charm. I simply revel, and as it were wallow in it. My Vater, but oh, if it could only have come soon enough for poor Alice to have known it, such a happy little nip as it would have given her, or for the dear old susceptible dad. But things come as they can, and I am in general lost in the daily miracle of their coming at all. I mean, so many of them, few as that many may be, and I speak above all for myself, I am lost. Moreover, just now, in the wonder of what effect on American affairs of every kind the shock of battle will have. Luckily it's of my nature, Etho, not of my pocket, always to be prepared for the worst, and to expect the least. Like you, with all my heart, I have finance on the brain. At least I try to have it, with a woeful lack of natural talent for the same. It is none too soon, but one arrives at dates, periods, corners of one's life, great changes, deep operations are begotten. This has more porty than I can fully go into. I shall certainly do my best to let my flat when I am ready to leave town. The difficulty this year, however, will be that the time for season letting begins now, and that I can't depart for at least another month. Things are not ready at Rye, and won't be till then. With the limited local energy at work that I have very wisely contented myself with turning on there, it has been the right and much the best way in the long run, and for one's good little relations. There only the run has been a little longer. The remnant of the season here may be difficult to dispose off to a sublessee, and my books only a part of which I can house at rear a complication. However, I shall do what I can this year, and for subsequent absences, so long as my present lease of De Vere Gardens runs, I shall have the matter on a smooth, organized working basis. I mean to arrange myself always to let, being, as such places go, distinctly lettable. And for my declining years, I have already put my name down for one of the invaluable south-looking Carlton garden sweeping bedrooms at the Reform Club, which are let by the year and are of admirable and convenient, with all the other resources of the place at one's elbow. General habitability. The only thing is they are so in demand that one has sometimes a long time to await one's turn. On the other hand, there are accidents, occasions. I embrace you all, Alice, longer than the restand am with much actuality of emotion ever your Henry. To Miss Muir Mackenzie. Miss Muir Mackenzie, who was staying at Winchelsea, had reported on the progress of the preparations at Lamb House, 34 De Vere Gardens, W. Thursday, May 19, 1898. Dear Miss Muir Mackenzie, forgive the constant pressure which has delayed the expression of my gratitude for your charming, vivid pictorial report. Off well of everything, it was most kind of you to paddle again over to Rye to minister to my anxieties. You both assuage and encourage them, but with the right thing for each. I am content enough with the bathroom, but hopeless about the garden, which I don't know what to do with, and shall never know. I am densely, ignorantly, just barely know dahlias from Mignonatine, shall never be able to work it in any way, so I shan't try, but remain gardenlessly. Go in for a lawn, which requires mere brute forcino intellect. For the rest, I shall do decently, perhaps, far as one can do for 2 and 9pence. I shall have nothing really good only the humblest old 5th-hand, 50th-hand mahogany and brass. I have collected a handful of feeble relics, but I fear the small desert will too cruelly interspace them. Well, speriamo, I am very sorry to say that getting down before Saturday has proved only the fondest of many delusions. The whole place has to be mattinged before the rickety mahogany can go in, and the end of theatre, for aught I know. The beginningies not yet. I have but just received the estimate for the humblest window curtains, 2 tiers on the windows, instead of blinds, white for downstairs, etc., green a blue for up, if you like details. and the figure leaves me prostrate. Oh, what a tangled web we weave still. I hope you, dear lady, have a nice tangled one of some sort to occupy you such a day. As this I think of you on the high stile of your castled steep. With tender compassion I scarce flatter myself. You will in the hereafter again haunt the neighborhood. But if you ever do, I gloat over the idea of making up for the shame of your having gone forth tealess and toastless from any door of mine. I wish that within it me door we might discuss still weightier things of an ordinaria normal year. I hope always to be there in May. Deeply interesting your Winchelsea touches especially, so the portrait of my future colleague Ekenfereth Mayorfer, the inhabitants of Lamb House have always been mayors of Rye. When I reach this dignity, I will appoint you my own sketcher-in-chief, and replace for you by Chateau, Ypres the old Rye stronghold the limitations of Chateau Noakes. I express to you fresh gratitude and sympathy, and am yours, dear Miss Muir Mackenzie, most cordially. Henry James. To Gaylord T. Lapsley. Dictated. 34 De Vere Gardens W. Th. June 1898. My dear G.T. Roman 50, I am very unhappy and humiliated at not having succeeded in again putting my hand on you, and the fear that you may possibly have departed altogether is a fearful aggravation of my misery. Therefore I am verily stricken as to be incapable of holding a pen, and to be reduced to this ugly, which I mean this thoroughly beautiful substitute, if I wait for a pen God knows when, or where I shall overtake you accordingly in my effort to catch up. I let Remington shamelessly loose, I lash his sides, I damn his eyes be found by him. My dear man, somehow, or somewhere before, the burden of my shame crushes me to the earth, and I sink beneath it into a frequently desired grave. The worst of it all is that I saw E. Fawcett yesterday, and he told me he really believed you had gone. I hammer away. But I don't in the least know where to send this Fawcett, gave me a sort of a tippet, which I think I shall clutch a day or two after. I last saw you I went out of town, till the following Monday, and then coming back had but the Tuesday here crammed with a frenzy and fury of conflicting duties on Wednesday. I was obliged to dash away, again to go down to Rye, where domestic complications of the gravest order held me fast the rest of the week, or at least till the Saturday when I rushed up to town, only in time to rush off again, and spend at Cobham 2 days with the Godkins, to whose ensconcement there. It had been for a long time before one of the features of a devouring activity that I had responsibly helped to contribute, but now that I am at home again, till as soon as possible I succeed in breaking away for the rest of the summer, I have lost you beyond recall, and my affliction is deep and true. But we know what it is better to have done even as an accompaniment of losing than never to have done at all, and I didn't do nothing at Allen, the contrary I did that. Which is better. This is but a flurried and feverish word hurried off in the hope of keeping your inevitable hating me from becoming a settled habit. I follow you with much sympathy, and with still more interest, attention, and hope. I follow you, in short, with a great many sentiments. May the great globe whirl round. Before long some such holiday for you as will convert for meth pursuit. I so inadequately allude to into something in the nature of an encounter. Only write to me, do write to me, I mean. When you begin to see your way, I know you will have lots to do first, and I am very patient as befits one who is so constantly yours. Henry James. To Paul Burgett. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Th. August 1898. Mon cher ami. I have hideously delayed to acknowledge your so interesting letter from Paris, and now the manner of my response does little to repair the missing grace of my silence. I trust, however, to your general confidence, not to exact of me the detail of the reasons why I am more and more asservy to this benevolent legibility, which I so delight in on the part of others, that I find it difficult to understand their occasional resentment of the same on my own, a resentment that I know indeed from generous license, already given you, do not share. I have promised myself each day to attack you pen in hand, but the overpowering heat, which I grieve to say, has reigned even on my balmy hilltop, has by really sickening me taken the color out of all my gala Latin, leaving very blanched as well the paler idiom, in which I at last perforce address you. I have been entering much more than my silly silence represents into the sequel of your return to London, and not less into the sequel of that. Please believe in my affectionate participation, as regards the Besley Thorn consultation, and whatever emotion it may have excited in either of you to that emotion. I hope the healing waters have already applied the most cooling, soothing, softening douche, administered a not less beneficent draught. If the enjoyment of them has had in fact to be more inward, I congratulate you on the decision you so speedily took, and with your usual Napoleonic celerity, when the surface of the globe is in question, So energetically acted upon, I trust. You are, in short, really settled for a while among rustling German woods and plashing German waters. Those are really, for the most part, my own main impressions of Germanized memory of ancient summers there. At more or less bosky Bader or other Kurort, involving a great deal of open air strolling in the shade and sitting under trees, this particular dose of Deutschland will, I feel, really have been more favorable to you than your having had to swallow the tutelment in the form of the cookery, or of any other of the manifold attributes of the robust Fosse Anglaise, whom I hear so confoundingly revealed to you. Let it console you also, a little, that you would have had to bear as well with that burden a temperature, that the particular conditions of the house I showed you would not have done much to minimize. I have been grilled, but I have borne it better for not feeling that I had put you also on the stove. Rye goes on baking this amazing summer. But though I suppose the heat is everywhere, you have a more refreshing regimen. I pray for the happiest and most marked results from it. I have received the Duchesse Bleu, and also the Land of Kikani from Madame Paul, whom I thank very kindly for her inscription. I had just read the Duchess, but haven't yet had leisure to attack the great Matilda. The Duchess inspires me with lively admiration, so close and firm, and with an interest so nourished straight from the core of the subject. Have you succeeded in keeping her? I never read you sans vouloir me collater with you on what I can't help feeling to be the detrimental partiprice, unless it be wholly involuntary, of some of your narrative and other technical processes. These questions of art and form, as well as of much else, interest me deeply, really, much more than any other. And so not less do they interest you, yet, though they frequently come up between us, as it were, when I read you, I nowadays never seem to see you long enough at once to thresh them comfortably out with you. Moreover, after all, what does threshing out avail? That conviction is doubtless at the bottom of my disposition. Half the time to let discussion go each of us from the moment we are worth our salt writes, as he can, and only as he can, and his writing at all is conditioned upon the very things that, from the standpoint of another method, most lend themselves to criticism, and we each know much better than anyone else can what the defect of our inevitable form may appear. So, though it does strike me that your excessive anticipatory analysis undermines too often the reader's curiosity, which is a gross, loose way of expressing one of the things I mean, so probably I really understand better than anyone except yourself why, to do the thing at all, you must use your own and nobody's else trick of presentation. No two men in the world have the same idea, image, and measure of presentation. All the same, I must some day read one of your books with you so interesting. Would it be to Maif, not to Udo, put from page to page, and chapter to chapter, your finger on certain places, showing you just where, and why, selon moi, you are too prophetic, too exposedly constructive, too disposed yourself to swim in the thick reflective element in which you set your figures afloat. All this is a clumsy notation of what I mean, and on the whole mal apropos into the bargain, inasmuch as I find in the Duchess plenty of the art I most like, and the realization of an admirable subject. Beautifully done, the whole episode of the actress intervention in the Rue Nouvelle, in which I noted no end of superior touches. I doubt if any of your readers lose less than I dodo the 50th part of an intention. All this part of the book seems to me thoroughly handled, except that I think I should have given Mullen a different behavior. After he gets into the cab with the girl, not have made him act so immediately in character. He takes there no line, I mean no deeper one, which is what I think he would have done. In fact, I think I see myself positively what he would have done, and in general, he is to my imagination, as you give him too much in character, too little mysterious. So is Mme de Bonavezzo too. Even is the actress. Your love of intellectual daylight, absolutely your pursuit of complexities, is an injury to the patches of ambiguity and the abysses of shadow, which really are the clothinger much of Itoff, the effects that constitute the material of our trade. Basta. I ordered my year-old Macy the other day to be sent to you, and I trust she will by this time have safely arrived, in spite of some ambiguity in the literation of the name of your villa. As with your letter in my hand, I earnestly meditate upon it. I have also dispatched to Madame Paul myself a little volume just published at a poor little pottling study of nothing at all qui ne tire pas a consequence. It is but a monument to my fatal technical passion, which prevents my ever giving up anything I have begun, so that when something that I have supposed to be a subject turns out on trial really to be none g my acharn dot plus, for mere superstitious fear, I mean of the consequences and omens of weakness, the small book in question is really but an exercise in the art of not appearing to oneself to fail. You will say it is rather cruel that for such exercises the public also should have to pay. Well, Madame Paul, and you get your exemplar for nothing. I have not seen La Femme et la Pantin. I see nothing in the way of books here, but what you tell me disposes me to send for it, as well as my impression of the only other thing that I have read by the same hand, only on the question of talent. And of effect produced, don't you forget too much with such people, that talent and effect are comparatively easy things with the license of. Such gros moyens they are a great shortcut, the extremities to which all these people proceed, and anyone can no matter hope more or less striking with them. But I am writing you an interminable letter. Do let me know since men, vouloir for the quantity and quality of Ithonahheim turns out, and receive my heartiest wishes for all sorts of comfortable results yours, both always constantly. Henry James, to W. Roman 500 Howells. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Th. August 1898. My dear Howells, I throw myself without hesitation into this familiar convenience for the simple reason that I can thus thank you today for your blessed letter from York Harbor. Whereas, if I were to wait to be merely romantic and illegible, I should perhaps have thanks to many things to put off la douce affaire, till week after next if I strike moreover. While the iron is hot I strike also, while the weather is so unprecedentedly hot for this lukewarm land, that even the very moderate cerebral performance to which I am treating you requires no manual extension. It has been delicious to hear from you, and even though I be here domiciled in some gentility, in a little old quasi-historic wainscoted house, with a real lawn, and a real mulberry tree of my own to kick my heels on, and under I draw from the folds of your page a faint far sense of the old and remembered breath of New England woods and New England water such, as there is still somewhere on my jaded palate the power to taste, and even a little overbuilt and overplanted, as I at the best am to languish for. I can't speak to you of the war very much further than to admire the wit of your closing epigram about it, which, however, at the rate you throw out these things, you must long since have forgotten. But my silence isn't in the least indifference. It is a deep embarrassment of thought-off imagination. I have hated, I have almost loathed it, and yet I can't help plucking some food for fancy. Out of its results some vision of how much the bigger complexity we are landed in the bigger world contacts may help to educate us and force us to produce people of capacity greater than a less pressure demands capacity, for what you will naturally ask whereupon I scramble out of our colloquy by saying that I should perhaps tell you beautifully if you were here, and sitting with me on the darkening lawn of my quaint old garden, at the end of this barely endurable August day, I will make more things than that clear to you, if you will only turn up there each of you Mrs. Howells Mildred, and John all included, for I have 4 spare rooms till it not anywhere has been individually considered, as to what you would most like in my domestic arrangements. Goodbye, goodbye, it is getting so dark that I can't see to dictate which represents to you sufficiently the skill of my secretary. I am deeply impatient for your novel, but I fear a painful wait yours, my dear Howells, evermore. Henry James, to Madame Paul Burgett. The Awkward Age began to appear in Harper's Weekly on October 1, 1890. 8. Madame Burgett had sent H.J. her translation into French of Mathilde Serrault's Piece de Cucagna. Lamb House Rye, August 22, 1898. Dear Madame Paul, I rejoice in your charming letter, and find it most kind I wrote to Burgett 4 or 5 days ago, so that you are not without my news, unless my misconstruction of the name of your villa has deprived you, and meanwhile it is an immense satisfaction to have something of the detail of yours. It rather sounds indeed as if it were summed up in the one word con rispetto parlando, perspiration, but I doubt if the difference between Rye and Nauheim has been other than that of the fraying pan. And the fire here we have very sufficiently fried, and I have been moved to see the finger of Providence in the large fat dirty index of the bouncing dame, who to your vision pointed away from watchbell. Since I have said to myself, on the torrid afternoons less malheureux boxed up with that staircase, in that stuffines comment why you centels servecu, such reflections are what has principally happened to me, except thank heaven to get on more or less with my novel, the serial publication of which begins in New York on October 1st. I hope with all my heart that in spite of everything you feel your cure to be deep-based and wide-striking. I am distressed that Macy hasn't yet reached you, and will immediately write to London to see how my publishers have envisaged the address. I sent them, but I trust she may perhaps be in the act of arriving. No, it is a volume, the merit of which is that the subjectan there is a subjecties, I think exhaustively treated of treated, I dare say, but I feel it suppose it'll be probably what I have done in the way of meeting the artistic problem of best the elements, however, are none of the largest. Let me thank you more directly for the solid cato of your so accomplished translation. I am only waiting for the first cool day to begin it. I shrink a little otherwise, under the Dogstar from Naples, and the ardent Matilda. but you will neither of you lose by it. My affectionate greeting to Birgit. Believe me, dear Madame Paul, yours, very constantly. Henry James. To Miss Frances R. Morse. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 19th, 1898. My dear Fanny, I have received month after month the most touching and admirable signs of your remembrance, and yet haven't visibly to yourself so much as waved a hat at you, in return a brutality, which however is all on the surface only, and no measure of the deep appreciation. I have really felt your letters from the moment the war began were a real waft of the real thing penetrating, all the more deeply on account of all the old memories, stirred by the particular things, the names and persons, and kind of anxiety, they were full of so many echoes of the faraway time. It makes one in the presence of the unknowing generation feel so horribly old to recall. I can thank you affectionately for all these things now very much better than I can explain in detail. Why you have not heard from me sooner, the best explanation is simply the general truth that I've had a summer in which my correspondence has very much gone to the wall. I moved down here rather early, but that operated not quite or really not at Allah's. A simplification you know for yourself. What it means to start a new home on however humble a basis from the moment one has to do it mainly single-handed, and with a great deal else to do at the same tune here. I am at last on somewhat quieter days though. Even this does happen to be a week of such small hospitalities as I am restricted to, and I have if only from the still large arrears of my correspondence, which reduce me to this ugly process the sense of the shining hour, at best unimproved. I won't attempt to take up in detail your innumerable bits of news, and all your evocations of the Boston picture. I move through that always as through a company of ghosts. So completely have sound and sight of individuals and presences faded away from me still. I have had some close reminders Wendell Holmes was here still beautiful and charming for a day or two, and above all, off and on for a couple of months my nephew Harry, whom you well know, and in whom I took no end of comfort and pleasure. His being here was a great satisfaction, to mean doubled by the fact of my so getting more news of William and Alice than I have had for many a year. She sent to the boy all his father's letters from California and elsewhere, consequence of which for me was a wonderful participation and interest. William appears to have had a magnificent sort of summer, and no end of success on the Pacific slope besides innumerable impressions, by the way, and an excellent series of weeks in the Adirondacks, before going forth. But after all these things have flashed by the very war now, that it's over seems merely to have flashed the dreadful marks of the flash in so many a case being beyond my ken. Well, I won't attempt to go into it, it's all beyond me. It only, I'm afraid, makes me want to curl up more closely in this little old world corner, where I can successfully beg such questions. They become a spectacle, merely a drama of great interest, but as to which judgment and prophecy are withered in me, or at all events absolutely checked. I am very sorry you and your mother have ceased coming out just at the time I've something to show you. My little old house is really pretty enough for that, and has given me all this wonderful hot, rainless, radiant summer, a peace that would pass understanding, if I had only got through the first botherations a little earlier in the season. However, I've done very well, have only not been quite such an anchorite as I had planned. The bump of luggage has been frequent on my stair, and the conference with the cook proved a greater strain than in that particular way I have ever before had to meet. But it's doubtless my own fault. I should have sought a drearier refuge. I am staying here, lady, as far on into the autumn as wind, and weather may permit. I hope this will find you in the very heart of the American October crystal. I congratulate you, my dear Fanny, on all the warm personal local life that surrounds you, and that you touch at so many points very much more the normal state for one's afternoon of existence after all than my expatriated one. But we go on as we may. I don't feel as if I had thanked you half enough for your so many beautiful bulletins, and can only ask you to believe that each in its order more or less brought tears to my eyes. Recall me please to your mother's kindest remembrance, and believe me, yours evermore, Henry James. To Dr. Louis Waldstein. Lamb House Rye, Oct. 21st, 1898. Dear Sir, forgive my neglect under great pressure of occupation of your so interesting letter of the 12th. I have, since receiving it, had complicated calls on my time, that the turn of the screw has been suggestive and significant to you in any degree. It gives me great pleasure to hear, and I can only thank you very kindly for the impulse of sympathy that made you write. I am only afraid perhaps that my conscious intention strikes you as having been larger than I deserve. It should be thought It is the intention so primarily with me, always of the artist, the painter, that is what I most myself feel in it, and the lesson the idea ever conveyed, is only the one that deeply lurks in any vision prompted by life. And as regards a presentation of things so fantastic as in that wanton little tale, I can only rather blush to see real substance read into them. I mean for the generosity of the reader. But of course, where there is life, there's truth, and the truth was at the back of my head. The poet is always justified, when he is not a humbug, always grateful to the justifying commentator. My Bogatale dealt with things so hideous that I felt that to save it at all, it needed some infusion of beauty or prettiness. And the beauty of the pathetic was the only attainable, was indeed inevitable. But the exposure, indeed the helpless plasticity of childhood that isn't dear or sacred to somebody. That was my little tragedy over, which you show a wisdom, for which I thank you again, believe me. Thus, my dear sir, yours most truly. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. The reference in the second paragraph of this letter is to Covering End, the second story of the two magics. Mr. Wells was at this time living near Folkestone, distant from Rye by the breadth of Romney Marsh. Lamb House, Rye. Dec 9th, 1898. My dear H. G. Wells, your so liberal and graceful letter is to my head like coals of fire. So repeatedly for all these weeks have I had feebly to suffer frustrations in the matter of trundling over the marsh, to ask for your news, and wish for your continued amendment. The shortening days and the deepening mud have been at the bottom of this affair. I never get out of the house till 3 o'clock, when night is quickly at one's heels. I would have taken a regular day, I mean, started in the A Roman 1000, but have been so ridden myself by the black care of an unfinished and running, galloping, leaping, and bounding serial, that parting with a day has been like parting with a pound of flesh. I am still a neck ahead, however, and this week will see me through. I accordingly hope very much to be able to turn up on one of the ensuing days. I will sound a horn, so that you yourself be not absent on the chase. Then I will express more articulately my appreciation of your various signs of critical interest, as well as assure you of my sympathy in your own martyrdom. What will you have? It's all a grind, and a bloody battle as well as a considerable lark. And the difficulty itself is the refuge from the vulgarity. Bless your heart. I think I could easily say worse of the T of the S, the young woman, the spooks, the style, the everything, than the worst anyone else could manage. One knows the most damning things about one's self, of course. I had about my young woman to take a very sharp line, the grotesque business I had to make her picture, and the childish psychology I had to make her trace and present were, for me at least, a very difficult job, in which absolute lucidity and logic, a singleness of effect, were imperative. Therefore, I had to rule out subjective complications of her own play of tone, etc., and keep her impersonal, save for the most obvious and indispensable little note of neatness, firmness, and courage, without which she wouldn't have had her data. But the thing is essentially a potboiler and a jeu d'esprit. With the little play, the absolute creature of its conditions, I had simply to make up a deficit and take a small revanche for 3 mortal years. Had the actress for whom it was written utterly to try to fit persistently failed to produce it, and I couldn't wholly waste my labor. The BP won't read a play with the mere names of the speaker, so I simply paraphrased these and added such indications as might be the equivalent of decent acting, a history, and an evolution that seemed to me, moreover, explicatively and sufficiently smeared all over the thing. The moral is, of course, don't write one-act plays. But I didn't mean thus to sprawl. I envy your hand, your needle-pointed fingers. As you don't say that you're not better, I prepare myself to be greatly struck with the same, and with kind regards to your wife. Believe me, yours ever, Henry James. P.S. What's this about something in some newspaper I read? Least of all, from long and deep experience, you have my friends write about me, and haven't read the things you mention. I suppose it's because they know I don't, that they dare. To F. W. H. Myers. Lamb House, Rye. Dec 19, 1898. My dear Myers, I don't know what you will think of my unconscionable delay to acknowledge your letter of so very many days ago, nor exactly how I can make vivid to you the nature of my hindrances and excuses. I have in truth been, until some few days since, intensely and anxiously busy finishing under pressure a long job that had from almost the first, I mean, from long before I had reached the end, begun to be loathsome, name and fact serialized so that the printers were at my heels, and I had to make a sacrifice of my correspondence utter lit to keep the sort of cerebral freshness required for not losing my head or otherwise collapsing. But I want expatiate, please. Believe my silence has been wholly involuntary. And yet now that I am writing, I scarce know what to say to you on the subject on which you wrote, especially as I am afraid I don't quite understand the principal question you put to me about the turn of the screw, however, that scantily matters, for in truth I am afraid I have on some former occasions rather awkwardly signified to you that I somehow can't pretend to give any coherent account of my small inventions, after the fact they areth fruit at best of a very imperfect ingenuity, and with all the imperfections thereof on their heads, the one thing and another that are questionable and ambiguous in them, I mostly take to be conditions of their having got themselves pushed through at all the T of the S, is a very mechanical matter. I honestly think an inferior, a merely pictorial subject, and rather a shameless potboiler, the thing that, as I recall it, I most wanted not to fail of doing under penalty of extreme platitude was to give the impression of the communication to the children of the most infernal imaginable evil and danger the condition, on their part of being as exposed as we can humanly conceive children to be. This was my artistic knot to untie to put any sense or logic into the thing, and if I had known any way of producing more the image of their contact and condition, I should assuredly have been proportionately eager to resort to it. I evoked the worst I could, and only feel tempted to say, as in French excuses du peu, I am living so much down here that I fear I am losing hold of some of my few chances of occasionally seeing you. The charming old humble-minded quaintness and quietness of this little brown hilltop city lays a spell upon me. I send you and your wife and all your house all the greetings of the season, and am, my dear Myers, yours very constantly. Henry James. To Mrs. William James. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Th. December 1898. Dearest Alice, I have gone on and on most abominably and inexorably owing you a letter, since a date so distant that I associate the time intimately with the admirable summer here that we so long ago left behind, and of which Harry will at a period by this time, quite prehistoric, have given you something of the pleasant little story. But the sense always abides with me that, when I am for weeks and months together dumbas, I know I more than once have been you and William are quite forced to read into it all the kindly extenuations I require. I have in fact for many weeks down here been taking the general line of saving up all the cerebration, not imperatively drained off from day to day for a long job that I have had to carry through under the nightmare of belatedness, a belatedness so great produced by time lost originally, in arranging this place, moving down, taking possession, etc., as to leave me no margin whatever for accident, indisposition, or languor. My capacity for the distillation of prose of decent quality remains, alas, with all the amendments time has brought it still each day so limited that I get awfully nervous under a very continuous task, unless I by certain flagrant sacrifices keep up to myself the fiction of freshness off, not getting simply sick. In other words, by adding any writing that I haven't absolutely to do to the quantity that is each morning imposed, so the sacrifices for a long time past have been as usual my correspondence, and as the most tender morsels for the Moloch, you and William. Naturally, en premiere lean the Moloch at last, however, since these 4 or 5 days has been temporarily appeased, and I have instantly begun to transfer my attention from one form of belatement to another. I am working off arrears of letters, and if I take you, dearest Alice, in the heap, I at least pay you the sweet tribute of taking you first. You have been without sign or sound of me so long that I dare say you may have even wild imaginings about my location and other conditions. I am located only just where Harry left me and where I have stuck fast since July last without the excision of 24 hours. The autumn and the early winter have followed the ardent summer here only to multiply my points of contact with my environment and to saturate me more deeply with the grateful sense of it. This contentment has defied all winds and weatherseen plenty of which we have for the last 2 months rejoiced. I like to send all our little news of such matters, in the form of news to Harry in particular, whose mind is furnished with the proper little hooks for it to hold on by. Tell him then, since I won't attempt to burden him individually, with acknowledgments that will overload him, that everything he fancied and fondled here only kept growing all the autumn long more adapted to such a relation, and that in short both the little brown city and the so amiable countryside were not in July and August a patch for charm, color, subtlety, and every kind of daily grace to what they became in an uninterrupted crescendo. All through October and November, all the good that I hoped of the place has in fine profusely bloomed and flourished here. It was really at about the end of September, when the various summer supernumeraries had quite faded away, that the special note of Rye, the feeling of the little hilltop community, bound together like a very modest, obscure, and impecunious, but virtuous and amiable family, began most unmistakably to come out. This is the present note of life here, and it has floated me excuse mixture of metaphor very placidly along nothing, would induce me now not to be here for Christmas, and nothing will induce me not to do my best at least to be here for the protrusion of the bulbs of hyacinths and tulips and crocuses that, in return for expended shillings, George Gammon promises me for the earliest peep of spring, as he has broken no word with me, yet I trust him implicitly for this meantime too. I have trusted him all the autumn for all sorts of other things as well we have committed to the earth. Together, innumerable unsightly roots and sprigs, that I am instructed to depend upon as the fixed foundation of a future herbaceous and perennial paradise. Little by little, even with other cares, the slowly but surely working poison of the garden mania begins to stir in my long sluggish veins. Tell Harry as an intimate instance that by a masterly inspiration I have at one bold stroke swept away all the complications in the quarter, on which the studio looks down uprooting the wilderness of shrubs, relaying paths, extending borders, etc., and made arrangements to throw the lawn in one lordly sweep straight up into that Anglia proceeding that greatly increases our apparent extent and dignity, and improvement, in short, quite unspeakable. But the great charm is the simply being here, and in particular the beginning of the day, no longer with the London blackness and foulness, the curtain of fog and smoke that one has each morning muscularly to lift and fasten back, but with the pleasant sunny garden outlook, the grass all haunted with starlings and chaffinches, and the Anandout relation with it that, in a manner, gilds and refreshes the day, this indeed with work, and a very few peoples the all. But that is just the beauty. I've missed nothing that I haven't been more than resigned to. There have been a few individuals from Saturday to Monday, and one Jonathan Sturges, whose identity, if it is too dim for you, it would take me too long to explain. Ever since mid-October he remains, till over Christmas, but save as making against pure intensity of concentration, he is altogether a boon. I go to town the last of the month, but only for 2 or 3 weeks. And in a pure picnicking way, I have a plan and a desire really to achieve this winter, after an intermission of 5 years, 10 or 12 weeks in Italy, and it now seems probable I shall do so. I shall not know with absolute definiteness till I go to London, but the omens and portents are favorable on my return. I shall come straight down here, and I already foresee how the thought of the spring here will draw me from almost wherever I may at that time be. I shall write you again, however, about this, so that you shall definitely know what becomes of me. You see, this is a pure outpouring of the ego. I am, after all, without fresh news of yourselves to rebound from the latest and best. Is William's kind dispatch to me of his immortality lecture, for which I heartily thank him, and which I have read with great appreciation of the art and interest of it. I am afraid I don't very consciously come into either of the classes. It is designed to pacify either that of the yearners, I mean, or that of the objectors. It isn't the difficulties that keep me from the yearning, it is somehow the lack of the principle of the same. However, I go not now into this. I only acknowledge, till after the turn of the year, I write to him, William's communication of the book, every illustration of his magnificent activity, at the spectacle of which I am condemned to such a woefully backseat, gives me more joy. Will now pretend to express for the rest. Dearest Alice, take from me all my hopes, the inevitable vain ones about your household health and happiness, and the complexion and outlook of the season. For all of you, I try to see you all as cheerfully and gregariously, it not for the dignity of each too much of the latter firelighted and eke furnace he did strange things. Contend with this image-willed newspaper blizzards, and other public bewilderments, are you individually expanding? I mean even to the islands of the sea. I myself have no policy, I have no judgment, I am too far and too unadvised, and too out of it, and too subtle also to see gospel truth in all the so genial encouragement that our swelling state finds naturally and very logically in this country. That the 2 countries should swell together offers material conveniencing, that is for much, but I only meant to ask if William and you and the children are definitely in or out of the swell. I will be myself, wherever you are. Yours, dearest Alice, always constantly. Henry James. To Charles Eliot Norton. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Th. December 1898. My dear Charles, let me say at once that a great part of the secret of my horrid prolonged dumbness has been just this ugly fact of my finding myself reduced in my declining years, like a banker or a cabinet minister, altogether to dictating my letters. The effect of this, in turn, has been to give me a great shyness about them, which has indeed stricken me with silence, just in proportion as the help so rendered has seemed to myself really to minister to speech. Many people, I find, in these conservative climes, take it extremely ill to be addressed in Remingtonese, Forgive, however, this long descant on my delays, my doubts and fears, my final jump, rendered thus clumsy by my nervousness. The worst of such predicaments is, my dear Charles, that, when one does write, everything one has at 1,000 scattered moments previously wanted to say seems to have dried up with desuetude and neglect. Oh, all the things that should have been said on the spot, if they were ever to be said, at all this applies, you will immediately recognize, though it's a stern truth by which I suffer most very poignantly, to all the utterance I feel myself to have so odiously failed of, at the time of the death of dear Burne-Jones. I can only give you a very partially lucid account of why on that occasion, at least no word from me reached you. I saw myself heard. Myself felt myself not right, and yet even then knew perfectly both that I should be writing now, and that I should now be sorrier than ever for not writing then. It came, the miserable event, at the very moment I was achieving very single-handed and unassisted a complicated transfer of residence from London to this place, with all sorts of bewildering material detail, consequent on renovation, complete preparation of every kind of old house and garden, adding its distraction to the acute sense of pressing work, fatally retarded and blighted, so that a postponement which has finally grown to this monstrous length began with being a thing only of moments and hours. Then, moreover, it was simply so wretched and odious to feel him, by a turn of the wheel of fate that had taken, but an instant gone for ever from sight and sound and touch, I was tenderly attached to him, with abundant reason for being. And there was something that choked and angered me beyond what words could trust themselves to express in the mere blind bêtise of the business. So the days and the weeks when I went up from here to town, and thence to Rottingdean, for the committal of his ashes, there, to the earth of the little Greatward churchyard, in sight of the sea that was at the moment all smothered in lovely spring flowers. It was a day of extraordinary beauty, and in every way a quite indescribably sincere. I remember, I could find at the time no other word for the impression little funeral and demonstration. The people from London were those almost all in whose presence there was a kind of harmony. I had seen the dear man, to my great joy, only a few hours before his death, meeting him at a kind of blighted and abortive wedding feast, that is, a dinner before a marriage that was to take place on the morrow, from which we were both glad to disembroil ourselves, so that we drove together home, intimately moralizing and talking nonsense, and he put me in the grey London midnight down at my corner to go on by himself to the Grange. It was the last time I saw him, and as one always does, I have taken ever since a pale comfort in the thought that our parting was explicitly affectionate, and such almost as one would have wished it, even had one known I miss him even here. And now he was one of the most lovable of men and most charming of friends, altogether, and absolutely distinguished, I think, his career as an artistic one, and speaking quite apart from the degree of one's sympathy with his work, one of the greatest of boons to our most vulgar of ages. There was no false note in him, nothing to dilute the strain. He knew his direction, and held it hard-wrought with passion, and went as straight as he could. He was for all this always to me a great comfort, for the rest death came to him. I think at none so bad a moment. He had essentially to my vision really done, and he was very tired, and his cup was with all the mingled things about as full as it would hold. It was so good a moment, in short, that I think his memory is already feeling the benefit of it, in a sort of rounded, finished way. I was not at the sale of his pictures and drawings, which took place after his death. I have not stirred from this spot since I came to it at the end of June, but, though I should immensely have cherished some small scrap, everything went at prices magnificent for his estate. At that made acquisition a vain dream. I have had in little wonderscant news of you. I know you've renounced your professorship. I know you felt strongly on public events. But I am in a depressed twilight of discrimination. I mean that enables me to make less of these things than I should like to do. So much has come and gone these 6 months that how can I talk about it? It's strange the consciousness possible to an American here today of being in a country in which the drift of desire so far as it concerns itself with the matter is that we shall swell and acquire and require to the top of our opportunity. My own feeling, roughly stated, is that we have not been good enough for our opportunity vulgar in a manner, as that was, and is, but it may be the real message of the whole business to make us as much better as the great grabbed-up British Empire has unmistakably made the English. But over these abysses into them, rather I peer with averted eye. I fear I am too lost in the mere spectacle for any decent morality. Goodbye, my dear Charles, and forgive my mechanic volubility. Isn't it better to have ticked and shocked than never to have ticked at all? I send my love to all your house. Your ever, my dear Charles, affectionate old friend, Henry James. To Henry James, Jr. Lamb House Rye, Feb 24, 1899. Dearest Harry, I have a good letter from you too long unanswered, but you will easily condone my offense of not too soon loading you with the burdensome sense that it is not your virtuous self who have last written. And you must now let that sense sit on you very lightly. Don't trouble about me, till all college pressure is completely over, by which I mean, till some as yet comparatively remote summer day we've had of late a good lot of wondrous sunny balmy days today, is splendid in, which I have kept saying to myself, what a climatetter old much abused thing after all, and feeling quite balmily and baskingly southern I've been sitting all the last month in the green upstairs southwest room, whose manifest destiny is clearly to become a second-story boudoir whenever my books arrive in their plenitude from De Vere Gardens. It will be absolutely required to help to house them. It has been at any rate constantly flooded with sun, and has opened out its view toward Winchelsea and down the valley. In the most charming way, the garden is beginning to smile and shimmer, almost as if it were already May. Half the crocuses and hyacinths are up, the primrose and the jonquil abound, the tulips are daily expected, and the lawn is of a rich and vivid green, that covers with shame the state in which you saw it. George Gammon proves as regular as a set of false teeth, and improves each shining hour. In short, the quite essential amiability of Roman 50H only deepens with experience. Therefore, see what a house I am keeping for you. But I am writing you a letter that will burden you. I won't break ground on the greater questions, though. I think them think it, at least in the US, the main one extraordinarily interesting. To live in England is inevitably to feel the imperial question in a different way, and take it at a different angle from what one might, with the same mind, even do in America. Expansion has so made the English what they are, for good or for ill, but on the whole for good, that one doesn't quite feel one's way to say, for one's country. Noel have none of it. It has educated the English. Will it only demoralize us? I suppose the answer to that is that we can get at home a bigger education than they, in short, as big a one as we require. Thank God, however, I've no opinions, not even on the Dreyfus case. I am more and more only aware of things as a more or less mad panorama phantasmagoria and dime museum. It would take me longer than to finish this paper to send you all the fond incitement or solicitation that I have on hand for you, or to work off my stored-up messages to your Eltern and brethren. There is time to talk of it, but I count on as many of you as possible, for next summer. I hope you are conscious of a little tethering string of attachment to the old mulberry in the garden, and am ever your affectionate Henry James. P.S. Am just up again from such a sweet, sunny, spacious after-luncheon stroll in the garden. Y'all think it very vulgar of me, but I continue to find it ravishing. To a F. de Navarro. Lamb House. Rye. Monday, small hours, 1 Roman 1000 Feb. 27, 1899. My dear Don Tony, you can't say I overwhelm you with acknowledgments, din my gratitude into your ear, or make you curse the day you suffered a kindly impulse to an intensely susceptible friend to get the better of your appreciation of a quiet life. No, you can do none of these things. On the other hand, you can perhaps complete your graceful generosity by remembering that your admirable little Christmas memento was accompanied with a now hold your tongue, almost as admirable in its distinguished consideration as the felicitous object itself. It was clearly that you felt, oh yes, of course you're a charmed Aquila Deitzvis, but for heaven's sake, thank to satiety, as I am on all sides, don't set your ponderous machinery in motion to drop the last straw. So I've put out the fires and stopped the wheels and paid off the stokers. Till now I've held my tongue like an angel, but I've thought of you and of your matchless mate like, well, if not at least the devil. And at last the whole shop insists on beginning again to hum I cherish your so periodical and so munificent thoughts of me. As one of the good things of this world of worries, nothing ever touches me more. I am finally going abroad for 3 months on Tuesday or Wednesday, and the little sensitive blank record in its little green sheath accompanies meat o' drink in impression sin, the usual itinerant shrine of your gifts, my left-hand upper waistcoat pocket. There are vulgar things, a watch and eyeglass 7 and sixpencing, the other pockets, but nothing but you in that one. Voila, I go to Italy after more than 5 years interlude. Dramatable, my dear Tony, you are literally my savior. The above row of stars represents midnight emotions and palpitations of no mean order. As I finished the line just before the stars, I became aware that a smell of smoke, a sense of burning that had worried me for the previous hour, had suddenly very much increased, and that the room was full of it to fill an aiguille. and in much anxiety, I presently discovered that the said smoke was coming up through the floor between the painted dark green planks, dark green of the margin outside of matting and rugs, and under a table near the fireplace to assure myself that there was no source of flame in the room below, and then to go up and call my servant. Do you see he long since snoring in bed for? It's now 2 a Roman 1000, was the work of a moment with such tools as we could command we hacked and pried and sawed, and tore up a couple of planks from which volumes of smoke issued. Do you see the midnight little flurry breath we got at eat a charred smoldering long smoldering, I suppose beam under or almost under the hearthstone, and in process of time kindled that is heated to smoking point by its temperature that of the hearth, which was very high. We put him out. We made him stop with soaked spongesand. Then the relief even while gazing at the hacked and smashed and disfigured floors. Now my man is gone to bed, and I rather enliven for immediate sleep sit and watch by the scene of the small scare and finish my letter to you. Really, to grasp your hand to hang upon your neck, in gratitude you being at the bottom of the whole thing. I sat up late, in the first instance to write to you, because I knew I shouldn't have time tomorrow, and it was because I did so that I was saved a much worse later alarm. 2 or 3 hours hence, the smoke would have penetrated to the rest of the house, and we should have started up to fly round to a much livelier tune. Bravo then again, dear indispensable man, how I feel with magnificent Mrs. Tonifer, if you're such an no one guardian angel to my house. What are you to your own? The only thing is that I was going to write to you of 2 or 3 other things, and this stupid little accident has smoked them all out. I've lent this really most amiable little old house to Jonathan Sturges, while I'm away, and he's to come as soon as he can. He has been wretched, as you know, with poisonous influenza, but I went up to town to see him a few days since, and he seemed really mending. He was here a long time in the autumn and the early winter, and our conversation hung and hovered about you. Good night, it's 2, and all's well. I must turn in. I grovel before your wife and take endless liberties with your son, and am your safter, all this more than ever much as that was. Henry James. P.S. Tuesday night. This, my dear Tony, is a sorrier postscript than I expected. I had Justin Sunday night in the small hour signed my name, as above, when my fond delusion of the cessation of my scare dropped from me, and I became aware that I had really a fire on. The rest was sad, and I can't detail it, but I've got off wondrous easy. We got the brave pumpers with creditable promptitude. We're thoroughly up to the mark above, all without trop de zelind. The damage is limited wholly to one side of 2 rooms, especially the room I was writing to you in. So blandly the pumpers were here till 5, and I slept not till the following last night. Still more, therefore, I repeat, it was you preserved me. Finishing my letter to you kept me on the spot, and being on the spot was all. If I had had my head under the bedclothes, I couldn't have sniffed till 2 or 3 hours later, when headway would have been gained, and headway would have doubled, quadrupled damage, and perhaps even deprived you of this missavend. Its authoraltos their ossi, G vous embrassing am your startled, but requieted and fully insured H.J. P.P.S. But look out for insidious under fireplace and hearth tricks and traps in old houses. P.S. Will you very kindly tell Frank Millet that I think of him with pride and joy, and want so excruciatingly to see him, and turn him on that if I were stopping at home these next months, I should extend toward him a long, persuasive, somehow ingeniously alluring arm. To Edward Warren. Telegram. Rye 9 A Roman 1000 Feb. 27, 1899. Am asking very great favor of your coming down for inside of day, or for night if possible. House took fire last night, but only green room and dining room affected. Hot hearth in former igniting old beam beneath with tiresome consequences. But excellent local brigades help 'em now helpless in face of reconstructions of injured portions, and will bless you mightily if you come. Departure of course put off. Henry James. To William James. Le Plantier. Costibel. Hires. April 22nd, 1899. Dearest William, I greatly appreciate the lucidity and liberality of your so interesting letter of the 19th, telling me of your views and prospects for next summer, all of which I am now able to make the most intimate profit. I enter fully into your reasons for wanting to put in the summer quietly and concentratedly in Cambridgeshire, much that with work unfinished, and a spacious house and library of your very own to contain you. I ask myself how you can be expected to do anything less. Only it all seems to mean that I shall see you all but scantly and remotely. However, I shall wring from it, when the time comes, every concession that can be snatched, and shall meanwhile watch your signs and symptoms with my biggest opera glass, the beautiful one of the treasures of my life, queji vous dois. Nothing you tell me gives me greater pleasure than what you say of the arrangements made for Harry and Billy in the forest primeval, and the vision of their drawing therefrom experiences, of a sort that I too miserably lacked poor father in my own too casual youth, what I most of all feel, and in the light of it conjure you to keep doing for them, is there being a meme to contract local saturations and attachments, in respect to their own great and glorious country, to learn and strike roots into its infinite beauty, as I suppose, and variety, then they want, as I do now have to assimilate, but half-heartedly, the alien splendors inferior ones too, as I believe ye off the indigestible Middy of Burgett, and the Vicomte Melchior de Vogue, kindest of hosts and most brilliant of commensaux, as I am, in the act of finding both these personages the beauty here, is after my long stop at home admirable and exquisite, but make the boys none the less stick fast, and sink up to their necks, in everything their own countries and climates can give de peril et de superior, its being that own will double their use of it, this little estate two-house sneer. Togethrin, a 25-acre walled park of dense pine, and cedar along a terraced mountainside with exquisite views inland, and to the sea is a precious and enviable acquisition. The walks are innumerable, the pleasant wildness of the land, universally accessible, only another form of sweetness. And the light, the air, the noble, graceful lines, Roman 100 all of the first order, its classic Claude Verge. I expect to get to Genoa on the 4th or 5th April, and there to make up my mind as to how I can best spend the following 8 weeks in Italy in evasion and seclusion. Unhappily, I must go to Rome, and Rome is infernal, but I shall make short work of it, my nostalgia. For Lamb House is already such as to make me capable to tout, never again. Will I leave it? I don't take you up on the Philippines. I admire you, and agree with you too much. You have an admirable eloquence. But the age is all to the vulgar farewell with a wide embrace. Ever your Henry. To Howard Sturgis. Hotel de Europe, Rome. May 19, 1899. My dear Howard, it's a great pleasure to hear from you in this far country, though I greatly wish it weren't from the bed of anguisher, at any rate of delicacy, if delicacy may be connected, that is, with anything so indelicate as a bed. But I'm very glad to gather that it's the couch of convalescence. Only if you have a back, for heaven's sake, take care of it. When I was about your age in 1862, I did a bad damage by a strain subsequently through crazy, juvenility neglected, to mind the consequence of which is that, in spite of retarded attention and years, really of recumbency, later I've been saddled with it for life. And that even now, my dear Howard, I verily write you with it. I even wrote the awkward age with it. Therefore look sharp. I wanted especially to send you that volume as an acknowledgement of princely hospitalities, received and formed the intention of so doing, even in the too scant moments. We stood face to face among the Rembrandts, that's right, one of the few. I greatly applaud the tact with which you tell me that scarce a human being will understand a word or an intention or an artistic element or glimmer of any sort of my book. I tell myself, and the reviews tell me such truths in much cruder fashion. But it's an old story, and if I minded now as much as I once did, I should be well beneath the sod face to face. I should be able to say a bit how I sow and why I so saw me subject, but that will keep. I am here in a warmish, quietish, emptyish, pleasantish, but not maddeningly so altered and cocknified and scraped, and all but annihilated Rome. I return to England, sometime next month, to the country Lamb House. Ryano, my constant addressingly, however, this is only to greet and warn you on to be, my dear Howard, your affectionate old friend, Henry James. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. The allusions at the end of this letter are to the visit paid by H.J. to Mr. and Mrs. Humphrey Ward at the Villa Barberini Castel Gandolfo during his stay in Italy. Mrs. Ward has described the excursion to Nemi the Strawberries and Aristodemo in a Writer's Recollections, pp. 3279. Lamb House, Rye. July 10, 1899. Dear Mrs. Ward, I have a very bad conscience and a very heavy heart about my failure to communicate with you again before you left Rome. For I heard afterwards, much afterwards, that you had had final trouble and inconvenience at that Miss Gertrude, brave being tempted Providencebi, her very brave rideau renew its assaults, and that illness and complications encumbered your last steps. On the subject of all this I ought long since to have condoled with you, in default of having condoled at the time. Yet lo, I have shamefully waited for the ignoble facility of my own table and inkstand, to which after too prolonged a separation, I have but just been restored. I got home from Turin but 3 days agone, very cool, and green and wholesome, though only comparatively. I admit does this little insular nook appear. After I last saw you I too was caught up, if not cast down by the fates world, by irresistible Marion Crawfordsoff, to Sorrento, Capri Naplazol of which had not been in the least in my programmethence afterwards to live in heat and hurry and inconvenient submission, and compromise till Florence in its turn, made a long arm, and pocketed me oh so stuffily, till but a few days ago all this time, I've been the slave of other sand. I returned to a perfect mountain of unforwarded by a rash and delusive policy. Postal matter, but I bore through the mountain straight at Stockser, even according to an intimation you gave me at Grosvenor Place. I heartily hope all the crumples and stains of travel have by this time been washed and smoothed away and that you have nothing but romantic recollections, and regrets I pray Miss Ward be wholly at her ease again, and that somehow or other you may have woven a big piece of your tapestry. I should say frankly, mayn't I come down and see her here, were it not that I returned to fearful arrears myself, and restored to this small temple of application, from which I've so long been absent, feel absolutely obliged to sit tight for several weeks to come later in the summer. If y'all let me, I shall ask for an invitation, if all this while I've not sent you the awkward age it has been, because I thought it not fair to make any such appeal to your attention, while you were preoccupied and worried perhaps absolutely in fact I wanted the book to reach you at a moment when the coast might be comparatively clear possibly. It isn't clear even now, at all events I am writing to Heinemann today to dispatch to you the volume. But please don't look at it till all the elements of lesser emergent peace of mind lend themselves. And don't answer this, you have far other business in hand. My 4 months in Italy did more for me, I imagine, than I shall yet a while. No one must draw on them a little to find out doubtless. You are drawing hard on yours for me. I am clear about that the Nemi Lake, and the walk down and up the ladder perhaps most, and the strawberries and Aristodemo were the cream. It will be a joy to have it all out again with you. And to hear of your other adventures, I hope Miss Dorothy and Miss Janet, please, tell them are finding London. If you are still there, come see, devay yours and theirs and Humphrey's dear, Mrs. Ward very constantly. Henry James. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. It will be understood that Mrs. Ward had consulted H.J. on certain details, relating in particular to the American background of one of the characters in her forthcoming novel Eleanor, the scene of which was partly laid at Castel Gandolfo. Lamb House Rye, Sunday, July 1899. Dear Mrs. Ward, I return the proofs of Eleanor in a separate cover from this, and as I think it wise to register them, I must wait till tomorrow a Roman 1000 to do that, and this therefore will reach you first. Let me immediately say that I don't light and I've read carefully every word, and many 2 or 3 times as Mr. Belassies would say and is Mr. B, by the way naturalias it were H.J. on any peccant particular spots in the aspect of Lucy F., that the American reader would challenge, I do think he, or she may be likely at first to think her more English than Americanto, say, I mean why this isn't use its English descent for its well generalito. Keep in mind how very different a thing that is socially aesthetically Roman 100 from the American free and easy multitudinous churches, that practically in any community are like so many almost clubs or philharmonics or amateur theatrical companies. I don't quite think the however obscure American girl I gather you to conceive would have any shockability about Rome, the Pope, St. Peter's kneeling, or anything of that sort, least of all any girl whose concatenations could by any possibility of social handing land her in the milieu you present at Albano. She would probably be either a Unitarian or Orthodox, which is, I believe, Congregational, though in New England always called Orthodox, and in either case as Emersonized, Hawthornized, a Simmonsized, and as frantic to feel the papacy Roman 100 as one could well represent her, and this, I mean, even were she of any provincial New England circle, whatever that one could conceive as ramifying however indirectly into Villa Barb, this particularly were her father a college professor in that case. I should say the bad clothes Roman 100, oh yes, as much as you like the beauty Roman 100 scarcely, the offishness to Romeo's, a spectator Roman 100, almost not at all this roughly and hastily speaking, but there is no false note of surface beyond this. I think that you need be uneasy about it all. Had I looked over your shoulder, I should have said specify localize a little more, give her a definite Massachusetts or Maine, or whatever habitation Imogen, a country collegetinvent if need. Be a name and stick to that this for smallish but appreciable reasons that I haven't space to develop but, after all not imperative for the rest, the chapters you send me are as a beginning to my vision, very charming and interesting, and pleasing full of promise of strong elements as your beginnings always are. And may I say as I can read nothing if I read it at all save in the light of how one would oneself proceed in tackling the same data. Just two other things. One is that I think your material suffers a little from the fact that the reader feels you approach your subject too. Immediately show him its elements, the cards in your hand too, bang off from the first pagiso, that await to begin to guess what, and whom the thing is going to be about doesn't impose itself the antechamber or two, and the crooked corridor before he is already in the presence the other is that you don't give him a positive sense of dealing with your subject from its logical center. This center, I gathered to be from what you told me in Rome, and one gathers it also from the title The Consciousness of Elinordo, which all the rest Manesty Lucy the whole phantasmagoria and drama, is presented by life. I should have urged you make that consciousness full rich, universally prehensile and stick to it don't shift arbitrarily how. Otherwise do you get your unity of subject, or keep up your reader's sense of it to which if you say, how then do I get Lucy's consciousness? I impudently retort, by that magnificent and masterly indirectness, which means the only dramatic straightness and intensity you get it in other words by a leaner. And how does a leaner get it? By everything by Lucy by Manesty, by every pulse of the action in which she is engaged, and of which she is the fullest on exquisita register, go behind Hermals and Miles, don't go behind the others or the subject Roman 1, the unity of impression goes to smash. But I am going too fair and, this is more than you will have bargained for on these matters. There is far too much to say, this makes me all the more sorry that in answer to your kind invitation for the last of this month, I greatly fear I can't leave home for several weeks to come. I am in hideous backwardness with duties, that after a long idleness, 6 full months have awaited me here and I am cultivating a unity of impression in October with joy. History of your journey from Roman 5b. Your anxieties, complications, horrid tension, and tribulation draws hot tears from my eyes. I blush for the bleak inn at the Bear Simplon. I only meant it for rude recovered health. Poor Miss Gertrude Heroine part out at Towdersand. So privately, modestly, exquisitely give her please all my present benediction. And forgive my horrid, fatigued hieroglyphics. Do let me have more of a Leonardo rewrite. And believe me, dear Mrs. Ward, ever constantly yours, Henry James. P.S. I've on reflection determined that as a registered letter may not perhaps reach stocks till Tuesday a Roman 1000, and you wish to dispatch for Wednesday's steamer, it is my higher duty to send the proofs off in ordinary form apart from this. But tonight may it be for the best. Of H.J. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Lamb House Rye, July 26, 1899. Dear Mrs. Ward, I beg you not to believe that if you elicit a reply from me to your so interesting letter just received you, do so at any cost, to any extreme or uncomfortable pressure. That I am just now under I am always behind with everything and it's no worse than usual besides. I shall be very brief, but I must say 2 or 3 words not only because these are the noblest speculations that can engage the human mind, but becausito a degree that distresses meu labor. Under 2 or 3 mistakes as to what the other day I at all wanted to express. I don't myself, for that matter, recognize what you mean by any old difference between us on any scoring, least of all, when you appear to glance at it, as an opinion of mine, if I understand you that, is as to there being but one general hard and fast rule of presentation. I protest that I have never had with you any differenza consciously in any such point, and rather resent frankly. You're attributing to me a judgment so imbecile. I hold that there are 5,000,000 such rules, or as many as there are subjects in all the world. I fear the subjects are not 5,000,000 only each of them, imposed artistically by the particular cast involved in the writer's responsibility to it, and each then and then only hard and fast with an immitigable hardness and fastness. I don't see without this latter condition, where any work of art, any artistic question is or any artistic probity of course a 1,000 times, there are as many magnificent and imperative cases, as you like of presenting a thing, by going behind as many forms of consciousness as you like. Old Dickens, Balzac, Thackeray, Tolstoy, save, when they use the autobiographic dodge are huge illustrations of it. But they are illustrations of extreme and calculated selection, or singleness, too, whenever that has been by the case imposed on them. My own immortal works, for that matter, if I may make bold, are recognizable instances of all the variation. I go behind right and left in the Princess Casamassima, the Bostonians, the Tragic Muse, just as I do the same but singly in the American and Macy. And just as I do it consistently, never at all save for a false and limited appearance here, and there of doing it a little which I haven't time to explain in the awkward age, so far from not seeing what you mean in Pecheur D Island. I see it as a most beautiful exemplia crystal clear. One, it's a picture of a relation, a single relation, and that relation isn't given at all unless given on both sides. Because practically, there are no other relations to make other feet for the situation to walk with all the logic jumps at the eyes. Therefore, acquit me please of anything so abject as putting forward anything at once specific, and a priori then, why I hear you ask do you pronounce for my book a priori only because of a mistake doubtless, for which I do here humble penance at that, of assuming too precipitately, and with the freedom of an inevitably too foreshortened letter, that I was dealing with it, a posteriorian that on the evidence of only those few pages, and of a somewhat confused recollection of what in Rome you told me of your elements, or rather more correctly I, was giving way to my irresistible need of wondering how, given the subject, one could best work one's self into the presence of it, and lo, and behold the subject isn't of course in so scant a show and brief, a piece given at all I have doubtless simply with violence and mutilation, stolen it. It is of the nature of that violence, that I am a wretched person to read a novel I begin so quickly and concomitantly for myself, to write it Rathrevan, before I know clearly what it's about the novel, I can only read I can't read at all, and I had to be just with me one attenuation I thought I gathered from the pages, already absorbed that your party pris as to your process with a leaner, was already defined as dramatic and, that was a kind of lead the people all as it were phenomenal to a particular imagination, hers and that imagination with all its contents phenomenal to the reader, I in fine, just rudely and egotistically thrust forward the beastly way I should have done it, but there is too much to say about these things and I am writing too much and yet haven't said half I want toned above all there being so much it is doubtless better not to attempt to say pen in hand what one can say, but so partially, and yet I must still add one or two things more what I said above about the rule of presentation being in each case hard and fast that I will go to the stake, and burn with slow fire for the slowest, that will burn at all I hold the artist must infinitely know how he is doing it, or he is not doing it at all I hold, he must have a perception of the interests of his subject that grasps him as in a vice, and that the subject being of course formulated in his mind, he sees as sharply the way that most presents it, and presents most of it as against the ways that comparatively give it away, and he must there choose and stick and be consistent hand, that is the hardened fastness and the vice I am afraid I do differ with you, if you mean that the picture can get any objective unity from any other source, then that can get it from, for example, the personality of the author, from the personality of the author, which, however enchanting, is a thing for the reader only and not for the author himself, without humiliating abdications, to my sense to count in it all it can get nothing but a unity of execution, and of tone, there is no short cut for the subject in other words. Out of the process which having made out most what it the subject is treats, it most handles it in that relation, with the most consistent economy, may I say to exonerate myself a little that, when for example I see, you make Lucy phenomenal to a leaner one has to express it briefly, and somehow I find myself supposing completely that you know how you're doing it, and enjoy as critic the sweet peace that comes with that sense. But I haven't the sense that you know how you're doing it when at the point you've reached, I see, you make Lucy phenomenal even for one attempted stroke to the little Secretary of Embassy. And the reason of this is that a leaner counts as presented, and thereby is something to go behind the Secretary, doesn't count as presented. And isn't he moreover engaged at the very momentier momentin being phenomenal himself to Lucy, and is therefore practically nothing to go behind the promiscuous shiftings of standpoint and center of Tolstoy and Balzac, for instance, which come to my eye from their being not so much big dramatists as big painters as Lodi is a painter, are the inevitable result of the quantity of presenting their genius, launches them in with the complexity they pile up, they can get no clearness without trying again and again for new centers, and they don't always get it however, I don't mean to say they don't get enough, and I hasten to add that you have I wholly recognize very right to reply to me cease your intolerable chatter, and dry up your preposterous deluge, if you will have the decent civility to wait you, will see that I present also enough for every freedom I use with a tan with my full assent to that, and my profuse prostration in the dust for this extravagant discourse, with all faith, gratitude, appreciation, and affection, I do cease, dear Mrs. Ward, I dry up, and am yours most breathlessly. Henry James. A later latest don't rejoindant. To Mrs. A. F. de Navarro. The priceless volume was an album belonging to Mrs. de Navarro, Miss Mary Anderson, in which she had asked H.J. to inscribe some words. His contribution given below recalls a memory of Miss Anderson before she left the stage. Lamb House Rye, Oct. 13, 1899. Dearest, greatest lady, I've filled a page with my horrid hieroglyphics in the priceless volumined. My characters are the more unsightly for having to be squeezed. In for I found that to point my little moral, I had to take more than 20 words forgive their sad futility. I hope I understood you right that I was to do it opposite Watts I obeyed your law, to what I suppose to be the letter. If I am not quite correct, I can assure you that it will be the only time I shall ever break it yours and Tony's very constantly. Henry James. P.S. The volume goes by tomorrow A Roman 1000s, post tenderly, and stoutly wrapped violently, sealed convulsively corded and rigorously registered bon voyage. The Golden Dream. A little tale. It was in the days of his golden dreams that he first saw her, and she immediately became one of them made them glow, with a new rosy fire, the first night on leaving the theater in his breathless ecstasy. He could scarce compose himself to go home. He wandered over the town, murmuring to himself, I want to write something for her. He went again and again to see her was always there, and after each occasion, and even as the months and years rolled by kept repeating to himself, and even to others what he did want to now one of these others was his great friend, who irritated and probably jealous coldly, and cynically replied, you may want to, but you want no, you will never write anything. I will, he vehemently insisted, and he added in presumptuous confidence, just wait till she asks me, and so they kept it up, and he said that too often for the GF who exasperated ended by retorting, she never will. Well, you see if she doesn't. You must think, said the GF scathingly. Well, what? Why, that she thinks you're a somebody. She'll find out in time that I am, then she'll ask me. Ask who you are. Knoweth majesty to write something. Then I shall be sorry for her because you want. Why not? Because you can't. Oh, but the months and years revolved, and at last his dream came true. Also it befell that just at the same moment, the GF reappeared, to whom he broke out ecstatically, I told you, so she has found out, she has asked me. The GF was imperturbable, what's the use, you can't. Y'all see if I can't, and he sat down, and tried, oh, he tried long, tried hard, but the GF was right, it was too late, he couldn't. Henry James. Lamb House Rye Oct 13 1899. To Sidney Colvin. The following refers to R. Roman 50 Stevenson's Letters to his Family and Friends, edited by Sir Sidney Colvin H. J.S. article, appeared in the North American Review January 1900, and was afterwards reprinted in Notes on Novelists. Lamb House Rye. Wednesday night. October 1899. My dear Colvin, many things hindered my quietly and immediately reabsorbing the continuity of the two gathered volumes, and I have delayed till this, the acknowledgement of your letter sent a few days after them, I having already written, hadn't I, before the letter arrived. I have spent much of the last 2 days with them beautifully, and sadly enough, I think you need have no doubt as to the impression. The constituted book will be one of extraordinarily rare particular and individual beauty. I want to write about it really critically, if I can Roman 1e intelligently, and interpretatively, but I sigh before the difficulty still. I shall probably try one thing, it seems to me I foresee Roman 1e a demand for more letters. There are more publishable errant there. But you will tell me of this how extraordinarily fine the long, almost last of all one to his cousin Bob, if there were only more to set force. But there couldn't be, I think the impression more equal, then you doindeed some of the early ones better than the earlier ones after expatriation. But the whole series reek with charm and hum with genius. It will serve as a high memorial be, which I mean as a large comprehensive one. Remember that I shall be delighted to see you on the 18th. I may be a loner, John Sturges. Maybe here, probably Nessun altro. Please communicate your decision as to this at your convenience. If not, then on one of the next Saturdays, I hope. What horridly overdarkening African news one must sit close but for too long. Yours ever, Henry James. P.S. Rereading your letter makes me feel I haven't perhaps answered enough your query about early Vol Roman 1. I don't, however, see what you need be uneasy about. The young flame of life and agitation of genius in them flickers and heaves only to make one regret. Whatever more is not there, never to make one feel your discretion has anywhere been at fault. I'm not sure, I don't think it has. Erred a little on the side of oversuppression. One has the vague sense of omissions and truncation zone, smells the things unprinted, however, that doubtless had to be. But I don't see any mistake you have made with less. There would have been no history, and One wants what makes for his history. It all docent so would more, but you have given nothing that valuably doesn't be at peace. H.J. To Edmund Goss. This refers to a suggestion that Stevenson's body should be removed from his place of burial on the mountaintop above Valema and brought home. Lamb House Rye, Sunday Nov 12, 1899. My dear Goss, I wholly agree with you as to any motion toward the preposterous and unseemly deportation from their noble resting place of those illustrious and helpless ashes. I find myself somehow unable to think of Louis in these days, much more to speak of him, without an emotion akin to tears and such blatant busybody ineptitude causes the cup to overflow and sickens, as well as enrages. But nothing but cheap newspaperism will come of it has in it the power fortunately to drop utterly and abysmally. If not touched, if decently ignored, don't write a protest, don't write. Anything, simply hush the lurid asininity of the hour. I will write you about your best train Saturday, which heaven speed. It will probably be the 3 from Charing Crossbitter, really than the new 5 from St. Paul's. I find Africa a nightmare and need cheering, arrived therefore primed for that office. Ever yours, Henry James. To Miss Henrietta Rubel. Lamb House Rye, Sunday midnight. Nov 12th, 1899. Dear Miss Rubel, I have had great pleasure of your last good letter, and this is a word of fairly prompt reconnaissance. Your bewilderment over the awkward age doesn't, on the whole, surprise me, for that ingenious volume appears to have excited little but bewilderment, except, indeed, here thick-witted denunciation, a work of art that one has to explain, fails in so far, I suppose, of its mission. I suppose I must at any rate mention that I had in view a certain special social, highly modern, and actual London group and type and tone, which seemed to me to see preter merveille to an ironic, lightly and simply ironic treatment, and that clever people at least would know who in general, and what one meant, but here at least it appears there are very few clever people. One must point with fingerposts on, must label with pancartes on, must explain with conferences. The form doubtless of my picture is against Ida form all dramatic, and Senecoff presented episodes architecturally combined, and each making a piece of the building, with no going behind, no telling about the figures save by their own appearance and action, and with explanations reduced to the explanation of everything by all the other things in the picture. Mais ill parrot. Quil ni faut pas faire comme ca person, and why comprendre rien gen, sways pour mes fresqui avient eat considerables, tres considerables. Yet I seem to make out you were interested in. That consoles me. I think Mrs. Brooke the best thing I've ever done, and Nanda also, much done. Voila, Michi marries Aggie by a calculation in consequence of a state of mind delicate and deep, but that I meant to show on his part, as highly conceivable it's absolute to him, that N will never have him, and she appeals to him for another girl, whom she sees him as saving from things realities she sees if he does it, and she shows how she values him by wanting it. It is still a way of getting and keeping near hero, making for her to him a tie of gratitude. She becomes, as it were, to him responsible for his happiness. Thee can't, especially if the marriage goes ill, not be given the girl that Nanda is more rather than less together, and the finale of the picture justifies him. It leaves Nanda precisely with his case on her hands, far-fetched, well, I dare say. But so are diamonds and pearls, and the beautiful Rubel turquoises. So I scribble to you to be sociable by my loud-ticking clock in this sleeping little town, at my usual more than midnight hour. Well, also I am like you, I like growing, that is I like for many reasons being old, 56, but I don't like growing older. I quite love my present age, and the compensations, simplifications, freedom, independences, memories, advantages of it. But I don't keep it long enough. It passes too quickly, but it mustn't pass all good as that is in writing to you. There is nothing I shall like more to dream of than to be convoyed by you to the expositionist crawls of the savages and the haunts of the cannibals. I surrender myself to you to confiancing vision, and hope for that purpose. Jonathan Sturges lives year in, year out at Long's Hotel Bond St. and promises to come down here and see me, but never does. He knows hordes of people, everyone extraordinarily likes him, and he has tea parties for pretty ladies one at a time. Alas, he is 3/4 of the time ill, but his little spirit is colossal. Sergeant grows in weight, honor, and entresto. My view, he does one fine thing after another, and his crucifixion, that is big crucifix with Adam and Eve under each arm of cross catching drops of blood for Boston Library, is a most noble, grave, and admirable thing. but it's already tomorrow, and I am yours always. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. Lamb House Rye. November 20th, 1899. My dear H. G. Wells, you reduce me to mere gelatinous grovel, and the worst of it is that you know so well how you, with a magnanimity already so marked as to be dazzling, sent me last summer a beautiful and discouraging volume, which I never mastered the right combination of minutes and terms to thank you for as it deserved, and then perfectly aware that this shameful consciousness had practically converted me to quivering pulp, you let fly the shaft that has finished me in the fashion, to which I now so distressfully testify it is really most kind and charming of you, and the incident will figure largely in all your eventual biographies, yet it is almost more than I can bear seriously. I am extremely touched by your great humanity in the face of my atrocious bad manners. I think the reason why I didn't write to thank you for the magnificent romance of 3 or 4 months ago was that I simply dreaded a new occasion for still more purple perjury on the subject of coming over to see you. I am coming. And yet I couldn't and I can't say it without steeping myself afresh in apparent falsehood to the eyes. It is a weird tale of the acharnment of fate against an innocent action. I mean the history of my now immemorial failure, which I must not attempt to tell you thus and now, but reserve for your convinced from the moment it isn't averted ear on the day. And at the very hour and moment that failure is converted to victory, I am coming. I was lately extremely sorry to hear that you have been somewhat unwell, agin unless it be a gross exaggeration. Heaven send that same I am coming. I thank you very cordially for the 2 beautiful books, the new tales I have already absorbed, and to the best of my powers assimilated. You fill me with wonder and admiration. I think you have too great an unawareness of difficulty, and for instance that the 4 big towns and nice blue foods and belching news trumpets, etc., will be the least of the differences in the days to come, but it's unfair to say that, without saying a deal more which I can't, and which isn't worth it and is besides irrelevant and ungracious, your spirit is huge, your fascination irresistible, your resources infinite, that is much more to the point. And I am coming. I heartily hope that if you have been incommoded, it is already over, and for a corrigible cause I am coming. Recall me please kindly to Mrs. Wells, and believe me I am coming very truly and veraciously yours. Henry James. To Charles Eliot Norton. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Please read postscript first. 24 November 1899. My dear Charles, I heartily welcomed your typed letter of a couple of months ago, both for very obvious and for respectable subsidiary reasons. I am almost altogether reduced, I would much rather say promote to type myself. And to communicate with a friend who is in the same predicament only adds to the luxury of the business. I was never intended by nature to write, much less to be without anguish read, and I have recognized that perfectly patent law late in the day, only when I might so much better have recognized it early. It would have made a great difference in my life, made me a much more successful person. But the New England conscience interposed, suggesting that the sense of being so conveniently assisted could only proceed somehow from the abyss. So I floundered and fumbled and failed through long years for the mere want of the small dose of cynical courage required for recognizing frankly my congenital inaptitude. Another proof or presumption, surely, of the immortality of the soul. It takes one whole life for some persons at least don't Jesuisto learn how to live at all, which is absurd, if there is not to be another in which to apply the lesson. I feel that in my next career I shall start in this particular at least from the first straight. Thank heaven I don't write such a hand as you. Then where would my conscience be? You wrote me from Ashfield, and I can give you more than country for country, as I am still, thank heaven, out of town, which is more and more my predominant and natural state. I am only reacting, I suppose, against many, many long years of London, which has ended by giving me a deep sense of the quantity of cry in all that life, compared to the almost total absence of wool, by which I mean simply that acquaintances and relations there have a way of seeming at last to end in smoke. Well, having consumed a great deal of fuel, and taken a great deal of time, I dare say, I shall some day re-establish the balance. And I have kept my habitation there, though I let it whenever I can, but at present I am as conscious of the advantage of the Sussex winter as of that of the Sussex summer. But I've just returned from 3 days in London, mainly taken up with seeing my brother William, as to whom your letter contained an anxious inquiry to which I ought before this to have done justice, The difficulty has been these 3 months that he has been working with the most approved medical and special aid for a change of condition, which one hoped would have been apparent by no so that one might have good news to give. I am sorry to say the change remains, as yet, but imperfectly apparent though, I dare say. It has within the last month really begun his German cure. Nahim was a great disappointment, but he is at present in the hands of the best London man, who professes himself entirely content with results. Actually reached the misfortune is that the regimen and treatment last new one are superficially depressing and weakening, even when they are doing the right work. And from that now I take William to be suffering ci view all. Pazienza he will probably spend the winter in England. Whatever happens, only alas his Edinburgh lectures are indefinitely postponed and other renouncements of an unenlivening sort have had as indispensable precautions and prudences to follow. They have placed their little girl very happily at school near Windsor. They are in convenient occupation at present of my London apartment, and luckily, the autumn has been as London autumns go quite cheerful, distinguishable crepuscular. I am 2 hours and a half from town, which is far enough, thank heaven, not to be near, and yet near enough from the point of view of Schilling's invasions and other complications, not to be far. They have been with me for a while, and I am looking for them again for longer. William is able, fortunately, more or less to read, and strikes me as so richly prepared by an immense quantity of thistos speak of that feature. Alone for the Edinburgh lecturess that, the pity of the frustration, comes home, the more a truce, however, to this darksome picturuhich, may very well yet improve. I went a month ago during a day or two in town, down to Rottingdean to lunch with the Kiplings. Those Brighton trains are wondrous. But failed to my regret to see Lady Burne-Jones, their immediate neighbor, as of course you know, who was perversely, though most accidentally from home. But they told me it was the first I knew of her big project of publishing. The dear beautiful man's correspondence copious. It appears in a degree of which I had not a conception living in London near him, though not seeing him, thanks to the same odious London half so often, as I desired. I seldom heard from him on paper, and hadn't at all, in short, the measure of his being, as the K's assured me. He proves to have been a great letter writer. Th. Nav. I was interrupted, my dear Charles, the other day. Difficulties then multiplied, and I only now catch on again. I see on reading over your letter that you are quite au courant of Lady B.J.'s plan, and I of course easily take in that she must have asked you as one of his closest correspondents for valuable material. Yet I don't know that I wholly echo your deprecation of these givings to the world. The best letters seem to me the most delightful of all written things, and those that are not the best the most negligible. If a correspondence, in other words, has not the real charm, I wouldn't have it published even privately. If it has, on the other hand, I would give it all the glory of the greatest literature. B.J.S. I should say must have it the real charm, since he did as appear surrender to it. Is this not so? At all events we shall indubitably see. As for B.J., I miss him not less, but more as year adds itself to year, and the hole he has left in the London horizon, the eclipse of the West Kensington oasis, is a thing much to help one to turn one's back on town. And this, in spite of the fact that his work, alas, had long ceased to interest me with its element of painful niggling, embroidery, stitch-by-stitch process, that had come at last to beg the painter question altogether. Even the poetry kind of it that he tried for appeared to me to have wandered away from the real thing, and yet the being himself grew only more lovable, natural, and wise. Too late, I gather apropos of him that you have read Mackle's Morris, which seems to me quite beautifully and artistically wonderful to say for a contemporary English biography. It is really composed, the effect really produced an effect, not altogether, I think, happy or even endurable. As regards Morris himselfer, whom the formula strikes me as being at least largelithet, he was a boisterous, boyish British man of action and practical faculty, launched indeed by his imagination, but really floundering and romping and roaring through the arts, both literary and plastic, very much as a bull through a china shop. I felt much moved, after reading the book, to try to write with the aid of some of my own recollections and impressions something possibly vivid about it, but we are in a moment of such excruciating vulgarity that nothing worth doing about anything or anyone seems to be wanted or welcomed anywhere. The great little Rudyard apropos of Rottingdean struck me as quite on his feet again, and very sane and sound and happy. Yet I am afraid y'all think me a very disgusted person if I show my reserves again over his recent incarnations. I can't swallow his loud, brazen, patriotic Versian exploitation of the patriotic idea, for that matter, which seems to me not really much other than the exploitation of the name of one's mother or one's wife 2 or 3 times a century eyes. But not every month he is, however, such an embodied little talent so economically constructed for all use, and no waste that he will get again upon a good road leading, not into mere multitudinous noise his. Talent I think quite diabolically great, and this in spite of her, I am at it Aganoff, the misguided, the unfortunate stocky, gives him away aesthetically as a man in his really now as regards our roaring race bardic condition, should not have allowed himself to be given. That is not a thing, however, that in our paradise of criticism, appears to occur to so much as three persons, and meanwhile the sale, I believe, is tremendous basta. We are living, of course, under the very black shadow of Africa, where the nut is proving a terribly hard one to crack, and where alas things will probably be worse before they are better. One ranges one's self on the whole to the belief not only that they will be better, but that they really had to be taken in hand to be made, so they wouldn't and couldn't do at all as they were. But the job is immense complicated, as it is by distance transport, and many preliminary illusions and stupidities friends, moreover, right and left have their young barbarians in the thick of it, and are living so from day to day in suspense and darkness, that in certain cases their images fairly haunt one. It reminds me strangely of some of the faraway phases and feelings of our big dim war. What tremendously ancient history that now seems, but I am launching at you, my dear Charles, a composition of magnitude. I meant only to encumber you with a good affectionate note. I have presently to take on myself a care that may make you smile, nothing less than to proceed a few moments hence to Dover to meet our celebrated friend. I think she can't not be yours, Mrs. Jack Gardner, who arrives from Brussels charged with the spoils of the Flemish school, and kindly pays me a fleeting visit on her way up to town. I must rush off, help her to disembark, see all her Van Eycks and Rubenses through the customs, and bring her hither, where 3 watercolors and 4 photographs of the Rye School will let her down easily. My little backwater is just off the highway from London to the continent. I am really quite near Dover, and it's absurd how also quite near Italy that makes me feel to get there without the interposition of the lumbering London, or even if need be of the bristling Paris, seems so to simplify the matter to the mind. And yet I grieve to say that in a residence here of a year and a half, I have only been to Patria Nostra once. Goodbye, my dear Charles. I must catch my train. Fortunately, I am but 3 minutes from the station. Fortunately, also you are not to associate with this fact anything grimy or noisy, or otherwise suggestive of fever and fret. At Rye even the railway is quaint, or at least its neighbors are. Yours always affectionately, Henry James. January 13, 1900. P.S. This should be a prescript, rather than a postscript, my dear Charles, to prepare you properly for the monstrosity of my having dictated a letter to you so long ago, and then kept it over unposted into the next century. If next century it be they are fighting like cats and dogs here as to where in our speck of time we are, there has been a method in my madness. Me delay has not quite been, not wholly been an accident, though there was at first that intervention. What happened was that I had to dash off and catch a train before I had time to read this over and enclose it, and that on the close of that adventure, which lasted a couple of days and was full of distractions, I had in a still more belated and precipitate way to rush up to London. These sheets, meanwhile, languished in an unfrequented drawer into which, after hurrying off, I had at random thrust them, and there they remained till my return from London, which was not for nearly a fortnight. When I came back here, I brought down William and his wife, the former at the time so off his balance as to give me almost nothing but him to think about, and it thereby befell that some days more elapsed before I rediscovered my letter. Reading it over then, I had the feeling that it gave a somewhat unduly emphasized account of W. Whereupon I said to myself, since it has waited so long, I will keep it a while longer so as to be able to tell better things. That is just then what I have done, and I am very glad in consequence to be able to tell them. Only I am again, it seems a fate giving you a strangely false impression of my normally quiet life on the point of catching a train. I go with W and a short time hence on againto Dover, very small and convenient journey from Thistow. See them so far on their way to the pursuit, for the rest of the winter of southern sunshine. They will cross the channel tomorrow or next day and proceed as they find convenient to hire rest, which, as he himself has written to you, you doubtless already know. I do at any rate feel much more at ease about him, now the sight of the good he can get even by sitting for a chance hour or two, all muffled and hot-watered in such sun-pale and hindered sun as a poor little English garden can give him in midwinter, quite makes me feel that a real climate, the real thing, will do much toward making him over. He needs it, though differently, Evan, as a consumptive does. And moreover, he has become these last weeks much more fit to go find it QE Roman 500. But this shall be posted yours more than ever before. HJ. To Edmund Goss. Lamb House Rye. January 1st, 1900. My dear Goss, I much welcome your note and feel the need of exonerations to my own notelessness. It was very good of you staggering on this gruesome threshold, and meeting only new burdens I fear of correspondence, as its most immediate demonstration, to find a moment to waggle. Me so much as a little finger I was painfully conscious of my long silence after, a charming book, from you never properly acknowledged, etc. But I have been living with very few odd moments or off-hours of leisure, and my neglect of every one and everything is now past. Reparation, the presence with me of my brother, sister-in-law, and little niece, has with a particular pressure of work walled me in, and condemned my communications, my brother, for whom this snug and secure little nook appears to have been soothing and sustaining, is better than when he came, and I am proportionately less depressed. But I still go on tiptoe and live from day to day, however. That way one does go on, they go probably by the middle of the month to the south of Francine. A right climate, a real one, has presumably much to give him. I never thanked Johann Connaissance de Cossifer, Roman 1000 Hewlett's Italian novelle, of so brilliant a cleverness, and so much more developed a one than his former book. They are wonderful for go and grace and general ability, and would almost make me like the genre if anything could, but I so hunger and thirst in this deluge of cheap romanticism and chromolithographic archaics, babyish, puppyish as evocation all it seems to me for a note, a gleam of reflection of the life we live, of artistic or plastic intelligence of it, something one can say yes or no to, as discrimination, perception, observation, rendering that I am really not a judge of the particular commodity at all. I am out of patience with it, and have it pardesis less, or a, what I don't doubt of, is the agility with which Hewlett does it, but O Italith Italy of Italy basta. May the glowering year clear its dark face for all of us before it has done with us. Vale, good night. Yours always, Henry James. To Mrs. Everard Coates. This refers to Mrs. Coates' novel His Honor and a Lady, and to a suggestion that its manner in some way resembled his own. Lamb House Rye. January 26th, 1900. Dear Mrs. Coates, I grovel in the dust, so ashamed am I to have made no response to your so generous bounty, and to have left you unthanked and unhonored, and all the while I was at once so admiring your consummately clever book, and so blushing to the heels, and groaning to the skies over the daily paralysis of my daily intention, to make you some at least, if not adequate, commonly courteous and approximately intelligible sign, and I have absolutely no valid, no sound excuse to make. But that I am like that, I mean, I am an abandonedly bad writer of letters and acknowledger of kindnesses. I throw myself simply on my confirmed, in old age, hatred of the unremunerated pen from, which one would think I have a remunerated one. Your book is extraordinarily keen and delicate, and able. How can I tell if it's like me? I don't know what me is like. I can't see my own tricks and arts, my own effect from outside at all. I can only say that if it is like me, then I am much more of a gros monsieur than I ever dreamed. We are neither of us dying of simplicity or common addition. That's all I can make out. And we are both very intelligent and observant and conscious that a work of art must make some small effort to be. One must sacrifice somehow and somewhere to the exquisite, or be an asininity altogether. So we open the door to the devil himself, who is nothing but the sense of beauty, of mystery, of relations, of appearances, of abysses, of the whole end of expression. That's all he is. And if he is our common parent, I am delighted to welcome you as a sister. And to be your brother, one or two things my acute critical intelligence murmured to me as I read. I think your drama lacks a little line binny structure and palpable as it were tense cord in which to string the pearls of detail. It's the frequent fault of women's work, and I like a rope, the rope of the direction and march of the subject, the action pulled like a taut cable between a steamer and a tug. From beginning to end it lapses and lapses along a trifle too liquidly, and is too much conceived, I think, in dialogue. I mean, considering that it isn't conceived like a play. Another reflection the Western idiot makes is that he is a little tormented by the modern mixture, maddening medley of our cosmopolite age, of your India, vast preconceived and absently present, and your subject not of Indian essence. The two things somehow illustrate each other, and are juxtaposed only by the terrible globe shrinkage. But that's not your fault, it's mine that I suffer from it. Go on and go on. You are full of talent, of the sense of life, and the instinct of presentation, of wit and perception and resource. Well, it would be much more to the point to talk of these things with you, and some day again. This must indeed be, But just now, I am talking with few entering for many good reasons, in the excessive tranquility of this tiny, inarticulate country town, in which I have a house really adapted to. But the balmier half of the year, and there is nothing cheerful to talk of south. Africa darkens all our sky here, and I gloom and brood, and have craven questions of Finis Britanniae. In solitude your Indian vision, at least keeps that abjectness away from you. But good night, it's past midnight, my little heavy-headed and heavy-hearted city, sleeps the stillness ministers to fresh flights of the morbid fancy. And I am yours, dear Mrs. Coates, most constantly. Henry James, to a F. de Navarro. Lamb House Rye, April 1st, 1900. My dear brave Don Tony and dear beautiful Dona Mary, not that Tony isn't beautiful too, or that Mary isn't brave, you are awfully exclusive, you want be written to. If you can help either, if I can, but wonderful as you individually and conjointedly, are you must still taste of the common cup, you must recognize that, after all, you are humanly exposed. Well, this is all at the worst you are exposed to my only. Scribbling at you a little for the pride of the thought of you a fellow, has feelings hang itin, the feelings will overflow. I am a very sentient and affectionate, albeit out of the way, and out of the fashion person. I like to add with my own clumsy fingers a small knot to the silken cord, that for the starved romance of my life does by God's blessing happen to unite me to two or three of my really decorative contemporaries. Besides, if you will write such enchanting letters, the communication that a few days ago in London reached me from each of you makes up for many grey things. Many things are grey in a Blaffard English march, and moist English club chambers tell me not of the pains of Provence. Without our gifted John close at hand, I should have parted forever with my sense of color. However, I don't want simply to thank you for all the present, the past, and the future. I want also to say right distinctly that if you can conveniently send me a copy of L. Aiglon stick, the biggest feather, yet in your cap of grace, I believe the book isn't yet out, so I shall be as patient as I am attached. You couldn't do a more charming thing than nobody. But you could do as charming a one. I hold you both fast, and am your fond and faithful old friend, Henry James. P.S. I send this to Roman 100F, as you may have shifted how delightful your picture of the little time beating. Boy, what a family. To W. Roman 500 Howells. The sense of the past, the first chapters of which were written at this time, was presently laid aside, and not continued, until the autumn of 1914. The other projected tale of terror, referred to in this letter, was never carried out. There seems to be no indication of its subject. Lamb House Rye, th. June 1900. My dear Howells, I can't emulate your wonderful little cursive type on your delicate little sheets, combination of which seems to suggest that you dictate at so much an hour to an Annisquam fairy. But I will do what I can, and make out to be intelligible to you, even over the joy it is ever and always to hear from you. You say that had you not been writing me the particular thing you were, you fear you wouldn't have been writing at all, but it is a compliment I can better. I really believe that if I weren't writing you this on my side, I should be writing you something else, for I've been of late reading you again, as continuously as possible, worst I mean, by which is as continuously as the booksellers consent. And the result of Ragged Lady, The Silver Journey, The Pursuit of the Piano, and two or three other things none rested from. Your inexorable hand, but paid for from scant earnings, has been ever so many times over an impulse of reaction, of an intensely cordial sort, directly at you all, alas, spending itself for sad and sore want of you in the heavy air of this alien clime, and the solitude here of my unlettered life. I wrote to you to Kittery Point, I think it was something like a year ago, and my chief occupation since then has been listening for the postman's knock. But let me quickly add that I understand overwhelmingly well what you say of the impossibility for you, at this time of day, of letters. God knows, they are impossible. The great, fatal, incurable, unpumpable leak of one's poor sinking bark, non raginium de lore. I understand all about it. And it only adds to the pleasure with which, even on its personal side, I greet your present communication. This communication, let me without a shred of coyness instantly declare, much interests, and engages me to the degree even that I think I find myself prepared to post you on the spot a round, or a square. Rather, I won't go through any simpering as to the goodness of your having thought of Menner, even through any frank gaping though there might be for my admiration, and plenty of that over the wonder of your multiform activity and dauntlessly universal life. Basta that I will write anything in life that anyone asks me in decency, and a forgery that you so gracefully ask, I can only feel it to be enough for me, that you have a hand in the affair, that you are giving a book yourself, and engaging yourself otherwise, and that I am in short in your company, what I understand, is that my little novel shall be of 50,000 words, neither more I take it nor less, and that I shall receive the sum mentioned in the prospectus down in advance of royalties on such delivery. I shall probably, in point of fact, in my financial humility, prefer, when the time comes to avail myself of the alternative right mentioned in the prospectus, that of taking, instead of a royalty for the 2 years' lease, the larger sum formed by the Somachoard aggregation, but that I shall be clear about when the work is done. I only glance at this now as probable. It so happens that I can get at the book, I think, almost immediately, and do it within the next 3 or 4 months. You will therefore, unless you hear from me, a short time hence to the contrary, probably receive it well before December. As for the absoluteness of the order, I am willing to take it as practically sufficiently absolute. If you shouldn't like it, there is something else definite enough that I can do with it. What, however, concerns me more than anything else is to take care that you shall like it. I tell myself that I am not afraid. I brood with mingled elation and depression on your ingenious, your really inspired suggestion that I shall give you a ghost, and that my ghost shall be international. I say inspired, because singularly enough, I set to work some months ago at an international ghost, and on just this scale, 50,000 words, entertaining for a little the highest hopes of him. He was to have been wonderful and beautiful. He was to have been called perhaps too metaphysically the sense of the past, and he was to have been supplied to a certain Mr., who was then approaching Mehad, then approached me. The outstretched arm, however, alas, was drawn in again, or lopped off, or otherwise paralyzed and negatived, and I was left with my little project intrinsically, I hasten to add, and most damnably difficult in my hands. It is very possible, however, it is indeed most probable, that I should have broken down in the attempt to do him this particular thing, and this particular thing, divine sublime. If I could do it, is not, I think, what I shall now attempt to nurse myself into a fallacious faith that I shall be able to pull off for Howells and Clark. The damnable difficulty is the reason. I have rarely been beaten by a subject, but I felt myself, after upwards of a month's work, destined to be beaten by that one. This will sufficiently hint to you how awfully good it is, but it would take too long for me to tell you here more vividly just how, and why it would as well to tell you still more subtly and irresistibly why it's difficult. There it lies, and probably will always lie. I am not even sure that the international ghost is what will most bear being worried out, though again, in another particular, the circumstances combining with your coincident thought seemed pointed by the finger of Providence. What wanted was two tales, both tales of terror, and making another duplex book like the two magics. Accordingly, I had had dreadful deed to puzzle out more or less a second, a different piece of impudence of the same general type. But I had only, when the project collapsed, caught hold of the tip of the tail of this other monster, whom I now mention because his tail seemed to show him as necessarily still more interesting than no one. If I can at all recapture him, or anything like him, I will do my best to sit down to him and mount him with due neatness. In short, I will do what I can. If I can't be terrible, I shall nevertheless still try to be international. The difficulties are that it's difficult to be terrible save in the short piece, and international save in the long. But trust me, I add little more. This by itself will begin by alarming you as a precipitate installment of my responsive fury. I rejoice to think of you as basking on your Indian shore. This shore is as little Indian as possible, and we have hitherto for the season had to combat every form of inclemency. Today, however, is so charming that frankly I wish you were all planted in a row in the little old garden into which I look as I write to you. Old as it is, a couple of 100 years, it wouldn't be too old even for Mildred. But these thoughts undermine the country scenes in your books, make me homesick for New England smells, and even sounds. Annisquam, for instance, is a smell as well as a sound. May it continue sweet to you. Charles Norton and Sally were with me lately for a day or two, and you were one of the first persons mentioned between us. You were the person mentioned most tenderly. It was strange and pleasant and sad and all sorts of other things to see Charles again. After so many years, I found him utterly unchanged and remarkably young. But I found myself with him Methuselesque, an alien. I shall write you again when my subject condenses. I embrace you all and am yours, my dear Howells, always. Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. The book already begun, and now the greatest obsession of all is evidently the ambassadors. Dictated. Read P.S. Aug. 14th 1st. Lamb House Rye. August 9, 1900. My dear Howells, I duly received and much pondered your second letter, charming and vivid, from Annisquam, the one I mean, in reply to mine dispatched immediately on the receipt of your first, if I haven't since its arrival written to you. This is because precisely I needed to work out my question somewhat further first. My impulse was immediately to say that I wanted to do my little stuff at any rate, and was willing therefore to take any attendant risk however measured, as the little stuff would be at the worst a thing I should see my way to dispose of in another manner. But the problem of the little stuff itself intrinsically worried me to the extent I mean of my not feeling thoroughly sure I might make of it what I wanted, and above all what your conditions of space required. The thing was therefore to try and satisfy myself practically, thrashing out my subject, to as near an approach to certainty as possible. This I have been doing with much intensity, but with the result, I am sorry to say, of being still in the air. Let the present accordingly pass for a provisional communication, not to leave your last encompassed with too much silence, lending myself as much as possible to your suggestion of a little tale of terror that should be also international. I took straight up again the idea I spoke to you of having already some months ago tackled, and for various reasons laid aside. I have been attacking it again with intensity, and on the basis of a simplification that would make it easier and have done for it thus 110 pages of type. The upshot of this, alas, however, is that, though this second start is if you like magnificent, it seriously confronts me with the element of length, showing me, I fear, but too vividly, that, do what I will for compression, I shall not be able to squeeze my subject into 50,000 words. It will make, even if it doesn't for difficulty, still beat me 70,000 or 80,000, dreadful to say. And that faces me as an excessive addition to the ingredient of risk we speak of. On the other hand, I am not sure that I can hope to substitute for this particular affair another affair of terror, which will be expressible in the 50,000. And that for an especial reason. This reason is that, above all, when one has done the thing already, as I have rather repeatedly, it is not easy to concoct a ghost of any freshness. The want of ease is extremely marked. Moreover, if the thing is to be done on a certain scale of length, one might still toss off a spook or two more if it were a question only of the short story dimension, but prolongation and extension constitute a strain which the merely apparitional, discounted also as by my past dealings with it, doesn't do enough to mitigate the beauty of this notion. Of the sense of the past of which I have again, as I tell you, been astride, is precisely that it involves, without the stale effect of the mere bloated bugaboo, the presentation for folk, both in and out of the book, of such a sense of gruesome malaise as can, on the success being assumed, make the fortune, in the literary world, of everyone concerned. I haven't in it really, that is, save in one very partial preliminary and expository connection, to make anything or anybody appear to anyone what the case involves is awfully interestingly and thrillingly that the central figure, the subject of the experience, has the terror of a particular ground for feeling and fearing that he himself is, or may at any moment, become a producer and object of this, for you and me, state of panic on the part of others. He lives in an air of malaise. As to the malaise, he may woefully, more or less fatally, find himself creating again. That, roughly speaking, is the essence of what I have seen. It is less gross, much less banal and exploded than the dear old familiar bugaboo produces, I think, for the reader an almost equal funker, at any rate an equal suspense and unrest, and carries with it, as I have fixed it, a more truly curious and interesting drama, especially more human one. But as I say, there are the necessities of space, as to which I have a dread of deluding myself, only to find that by trying to blink them, I shall be grossly sold, or by giving way to them, shall positively spoil my form for your purpose. The hitch is that the thing involves a devil of a sort of prologue or preliminary action, interesting itself, and indispensable for lucidity, which impinges too considerably for brevity on the core of the subject. My one chance is yet, I admit, to try to attack the subject from still another quarter, at still another angle, that I make out as a possible one, and which may keep it squeezable and short. If this experiment fails, I fear I shall have to chuck the supernatural and the high fantastic I have just finished, as it happens, a fine flight of 80,000 words, into the high fantastic, which has rather depleted me, or at any rate affected me, as discharging my obligations in that quarter. But I believe I mentioned to you, in my last, the sacred Fountthighs has been sold to Methuen here, and by this time probably to somebody else in the US, but alas, not to be serialized, as to which indeed it is inapt, as to the title of which kindly preserve silence. The vrea, verate, the fundamental truth lurking behind all the rest, is furthermore, no doubt, that preoccupied with half a dozen things of the altogether human order, now fermenting in my brain, I don't care for terror, that is without pity so much as I otherwise might. This would seem to make it simple for me to say to you, hang it, if I can't pull off my monster on any terms ill, just do for you a neat little human and, not the less international 50,000er consummately addressed to your more cheerful department, do for you, in other words, an admirable short novel of manners, thrilling too in its degree, but definitely ignoring the bugaboo. Well, this I don't positively despair of still sufficiently overtaking myself to be able to think of that card one has always thank God up one's sleeve, and the production of it is only a question of a little shake of the arm, at the same time here to be frank and above all, you will say in this communication to be interminable that alternative is just a trifle compromised by the fact that I've two or three things begun ever so beautifully in such a key, and only awaiting the rush of the avid bitterreach affecting me with its particular obsession, and one the most started affecting me with the greatest obsession for the time till I can do it work it off get it out of the way, and fall with still accumulated intensity upon the others of all but alas. If I don't say bang off that this is then the thing I will risk for you it is because this like its companions isn't any way I can fix it workable as a 50,000er, the scheme to which I am now alluding, is lovely human dramatic international, exquisitely, pure exquisitely everything only absolutely condemned from the germ up to be workable in not less than 100,000 words. If 100,000 were what you had asked me, for I would fall back upon it, terror failing like a flash, and even send you without delay a detailed scenario of it, that I drew up a year ago, beginning Thena year ago to do the thing immediately afterwards, and then again, pausing for reasons extraneous and economic. It really constitutes, at any rate, the work I intimately want actually to be getting on with, and if you are not overdone with the profusion of my confidence, I dare say I best put my case by declaring that if you don't in another month or two hear from me either as a terrorist or as a cheerful internationalist, it will be that intrinsic difficulties will in each case have mastered me, the difficulty in the one having been to keep my terror down by any ingenuity to the 50,000, and the difficulty in the other form of cheer than the above-mentioned obsessive 100,000er. I only wish you wanted him, but I have now in all probability a decent outlet for him. Forgive my pouring into your lap this torrent of mingled uncertainties and superfluities, the latter indeed they are properly, not if only as showing you how our question does occupy me. I shall write you again however vividly. I see you wince at the prospect of it. I have it at heart not to fail to let you know how my alternatives settle themselves. Please believe meanwhile, in my very hearty thanks for your intimation of what you might perhaps your own quandary, straightening out see your way to do for me. It is a kind of intimation that I find, I confess, even at the worst dazzling. All this, however, trips up my response to your charming picture of your whereabouts, and present condition still discernible, in spite of the chill of years and absence to my eye, and eke to my ear of memory. We have had here a torrid but not a wholly horrid July, but are making it up with a brave August so far as we have got of fires and floods and storms, and overcoats through everything. None the less my purpose holds me genius, I may even say absolutely, thrive send, I am unbrokenly yours. Henry James. Th. August. P.S. The hand of Providence guided me, after finishing the proceeding to which the present is postscriptal, to keep it over a few days, instead of posting it directly so possible. I thought it that I might have something more definite to add, and I was a little nervous about the way I had left our question. Behold then, I have then to add that I have just received your letter of August 4, which so simplifies our situation that this accompanying stuff becomes almost superfluous. But I have let it go for the sake of the interest, the almost top-heavy mass of response that it embodies. Let us put it, then, that all is for the moment for the best in this worst of possible worlds, all the more that had I not just now been writing you exactly as I am, I should probably, and thanks precisely to the lapse of days, stammering to you the ungraceful truth, that after I wrote you my tale of terror, did as I was so more than half fearing give way beneath me. It has in short broken down for the present. I am laying it away on the shelf, for the sake of something that is in it, but that I am now too embarrassed and preoccupied to devote more time to pulling out. I really shouldn't wonder if it be not still in time and place to make the world sit up. But the curtain is dropped for the present. All thanks for your full and prompt statement of how the scene has shifted for you. There is no harm done, and I don't regard the 3 weeks spent on my renewed wrestle as wasted. I have within 3 or 4 days rebounded from them, with such relief, vaulting into another saddle, and counting Roman 500 Roman 5, on a straighter run. I have 2 begun novels, which will give me plenty to do for the present, the being of the type of the serious which I am too delighted to see you speak of, as lifting again its downtrodden head. I mean, at any rate, I assure you to lift mine. Your extremely touchingly kind offer, to find moments of your precious time for handling something I might send you, is altogether too momentous for me to let me fail of feeling almost ashamed that I haven't something ghost or t'other stuff in form already to enable me to respond to your generosity as meant. But heaven only knows what may happen yet. For the moment I must peg away at what I have in hand, biggish stuff, I fear in bulk and possible unserializability, to saddle you with all. but thanks, delighted to hear of one. Of your cold waves the newspapers, here invidiously mentioning none, but your hot we have them all moreover rechauffes as soon as you have done with them. And we are just sitting down to one now. I dictate you this in my shirt sleeves. And in a draught which fails of strength chilling none of the pulses of yours gratefully and affectionately. Henry James. To W. E. Norris. Lamb House Rye. September 26th, 1900. My dear Norris, charming and gracious, your letter and welcome sign of your restoration, in more senses than one though I see you alas nowadays at such intervals. I feel this extremely individual little island to be appreciably less its characteristic self when you are away from it, and sensibly more so, and breathing the breath of relief when it gets you back and plumps you down with a fawn there on your high hilltop, a beacon-like depository of traditions. No one else so admirably embodies your invitation to come and share for a few days your paradise. With you finds me, I am very sorry to say, in a hindered and helpless moment. I am obliged to recognize the stern fact that I can't leave home. Just now I have had a complicated and quite overwhelmed summer agreeably, interestingly, anxiously, and worriedly, even, but inevitably, and logically waves of family history, a real deluge having rolled over my bowed head, and left me as to the question of work production time, ease, and other matters, quite high and dry. I went on Saturday last to Dover to see my sister-in-law off to the continent and, as she took a night boat, had to stop there over Sunday at the Too Familiar, and two other things Lord Warden, after which I came back to bury, yes, bury my precious, my admirable little Peter, whom I think you had met. He passed away on Sunday at St. Leonard's, fondly attended by the local canine specialist after 3 days of dreadful little dysentery. Thus is constituted the first moment of my being by myself. For about 4 months it may last none too long, and is already to be tempered by the palpable presence of Goss from Saturday Roman 1000 to Monday next, so with arrears untold in every direction with preoccupations. But just temporarily arranged I feel that I absolutely must sit close for a good many weeks to come, in fact, till the new year after which I depart. I don't quite know what becomes of me then. But I don't distinctly for a third year hibernate here. My London rooms are as probably as sordidly let for 1901, though not to a certainty, and it will my wretched fate, not fat fate, depend more or less upon that my brother ill, but thank God better, wants me to come to Egypt with him and his wife for 12 weeks, she's health demanding it. But he only going if I will accompany him, so the pistol is at my head. Will it bring me down? I've a positive terror of it. The alternatives are Rome, of which I've a still greater terror, than of Egypt, for it's an equal complication, and less reward, or de Veer Gardens, or a more squalid perch in town, if de Roman 5G are closed to me, the latter, the last named doom, is what I really want. If I should clutchingly stick to these shores, I might then, were it agreeable to you, be able to put in 3 days of Underbank, which I've never seen in its tragic winter mood. But these things are in the lap of the gods. Later same night, I broke off this A Roman 1000 to go over to Lyd, where I've had all summer a friend in camp, and promised to pay him a visit, my amanuensis, who has been taking at the Paris exhibition. A week of joy refused to his employer, and indeed wholly undesired by him. Did your slow return from Marienbad partly consist of the same comes back tomorrow, and my friend's battalion departs on Saturday, so it was my one chance to redeem my perpetually falsified vow. I went by train and bicycled back in the teeth of a gale, now fully developed here and howling in my old chimneys, which sounds the knell of this, to do it justice, incomparable September. I don't quite know what Drury Lane military drama effects I had counted on, but I trundled home with the depressed sense of something that hadn't wholly come off in the way of a romantic appeal, a dusty scrubby plain, in which dirty baby soldiers pigged about with nothing particular to do. However, I've performed my promise, and I sit down to a pile of correspondence that for many days past has refused visibly to shrink you excite with your Scandinavian and Austrian holidays and junketings, the envious amaze of poor motionless and shillingless me. I've been thinking of appealing to your suffrages, but I more and more feel that I could never afford you. My watering place is Hastings, and my round tour is rounded by the afternoon. But good night, my servant has just deposited by my side the glass of boiling water, which constitutes his nightly admonition that it's high time I went to Bedand, constitutes my own inexpensive emulation of Marienbad and Copenhagen, where, I am sure, Goss drinks the most exotic things. Please say to Miss Effie that I doubly regret having to be deaf to any kind urgency of hers, and that I hope she will find means to include me in some prayer for the conversion of the benighted. But my hot water is cooling, and it takes me so long to let it gouge its inward course that I will be first yours, my dear Norris, always, though I'm afraid you will say always impracticably. Henry James, to a F. de Navarro. The place of the 30 Peacocks was H.J.'s name for the old moated house of Groombridge Place, near Tunbridge Wells, which he had visited some years before with Mr. de Navarro. Lamb House Rye, November 13, 1900. Dear and exquisite Tony, I would deal death or a pew praise to the man who should have said that I would have delayed these too many days to acknowledge your beautiful little letter, Frommer, about the place of the 30 Peacocks. Yet he low wretch would have been after all in the secrets of fate. He would have foreseen me a good deal a cable with arrears interruptions, a deluge of proof sheets, a complexity of duties and distractions. He would have heard in advance my ineffectual groans, and even have pitied my baffled efforts. These things have eventuated tonight in the irresistible desire to chat with you by the fire, before turning in the fire burns low, and the clock marks midnight everything. But the quantity of combustion reminds me of those small nocturnal hours 2 years ago when I was communing with you thus, and the fire didn't burn low. You saved my life then, and my house, and all that was mine. And for aught I know, you are now saving us all again from some other deadly element. Tonight it's waterer, the absence of it. I don't quite understand which something has happened to my water supply through a pulling up of the street, though it doesn't yet quite appear whether I am to perish by thirst or by submersion. Here I sit as usual, at any rate, holding on to you also, as usual, while the clock ticks in the stillness. I can't tell you how happily inspired I feel it to have been of you, to remember our erstwhile pilgrimage to the Meterlink house, and moat, and peacocks, and Ladysfer. That's how as a moated Meterlink matter the whole impression of our old visit, yours and mine, and Miss Rubel's comes back to me. I rejoice that they are still en place, and how glad they must have been to see you. Willingly would I too taste again the sweet old impression which your letter charmingly expresses. But I seem to travel to peregrinate less and less, and I am reduced to living on my past accumulations. I wish they were larger, but I make the most of them. They include very closely you and Mrs. You. To them I do seem reduced with you, what with our so far separated country settlements, and present absence of a London common centre, save the Bon St. Corner of which J.S. is the pivot. Memories, and sighs, echoes, and ghosts, are our terms of intercourse. You ought, you know, to have driven in stakes in your merciless Midland, this southern shore twinkling and twittering, with a semaphore light, a kind of familiar wink in the air, would have favored your health, your spirits, and heaven knows your being here would have favored mine. I breakfast all these weeks mostly with my window open to the garden, and a flood of sunshine pouring in. It's really meridianal. It would remind you of Granadamore or less. But I hope after Christmas to be in town for 3 or 4 months. You will surely pass and repass there, when I at intervals go up on some practical urgency, for 3 or 4 hours. I always see the abysmal John. He usually has some news of you to give. And when he hast, it's not for want off on my part. Solemn invocation, however, I must now solemnly invoke slumber. Good night, good morning. I bless your house, its glorious mistress, and its innocent heir. Yours always and ever, Henry James. To W. E. Norris. Lamb House Rye, December 23, 1900. My dear Norris, I greatly desire that this shall not fail to convey you my sentiments on this solemn Christmas morn, so I sit here planning and plotting, and making well-meet pats de mouch to that genial end. A white sea fog closes us in which I've walked healthily with my young niece out to the links with the sense of being less of a golfist than ever. The clock ticks, and the fire crackles during the period between tea and dinner. The young niece aforesaid, my only companion this season of mirth with her parents abroad, and a scant snatch of school holidays to spend with me, sits near me immersed in redgauntlet. So the moment seems to lend itself to my letting off this signal, in such a manner as may even in these troublous times, when my nerves are all gone, and I feel as if anything shall easily happen, catch your indulgent eye. I feel as if I hadn't caught your eye for all its indulgence for a long and weary time, and I dare say you won't gainsay my confession. May the red glow of the Yuletide log diffuse itself at Underbank, with plenty of fenders and fire guards, and raking out at night in a good old jovial manner. I think of you all on the Lincoln's Roman 100 in these months, as a very high-feeding, champagnequaffing, orchid-arranging society, and my gaze wanders a little wistfully toward you away from my plain broth and barley waiter. I, in fact, some 3 weeks ago fled from that Spartan diet up to town, hoping to be in the mood to remain there till Easter, and the experience is still going on with this week, here inserted as a picturesque parenthesis. I asked my young niece in the glow of last August not to fail to spend her Christmas with me, as I then expected to be Promethean-like on my rock, and I've returned to my rock not to leave her in the lurch, and I find a niece does temper solitude. London, at all events, seems to me after long expatriation, rather thrilling all the more that I have the thrill, the quite anxious throb of a new little habitation which makes alas the third, that I am actually master of. I've taken with 34 De Vere gardens still on my hands, but blessedly let for another to come and then to be wriggled out of, with heaven's help, a permanent room at a club reform, which seems to solve the problem of town on easy terms. They are let by the year only, and one waits one's turn long for years. But when mine the other day came round, I went it blind instead of letting it pass. One has to furnish and do all oneself, but the results and conditions generally repay. My cell is spacious southern, looking over Carlton Gardens, and tranquil, utterly and singularly well serviced. And I find I can work there being ample margin for a typewriter, and its priest, or even priestess, it all hung by that. But I think I am not deceived, so I bear up, and the next time you come to perch at a neighboring establishment, I shall sweep down on you from my eyrie. It's astonishing how remote, cumbrous, and expensive it makes 34 De Vere gardens seem worse luck, that millstone still dangles gracefully from my neck. I've now dined and re-established my niece with the second volume of Redgauntlet besides plying her at dessert with delicacies brought down a sun intention from Fortnum Mason. And thus, with a good conscience, I prepare to close this, and to sally forth into the sea fog, to post it with my own hand if it's to reach you. At any congruous moment, I yesterday dismissed a servant at an hour's notice. The house of the lamb scarce knew itself, and felt like that of the wolf, so that, with reduced resources, I make myself generally useful besides. At little huddled neighborly rye, even a white December sea fog is a cozy and convenient thing. So good night and all blessings on your tropic home. May your table groan with the memorials of friendship, and may Miss Effie's midnight masses not make her late for breakfast, and her share of them, which is a little even in these poor words from yours, my dear Norris, always. Henry James, to a F. de Navarro. Lamb House Rye, December 29th, 1900. Dear and splendid Tony, they are all admirable and exquisite effort. I seem to have received so much from you that all is the only indication comprehensive enough. I came down from 10 days in town the other day to find El Aiglon, and within 3 or 4, the beautiful little paqueterie has added itself to that obligation. Dear and splendid Tony, let me not even scarcely speak of my obligations. That way lies prostration. The sense of deep unworthiness, wrongly spelledto, show how unworthy I am. The memory and vision of a little library of bond cent booklets that collectors toward the end of 1901 will cut each other's throats for. And what do I know besides? I am more touched than I can say in short by your fidelity in every particular. El Aiglon, now that we at last have the glittering text, has been a joy to me, of the finest kind here by the Christmas fireside. I haven't seen the thing, don't end. I don't hugely want to, I so represent it to myself. As I go, the talent, the effect, the art, the mastery, the brilliancy are all prodigious. The man really has talent like an attack of smallpox. I mean it rages with as purple an intensity, and might almost, one vainly feels as one reads, be contagious. You have given me by your admirable consideration an exquisite pleasure. I wish we could talk of these things, but we are like the buckets in the well. Make me a preliminary sign the first time you pass. For the present, good night. My Christmas letters are still mainly unwritten, and they are many and much. I greet you and Mrs. Tony very constantly. I wish you a big slice of the new century, and I am yours ever so gratefully. Henry James, to the Viscountess Walsely. Lamb House Rye, Dec 29, 1900. Dearest Lady Walsely, this is a very faint and meager little word, addressed to you late of a terrifically windy winter's night, by an old friend, who doesn't happen to be in very good physical case, only for the moment, thank goodness, probably. And yet, who doesn't want the new year to edge an hour nearer before he has made you all three a sign of affectionate remembrance, amounting to tenderness pure and simple. I wish there were a benediction I could call down on your house, and your associated life in sufficiently immediate and visible form. You would then see it flutter into your midst and perch upon your table, even while you read these lines. I have thought of you constantly these past weeks, and have only not written to you from the fear of appearing to assume that your retirement has been to you woeful, or in any degree heartbreaking. I couldn't congratulate you positively on the event, and yet I hated to condole in the case of people so gallant and distinguished. So I have been hovering about you in thought like an anxious mother armed in the evening air, with a shawl or extra wrap, for a pair of belated but high-spirited children, liable to feel a chill, but not quite venturing to approach the young people, and clap the article on their shoulders I have remained in, short with my warm shawl on my hands, but if I were near you I should clap it straight on your shoulders at the first symptom of a shiver, and wrap it close round, and tuck it thoroughly in forgive this feeble image of the confirmed devotion I hold at your service. To see you will be a joy and a relief the next time I go up to town, I mean, if it so befalls that you are then in residence at the palace. I do go up on the 31st Monday next stay, till Easter where my address is 105 Pall Mall SW. And if you should be at Hampton Court, the least sign from you would bring me begging for a cup of tea. I hope meanwhile with all my heart that these weeks spent in looking after so many years' comparative leisure in the face have had somewhat the effect of mitigating the austerity of that countenance. There are opportunities always lurking in it, the opportunity heaven sent, in Lord Walsalley's Cassias. I venture to think of Itoff sitting down again to the engaging Marlborough, but here I am talking as if you would know what to do whatever you do, or don't please believe both of you in the great personal affection that prompts this, and that calls toward you to the threshold of the new year every pleasant possibility, and all ease and honor, and so far as you will consent to it rest. Yours, dear Lady Walsalley, always, and ever and more than ever. Henry James. Be this to attenuate his feebleness of hand. To William James. The news had just arrived of the death of F.W.H. Myers at Rome, where William James was spending the winter. Reform Club Pall Mall SW. Jan 24, 1901. My dear William. A laggard in response, you and Alice will indeed feel that I have become I've had for 3 or 4 days your so interesting and relieving letter, dictated to Alice at the hour of poor Myers' death. And though it greatly eased me off as to my fears that the whole thing would have worn you out, yet till this moment my hand has been stayed. I wrote you very briefly moreover, as soon as the papers here gave the news blessed, seems it to have been that everything round about Myers was so sane and comfortable, the reasonableness and serenity of his wife and children, etc., not to speak of his own high philosophy, which it must have been fine to see in operation. But I hope the sequel hasn't been prolonged, and have been supposing that by the necessary quick departure of his party, you will have been left independent again, and not too exhausted we here on our side have been, gathering close round the poor old dying and dead queen, and are plunged in universal mourning tokens which accounts for my black-edged paper. It has really been the event most moving, interesting, and picturesque. I have felt more moved much than I should have expected. Such is community of sentiment, and one has realized all sorts of things about the brave old woman's beneficent duration and holding together virtue. The thing has been journalistically overdone, of course, greatly, but the people have appeared to advantage serious and sincere and decentrally caring. Meanwhile, the drama of the accession new reign Roman 100 has its lively spectacular interest, even with the P of W for hero. I dined last night in company with some privy councillors who had met him ceremonially in the A Roman 1000, and they said John Morley in particular said that he made a very good impression. Spiriamo. I find London answering very well, but with so much more crowdedness on one's hours and minutes than in the country that I shall be glad indeed when the end comes. Meanwhile, however work proceeds, the war has doubled the income tax here. It is hideous. Ever tenderly your Henry. To Miss Muir Mackenzie. Miss Muir Mackenzie, during a recent visit to Rye, had been nominated hereditary grand governess of the Garden of Lamb House, and is addressed accordingly. Lamb House, Rye, June 15, 1901. Dear Grand Governess, you are grand indeed and no mistake, and we are bathed in gratitude for what you have done for us, and in general for all your comfort, support, and illumination. We cling to you, we will walk, but by your wisdom and live in your light. We cherish and inscribe on our precious records every word that drops from you, and we have begun by taking up your delightful tobaccolaves with pious and reverent hands, and consigning them to the lap of earth in the big, vague, blank, unimaginative border, with the lupins, etc., exactly in the manner you prescribe, where they have already done wonders toward peopling its desolation. It is really most kind and beneficent of you to have taken this charming trouble. For us, we acted further instantaneously on your hint, in respect to the poor formal fuchsias sitting up in their hot, stuffy drawing-room, with never so much as a curtain to draw over their windows. We hailed them forth on the spot, everyone, and we clapped them in thoughtful clusters straight into the same capacious refuge, or omnium gatherum. Then, while the fury and the frenzy were upon us, We did the same by the senseless stores of geranium, my poor little 22 Awik gardener's itty fixu, enriched the boundless receptacle with them, as well in consequence of which it looks now quite sociable, and civilized your touch is magical in short, and your influence infinite the little basket went immediately. To its address and George Gammon, my 22 shillinger permitted himself much appreciation of your humor. On the little tin soldiers, that regiment I see will be more sparingly recruited in future. The total effect of all this, and of your discreet and benevolent glance at my ineffective economy, is to make me feel it 50 times a pity, a shame, a crime. That as John Gilpin said to his wife, you should dine at Edmonton, and I should dine at Werthet, you should bloom at Effingham, and I should fade at Rye your real place, is here where I would instantly ask your leave to farm myself out to. You I want to be farmed, I am utterly unfit to farm myself, and I do it all round for seeing alas what it is not. Nearly little enough money, therefore you ought to be over the wall, and march with me as you say in Scotland, however, even as it is your mere look round makes for salvation, I rejoiced to say clothed, and in my right mind compared with what I was when you left me. And so shall go on I trust for a year, and a day I have been alone but next week. Bristles with possibilitistuo men, at the beginning 2 women postponed, Americans in the middle and madness, possibly at the end, I shall have to move over to Winchelsea. But while my reason abides, I shall not cease to thank you for your truly generous and ministering visit, and for everything that is yours which I am very faithfully and gratefully. Henry James, to W. Roman 500 Howells. Strethers' outburst to little Bilham in Book Roman 5 of the ambassadors during their colloquy in the Parisian garden represents the germ from which the novel sprang, and which H.J. owed, as he here tells to Mr. Howells, the development of the subject from this origin, is described in the preface afterwards written for the book. Lamb House Rye, August 10, 1901. My dear Howells, ever since receiving and reading your elegant volume of short tales arrival, of which from you was affecting and delightful to me, I've meant to write to you. But the wish has struggled in vain with the daily distractions of a tolerably busy summer. I should blush. However, if the season were to melt away without my greeting and thanking you, I read your book with joy, and found in it recalls from far, far away stray echoes and scents, as from another the American, the prehistoric existence. The thing that most took me was that entitled A Difficult Case, which I found beautiful and admirable, ever so true, and ever so done. But I fear I more almost than anything else lost myself in mere envy of your freedom to do, and speaking vulgarly to place things of that particular and so agreeable dimension. I mean, the dimension of most of the stories in the volume. It is sternly enjoined upon one here where an agentman does what he can for me, that everything every 100 above 6 or 7,000 words is fatal to placing, so that I do them of that length with great care, art, and time. Much reboiling, and even then can scarcely get them worked off published, even when they've been accepted, so that though I don't know why I inflict on you these sordid groans except that I haven't anyone else to inflict them on, and the mere affront of being unused so inordinately longies almost intolerable, I don't feel incited in that direction. Fortunately, however, I am otherwise immersed. I lately finished a tolerably long novel, and I've written a third of another with still another begun, and 2 or 3 more subjects awaiting me. Thereafter, like carriages drawn up at the door, and horses champing their bits, and apropos of the first named of these, which is in the hands of the Harpers, I have it on my conscience to let you know that the idea of the fiction in question had its earliest origin in a circumstance mentioned to Mayer's Agon respect to no less a person than yourself. At Torquay, once, our young friend John Sturges came down to spend some days near me, and lately from Paris, repeated to me 5 words you had said to him one day on his meeting you during a call. At Whistler's, I thought the words charmed you have probably quite forgotten them, and the whole incident suggestive so far as it was an incident, and more than this, they presently caused me to see in them the faint, vague germ, the mere point of the start of a subject. I noted them to that end, as I note everything, and years afterwards, that is 3 or 4, the subject sprang at me one day out of my notebook. I don't know if it be good, at any rate, it has been treated now for whatever it is, and my point is that it had long before it had in the very act of striking me as a germ get away from you, or from anything like you, had become impersonal and independent. Nevertheless, your initials figure in my little note, and if you hadn't said the 5 words to Jonathan, he wouldn't have had them most sympathetically and interestingly to relate, and I shouldn't have had them to work in my imagination. The moral is that you are responsible for the whole business, But I've had it since the book was finished much at heart. To tell you so may you carry the burden bravely I hope you are on some tiny promontory, and that the winds of heaven blow upon you all perhaps in that simplified scene that you wrote to me from with so gleaming a New England evocation. Last year, the summer has been wondrous again in these islands for, or 5 months from April 1st of, almost merciless fine, whether a rainlessness absolute, and without precedent, it has made my hermitage as a retreat a blessing, and I have been able, thank goodness, to work without breaks other than those of prospective readers' hearts. It almost broke mine the other day by the way to go down into the New Forest, where he has taken a house to see Godkin, dear old stricken friend. He gave me in a manner news of Udold. Me he had seen you lately, I am lone here just now with my sweet niece Peggy. But my brother and his wife are presently to be with me again for 15 days before sailing 31st for the U.S. He is immensely better in health, but he must take in sail hand over hand at home, to remain so stia bene caro amico, anchle my lay, is my joke tell Mrs. Howells, and Mildred that I yearn toward them tenderly. Yours always and ever, Henry James. To Edmund Goss. Lamb House Rye. Sept 16th, 1901. My dear Goss, I hurl this after you there for good luck like the outworn shoe of ancient usage, even a very, very old shoe, will take you properly over Venice. I wrote a week ago to Mrs. Curtis about you, and you will doubtless hear from her beckoningly in respect to the aversimable Barbaro, an impression well worth your having. For the rest, I commit you both paternally to Brown, to whose friendly memory I beg you to recall me. I wish I could assist at some of your raptures. Go to see the Tintoretto crucifixion at San Cassianor, never more be officer of mine, and apropos of masterpieces, read a thing called Venice in a thing called Portraits of Places, by a thing called H.J. If you can get the book, I am not sure if it's in Tauchnitz, but Mrs. Curtis may have the same. Brown certainly want, though J.A. Symonds, in the only communication I ever got from him, told me he thought it the best image of Roman 5 he had ever seen made. This is the first time in my life, I believe, by the way, I ever indulged in any fatuous reference to a fruit of my pen, so there may be something in it. Drink deep, both of you, and come home remorselessly intoxicated, and reeking of the purple vine to your poor old attached abstainer. Henry James. To Miss Jessie Allen. The hideous American episode was the recent assassination of President McKinley, on which Mr. Roosevelt succeeded to the presidency. The heavenly mansion was the Palazzo Barbaro referred to in the preceding letter to Mr. Goss, where H.J. had stayed in company with Miss Allen. Lamb House Rye. September 19th, 1901. Dear bountiful and beautiful lady, it is equally impossible to respond to you adequately, and not to respond to you. Somehow you flash your many-colored lantern over my small gray surface from every corner of these islands, and I sit blinking, gaping, clapping my hands at the purple and orange tints to such a tune that I've scarce presence of mind left for an articulate thank you. How you keep it up, and how exactly you lead the life that long years ago, when I was young, I used to believe a very, very few fantastically happy mortals on earth could lead, and could survive the bliss of leading waltz-like rhythmic rotation from great country house to great country house to the sound of perpetual music, and the acclamation of the house parties that gather to await you. You are the dream come true, you really do it. And I get the sidewind of the fairy tale, which is more than I can really quite believe of myself, such a living gal most near the rose. You make me feel near at any rate when you write me so kindly about the hideous American episode, almost the worst feature of which is that I don't either like or trust the new president, a dangerous and ominous jingoof, whom the most hopeful thing to say is that he may be rationalized by this sudden real responsibility spirimo, as we used to say in the golden age in the heavenly mansion, along with the ministering angel long, long ago, and all thanks. Meanwhile, for your sympathetic thought, it must indeed the base success of the act cause a sinking of the heart among the potentates in circulation. One wonders, for instance, just now, who is most nervous, the poor little Tsar for himself, or Roman 1000 Laubit for him? Let us thank our stars that we are not traveling stars, I not even a Laubit nor you Laubet, and that though we have many annoyances, we are probably not marked for the dagger of the assassin. THP Roman 1000 I had to break off last night, and I resume it perhaps a trifle precariously, at this midnight hour of what is just no longer Friday, but about to be Saturday. I have seen as it were my two guests and my tardy servants to bed, and I put in again this illegible little talk with poor you. It has been a more convivial 24 hours than my general scheme of life, often permits such are the modest annals of Lamb Hauser, rather its daily and nightly chronicle. But don't let it depress you, for everything passes, and I bow my head to the whirlwind, but I hate the care of even a tiny and tuppenny house, and wish I could farm out the same, if someone would only undertake it and the back gardenet, so much a year I would close with the offer. And ask no questions, I may still have to try whitely, but I shall try. Winter in town, first I blush for my meagerness of response to all your social lights, and shadows your rich record of adventures. But it's no as usual over my letters tomorrow. A Roman 1000, I mean, 1 A Roman 1000, and I am, dear Miss Allen, very undecipherably, but constantly yours. Henry James. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. Lamb House Rye. Wednesday night. Oct. 3, 1901. Dearest Lucy Roman 100, I have waited to welcome you, to thank you for your dear and brilliant Vienna letter, because you stayed my hand therein from writing for want of an address, and because I've believed that not till now, if even now, would you be disengaged from the tangled skein of your adventures. And even at this hour of loud-ticking midnight stillness, I don't pretend to do more than greet you affectionately on the threshold of home, promise you better equivalent for your so interesting, so envy-squeezing, so vivid record of adventure at some very near date, and above all renew my jubilation at your having made so good and brave a thing of it, especially as full and unstinted a one, as you desired. Never mind the money, I handsomely say you will get it all back, and much more in the refreshment and renewal and general intellectual ventilation. Your 6 weeks will have been to you, I am sure the effect will go far. I want details so much that I wish I were to see you soon, but alas, I don't quite see when I'm just emerging from a domestic cyclone that has in one way and another cost me so much time, that pressed as I am with a woefully backward book, I can only for the present hug my writing table with convulsive knees. The figure doesn't fit, but the postponement of all joy, alas, does my 2 old man and wife servants, who had been with me 16 years, were few days ago shot into space, thank heaven, at last, by a whirlwind of but 48 hours duration. And though the absolute rupture came and went in that time, the horrid accompaniments and upheaved neighborhoods have represented a woeful interruption. But it's over, and I have plunged again, and am living blissfully for the present with a housemaid and a charwoman, and immensely enjoying my simplified state, and my relief from what I see now was a long nightmare. I read your play in the 19th century as you invited me, but I can't write of it now beyond saying that I was greatly struck by the care and finish you had given it. If I must tell you categorically, however, I don't think it a scenic subject at all. I think it bears all the mark of a subject selected for a tale, and done as a play as an afterthought. I don't see that is what the scenic form does, or can do for it, that the narrative couldn't do better, or what it, in turn, does for the scenic form. The inwardness is a kind of inwardness that doesn't become an outwardness effectively theatrically, and the part played in the whole, by the painting of the portrait, seems to me the kind of thing for which the play is a non-conductor. And here I am douching you on your doorstep with cold water. We must talk, we must colloquize and compare and renew the first moment we can, and I am all the while, and ever your affectionate old friend. Henry James. To Miss Muir Mackenzie. Lamb House Rye. Wednesday night, Oct. 17, 1901. Dear Miss Muir Mackenzie. One almost infallibly begins at least the perpetually criminal, I doubt the assurance that one has from long since been on the point, and it remains eternally true, which makes no difference, however, in your being bored to hear it. Besides, if I had been writing a month ago, I shouldn't perhaps be writing now, and that I am writing now is a present joy to Mewhitch. I would barter for none other, no mere luxury of conscience. I haven't for weeks strolled through my now blighted and stricken jardinet, without reverting gratefully in thought to you, as its titular directress, without wishing at once that it were more worthy of you, and recalling your hand and mind, in most of its least humiliating features. Your kind visit, so scantly honored, so meagerly recorded, I mean, by commemorative tablet or other permanent demonstration, lives again in some of the faded phenomena of the scene. The blush revives, which the sense of how poor a host I was caused even then to visit my cheek. I want you in particular to know what a joy and pride your great proud and pink tobacco present has proved. It has overlorded the confused and miscellaneous border in which your masterly eye recognized its imperative, not to say imperial place, and it has reduced by its mere personal success all the incoherence around it to comparative insignificance. What a bliss, what a daily excitement, all summer to see it grow by leaps and bounds, and to feel it happy and hearty as much as it could be in its strange exile and inferior company. It has all prospered, though some a little smothered by more vulgar neighbors, and the tallest of the brotherhood are still as handsome as ever with a particular shade of watered wine color. In the flower that I much delight in and yet nany that I am I, don't know what to do with them, for next year, my gardener opines that we leave them as your perennial monument, just as they are, but I have vague glimmerings of conviction that we cut them down to a mere small protrusion above ground end. We probably both are fully wrong, or do we extract precious seed and plant afresh? Forgive my feeble, I repeat, flounderings. I feel as the dunce of an infant school, trying to babble Greek to Professor Jebb or such like. I am none the less hoping that the garden will be less dreadful and casual next year. We've ordered 105 rose sulso divers, Lillisand made other vague dashes. Oh, you should be in controlling permanence, actually. We are painfully preparing to become bulbous and party-colored. One must occupy the gardener. The grapes have been bad, bless their preposterous little pretensions, but the figs unprecedentedly numerous, and so on and so on. And it has been for me a rather feverish and accident summer. I mean through the constant presence of family, till a month ago, and through a prolonged domestic upheaval, ever since I sit amid the ruins of a once happy household, clutching charwoman with one hand and a knife boy from Lilliput with the other, a man and his wife who had lived with me for long, long years, and were, in spite of growing infirmities, and the darker and darker shadow of approaching doom, the mainstay of my existence, were sacrificed to the just gods 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I've picnicked for very relief ever since, making futile attempts at reconstruction, for which I have had no time, and yet which have consumed so much of it that none has been left. As I began by hinting, for correspondence, I've been up to London over it, and haunted Hastings, and wired to friends, and almost appealed to the grand governessingly, deterred by the fear of hearing from her that it isn't her province. Yet I did wonder if I couldn't lawfully work it in under kitchen garden. No matter, my fate closes round me again, and the first thing I think of now when I wake up in the morning is that a cookhouse keeper in a gorange costume is to arrive next week. I tremble at her. If the worst comes to the worst, I shall make you responsible. I walked over to Winchelsea this afternoon, and returned in darkness and wet by the far-off station, and the merciful trainalways reweaving the legend of your wet exile there. It blows, it rains, it rages tonight for the first time here for 6 months. I hope you haven't had again to eat overmuch the bread of banishment. I haven't asked you for your news, have only jabbered my own. But I believe you not unaware that this is but a subtler art for extracting from you the whole of your herbaceous and other history. May it have been mild and merciful good nighter. As usual, good morning. I am going to bed. But it has been for some time. Tomorrow, yours, dear, Miss Muir Mackenzie, very gratefully and faithfully. Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. The reference in the following is to W. E. Henley's provocative article in the Pall Mall magazine on Mr. Graham Balfour's recently published life of Robert Louis Stevenson. Lamb House Rye, November 20th, 1901. My dear Gosse, I have been very sorry to hear from you of renewed upsets on quitting these walls. The same fate having, I remember, overtaken you most of the other times you've been here. I trust it isn't the infection of the walls themselves, nor of the refection, so scant last time enjoyed within them. Is it some baleful effluence of your host? He will try and exercise next time some potent countercharm, meanwhile, he rejoices that your devil is cast out. All thanks for your so vivid news of the overflow of Henley's gall. Connie pouvait manquerca devate venir. I have sent for the article, and will write you when I've read it. I gather from you that it's really rather a striking and lurid and so far interesting case-off, long discomfortable jealousy and ranklement turned at last to posthumous as it were malignity, and making the man do coram publico his ugly act, risking the dishonor for the assuagement that is on the part of a favorite of the press, etc. A remarkable psychologic incidentor. Perhaps I'm talking in the air from not having read the thing. I dare say moreover at all events that H did very seriously, I mean Cincerellide plore, all the graces that had crept into Louis Ridingall, the more that they had helped it so to be loved. He honestly thinks that Roman 50 should have written like who, but Henley's self. But the whole business illustrates how life takes upon itself to give us more true and consistent examples of human unpleasantness than expectation could suggest makes a given man, I mean live up to his ugliness. This one's whole attitude in respect to these recent amiable commemorations of Louis having I self-conscious, and alone nothing to do with them, contained singularly the promise of some positive aggression. I have, however, this A Roman 1000 a letter from Graham Balfour, in answer to one I had written him on reading his book, in which, speaking of Henley's paper, He says it's less bad than he expected. He apparently feared more. It's since you were here, by the way, that I've read his record. In which, as to its second volume, I found a good deal of fresh interest and charm. It seems to me the whole thing very neatly and tactfully done for an amateur and non-expert. But I see now that a really curious thing has happened. A case occurred much more interesting than the Cass Henley insistent publicity, so to speak, has done its work. I only knew it was doing it. But GBS Books, a settler and Louis Qua artist, is now definitely the victim thereof. That is, he has superseded personally his books, and this last replacement of himself, so unseen so largely by his own aid too, has killed the literary baggage out of no mystery. Now do they issue the creations in question, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Louis himself never understood that he too publicly caressed and accounted for them, but I needn't insist on what I mean. As I see it, at all events, it's a strange little evolution, and all taking place here quite compactly under one's nose. I don't come up to town, alas, for more than a few necessary hours, till I've finished my book, and that will be when God pleases. I pray for early in January. But then I shall stay as long as ever I can. All thanks for your news of Norris, to whom I shall write. I envy your Venetian newses, but I myself have written for some. I rain good wishes on your house, and am yours always. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. Lamb House Rye. January 20th, 1902. My dear Wells, don't I beseech you measure the interest I've taken in your brilliant book, that is, in the prior of the recent pair of them, and don't measure any other decency or humanity of mine, in relation to anything that is yours, by my late abominable and aggravated silence. You most handsomely sent me anticipations when the volume appeared, and I was not able immediately to read it. I was bothered and preoccupied with many things, wished for a free mind, and an attuned ear for it, so let it wait till the right hour, knowing that neither you nor I would lose by the process. The right hour came, and I gave myself Jupiterly admirably up to the charm, but the charm on its side left me so spent, as it were with saturation, that I had scarce pulled myself round before the complications of Christmas set in, and the New Year's flood in respect to correspondences upon me, which I've been till now buffeting and breasting. And then I was ashamed, and I am ashamed still. That is the penalty of vice's shame, disqualifies one for the company of virtue. Yet all this latter time I've taken the greatest pleasure in my still throbbing and responding sense of the book. I found it then, I assure you, extraordinarily and unceasingly interesting. It's not that I haven't the reserves and reactions, but that the great source of interest never failed, which great source was simply HGW himself. You really come beautifully out of your adventure, come out of it immensely augmented and extended, like a belligerent who has annexed half a kingdom, with drums and trumpets and banners, all sounding and flying. And this is because the thing in our deadly day is such a charming exhibition of complete freedom of mind. That's what I enjoyed in it, your intellectual disencumbredness. Very interesting to behold, as the direct fruit of training and observation, a gallant show, altogether, gallant temper and a gallant tone. For the rest you will be tired of hearing that for vaticination you to excess simplify. Besides the prophet, see how I recklessly spell him to do him the greater honor. Must I? Can't imagine a subtilizing prophet. At any rate, I don't make you a reproach of simplifying, for if you hadn't I shouldn't have been able to understand you. But on the other hand, I think your reader asks himself too much, where is life in all this life as I feel it, and know it, subject of your speculations? As it is nevertheless too much left out. That comes partly from your fortunate youth. It's a more limited mystery for you than for the Methuselah who now addresses you. There's less of it with you to provide for, and it's less a perturber of your reckoning. There are, for instance, more kinds of people, I think, in the world, more irreducible kinds than your categories meet. However, your categories do you none the less great honor, the greatest worked out as they are. And I quite agree that, as before hinted, if one wants more life, there is Mr. Lewisham himself of Spade House, exhaling it from every pore, and in the center of the picture, that is the great thing he makes Mr. Lewisham. Does your heroic red-covered romance? It had to have a hero, and it has an irresistible one. Such is my criticism. I can't go further, I can't take you up in detail. I am under the charm. My world is somehow other, but I can't produce it. Besides, I don't want to. You can and do produce your so. You've a right to talk finally. Moreover, your book is full of truth and wit and sanity. That's where I mean you come out so well. I go to London next week for 3 months, but on my return in May, I should like well to see you. What a season you must have had with philosophy, poetry, and the banker. I had a saddish letter from Gissing, but rumors of better things for him, I mean reviving powers, have come to me. I don't quite know how since Conrad haunts Winchelsea, and Winchelsea indiscretion, haunts rise so footed up, and except at near 1 o'clock in the morning, the cordial good night and general benediction of yours, my dear, wells more than ever. Henry James. To Percy Lubbock. Lamb House Rye. March 9th, 1902. My dear Percy Lubbock. I've been very uncivilly silent, but I've also been still more dismally hindered, I mean, ever since receiving your good note of Feb 22d. It found me wearily drearily ill in bed, such had been my state ever since Jan 29th, and it ceased to be my state only 10 days ago since, when I have sat feebly staring at a mountain of unanswered letters. I did go to London Jan 27th, but was immediately stricken, and scrambled back here to be more commodiously prostrate. I've had to stay and recuperate, but I am infinitely betteringly universally behind still. It isn't too late, I hope to tell you. It would have given me extreme pleasure to see you in town, had everything been different also. That I congratulate you with all my heart on the great event of your young, your first, your never to be surpassed or effaced. Prime Italianish rise, it's a great event, the revelation at any time of life. But it's altogether immeasurable at your lucky one, yet there are things to be said too, as that there would be no use whatever in my having told you what to do. There wouldn't be the remotest chance of your doing it. The place, the time, the aspect, the color of the light, and the inclination of Percy Lubbock will already be making for you their own law, or better, still causing you to live generally lawless and promiscuous. Be promiscuous and incoherent and intelligent, absorbent, happy. It's your great chance. Be further glad of every Italian vocable you take to your heart. And help me to hope that our meeting over it all is only moderately put off when y'all have ever so interesting things to tell. To yours most truly, Henry James. To Gaylord T. Lapsley. Lamb House Rye. June 22nd, 1902. My dear, dear boy. The penalty of shameful turpitude is that even reparation and contrition are made almost impossible by the dimensions of the abyss that separates the criminal from virtue, or more simply, the amount of explanation of my baseness that I have felt myself saddled with toward you has long operated as a further and a fatal deterrent in respect to writing to you at all. The burden of my shame has in short piled up my silence, and to break that hideous spell, I must now cast explanations to the windsor. They crush me altogether. I've had a rather blighted and broken winter, a good deal of somewhat ominous unwellness, now happily. Roman 500 Roman 5, overpassed under the effect of it, all my correspondence has gone to pieces, and though I've managed to write 2 books, I've done so mainly by an economy of moyens that has forbidden my answering even a note or 2. I've thought of you, dreamed of you, followed you, admired you, in fine, tenderly loved you, done everything accordingly, but treat you decently. But I'm all right in the very long run, and your admirably interesting and charming letter of ever so many months ago has never ceased to be a joy and pride to me. Those emotions have just been immeasurably quickened by something told me by my brave little cousin Bay Emmett, the paintress, viz. Her having lately met you in New York, and heard on your lips words, a moan address not of resentment or scorn, but of divine magnanimity and gentleness. You appear to have spoken to her as if you still liked me, and I like you so much for that the vibration has started. These stammering accents, I really write you these words not from my peaceful hermitage by the southern sea, but from the depths of the meretricious metropolis, which I've never known so detestable as at this most tawdry of crises, and from which I hope to escape in a day or 2, utterly dodging the insane crush of the coronation. The place is vilely disfigured by league-long hoardings for spectators at 10:00 ahead, and cheap and awful decorations. And the dear old abbey in particular, smothered into the likeness of the Earl's Court exhibitionat to be distinguished from the Westminster Aquarium, in fact opposite. And then the crowds, the gregarious gaping millions, are appalling. And I fly and find back to the southern sea, on the shore of which I've spent almost all my time for almost a year past. I've lately been dabbling a little for compensation in town, but I find small doses of London now go further for my organization than they used. B. Emmett tells me that you still sit aloft in California, and I permit myself to rejoice in it, in spite of some of the lurid lights projected by your so vivid letter over the composition of that milieu. You tell me things of awful suggestion, and in respect to which I would give anything for more talk with you, and more chance for question and answer. June 26th, the foregoing, my dear boy, though dated here, was written in London, which means that in the confusion and distraction, the present chaotic crash of things there, it was also interrupted, I had been there for a snatch of but 3 or 4 days, and I rushed back here in horror and dismay 24 hours since just before the poor king's collapse set the seal on the general gregarious madness. I had chucked the coronation, thank heaven, before the coronation chucked me, and this little russet and green corner, as so often before, has been breathing balm and peace to me after the huge bear garden. The latter beggar's description at the present moment and must now do so doubly. While reeling under the smash of everything, I feel like a man who has jumped safe from an express train before a collision and, to make really sure of my not having broken my neck, I take up again this distempered scrawl to you. But I want talk of all this dreary pandemonium hereditary, whatever the issue of the poor king's illness, inasmuch as either way it can only mean more gregarious madness, more legalong hoarding, more blocks of traffic, and deluges of dust, and tons of newspaper verbiage. Amen. What I didn't begin to say to you the other day was how interesting and awful I found your picture of your seat of learning. I rejoice with all my heart that it has attached you for just the likes of you, are what must make a difference by influence, by example, by civilization, by revelation, in the strange mixture or absence of mixture off. Its elements I gather from you, that its air is all female, so to speak, and that in this buoyant medium you triumphantly float it must be very wonderful and fearful and indescribable, all of it lifelike. Indeed, though your sketch appears to me, I wished immensely I could see you so that we could get nearer together. To everything you come out most Somerset there no chance of your doing. So this year I seem to infer the sad contrary from my little cousins, not having told me that you mentioned anything of the sort. To her I have the sense of having seen you odiously little last year, a blighted and distracted season. As I read over at present your generous letter, I feel a special horror and dismay at having failed so long and so abominably to give you the promised word of introduction to Fanny Stevenson. I enclose one herewith, but I must tell you that I feel myself to be launching it rather into the dark. That is, I have a fear that she is rather changed, or rather exaggerate with time, illness, etkin, that you may find her somewhat aged, queer, eccentric, etc. And I'm not sure I am possessed of her address. Only remember this, that she, with all deference to her, was never the person to have seen it was our Roman 50s himself. But good night, I haven't half responded to you nor met you in your charming details. Yet I am none the less, my dear Lapsley, very affectionately yours, Henry James. To Mrs. Cadwallader Jones. Mrs. Jones, it will be understood, had sent him 2 of the books of her sister-in-law, Mrs. Wharton. Lamb House Rye, August 20th, 1902. Dictated. Dear and bountiful lady, my failure during these few days to thank you for everything has not come from a want of appreciation of anythinger, from a want of gratitude, or lively remembrance, or fond hope, or in short from anything but a quite calculating and canny view that I shall perhaps come in during your present episode with a slightly greater effect of direct support and encouragement than if I had come during the fever of your late short interval in London. It seems to be borne into me that you may be feeling la ovus etis a little lone, and Lorne a little alien and exotic, so that the voice of the compatriot counselor and moderator may fall upon your ears with an approach to sweetness. I am sure all the same that you are in a situation of great and refreshing novelty, and of general picturesque interest. At your leisure you will give me news of it, and I wish you meanwhile as the best advice to drain it to the dregs, and leave no element of it untasted. My situation has en attendant been made picturesque by the successive arrivals of your different mementos, each one of which has done its little part to assuage my solitude and relieve my gloom, putting them in their order. Mrs. Wharton comes in an easy first, the unspeakable postum follows handsomely and protoplasm, which I mean plasmonpence far behind. How shall I thank you properly for these prompt and valued missives? Postum does taste like a ferociously mild coffee, a coffee reduced to second childhood, the prattle of senility. I hasten to add, however, that it accords thereby, but the better with my enfeebled powers of assimilation, and that I am taking it regular and blessing your name for it. It interposes a little ease after the long and unattenuated grimness of cocoa, since Jackson was able to provide it with so little delay. I feel I may count on him for blessed renewals, but I shall never count on anyone again for plasmon, which is gruesome and medicinal, or at all events an acquired taste which the rest of my life will not be long enough to acquire. Mrs. Wharton is another affair, and I take to her very kindly, as regards her diabolical little cleverness, the quantity of intention and intelligence in her style, and her sharp eye for an interesting kind of subject. I had read neither of these 2 volumes, and though the valley is for significance of ability, Several pegs above either, I have extracted food for criticism, from both as criticism in the nobler sense of the word. Is for me enjoyment, I've, in other words. Much like them only they've made me again, as I hinted to you other things had want to get hold of the little lady, and pump the pure essence of my wisdom and experience into her, she must be tethered in native pastures, even if it reduces her to a backyard in New York. If a work of imagination of fiction interests me at all, and very few, alas, do, I always want to write it over in my own way, handle the subject from my own sense of it that I always find a pleasure in, and I found it extremely in the vanished handover, which I should have liked at several points to contend with her. But I can't speak more highly for any book, or at least for my interest in any I take liberties with the greatest. But you will say that in ticking out this amount of Remingtonese at you I am taking a great liberty with you, or rather, of course, I know you want, since you gave me kind leave for, which I shamelessly bless you goodbye with innumerable good wishes. Please tell Miss Beatrix that these are addressed equally to her, as in fact my whole letter is, and that my liveliest interest attends her on her path. Yours and hers always affectionately, Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. Lamb House Rye. Sept 12, 1902. Dictated. My dear Howells, an inscrutable and untoward fate condemns me to strange delinquencies, though it is no doubt the weakness of my nature, as well as the strength of the said treacherous principle, that the undone vast in my existence lords it chronically and shamelessly over the petty done. It strikes me indeed both as vast, and yet in a monstrous way as petty too, that I should have joyed so in the Kentons, which you sent me ever so kindly more weeks ago, than it would be decent in me to count should have eaten and drunk and dreamed and thought of them, as I did should have sunk into them in short, so that they closed over my head like living waters, and kept me down in subaqueous prostration, and all the while should have remained so far, as you are concerned, brutishly and ungratefully dumb. I haven't been otherwise dumb, I assure you, that is so far as they themselves are concerned. There was a time when I talked of nothing and nobody else, and I have scarcely even now come to the end of it. I think in fact it is because I have been so busy vaunting and proclaiming them up and down the more or less populated avenues of my life, that I have had no time left for anything else. The avenue on which you live, worse luck, is perversely out of my beat. Why, however do I talk, thus I know too well, how you know too well that letters in the writing life are the last things that get themselves written. You see the way that this one tries to manage it, which, at least, is better than no way. All the while, at any rate, the impression of the book remains, and I have infinitely pleased myself, even in my shame, with thinking of the pleasure that must have come to yourself from so acclaimed, and attested a demonstration of the freshness within you, still of the spirit of evocation delightful in one's golden afternoon. And after many days and many parturitions to put forth thus a young, strong, living flower, you have done nothing more true and complete, more thoroughly homogeneous and hanging together, without the faintest ghost of a false note or a weak touch-all, as sharply cipher it up and tap it out, as the proof of a prize scholar's sum on a slate. It is in short miraculously felt and beautifully done, and the aged be, which I mean the richly matured sposi, as done as if sposi were a new and fresh idea to you of all your sposi. They are, I think, the most penetrated and most penetrating. I took in short true comfort in the whole manifestation, the only bitterness in the cup being that it made me feel old. I shall never again so renew myself. But I want to hear from you that it has realized sense, and the cheer of having done it set you spinning again, with a quickened hum, when you mentioned to me, I think in your last letter, that you had done the Kentons. You mentioned at the same time the quasi-completion of something else. It is this thing. I now want one, it soon be coming due, and if you will magnanimously send it to me, I promise you to have for it better manners meanwhile. Let me add, I have directed the scriveners to send you a thing of my own, too long-winded and minute a thing, but well-meaning, just put forth under the name of the Wings of the Dove. I hope the summer's end finds you still out of the streets, and that it has all been a comfortable chapter. I hear of it from my brother, as the great cool time, which makes for me a pleasant image, since I generally seem to sear my eyeballs from June to September, when I steal a glance across the sea at the bright American picture. Here, of course, we have been as gray and cold, as braced and rheumatic and uncomfortable as you please, but that has little charm of novelty, though not to blaspheme. We have, since I've been living here, occasionally perspired. I live here, as you see, still, and am by this time like the dyer's hand, subdued to what I work in, or at least try to economize in. It is pleasant enough for 5 or 6 months of the year for me to wish immensely that some crowning stroke of fortune may still take the form of driving you over to see me, before I fall to pieces apropos of which I am forgetting what has been half my reasono, not half a writing to you many weeks ago. There began to be blown about the world from what fountain of lies proceeding I know note a rumor that you were staying with me here a rumor, flaunting its little hour as large as life in some of the London papers. It brought me many notes of inquiry invitations to you and other tributes to your glory damn it. I don't mean damn your glory, but damn the wanton and worrying rumor among other things. It brought me a fattish letter addressed to you, and which I have been so beastly procrastinating, as not to forward you till now when I post it with this its aspect, somehow denotes insignificance and impertinence. And I haven't wanted to do it as a part of the so grossly newspaperistic impudence, too much honor besides, verily the intention day, after day of writing you at the same time, well, there it all is you will think my letter as long as my book. So I add only my benediction as ever on your house, beginning with Mrs. Howells going straight through, and ramifying as far as you permit me. Yours, my dear Howells, always and ever. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. Lamb House Rye. September 23, 1902. My dear Wells, all's well that ends well, and everything is to hand. I thank you heartily for the same, and I have read the two men dangling breathlessly at the tail of their tub while in the air, and plying them with indiscreet questions, while out of it is the whole thing. Stupendous, but do you know what the main effect of it was on my cheeky consciousness? To make me sigh on some such occasion, to collaborate with you, to intervene in the interest off well I scarce know what to call it. I must wait to find the right name. When we meet you can so easily avenge yourself by collaborating with me, our mixture. Would I think be effective? I hope you are thinking of doing Marson some detail. Let me in there at the right moment, or in other words, at an early stage. I really shall opportunity serving venture to try to say 2 or 3 things to you about the two menner, rather not so much about them, as about the cave of conceptions, whence they issue. All I can say now, however, is that the volume goes like a bounding ball, that it is 12 A Roman 1000, and that I am goodnightfully yours. Henry James. To Mrs. Cadwallader Jones. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 23, D. 1902. Dear Mrs. Cadwallader, both your liberal letters have reached me, and have given me, as the missives of retreating friends, never fail to do an almost sinister sense of the rate at which the rest of the world goes, moves, rushes, voyages, railroads, passing from me through 100 emotions and adventures, and pulling up in strange habitats while I sit in this grassy corner, artlessly thinking that the days are few and the opportunities small, quite big enough for the likes of me, though the latter be even here, all of which means, of course, simply that you take away my breath. But that was on the cards, and it's not worth mentioning. Your best news for me is of your being for complete convalescence in the superlative hands you described to, which I hope you are already doing infinite credit. I kind of make you out down there, I mean, in the pretty, very pretty as it used to be New York autumn, and in the Washington Square-ish region trodden by the steps of my childhood. And I wonder if you ever kicked the October leaves as you walk in Fifth Avenue, as I can to this hour feel myself, hear myself, positively smell myself, doing. But perhaps there are no leaves and no trees now in Fifth Avenue, nothing but patriotic arches, Astor hotels, and Vanderbilt palaces. My secretary was on the point of writing the great name Asterwich. I think the most delightful irony of fate, they are so flower-like a race. The October leaves are at any rate gathering about me here, and that I have watched them fall, and lighted my fire, and trimmed my lamp, is about the only thing that has happened to Metho. I should count in a visit from a delightful nephew, who has just been with me for a fortnight, and left me for Geneva, where he spends the winter. I assisted dimly through your discreet page at your visit to Mrs. Wharton, whose Lennox house must be a love, and I wish I could have been less remotely concerned in the way of those. I know, I hope you have by this time on your own side gathered in John Lafarge, and are not allowing him to feel anything but that he is well and happy, except also that I very affectionately remember him. But I am not thanking you all this time for the interesting remarks about the book one had last placed in your hands, The Wings of the Dove, which you so heroically flung upon paper, even on the heaving deep of feet, to me very prodigious. I won't say your criticism was eminent for the time and place. I'll say frankly that it was eminent in itself, and all full of suggestion. The fact is, however, that one is so aware oneself, even to satiety, of the rights and wrongs of these matters, especially of the wrongs, that freshness of mind almost fails for discriminations, however benevolent, of others. Such is the price of having written many books and lived many years. The thing in question is by a complicated accident which it would take too long to describe to you, too inordinately drawn out, and too inordinately rubbed in the center, moreover isn't in the middle, or the middle, rather, isn't in the center, but ever so much. Too near the end so that what was to come after it is truncated, the book in fine has too big a head for its body. I am trying all the while to write one with the opposite disproportioned body, too big for its head. So I shall perhaps do if I live to 150. Don't therefore undermine me by general remarks, and dictating, please, has moreover nothing to do with it. The value of that process for me is in its help to do over and over, for which it is extremely adapted, and which is the only way I can do at all. It soon enough accordingly becomes intellectually absolutely identical with the act of Rittinger has become so after 5 years now with me, so that the difference is only material, and illusorianly, the difference that is that I walk up and down, which is so much to the good, but I must stop walking now. I stand quite still to send my hearty benediction to Miss Beatrix, and I am yours and hers very constantly. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. The only two effusions of the kind described in this letter that have survived are the preliminary schemes for the unfinished novels The Ivory Tower and The Sense of the Past, published with them in 1917. Lamb House Rye, November 15, 1902. My dear Wells, it is too horribly long that I have neglected an interesting, for I can't say an interested inquiry of yours in your last note, and neglected it precisely because the acknowledgement involved had to be an explanation. I have somehow for the last month not felt capable of explanations, it being my infirmity, that when finishing a book, and that seems my chronic condition, my poor enfeebled cerebration, becomes incapable of the least extra effort. However slight and simple my correspondence, then shrinks and shrinksenly, the least explicit of my letters get themselves approximately written, and somehow it has seemed highly explicit to tell you that, in reply to your suggestive last, those wondrous and copious preliminary statements of my fictions that are to be don't really exist in any form in which they can be imparted. I think I know to whom you allude as having seen their semblance indeed. Their very substance, but in two exceptional as it were cases in these cases, what was seen was the statement drawn up on the basis of the serialization of the work drawn up in one case with extreme detail, and at extreme length in 20,000 words. Pinker saw that it referred to a long novel afterwards, this more than a year written and finished, but not yet to my great inconvenience published. But it went more than 2 years ago to America to the Harpers, and there remained, and has probably been destroyed. Were it here, I would with pleasure transmit it to you, for though I say it, who should not, it was the statement full and vivid, I think, as a statement could be of a subject, as worked out. Then Conrad saw a shorter one of the wings of the Roman 500, also well enough in its way, but only half as long and proportionately less developed, that had been prepared, so that the book might be serialized in another American periodical. But this wholly failed. What secrets and shames I reveal to you, and the thing the book was then written, the subject treated on a more free and independent scale. But that synopsis too has been destroyed. It was returned from the U.S., but I had then no occasion to preserve it, and evidently no fiction of mine can, or will now be serialized. Certainly, I shall not again draw up detailed and explicit plans for unconvinced and ungracious editors, so that I fear I shall have nothing of that sort to show. A plan for myself, as copious and developed as possible, I always do draw up. That is, the two documents I speak of were based upon and extracted from such a preliminary private outpouring. But this latter voluminous effusion is ever so extremely familiar, confidential, and intimating the form of an interminable garrulous letter, addressed to my own fond fancy, that, though I always for easy reference have it carefully typed, it isn't a thing I would willingly expose to any eye but my own, and even then sometimes I shrink so. There it is. I am greatly touched by your respectful curiosity, but I haven't, you see, anything coherent to produce. Let me promise, however, that if I ever do within any calculable time address a manifesto to the dim editorial mind, you shall certainly have the benefit of a copy. Candor compels me to add that that consummation has now become unlikely. It is too wantonly expensive a treat to them. In the first place, they will none of me, and in the second, the relief and greater intellectual dignity, so to speak, of working on one's own scale, one's own line of continuity, and in one's own absolutely independent tone, is too precious to me to be again forfeited. Pardon my too many words, I only add that I hope the domestic heaven bends blue above you. Yours, my dear Wells, always. Henry James. To Mrs. Frank Matthews. Lamb House Rye,